Hello and welcome to the Jaarburgs Convention Center here in Utrecht. We have 2,207 players here ready to compete for the final YCS of the year here at YCS Utrecht 2020. Without further ado, let's get going with the first round. We have Kian Shabazi from Germany. Hello Kian, welcome.
Hi, welcome.
It's your first time on the feature match, yes?
Yes, for YCS Voices now.
Are you excited?
Yes, I have a nice opponent now.
Do you know your opponent?
Yes, we are friends.
Okay, so friendly match.
Yeah, friendly match, but a little bit competitive because we both want to win.
Okay, please take a seat. And his opponent, his friend, Nico Schlierkamp, the champion of the previous YCS. Hello, Nico.
Hey.
Friendly match.
Yeah, but yeah, as he said, still competitive. Like, we still want to win.
So you're going to be like super competitive now, and then you can laugh about it later.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Do you know what each other is playing already?
I don't think so. I don't know what he's playing, and he's told me he doesn't know what I'm playing. But
What do you you want to guess what he's playing?
I guess he's playing Spirals, but I don't know.
All right. Please take a seat. So who's going first? Let's decide who's going first. 5 from Nico. Ooh. Okay. So, Kian's going to go first. So, without further ado, let's take it over to the dream team, the meme team. It is Nadir and Darren. Take it away, guys.
Welcome, everyone. This is YCS Utrecht 2020, round one of the biggest YCSs we've had in recent years. What a heavyweight matchup we have round one, Darren.
It's crazy, yeah. We've got two really popular German players, one of which even won the 200th here, which is like one of the biggest achievements in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think we're in for a really, really good match.
We have, I don't know if we can talk about the decks already, but this is going to be one of your favorite decks, a card that I'm not familiar with yet, apparently. Double Helix. We've got Spiral lined up against Salomon Great.
It's going to be a really cool matchup. If you saw, Nico won the die roll, but he still made Kian go first. As you can see by the cards on his deck list, it's pretty clear why he wants to make Kian go first.
Yeah, so going all out here, not exactly opting for a budget version of Spiral. This is the this is the extravagance,
the big boy version.
Yeah, this is the money match, and I think that his list is really unique in that he's playing this go second strategy. It appears to be, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. And when we last saw Spiral played in 2017, I think it was adopted to go second, and I think that makes sense because you take full advantage of the cards removal, such as like Spiral Super Agent, being able to pop a back row, and Tough as well. It gives you more engine cards because Tough doesn't do anything going first, but you need to see the top card of the deck to be able to resolve Double Helix. So it makes sense to want to go second, and it makes you play one of the most powerful cards in the format, such as stuff like Evenly Matched, Mystic Mine as well, and even Lightning Storm I think was in the main as well. Is it there? Yes, there it is. This is definitely not budget for sure.
Yeah, hopefully he's got Starlight rares as well. But yeah, this is a go second version. I think it's something that is, do you think maybe a little bit risky with like something like Winda running around the format now? Like just this turn one, like can't special summon more than once? Like
Potentially, but this is one of the most powerful decks of the format for sure, and I think he's prepared to take the risk just to try and get the win. He might just take the Game 1 loss to Winder, or hope that his opponent can't really set it up when he plays cards like Evenly Matched, which take a lot of resources away from him. But he also has stuff like Mystic Mine, bear in mind.
Yep.
And I'm
go.
fairly sure Shadol don't typically main deck cards that would out Mystic Mine. So I think he's relying on that as his Winder out, which is fairly reasonable, which is why I think he's playing the Metaverse as well, so he's playing more copies of Mystic Mine.
I think Kian is a little bit more prepared for that kind of deck. You know, he's got Order in the main, Double Rage, opting to go for, you know, the kind of, it's not really a heavy trap version, but I think like once you start playing more than one copy of Rage, is this like how Salad has adapted over the new format?
What's cool about Salomon Great is it's not really scared of anything because its utility is really crazy.
Very versatile.
Adapt. Exactly. Yeah. As you can see, he's adapted to the Spiral matchup with Drawn and Lockbird as well. Yeah. So he's opted to. I think a lot of people were dropping that because they were scared maybe Shadol would get more popular. But I think he's very much respected Spiral, which rightly so because it is the most powerful deck in the format, and you can't afford to drop games to Spiral.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see how this match pans out. I believe the players are now ready. We're going to take it over to the table. All right, so I've got our hands loaded in here. Didn't quite catch who won the dice roll, or
So
Nico's going to go second regardless.
Nico won the dice roll,
yep.
but he made Kian start, so it'll give
Kian's
Kian
got the circle. He's got circle, will, draw, rage. I mean, wow, this
so
is
he's got
quite
like
a hand.
He's got a huge advantage there since he's already opened Gazelle, which is, makes playing Salamangreat significantly easier. And he's also got Drawn Lockbird as well. So Kian, since he got made to start, he'll have a good indication as to what he's playing. So you'd probably either be playing some Invoked matchup or Spiral, if he believes that Spiral going second is popular.
Do you think maybe it's kind of like a little bit more known that, you know, if you're playing Invoke Shaddoll, I'd say like, you know, Shaddoll is great going second, but I feel like people are kind of still going first with that, right?
I was more so thinking of the Invoked Mech Knight version, because that would go second. Because I think you would respect that because it is quite popular. Ooh, and he's gammering that Gazelle, like just letting him have nothing, which is a good way to cut off Kian, as that'll get access to his traps. So it's effectively just like making it. He won't be able to add it back either unless he manages to make Sunlight Wolf.
Well, he's got the will for the extender, you know. So he's actually in a really good position despite the gamma. But Nico's hand is he's got the extravagance, and that's definitely going to resolve through what we can see here. Mystic Mine is going to be able to like potentially stall out Kian, although he does have the rage here.
He does have the rage to out the Mystic Mine. I think his play here would be the will back Gazelle and then bounce it back with Falco.
Yep.
And it means that he has the Gazelle in hand, and then he can use Sunlight Wolf to add back Circle.
For sure.
So then he's fine. He won't be able to send a trap off the Gazelle, but he's
already attempted to use it. Yeah.
Exactly. He's already got the rage. Yeah, he's doing exactly what I thought he would do. So this is like this is what makes Salamangreat so great. In fact, its versatility is just so good. Through hand traps, it's like one hand trap is just like, you know, it still just does the same thing. He lost access to maybe one of his defensive cards, but he traded a card with his opponent, so it was worth it.
Salamangreat is just, I think, like, you know, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. It's just versatile, you know. It just has like an all-round decent matchup versus everything, not particularly bad versus anything, but just, you know, it has a lot of tools available to it. You can hit back row with like Heat Leo. You've got rage for spot removal. You've got negates with the roar. So he's going to set 2 here, and
I mean, just look at his like end board in his hand. Like that Gamma did literally nothing.
Yeah.
And I think like is he playing free Will of the Salamangreat? Yes, he is. So yeah, so that'll make him be really versatile in the decks. This is one of my favorite pots in the game. Just shuffle that extra.
Shuffling the extra. Yeah. That's not something you'd see every day, right? Like shuffle your extra.
Give that a good shuffle. It's crazy. I'm glad to see it in like more combo decks, because before you mostly saw it in like control decks like Subterra and all the guys. But it's really cool to see it being innovated in like a deck like Spiral as well, because you don't really need the extra deck to play with Spiral because it has a lot of utility in the main deck. But it is a bit frustrating to draw 2 pots, but you want to see it in your opening hand every time.
So on resolution of the draw there, Droll is going to come down, and from this point onward, Nico is not going to be able to add any more cards from his deck to his hand, either by simply adding or drawing. He does, however, have the Mine there as a kind of backup. He's got Terraforming if he wants to go for a Resort. And
well, you can't. He's on the draw.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So I think that's the alternative win condition that they've discovered, because Droll is such a huge problem for the deck where you can't really do anything. But thankfully, most of the decks set up the main deck draw are decks like Salamangreat, which he's under draw, so you can't actually circle. So someone should probably tell him that.
Yep, we'll get that informed. Is it definitely both players?
It is both players, yeah, you can't have that. But Mystic Mine makes it an alternative win condition for Spiral, because like I say, draw is such a huge problem, but a lot of the control decks up the main draw, not necessarily the combo decks. If you get drawled in the mirror, then you accept that you probably are going to get OTK'd, but against decks like this, you would think that maybe, even if it gets outed like that, it's not likely that he'll be able to OTK, but he does have Gazelle, so it is likely that he might just straight up just lose. But he still has the circle to search in his turn now that he's not under draw anymore. And I don't think Nico has any defensive cards in his hand from what I can see. He just has a load of engine cards. Yeah,
no hand traps there for Nico. Play there fixed very quickly by Kian, so you simply just circle in your own turn there. It kind of like sort of does it. I guess you don't deck thin by 1, but yeah, that's been sorted out in case you guys were wondering at home. And yeah, now from this point on, I feel like this is where Salamangreat gets like really hard to play. Like it's like the turn 3, like the interaction. Obviously in this scenario, like this is open board, right? You're trying to put as much damage down as possible. But this has always been like a really kind of like, you know, separates like the good Salamangreat players from like the great Salamangreat players.
Exactly.
Is like the turn 3 is like the technical interaction. You know, do I want to like start spinning back row? Do I want to try and push with like the update jammer OTK, which Kian is actually playing here. So I think he should be able to like pull it off in this game, right?
I think Salamangreat's actually one of the hardest decks I've ever played ever, because you never really know what to do, because he can go for game here, but he also needs to respect that even though it is an open board, Nico might very well be playing hand traps, and one hand trap could be the difference between him having enough defensive cards to protect himself, or Nico
I mean,
just pushing through.
We could see like something like
he is going for it though.
Yep, he is.
He is going for game, and I think if this like goes through, then he should win.
Do you think we should be counting how many summons this is?
Oh,
is that something that Kian's going to be considering right now? Like, count to 5 really quick.
Was it a Gazelle, Spinny? This will be the 5th, so if he has Nibiru, yikes!
Yeah, I know, right? Like that's he kind of. But like,
he got
picks
it
up.
yes.
Okay, he's
Absolutely incredible stuff. We saw that, like, even though Spiral is really powerful, Droll is still a bit spooky. That's incredible stuff from Kian.
So what a game that was!
Really, really good.
2 turns, Kian
done in a
mopping
flash.
up. Yep. That's,
Who says Salamangreat can't OTK? Right?
I know, right? We've got the OTK, you've got the defensive strategies, you've got like that wall that it can put up and just like stall out, and of course Droll like being such a game ender by itself.
Exactly. Yeah, I think like it was a good call from Kian to main draw on Lockbird, because it just gives you that free win against Spiral. And if Spiral's really as high represented as we think it's going to be, then he's definitely going to go far in the tournament, just a hard draw and Droll alone. A bit unlucky for Nico. I think outside of drawing Lockbird, his hand was insane, and he could have
he had the quick fix,
anything.
he had the terraforming.
I think he would have comfortably be able to play through Rage and stuff. But unfortunately, he did have the Droll and the main deck Mystic Mine. He had the out. It's just
when you have the out, you have the out.
Yeah, when you got it, you got it. Right?
Yeah, because like initially, like you would go for like the Gazelle, dump the out to mine so that you can set up.
Exactly.
But he had the Gamma for the Gazelle, but he hard drew the Rage anyway. So unfortunate for Nico, like that, like sort of. I don't want to say maybe like a gamble when it comes to like the deck building, where you're going for this go second strategy, opting to go for those mines in the main deck, because like in that scenario versus a lot of decks, you could just go, okay, well, you know, you've drolled me with Spiral, okay, mine, go. Let's see what you do for like 35 turns.
Yeah, I mean, he did the right thing to Gamma the Gazelle, because it would have searched for his Mystic Mine out, but he hard drew it. But he is playing 2 copies of it, and in Imperial Order as well, so he's effectively playing a nice play set of that.
Yeah.
So it's enough outs to Mystic Mine as well.
How do you think he's feeling right now at this point? Because like Nico, previous YCS Utrecht champion, down a game, round 1. Are you starting to feel like a bit nervous, or?
Nah, you'll be well composed.
Yeah.
He's been here before. He's been on feature. I'm pretty sure in the final he went 1-0 down to BA, and he still came back and won the whole thing. So I think he won't be taken aback by this for sure. He's confident in his game plan clearly with his deck, and even though it didn't quite work out game 1, he can't win every game of Yu-Gi-Oh. He's got his side plan. He's got a good side plan.
Going over to game 2, yeah, I was just about to ask, like, what do you like? Because his deck seems fairly well optimized, just kind of in this for this kind of meta, like just like his main deck. Like, what do you kind of bring in this matchup? Is there anything that sticks out to you as particularly weak?
You could potentially straight up take out the Mystic Mine.
Yeah.
But you could opt to keep it in, because Kian might just take out his removal. But Nibiru for sure, you definitely bring in, because that is. Salamangreat cannot cope with that card at all. No,
it's very difficult to play around with Salamangreat.
You just can't, because if you do, your board's too weak.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then you could also lose Nibiru. You've just got to take it on the chin. And again, you can't win every game of Yu-Gi-Oh. If they have the Nibiru, sure.
You got it. You got it.
It's the same with Droll and Spiral. If they have it, sure.
All right, I think the players are just about to start game 2, so let's head on over. Let's get the cards in hand loaded up for you in just a moment.
Also, I think he sided in the Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
Which is really good. I think I definitely agree with siding Ash Blossom, because with a big tournament like 2,000 players, having a generic card like Ash Blossom to side in a diverse meta is a really good call, especially with like cards like Shaddoll Fusion kicking about, be able to cut off Shaddoll from their fusions. And against Salamangreat, it stops Gazelle, so it cuts them off from their defensive cards as well. So it effectively works like an MST, an engine stopper.
Ash Blossom
Yeah,
is MST.
yeah,
I love that. Quote of the weekend.
I mean, to be fair, it's
I'm not
what
a big
you want.
fan of Ash Blossom though, like versus Salamangreat, I think.
Why?
I don't feel like there's a particular point where Salamangreat combos off where it's like a blowout.
It doesn't
You know what
matter.
I mean?
You don't really. You're not supposed to blow out these decks. You just have to stop
Nibiru
them
does.
from get. Nibiru does, yeah, but you can't play 10 Nibirus.
Oh, what? I have an error in my deck list.
Would you watch this?
Ash of Foxy. Oh, Dart Ruler. Okay.
I bet he wishes he can grab draw. I think he might have thought that Nico would have wanted to start, but it looks like Nico
Still opted to go for second. Yeah.
It makes sense because if you change your plan post side, you have a lot of cards he has to bring out, and he probably just didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
So going second is probably the right call.
So at this point, like, Kian is probably going to be more aware of like the side deck and how Nibiru is a very, very popular card, at least in the side deck. Maybe we won't see a lot of it this weekend in the main, but, you know, is this maybe like something that he's always going to be like fearful of, like every time he tries to maybe go for the update jam or transcode? Or do you think maybe when you're a game up, you can afford to take those risks?
I'll just ignore it. just go me. Just go me. Like, no, sometimes you gotta be lucky to win YCS, right? And sometimes you gotta think, you know what, better have it. Let's go. But sometimes it depends. It really depends on the game state. Like if you think that you can win anyway by just being safe, setting up a load of traps, and not going for game, which is something Salomon Great can do, then by all means go for it. And sometimes you can lose if they have too many engine cards and you just take that on the chin, you know, but it's just the same as whether you play on Nibiru or not. You just put them on better have it, and if they have it, okie dokie, next game. And he is a game ahead, so he can afford to do something like that.
So the Ash Blossom there came down versus the Pot of Desires, and he's just going to will extend the Jaguar out of his hand, make double balance, and then go into Wolf. I suppose that this is where he like returns a Bailing, summons the Jaguar, and then recycles. What was the initial card? Was that the Foxy? So we'll just give him a bit of a follow-up for next turn.
So I don't think he got access to Gazelle, so I think he's probably just going to add back Foxy, just to dig for Gazelle.
But to see, the thing is, like, this doesn't look like particularly impressive, like when the deck doesn't open Gazelle. But like you said, like Salomon Great is just kind of versatile. So like, yeah, you might not have your Gazelle access immediately, but you know, you might get, you know, you're gonna be backed up with a hand trap or two, potentially like a hard drawn like Rage or Roar. So like, there's like so much like this deck like does, despite the fact that it might not see Gazelle.
Exactly, yeah. So you play enough defensive cards that you're likely to see at least one of them, and he has, in doing so, seen Ash Blossom. And a good point as well is Xcode Talker, I think it's called, makes the card it's pointing to untargetable and itself as well. So it's kind of like a pseudo Towers, I suppose.
Transcode Talker.
Transcode Talker, yeah. So it's quite good. Normally it's backed up with a counter trap in the
microcoder version, yeah.
But I think he just didn't want to lose to draw, because that build does lose to draw, and it kind of defeats the point of playing Salomon Great, because you want to make it
you just add with your Bailings to get your Sanctuary, and like generally you don't really do anything after that. So
I think, did he draw Gamma for turn? And he just gammed the Ash? That's insane.
There's nothing more satisfying than extravagance into Gamma.
But I think he had the driver in his hand as well. So unfortunately, he's going to be playing with one less card. But that is pretty solid. Like I say, Ash Blossom is really versatile, being able to Ash the pots so they just don't get an extra card. So you effectively just gain a card because they're not drawing two cards. But how's his hand looking? His hand doesn't look too impressive. I think, maybe he drew Nibiru for turn and he had Gamma Driver in his hand. Because he has a Nibiru in his hand, he didn't use it.
He was just holding it for next round.
Just holding it.
Yeah, so it seems like that
holding it for the
must have
OTK,
been
I suppose, maybe?
He's going to go for Barricade Borg, which will discard the planet.
Oh, he has a big red, yeah. I'm being very silly. He definitely has everything.
Yep, he's got the big red access, and I think Kian is basically going to become a spectator at this point as the Spiral player pops off.
If I know my Spiral, Kian is definitely going to be obliterated.
All right, we'll see just how much power that. This is cool to see. Like, you know, isn't it interesting that like Spiral like started out with like the Link era, and here we are near the end of the Link era.
Crazy.
And it's Spiral's back. Like,
definitely put Links on the map for sure with Spiral Double Helix. Just basically turned it from. What's it do? I'm not sure. What does it do?
Special summons a monster from the deck or grave to a zone it points to by declaring the top card. Did you know that if you Super Agent and miss under window, it counts as your special summon?
No way.
Yeah, fun fact.
fun factual.
All right, so how much Spyro have you been playing? Like, do you know these combos like the back of your hand? Is this like, because I assume like this is something like
I do
all
know
the players
them,
here.
But when you're playing Spiral, it's kind of like freestyle, just kind of wing.
Yeah.
Like because the combos don't start off the same. Like he's got a really like weird hand here, so he hasn't used his normal summon, so you'd naturally probably get Last Resort and Quick Fix.
He's going Borg into.
It was just to link the master plan away.
Yeah.
So now
I think maybe you'd like go for a unicorn here, perhaps, or maybe that was banished off of the
No, he
extravagance?
doesn't want to discard his hand because I don't think he's got the most optimal hand in the world.
As far as we can see, he doesn't have any more follow-ups here.
I don't think he searched
from his hand.
I don't think he searched one of the rescues with Master Plan. Potentially to play around draw.
And he does get to do that chain block interaction with the Barricade Borg and...
No, he had to use Barricade Ball Blocker to discard the Master Plan.
Oh,
so
yeah,
he
initially,
won't
yeah,
be able
so
to
that's
chain block
once per
this.
turn.
He doesn't
Yeah.
have to because Ash Blossom's been used anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing to be scared of here is Drawn Lockbird, which is probably why he didn't add a mission off the Master Plan, but I think he had to.
I think this is why he's like going through this line of plays, like just in case like that happens. Oh, he goes for tough here. Okay.
I think what he has to do now is use the resort for an agent and guess the top card of the deck with tough. Oh, he did get a mission, I think. My bad. He got the trap. So it's not the most optimal thing you can do because normally you'd want to get Spiral Sleeper with Spiral Resort, but he should be able to do a pretty naughty combo here.
And he's calling
What
the
would
top
you
card.
guess?
Against Salmongrade? I think I was Monster, right? Oh, must be nice, Kia.
big oof.
I never get it right, by the way. Even though, like, statistically, I think, like, I've got it. Like, I never get it right.
Let's check the deck. What's the 21-14? Okay, so you're right.
Yeah,
No,
see,
it's
statistically, it should be Monster, but
Yeah.
it's a spell. Well, you know, I guess I'm just not.
How about blind? What would you call blind?
I think Monster's just the safest blind. Like, if
I
you don't
think
know what
it
your
makes
opponent's
sense
playing.
because if you're playing a trap deck, they play more monsters and spells. So
Yeah,
and you're never really going to call trap blind because that's like so random. Eh? You just call trap and it's a Salamangreat raw. You're like, yes, we did it. But here he should be able to do a lot of like double helix stuff. I'm not sure what exactly he will do because he is deprived of cards. But I think he would just summon Quick Fix here.
Oh,
but he's very limited to how many times he can summon off Quick Fix because he doesn't have access to Drone here, so he can't overlay into his rank 1. So I'm not sure if you can actually OTK him.
It's the issue with the transcode with that targeting protection is like it it stops like the tough from like being able to like act as removal and like the sleeper isn't going to be able to like break that, so he's going to have to like kind of brute force through here.
Oh, that was an interesting player, yeah.
Yeah, it's the sleeper now.
So I think he's accepted he probably can't go for game. So he's getting the sleeper.
Just to try and control the board, essentially.
Yeah, to just control the board, you're right. It's very clever. Because like I say, if you got Quick Fix, you wouldn't be able to do much because he's already used Big Red. So I'm not sure what he'd be able to really ladder into. And he's got the trap as well, so he can use that to pop on his opponent's turn. And then the trap will be engraved, so you'll be able to bring back Agent to pop a back row as well. So this is a really good play from Nico.
Are you sure he wasn't able to maybe like, I feel like the Unicorn must have been banished, right? Because surely you must have went for Unicorn at some point here.
Can't really target, and he wants to...
well, initially he could have maybe like targeted the Will, right? Just so we could get the discard out.
I suppose, but I don't think he wanted to discard anything because his hand is defensive cards. But I suppose he might have wanted to discard his trap, so maybe he did banish it off the Extravagance, which is the risk you take to be able to draw 2 cards.
Just checking to see here if we can actually check the banish cards, but we can't actually see the face-down banish pile on our little device here.
If the opponent can't see it, we're not allowed to see it.
All right, so he's got Nibiru, Ash in hand. He's got a sleeper on board, and I think that he... tell us a little bit about this end phase interaction with Barricade and the
So this is really cool. He can decide to let the Spiral Resort go to graveyard and not pay the maintenance cost, and then Barricade Ball Blocker can resolve in a separate chain to add it back, which is pretty sick because that's sort of thing that you do when you go first to play around evenly matched, and it keeps the resort in hand as well because you're not really that bothered about your stuff being untargetable these days. You just want to keep the constant recursion in hand so you can keep on, going back and forth. Oh, and he just straight up just ashes the circle.
I think that's correct because he knows that was his top deck.
He pretty much knows his hand.
Yeah.
He doesn't want him to have access to Gazelle because that'll give him insane pushes. And he knows that he just has a Foxy. But if Foxy gets Gazelle, then
I mean, he's still got his transcode and his Sunlight Wolf on the field. Like, Kian might be able to like try and pick this board apart. Like
well, it means he's impervious of the sleeper for now. But he's on a clock because he needs to get rid of that sleeper because it is applying a lot of pressure, and Resort is just gonna get the quick fix, and then he'll be able to start doing a load of plays because he'll have access to Big Red again. So he needs to set up a lot of defensive cards.
Does Sleeper need to destroy one of your own Spiral cards, or can it destroy any card?
It destroys one Spiral card on your side of the field, so you can either destroy Sleeper, Helix, or his Set Rescue.
Which is probably not going to destroy himself, right?
He would destroy his Set Rescue because it means that his Rescue's engraved, so then he can banish it to summon back Spiral Agents.
I don't think you can target a face-down Spiral.
No, you activate it. He'll add back Tough, or he doesn't have to add back anything, and then he just pops his own Rescue. I know, massive noggin.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool interaction. Now that you point that out here, this is looking way more rough than I initially thought.
A bit more yikes than you thought. Because if he does manage to get a defensive card, then Agent's just going to yeet it away.
He's got a lot of like potential good hits here off the Foxy, and like he does have that will as the extender follow up in his hand. So
yeah, he could take the risk to try and dig for a Gazelle, which he is going to.
Oh my God! He actually got it.
No way! Absolute cranium noggin. Like he just said, you know what? Doesn't matter. I'm gonna get Gazelle off Foxy, and he did.
Oh, that's so crazy!
Oh, what a hero! Round one, we're already seeing mad plays like this. This is incredible. This is what Yu-Gi-Oh's all about, man. It is great.
Sometimes you just need that little bit of fortune to get you back in the game, and I think that's probably the best thing that Kian could have hoped for in this scenario.
Sometimes you just need to click easy mode. And he did. He was like, oh, this is hard mode. I want this to be easier, please.
But again, this is like where we see like the really like tough part of Salamangreat is like this turn 3. Like, how do you interact with like all these like responses that your opponent might have? Like, am I gonna go for like my Salad engine? Do I start off with like, you know, going into like this update jammer nonsense? Like, what do you do in this scenario?
He can't OTK. It's spot removal time, so he's going to get rid of that. I'm not sure what he'll think it is. Maybe he just did that to bait Gazelle and chain block Gazelle, and he's going to force out the Sleeper here, because if he is as big brain as we think he is, he'll recognize that that's the rescue that he added, and he wants to get rid of that because if it gets popped, it's going to go in the graveyard, but it's going to get popped anyway.
Yeah.
So it forces out the Sleeper.
But the thing is, like, Sleeper isn't really useful here, right? Transcode can be targeted, and he's got Balinks in the graveyard.
I'm not sure what he can actually Sleeper because they're co-linked, maybe he has to just target the Sentry. Because he has to use the Sleeper because he doesn't want his rescue to go back to the deck because it's one of his pushes. So he's just going to have to waste the Sleeper.
He needs that in the graveyard. So this is what Nico is like thinking about right now, and this is what he's like taking his time to like really decide, because this is like a very pivotal moment of this turn.
Exactly.
Is like how he uses this Sleeper.
He also has the option to add back a card from the graveyard as well of rescue. So he might think whether it's he's just letting it go. No, maybe.
Okay, he goes for the
he's going to add back
tougher
the
turn.
tough, but no, he's opted to keep his Sleeper. He values Sleeper really highly. But I wonder what he'll do now that he still has Sleeper online, and now he's forced to either pop itself or to pop Helix, because if he pops Helix, then he's lost one of his main pushes. But if he pops Sleeper, it's going to blow up his board.
I don't think he has Balinks in the graveyard. Oh, no, he definitely has Balinks in the graveyard. Did I miss it? Yeah,
he has 2 Balinks in the graveyard.
Yeah, okay.
So, well, you'll have one now.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Like, it's just such a rough scenario because like the Sleeper like not being able to actually be useful in this scenario, right? Like, what do you do?
I think he's trying to. I'm not sure what the most opportune time will be, but I think he has to just be patient.
Heat Leo is like super like amazing here because it's boosted by 500 by the transcode, and then if he tries to relink it with the field spell, he can set the attack of the Sleeper, and then just attack over the Sleeper and wipe the board.
Exactly, yeah, that's really, really strong. But he also has to end on a defensive card, bear in mind as well, because if he doesn't end the game against Nico, he still has Resort and Tough, and it makes he has access to quick fix and stuff, and he can just like get big red and
with any kind
do
of
it all again.
Yep, exactly. With any kind of sort of board clear here that Kian can like push forward with, Nico has like a really strong top deck. You know, he's gonna have 4 cards in hand, the field spell, which is the most important, the Tough, which is really good at breaking boards. So
exactly.
Let's see what he does here. He's gonna Spinny.
Can he Spinny the X code?
Let's take a look.
I think it has to be a
believe
Salmon
so.
Great Monster, right? Or is it a Cybers?
Spinny, spinny, spinny.
Spinny, spinny.
There we go. Discard this. Target a face-on monster in the field.
That's insane. Go Spinny.
Go Spinny. Go Spinny.
Cool, you learn something every day.
Do you know what animal Spinny is? It's an armadillo, I think. Is it? I don't know.
I love armadillos.
All right, so Nico is like thinking about. All right, here. This is where he uses the sleeper.
So yeah, he's opted to he wants to keep the sleeper on field, which makes sense because his board's going to get blown up anyway.
Why do you think Kian didn't use the Bayless?
He wants to keep it in his opponent's turn, I think, so he doesn't
But he's got
get
two?
DK'd. No, he's got one. He used the other one in the previous turn to protect them from battle, I think.
Okay.
So now he's having agents, so that's good because it gives them a body on the field if it doesn't get attacked over here, but I imagine it will. And I'm quite surprised that he didn't pop the rescue to put it in the graveyard. Because I think that would have been an insane push in his turn as well. And
Having
also,
it in the graveyard?
yeah, because it meant that like he was going to hit one of his defensive cards with agent, and it meant that he had a body on field as well, and it means that he can summon Tough to get rid of removal as well. I'm not sure if he is going to be able to end on a defensive card here because he used Gazelle to send Rage. Oh wait, no, I'm being.
You should be able to go for Sunlight Wolf.
He's going to link, Sunlight Wolf and Heat Leo into a Sunlight Wolf, and he's going to use Sunlight Wolf to add back Rage.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he won't be able to get Gazelle because you won't be able to summon a.
Can't put it in the zone it points to.
Yeah, because it's literally pointing in the spelling. Oh!
Okay, here we
Big
go.
Meteor Rock Boy!
This is what you're always worried about as a Salmon Great player.
Yeah.
Or if you're Darren, just play anyway. It doesn't matter.
I mean, he couldn't respect it because he had to deal with Sleeper.
Yeah, for sure.
You have to deal with the cards that you can see first.
Mm-hmm.
And if he was worried about Sleeper, then he wouldn't be able to deal with the board. So that completely went over my head, and I could see the card in front of me. So here we go. Game on. He could potentially just get absolutely bodied here.
This is a massive swing. Kian
It
with
is.
no cards in hand.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's.
Do you think for like issues of time, as we see there's only 30 minutes left, do you think maybe it's in like Kian's interest to just like scoop it up here and just not be at a disadvantage should anything?
Depends. I think you have to like.
Because like you have to think about like the long-term strategy
Since it is
of the
Nico,
duel,
you would
right?
have to respect that your opponent's competent enough to like OTK you. So I think in this scenario he would just scoop up and go. But he also has to bear in mind as well that he is going to start and he's not going to have a battle phase. Yeah, no, he's done for here. He's done. He definitely needs to respect time.
You can see the way that Nico's playing, like he understands.
Yeah.
And
There we go.
Yeah, they scoop it up.
Absolutely incredible. Naboo the Rock Boy.
Coming in clutch with that removal of the entire field, tributing, not destroying or anything like that.
Insane. Absolute amazing foreshadowing by us to talk about Naboo. Like, you absolutely,
we knew it was going to be relevant, of course.
It's mental, yeah. Like I say, you just can't play around in Salmon Great. You can't respect it. Because if he respected it there, then he would do a suboptimal play and he would have just lost the Sleeper.
Yep.
He had to go for it, and it was just a shame that he had Naboo. Salmon Great can't play around it. That's really powerful. But he did have Droll game one, and Sparrow can't play around that either, so I guess it's like...
Give and take, right?
Tip for tat, I guess.
YCS Utrecht 2020 round one, and we have like such an incredible match just for our first introduction
what a
to the
start,
tournament.
isn't it? Amazing, yeah.
YCS champion, we'd have a really good player in Kian, so this is like going all the way to the game, all the way to game 3.
It's such a shame too, because I think Kian was making like really optimal plays too, and to really deal with the board really well and back defensive card as well, but then
Plop.
It's like, that's a shame, but that's just the way the game goes. So you can't play around everything. You can't win every game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And if you play Salmon Great, you accept you are going to lose some games in Nibiru. And he did live on stream.
Not the best way to do it.
But you got to do it somewhere.
He's got to get his Nibiru losses out the way early, so in the future rounds, he doesn't have to deal with it.
He's hoping, hopefully he doesn't open it again. And he's thinking, I'll open draw, it's fine.
So in some ways, this is a bit of a like best case scenario for Kian, where he gets to go to game 3, decide, do I want to go first, do I want to go second? He can see through both games that Nico's playing a very, very dedicated go second version of Spiral. Yes. So what do you do in this scenario in terms of your side deck strategy?
You would definitely still just start. It's Salomon Great. You need to go first. And let's have a look at the side deck. He is playing some good cards to go second with, though. His side deck is predominantly just going second cards.
Yep.
Dock Rule a little more, evenly matched Lightning Storm. So those are the cards you could potentially see go in against Spiral. But he is going first. So I'm not sure what his side plan would be, other than potentially bring in the Cosmics to hit stuff like Bid Red and Resort, or maybe even just to out Mystic Mine.
He doesn't have a lot at all here for this specific kind of version of Spiral, but...
Well, he's already main decking Drawn and Lockbird.
Yeah, his main deck's kind of more well-rounded to it anyway. I think our players are about to start off here, so we can...
he even has Nibiru in the main as well. Madness, didn't notice that. So he's got 9 hand traps that they can potentially see. Ash Blossom, Draw, and Nibiru, which are all quite strong against Spiral. With Ash Blossom as well, you kind of have to Ash Blossom the first thing you see against Spiral. Oh, he's opened Rock Boy again! No!
He's got Nibiru, Lightning Storm, Cosmic, Extravagant. These are like all like really good cards you want to see going
But he
second
potentially
in this
doesn't have a play, which is the thing with Spiral. Sometimes...
That's fine, he's going to see 2 new cards, right?
Yeah, that's true. He does have goods, so he already has 1 engine card. So he only has to see just potentially 1 other engine card. He does need to see 2 Spiral monsters, though, because goods isn't good by itself.
Goods isn't goods.
Yeah, it's right now it's Foolish Burial, not so good.
I hate you. That wasn't funny.
Why'd you laugh?
So he's going with the Cynet mining into the Gazelle, and he's like, this is where you have everything.
I'm pretty sure you got Falco there. You already drew Gazelle. He's that good.
Okay.
You already had it.
Sorry, yes. Kian's done a really good job of seeing Gazelle.
Yeah, very good. I mean, if you're a Salomon Great player, what you want to do is see Gazelle, and he's doing it.
It's strategy 101.
Good old strategy. See Gazelle. He's doing it.
Now, the problem here is that we're going to have to start counting summons.
Yeah, I believe that's summon number 3 now.
Yes, it is.
There's no way you could potentially do it.
What do you do? Do you just go all in and like get back the rage and just set everything and hope he just doesn't have it? You know,
Yep.
but before entering end phase, I would like to respond at the end of the main
You would
phase.
do it as soon as he relinks into the second Sunlight Wolf. But he's playing around Nibiru quite nicely here with Falco, because it means he's definitely going to have Gazelle in his hand no matter what.
Yeah,
So
that's
really
a very
good.
intelligent play there.
Really, really good. I really like this.
He's relinking Balinks. We're going to go for, is that a Dweller he's trying to go for? Oh, he's setting the Roar.
Mate, this is so good. He's playing around Nibiru amazingly well.
Is this only 4 summons?
It doesn't matter. Like, he's probably going to get Nibiru at some point.
Okay.
But it means that he's got a defensive card and
like he
he's
keeps like
added
the...
back Gazelle, yeah. The thing with, I think I probably would have potentially went for Rage instead of Raw, because if he gets Nibiru'd here, then his Raw's going to get turned off.
Right, okay.
And he's probably going to go for a Dweller or Baguska?
Plan B. Oh, no, there it is. It's the Dweller. Okay.
But he has also a defensive card in Cosmic Cyclone as well.
Refusing to play around the Mech Knight smokescreen.
Imagine some Blue Sky.
Main phase.
Excuse me, I'd like to stay in the main phase.
There it is. Oh, such a blot in this scenario. And he's choosing to summon it in that zone there. Is there a particular reason, do you think?
For the Blue Sky, I guess.
Oh, he just summons it into attack mode. Okay, interesting.
Because he can Brawl Sword or TK over it, maybe?
Yep. There's the Extravagance coming down.
So this is the reason why I potentially... I think everything what Kian did there, to play around Nibiru, was nice.
The only thing he would have changed is the Rage,
I would have just got Rage,
yeah.
Because maybe Raw might be better, but if he was choosing to play around Nibiru, then like Rage would have been better, because it meant it wouldn't have got turned off, because he could still use Salomon Great cards in his hand.
Yeah.
But maybe he was thinking better have it still.
So this is where the Droll is going to come down, and I think this might be like the kind of saving grace for Kian here. We can see like they're both drawing these like really like super powerful like turn-ending cards with like the Nibiru, and then he trades it with the Droll. So like
I don't think he has a play though. He doesn't have a play.
Oh, his hand's like still not very good.
No, it's
let's see, Gamma,
still not
Big Red,
Sleeper. He drew Gamma too, so like he can't even Gamma the Droll because he has a Nibiru on field, which is a big yikes. So they kind of conflict with each other. But I suppose that like you kind of have to play Gamma because you don't want to lose to Droll.
If you have to deal with a turn skip, essentially, which Droll sort of does to Spyro, this is probably the most optimal time you could hope for it. Is when my hand like doesn't do anything anyway.
Play anyway.
Thanks for the Droll, like they'll take that trade. But Nibiru's just going to attack for the token and set a back row and pass here.
Is he going to Cosmic that end phase? Yeah, I don't see
Yep.
why not, yeah.
Do you think maybe Nico should have just straight up hit the roar? As the rage roar. It was roar. Yeah. Do you think he maybe should have just set that and maybe like not set the cyclone?
I think he should have just held the Cosmic. I don't know why he said it, to be honest. And maybe he was thinking of the
like
Will
a
of the
will,
Salamangreat,
perhaps?
yeah, because that is his only defensive card, and he could potentially get OTK'd here because he knows he has Gazelle, and he just drew another Drawn Lockbird as well, just for good measure.
Oh my God, did he? Okay.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Kian is out here taking names.
But the thing is, if he removes the Nibiru on field and doesn't OTK him, his Gamma is now live.
That is
so
true.
if
he's got
Kian
Lightning
drops
Storm
Droll-
follow-up.
Yes. So he has plenty of pushes, so that Lightning Storm itself can bait out the counter trap as well. I think setting it was probably right because he is probably scared of getting OTK'd with Will of the Salamangreat.
All right.
There's never a right answer, is there? Because you just lose to anything if you do something.
It's really tough. Like there's just so many different like decision trees that kind of like work against some lines of play, like some hand traps that he might have, and like some lines of play like work against like the other likely scenarios of cards that like Nico might have in his hand. So
he's probably not thinking that like he sided in Cosmic against him. So he's probably thinking, this back row is safe, relatively safe.
that is like probably what I would be thinking in Nico's scenario. There's like, okay, you brought Cosmic in. Maybe he's like afraid of like the mine or something. But I don't know. I feel like if you're in Kian's position, you've got the rage, so like you don't really need to like worry too much about a mine coming in against you. Unless he's like really scared of like not being able to target monsters.
I think I still would have Cosmic Den phase because it could have potentially have been like, I don't know. You don't know what people are siding in these days.
You don't know?
You're just like, just to be safe, just get rid of it. I don't want to think. Just get rid of it.
Hopefully by the end of the weekend we'll see a Waking the Dragon or something.
Ooh, that'd be cool. It'd be interesting to see what is your favorite card to summon up Waking the Dragon.
What is your favorite? Ultimate Falcon, I guess. It's the most generic
I've never
one.
resolved the Waken.
Borrowsword,
I've
though.
never resolved the Waken the Dragon.
You don't really play those decks, that's why.
Yeah, I guess I would just summon Exterior because it looks cute.
All right, well, he's going to get the Rage here, and this is going to be his setup.
He doesn't look like he's going for game.
Yeah, of course. He's like almost always just going to like, control the board and poke a little bit. He needs to get a little bit ahead on life, though. He is only 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. And Kian is going to... Yeah, Kian definitely has to try and push a little, like, if he doesn't need to OTK, but he does need to like make sure he's ahead on life.
He drew Gamma for turn as well, so it doesn't look like he has a play still. So he's probably just going to deck fin and just put a card in the graveyard.
He needs to try and search at least once to bait out that Droll so he can have one more turn.
But he can't. There's nothing in his hand that physically can search.
Banish Assault, special Gamma.
Sick play, mate. Absolute sick. But yeah, life is looking really spooky, but I think Kian is definitely favoured here. Spiral is doing what it can do, not draw very optimally, which is the risk that you take when you play Spiral. Like I said at the start, it is the most powerful deck, but you can't see hands like this where you've got Big Red Sleeper, Lightning Storm, and 2 Gammas.
Is he playing Magician Soul?
I believe so.
Oh,
yeah, he is.
We just haven't seen it in 3 games.
No.
Okay,
No,
that's really unfortunate.
He's raging the...
Both cards there.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say this is probably game over, but his Gamma is now live.
Do you think he set the Big Red because he's trying to slowly make Sleeper live?
That would be a good idea, yeah. I think, because he has more or less got it live now. What's in the graveyard? Big Red, Assault... And, no. So he needs one more card in the graveyard to make Sleeper live, but I think he probably recognises that is his win condition. And the only card that he has now is Gamma to defend himself.
Oh my god, he just drew Imperial Order. Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Kian, he's crazy.
He's going straight to battle phase. He recognises his win condition in time, and he just
How much damage is this? 36 plus, how big is Falco? 12? 48 damage?
He's playing around the Gamma exceptionally well.
There's Vaguska set to, alright.
And does he have a play? Monster Reborn. No, still no plays on Nico's.
He's not drawing anything.
He must be very disappointed in this.
It's really disappointing to see those scenarios, when it's like a really hard fought, really well played back and forth game, and Nico's just top decking nothing.
Game 1 and Game 2, we saw.
He's going to scoop it up. He recognizes there's just no way to play. Look at that hand. That's just unfortunate.
But this can happen in Spiral. Like, it's a risk you take for such a powerful deck. When you play a really powerful deck, its drawback is that it sometimes does let you down, and we saw firsthand there. Game 1 and 2, the deck looked really, really strong. Game 3, just like, what can you do? I
think Kian played that exceptionally well. Unfortunate that Nico couldn't really put much of a fight up in that second part of that Game 3, but I think that this was definitely a well-deserved game by Kian. He has full mastery over the Salmon Great deck. The way that you mentioned, the way he played around that Nibiru was really impressive. So that was like really cool to see.
It was really, really cool. Like I think he would have potentially won game 2 as well because his technical play was spot on. It was really, really good. The way that he done it was unfortunate where you go, ooh, Gazelle. You just got Gazelle.
That's part of your technical play, draw Gazelle.
That is part of your strategy. Just solid technical play and be able to draw Gazelle. Yeah, but either way, despite having like decent hands, you still have to play those hands really well. And he did, and he played those really well. And the only game that he arguably lost was when he just got hit by the rock. And sometimes you take those losses.
Twice.
And he recognizes that because the only deck card that Salmon Great really loses to outright is Nibiru.
Yep.
And people might not be opting to play Nibiru because it might not be too strong against Spiral. It's not particularly great against Shaddoll. So it is a really good meta call to go for Salmon Great. And I think it showed there. It showed.
Well, I think moving forward, you're down 0-1 at like one of the biggest YCSs. Nico's going to have to just take this on the chin, deal with the variance.
Exactly, but you've got a difficult opponent round 1, so it means his tiebreakers are going to be good. But it happens, like, you can't win every game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, you can't win every match of Yu-Gi-Oh! For sure. And it doesn't matter where you lose, because at the end of the day, you can top this event on, like, X1 record. And whether if you lose round 1, round 10, round 4, or 5.5, I don't know, like, it doesn't matter. He's still poised to do really well at this event because his deck's really well thought out, built, going second Spiral deck. I think it'll be really good.
Well, I think that's going to be us with the player interview. So let's hear from Kian. Over to you, Luke.
Thank you very much, Nadir. I'm here with Kian. Congratulations. That was a very hard-fought match.
Thank you.
Do you feel a little tired after that one?
Yeah, I felt the tension between us both and the pressure from feature match. It's like I have to sit it down now.
I mean, you could see the crowd was slowly, I don't know if you noticed, but the crowd was slowly but surely getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the round was going on. Did you notice?
No, I didn't notice at all. I was just too focused in the match. Yeah.
For sure. I bet at the end when you stood up, you were a bit like, what are all these people doing here?
Yeah, like I saw my friends and I was like, yeah, at least they're watching me.
So I've got down here, we saw the Rock Boy quite a lot. Nibiru was quite a big player in that game. Tell us about that moment. How did you feel?
Yeah, game 2 was like I had to play into it. It's fine. I mean, the deck can play around it and the card is like cool for interactions. In game 3, he had game, I think, if I didn't just like drolled him on the extravagance. It was like insane because we had both so many power cards. He had like extravagance and Nibiru had like droll and desires.
Throughout the game, the casters just kept saying, "Oh my God, they've got, they've drawn this. Oh my God, they've drawn this." It kept going and going and going. So, clearly two really powerhouse decks there going against each other. So that's your win against Nico. He was the previous YCS champion. How does that make you feel?
I'm feeling fine because I know he will do great in the tournament still, and I will do also great, and we both will just push us up. In the end, it's my friend, so yeah.
Awesome. All right, Kian, congratulations. Thank you so much. That's going to be it for round 1. Congratulations to Kian once more, and we'll see you for round 2 very shortly. Hello and welcome to YCS Utrecht 2020. My name is Luke Withington and I'm here with
Rudolf Weisinger.
and we're here to bring you the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. We've been here a few times now.
Actually, it's our fourth time we're here. We had previously 2 European Championships and the biggest YCS ever, the 200, which is actually my most favorite memory of Utrecht.
Why is that?
Basically, we had the greatest playmat ever, the gold sarcophagus playmat, which was given out to every participant. Maybe I should mention that we had 2,400 players entering the event, so 2,400 game mats were given out, and well, actually, it's still my most favorite game mat ever.
My most favorite part of the event was the trophy. It was such an epic looking trophy. It actually felt like sand and it had hieroglyphs on it. It was really amazing. But it's not just us two this weekend. We've got 2 sets of commentators joining us, and the first one are...
It's the Italian team. I guess all of you know already Marcello Barberi, the juggernaut, and he's accompanied by Alberto Marazzi, who is actually pretty new, even though he's quite an experienced commentator already. He did the Italian Nationals, he also did YCS Milan last year, and they are back again for a lot of fun, a lot of action, and to show you what's going on here.
Those 2 guys have got a lot of really good chemistry, you know?
You're right. Yeah, they're basically like an old couple, so if you meet them, they're all the time, they stick together.
Yeah. And then the other team we've got is the UK team. We've got Darren Stevenson, former world competitor, and Nadia Mazuni, who is very well known on YouTube. What can I say? That they're going to be having lots of fun as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think we got a good mixture for this event. Like we have some people, accomplished players, and then we've got like some showmen like Nadir, who's quite popular on Twitch as well, and he's got a pretty big audience. I think we're going to have a great event. We're going to have great fun, and we will deliver you the best coverage ever.
Well, you heard it here first. It's going to be the best coverage ever. We're going to have all sorts of coverage, so make sure you stick around this weekend and keep your eye on the Twitch channel.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, now I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! So where are you?
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm Marcello Barberi and I'm here with Alberto Marazzi. We're here to talk about the meta discussion. We have seen just a few moments ago with Darren and Farfa, our friend, the impact on the meta from the Forbidden Limited list. But we have seen a lot of changes. This is the first YCS of the year and a lot of new products has been released. First of all, the new set Ignition Assault.
So basically, thanks to Ignition Assault, we have cards like Lightning Storm. So this card is really powerful, and every single deck is playing it because it allows you to shut down your opponent's field. On one hand, you can destroy all face-up attack monster in your opponent's side, and on the other hand, you can destroy all spell and trap cards. So this is really powerful. And another cool card, in my opinion, that is going to be playing in most of the extra deck is a Link monster, and so basically it allows you, most of the Shadow players are playing it because like it's a really cool card, and we can talk about also the Shadow deck, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So as you were saying, Cross Ship was such an impactful Link monster, but all thanks to the new and latest structure deck, Shadow Showdown. I am, of course, a fan of the deck. You know that the first event that I've ever won was YCS London back in 2014 with Shadows, and after almost 6 years, we're back with Shadows being probably the most represented deck this weekend, and all thanks to these new cards in the structure deck. So we have new monsters, Wendy being played as a free off in most deck lists, and as well extra deck tools. And I feel like with the invoked card, it is probably gonna be my pick for the weekend. I feel like it's the strongest and most viable deck, and my winner for the weekend is gonna be the Invoke Shadow deck. You were actually telling us though that there is a card which isn't exactly new, but thanks to some cards and the new list, it's also gonna be powerful. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, so basically some months ago, a video game for Nintendo Switch was released by Konami, and this is a Link Evolution, and this is like Legacy of the Duelist, that contains a really powerful card that a lot of Salaman Great players are playing at the moment, which is Microcoder. And this is really powerful because it allows you to special summon a Link monster which contains a cold talker in its name, and you can use this card from your hand. So basically when this card goes to the field from your hand to the graveyard, you can search a signed card from your deck, and so you can search signed mining basically, or if you want a Cyber's monster. So it's really good.
Absolutely, and the last thing to mention is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Changes so quickly all over, even from one week to another. Last weekend, UDS Tulsa, all over in the US, in Texas, we saw a lot of different decks throughout. Rocket surprisingly took it all and no one saw it coming, but we've seen still Salaman Great, Invoked, a lot of different decks, even Lunalight with some Zodiac cards, which was crazy. But that's all for us. We have a lot of different decks. Everyone can bring what they are most comfortable with. But one last question for you. What is your pick for the weekend then?
I mean, I pick Shadow too. Like, I think most of the players will rely on Shadow, and I think maybe Invoke Shadow it's my pick for the tournament. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That's our pick, but you guys feel free to leave a comment here in the chat saying what's your pick, and we'll see who is right at the end of Sunday. Keep watching, and we'll be back soon with more action.
Sky Striker Pure, this deck name has been popular for a long time, and I know for a fact that Pascal Kim in particular has been playing this deck for a long time as well, and he has multiple tops with it too.
Yeah, and he is playing cards that haven't been seeing too much play. He is playing three copies of Compulsory Evacuation Device.
Yeah. I remember a conversation with you before the tournament saying purple cards really being the factor this format, and it could be the case here that Pascal finally is showing us why.
I mean, purple cards in forms of floodgates have been popular for the last formats all the time.
Yeah.
Seeing decks like True Drake or Ultra Guys, but like the normal trap cards like Lost Wind and Compulsory Evacuation Device words, those just became popular recently, and they are really strong.
Definitely, definitely.
So, wow.
And
he also has Card of Demise and the CED in his hand already.
Yes, he has indeed, and he's smiling. Both of them kind of smiling. I mean, top 8 now at some point really is where you just be happy for what you've accomplished so far, and you cannot really worry about anything too much. Oh, looks like Emilio just set one card and passed his turn, and look at his hand. He has double Gizmek, double called, and
but he might still win because he has double Gizmek, and the card is crazy.
We saw it so many times. It's just so amazing. But Pascal seems confident. I mean, he knows that his opponent is playing Orcus. By now, you just know all the decks in the tournament.
He might not even have to use his Card of Demise.
Oh, you're right. You're right. And I know that Pascal really has like a lot of thinking going on when playing Sky Striker. He's always like, in game 2 and 3, I really have to play around evenly as well. So there are like reasons when I'm not activating the Card of Demise. But right there, it could also be a point where he not wants to activate the Card of Demise.
Resource-wise, it really makes sense to activate it, right? You just summon Ray, attack for 1,500, and then you will... Oh, he immediately activates Metal Force Fusion. That's also interesting. Maybe picking up this nice copy of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage just to go for the Hayato.
He gets another Ray, and he already had one.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate because it also bumps up your hand size permanently, basically, for this turn at least.
Yep.
So that he can't just demise for 3 because he can't get rid of the Ray. And now he activates the effect. Yeah, he just now going to send something with Hayate.
Something pretty much sounds like engaged
No,
to me,
I don't
to be
think
honest.
it's going to be engaged.
Oh, what do you think it is?
Maybe area 0. It could be engaged, so you can pick it up with Kagari again, but then he doesn't even have a draw for it. Because he used the Metal Force Fusion already. He could have just let it stay there in the graveyard and then go for the Hayate play and then pick it up to get the extra draw. But
That
this
really
just
sounds like the obvious play, right?
Yeah. And now he still goes for it. So he could go for Kagari, but does he then resolve the engage already? Probably. He goes for probably goes for engage, searches out the multi-roll. It's been a while since I've been excited about Sky Striker, or this excited at least.
This deck still in competition. It has been winning YCS London 2018 in the hands of Sanelli. So it could go back to back in terms
Did we
of
ever
YCS
have
London winnings.
That a year later, the same deck won the YCS?
Not really. Not that I remember, to be honest. So Pascal could be the first one to actually do that. And also, Emidio is actually playing some kind of a going second strategy with his Orcus deck, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really look like it if you're looking at it.
I mean, he had to go first, so he was overwhelmed by that, and so he could not really set anything up. But when you look at his deck list, the first thing that jumps into your eyes is that he's playing 46 main deck cards, which is unusual, and that's always the first giveaway you have there. Because when you sit down and your opponent asks you how many deck cards are you playing, and you have to answer with 46, he's like, okay, he's not playing Sky Striker, he's not playing Salamangreat, he's not playing Pure Thunder, I guess. So he's most likely going to play Orcus, right?
I mean, most of the time you don't really ask how many cards your opponent plays, but when you're cutting the deck or shuffling it rather, then you realize, okay, this is suspiciously big. Are you playing 40 cards? And most of the time the answer is no, it is 46 cards.
Or the other answer is yes, but I just have new sleeves. That happened a lot to me as well. Because when you have like new sleeves, they always seem to be a little bigger.
Oh, and there we go, Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentorn Sky Slasher.
I cannot remember a featured match we've had today where Gizmek Orochi wasn't summoned, and that rule seems to be continued. And Emidio wants to summon it as well. Emidio actually
he even
seems
plays
to be
multiple copies of Gizmek.
Yeah.
And and he found Scrap Recycle, which is okay-ish.
It is indeed. And Emidio looks pretty calm for the fact that he actually just set one card in his first turn and passed the turn afterwards.
I mean, if you know you're playing against Sky Striker, you really do not care about your first turn. You would like to set something up, but you don't have to. So the maximum amount of damage you can take is 3,000, basically.
Yeah. Also, for a fact, we could not only have back-to-back YCS London Sky Striker champions, we could also have back-to-back Berlin YCS champions. Because for a fact, Pascal Kiem is from Berlin, Germany, as Johannes Urbicht was in Ghent. So Berlin could really keep it up again and could really be a back-to-back YCS winner. I would like that as I'm being
really
from
happy
Berlin.
about this, right? Yeah.
I love it, definitely. So Shizuku is being destroyed, but
and he's calling it.
Ooh.
Ring, ring, the grave is calling. Okay, so Ray is out of the picture for the moment. And Gizmek, together with Called by the Grave, successfully removed the card.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why he set the first Called by the Grave if he knows that he's playing versus Sky.
Yeah, you can pretty much say that this card will not survive the turn if you just set it.
And it will not have any kind of good use.
Yeah, true.
So this one might get anchored. I mean, seeing that your opponent didn't have a play for the first turn, then you might want to keep him from sending Harp Horror to the graveyard.
Yeah, even though Anchor is just a one-off, he managed to find it.
He searched it with Engage.
Yeah. That's what I meant by finding it. That's why this card is still so relevant. Like, Sky Strike has a lot of one-offs now, but when you can just search them out with the Engage,
I mean, it
it's
makes
just
sense. If you
always
search
available.
something, you will find it.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's attacking over it. He would have gotten the card back.
He does not want to, apparently.
I don't like this scrappy dog. Just get over it.
I want to do damage with it.
I want to
Gizmek.
only... Also, apparently he did not have 2 Gizmeks, but 1 Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Ooh, that changed in our graphics right there. And you don't want to start with 2 Gizmeks, but you don't want to start with Nibiru versus Striker.
He's also only playing 1 Gizmek.
Okay, yeah, it was weird. Like, I did not see a lot of Orcus decks.
I don't think there is a necessity, because you don't really want to draw the card as well.
Yeah, definitely, and you have always access to it.
Yeah.
With so many different options. And
multi-roll
so
activated.
the hard draw of Ray last turn with the Metal Force Fusion now kind of working out for Pascal, because he can now get back a monster. He cannot use the effect of Razor's turn, but still, I mean, he can then just link it away.
He found the fortress that he can send away with the multi-roll, and then he can reshuffle the Kagari and the Anchor.
Yeah. It looks like a comfortable position for Pascal right now.
So no demise play again this turn.
Up for Kagari is at 1. How can he again use this card? Thanks to
Hercules base.
Hercules base, of course. Brain set out for a moment. But yeah, Hercules base just shuffled it back into the extra deck. Oh, there comes the engage now. Is it for free?
It is for
Can he draw?
yeah.
Oh, nice.
And there we go again with the Anchor.
Yep. Easy. Oh, he did shuffle back the Anchor with the Hercules base as well. Yeah, so all of the one-offs still being recycled, still being reused by this
And
deck.
I mean, that's why the deck is so good, right? You use all your one-offs and then you do it again.
Yep, so you can use the Afterburner on the Gizmek. No back row to be popped, but still you got rid of the monster and you can deal additional damage. Looking good for Pascal. He's just cruising at the moment. He's just playing his Sky Striker cards for more than a year now, and he just really knows what he's doing. He's attacking with Kagari. That should be like 2000 attack or something around that at least.
Gizmek will be summoned. I wonder if he had game somehow by Anchor taking the monster. I don't think so.
It's close. He could have probably brought him to like 500 life points or so. That comes to Shizuku. He can just play it more safe.
Yeah, sure, of course.
And so he baited out the Gizmek Orochi, and the Gizmek Orochi now is in the zone that the Shizuku is pointing to, so you cannot link summon into that right now. Like only if he's using the Gizmek.
Yeah.
But still, he did that quite well. Picking up a stack, getting another surge. He's just getting far ahead here, and there is his super good card versus Orcus. Shark Cannon always was good versus graveyard reliant decks, and it still is, of course.
And he would have wanted it to be there a little bit earlier, so he can banish the Gizmek. But he wants to set it up for the next turn, so he just activates it on the Scrap Recycler.
Yeah, looks good, definitely. So Emidio has Orchestrated Return and Nibiru. Still not 5 summons from Pascal in his turn. Sky Striker players really not committing to 5 summons a whole lot. It does happen. I mean, I think one time you came to me and you told me, oof, I lost to Nibiru with Sky Strikers. It does sometimes
Yeah, if you're
happen.
going second and you have to kind of break your opponent's board or go for a Phoenix to discard Metal Force Fusion or something like that and then try to commit into the field, and then Nibiru comes and you can't get rid of the token. That hurts.
Yeah, it's true, definitely. So Emidio has not his Harp Horror in the graveyard anymore, but he still was able to draw 2 cards, drawing into Bigfoot and Tsuchinoko, so all of his danger cards coming out.
Yeah, Tsuchinoko got hit.
Oh my.
That's really good for him. I mean, for Pascal.
Yeah, Pascal.
For Emidio.
Pascal was pretty happy with that.
Emidio would have wanted to get rid of this primal being, or the Bigfoot even, to destroy the multi-roll.
Yep.
Not gonna happen.
Otherwise,
I mean, maybe
Pascal
Bigfoot,
can just grind out his opponent completely. And he already is in such an advantageous position right now. There comes Bigfoot. Hitting Bigfoot again, not too bad. So, does he hit Bigfoot?
Yeah,
Yep, he
and
does indeed.
This is the multi-roll gone for Pascal. This means he has limited resources now.
But still, look at the resources of Emidio. Normally you would say, okay, you go into Nightmare Phoenix now, then Nightmare Mermaid, and okay, you have Orcus combo, but not anymore. Nightmare Mermaid being hit on the last Forbidden and Limited list, now making it much tougher for Emidio to actually get into his combo plays
And
with the
Pascal's
Orcus deck.
still holding on to his compulsory evacuation device.
True. Okay, yeah, that would be used on that Nightmare Phoenix or the Nightmare Mermaid then, and so you couldn't play anyways.
Rather on the Phoenix.
Probably. Not allowing the opponent to special summon out one more monster.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Is he still going
He's
for Phoenix?
hovering over the Phoenix and he's summoning it, so...
Maybe he forgot that he does not have Mermaid anymore.
Does he have a different plan or did he just forget it?
He does not even have a discard for the Mermaid anymore, so that really looks like a move of...
Oh, he hits the card device.
Like, he has no other move really available,
That
so he's
was
just playing
really
it out
good
as
for
he
him.
can.
And he still has Gizmek Orochi, so this is just going to be Gizmek beatdown.
Yeah, but I mean, he has Ray in the graveyard, and he can really...
He can't really attack over the Shizuku, because then Shizuku is just going to be summoned in the end phase, and it's going to fetch a good card.
Definitely.
Shizuku has 2 too many spells in the graveyard to reduce attack points. He doesn't really have the attack points as Kagari would.
Yeah, definitely not. So he just passes, Pascal picks up another card from the top of his deck, and what is it? It's really important right there. Oh, he drew into Hornet Drones. Hornet Drones is not really a card that helps him,
zero.
but
That
he
is
has
really strong.
area as well, correct.
If he manages to find like a Shark Cannon, that could be game.
He has Anchor's Head still, right? So that should really easily be game. I mean, he has to somehow force out the Gizmek and then chain the Shark Cannon maybe. That could be the way to go. Let's see. Obviously, in this particular moment, you would like to have the Shark.
I mean, he can get rid of the Gizmek anyway. You can just activate it once per turn, and he has the compulsory, so he could send it back to the hand.
Oh yeah, you're right. The compulse could be.
But I don't
there.
think he has a way to get another monster on the field to deal the necessary damage.
Let's see. If a Sky Striker player finds a way to do it, I think it will be Pascal.
Yeah.
He will find a way to calmly do stuff here. Oh, looks like he's just going into Hayate. Oh no, he does not want to commit to more monsters. He's like, yeah, I will have my resources in the extra deck available to me for the later turn, so just run over the Phoenix here. I will keep the Shizuku. I don't need much more card advantage because I'm in such an advantage position already.
This is like with the Grand Maju. Just keep it simple.
Yeah, exactly.
Just attack. You're in an advantageous position.
Oh, but he does decide to actually summon out the Hayate.
I mean, he wants to have another Shizuku Surge in the end phase.
Yeah, I was wondering whether he maybe wants to keep the resource in his extra deck to actually have more extra deck monsters available if it comes up that he has to grind a little more. But he does not seem to worry about it. And he wants his Shark Cannon really bad, and I can understand why, because it's so good versus Orcust. How many Shark Cannons is Pascal running in total?
Should be playing 2. It's 2, yeah.
It's 2, okay.
I mean, this is a way to get rid of the Gizmek. He blocks it for the end phase. I mean, when Pascal announces the Shizuku Surge, Emilio should have activated the Gizmek if he wants to use it.
Yeah, true.
Oh, he drew Cosmic Cyclone. That's not helping.
I mean, you could hit the Compulse with the Cosmic. And then you at least know for game 2 and 3 that there are traps like Compulse in the main deck of your opponent, so you can already plan ahead. Better activate it than not activating
he
it.
hasn't lost yet. Pascal still doesn't really have any options to progress his game state.
Okay, but he does not activate the effect of Gizmek, so now it is targetable for the Shark Cannon, basically.
But now this is like a gamble, because Pascal might set a card like Lost Wind, and then Emilio thinks that Shark Cannon was set, and then he activates it, and Shark Cannon takes it out. But this could also not happen. Pascal could set the Shark Cannon, and Emilio might predict that the Shark Cannon wasn't set, and then not activate it and try to activate it on his own turn.
To be honest, in the shoes of Pascal, you saw that Emilio did not summon the Gizmek Orochi in his own turn. So why worrying about the opponent's turn when you can just have the Shark Cannon in your own hand? Oh, but he set both of them, right?
Yeah, he just set everything, so...
A lot of back row cards. Looks like Paleo.
It looks like there were 6, but 1 is actually the deck.
Definitely, the deck is so small though. At the start of the tournament, I was kind of fearing that Paleo is taking over the tournament because we had Paleo winning round 1 versus Thomas Rose. And also we had like in round 4, I think, or round 3 it was rather, Paleo at the feature match area.
Thomas Rose
was
playing
taking over.
Subterra really surprised me this event because he's much rather a combo player.
Yeah, but I mean, the combo players have been surprising a little because, for example, Dinka Bui also plays Sky Striker for this event, which is rather not a combo deck as well.
Yeah, you could say so, I guess. Yeah.
Probably, right? So Emilio's sitting there hoping for a good draw. He picked up, it still says Cosmic Cyclone, but I don't think he drew into another Cosmic Cyclone right there. But that sounded like a pass to me once more.
And now he can just jamming wave the set card, the Cosmic Cyclone, and pop the Gizmek as well.
Yep.
And if he then chains Cosmic Cyclone on Sharkin, and then this is an okay position for... But I mean, he can just get deck outed at this point. 2 Hayate punches are even enough.
Definitely.
Anchor is enough.
Even Anchor is enough right now.
Just Anchor taking the monster should be enough for game.
Jamming waves. Being the first card to activate. He will probably chain the Cosmic Cyclone. There it is. But that also brings him closer to losing.
Being at 0 life points. So he chooses a card. It is probably the Shark Cannon. You can special summon out Nibiru. That's cool. Do that. Oh my god, is he doing it?
No, he's just summoning out.
Phoenix, maybe? Oh, he's
He's
just
not summoning out
something.
anything. Okay, so he cannot banish the Gizmek anymore of them. But he still has Anchor available to just steal it. So that should be game, because the card in hand of Emidio, what should it be? Like,
it's Nightmare.
It is Nightmare, as we can see.
Battle Fader.
Battle Fader would be the only card that could really do anything.
And that
right
would
there.
also not really win the game. Gotta be honest there.
Okay, attack and attack. So that looks like Emidio will take up his card there. Yep, it is 1-0 for Pascal Kiem. So he's on a
step
good
closer
way
to reaching the top 4 of YCS London.
Yeah, we had Jesse Cotton actually being undefeated in UDS Panama last week, and maybe it is the task of Pascal Kiem to continue that and be the winner, the undefeated winner of YCS London this week.
The crowd is going crazy right now.
Guys, cheer it up for top 8, guys. Oh, wow.
Thank you, one guy in the front.
Yeah, like at least a little bit.
That's him. Perfect. All right, so let's
talk
get
about the
over the
sideboards.
side decks.
Absolutely. So I have Emidio's list right here. And Emidio is sideboarding a lot of stuff versus combo, to be fair. He's sideboarding Gnome material. He was probably scared of the Lunar Knight Orcus deck, but that's not too helpful versus the Sky Striker deck. He's also sideboarding Droll and Lockbird. That's usually more for combo too, but you could board it in versus Striker as well if you like. Then he has a Summon Limit, also versus combo, but I mean, Summon Limit does not help you too much. And then on the other hand, he has Twin Tristus and Eradicator Epidemic Virus, which are both pretty viable versus Striker.
And Pascal plays crazy cards for this matchup. He has played a card that has just been recently released in
Rising Rampage?
Yeah,
Was it
Rising
Rising Rampage?
He plays Get Out.
Oh, that is a secret rare. That's a very good trap.
Yeah, this
Another
one
trap right there.
chooses 2 cards of the opponent's side that have been special summoned from the extra deck and just shuffle summons them back. Removing extra deck cards from the field always feels like a +1, like when you're using Compulsory on a Dingirso or something like that. It feels so good because you have to heavily invest into your extra deck cards, but removing 2 of them, like Dingirso and Galatea, that is so strong in this matchup.
In this matchup, it is really good to actually get rid of Dingirsus, but it also has more
Thunder Dragon.
viability. Exactly. Thinking about Thunder Dragon, which
Getting
should
rid
be
of
like
double Colossus, that's crazy.
a bit of a bad matchup for the Striker deck still. Get Out really helps winning this.
He also plays Heavy Stone Duster. Don't think we're going to see those. He side decks Ash Blossom.
Oh, really? He's not playing any hand traps because his main deck is a card of Demise, of course. Yeah.
And he plays triple DD Crow. I think those are going to find their ways into the main deck.
Looks like DD Crow really is getting like a revival once more. It's always like every 7 to 8 months people decide, oh, it's time for DD Crow again. And I mean, it is viable because Orcus is just suffering from this deck, from this card specifically. So a very good hand trap at the moment, and maybe one of the best ones right now.
Indeed, but that's an awful lot of cards that Pascal wants to side in. Let's see what he can take out. I mean, there are the Lost Winds that he can take out. That can only be one, still really powerful versus the Orcus strategy. He can get rid of probably Jamming Waves, not too strong if your opponent starts with the Dingirsu. I mean, he might not even start.
Maybe just consistency cards. Maybe he's boarding out Card of Demise, Upset
Card of Demise, of course. Card of Demise will go out if you side in the hand traps. And we already see the Ash Blossom and the DD Crow.
Oh, he picked up both of them. 2 hand traps for Pascal for game 2, and Emidio blinks over to him, wants to get some information by the look of Pascal's face, but Pascal isn't giving away anything here.
Eradicator, Epidemic Virus, and Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher, again finding its way into the featured match.
Again and again and again. Gizmek, Gizmek, Gizmek. This card really is jumping into our feature match area all over this weekend.
My grandmother always used to say Gizmek, Schmizmek.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mine too.
Such a grandmother sentence.
So it looks like Pascal is going first, right? We talked about Emidio kind of playing a going second strategy.
But I mean...
And for a second I thought that Emidio actually pointed over to him.
Yeah, Eradicator doesn't really seem
Agreed.
Yeah, okay, so he just goes for Gizmek Orochi immediately. So I don't think that Pascal starts, so he starts.
Yeah, definitely.
And summons Skeleton next to it, Galatea, and then goes into Dingirsu, and then he just sets the Epidemic Virus, and then he waits.
And then he has a super good position because Reinforcement of the Army, Upstart Goblin, and Afterburners all cannot be chained.
Yeah.
to the activation of the Eradicator, so he will surely lose them.
But then he has triple spells in grave. What are you going to do then?
You probably are just going to get engaged somehow, but how do you get engaged in that
Ray.
moment? But where is Ray? He doesn't
Top
have
deck.
Ray. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Just draw into Ray, then you're good to go.
Should really stop with those one-word answers. Really
No,
not
I
good
love them, I love
commentary. Yes,
But then-
no, Ray.
Emilio
Kagari.
still has Twin Twisters and Cosmic Cyclone, so he can,
Yeah,
whatever
that's
Pascal tries to build up from there on, he
Yeah.
still can interrupt.
But he also has nothing to play himself, except for the Skeleton. Okay, Skeleton is a good argument, to be honest.
So is there another spell card being picked up? It is indeed. So is Emilio shotgunning the Eradicator here?
He should be.
But
Foolish
he
Burger
is
Goods.
not.
Oh, and now...
Oh, that is
Wow.
really crucial now, because
Yeah.
that means Pascal gets access to Ray. He doesn't
I
have to
don't-
top deck it.
I don't see a reason why you wouldn't shotgun it.
I mean, that definitely is a reason why you should have shotgunned it,
Yeah.
I would say. Why is
And
Emilio
also-
still holding on?
He apparently doesn't want to take away the chance of winning from Pascal.
Maybe he just wants to keep it fair.
That's
Maybe-
super nice.
Maybe he says Eradicator is super strong. I just don't want to blow him out with it, and let him play a little. He's just letting him activate all of his spell cards. Is that really Eradicator? Yeah, it says in our app on the table, Eradicator is one of the back row cards, so it definitely should be in there.
And he plays it. We can see the deck list.
Yeah.
And there's a trap card.
Wow, Pascal just basically changed up his whole hand. He now has nearly no spell cards in it anymore. So Emilio cannot get real use out of the Eradicator anymore. That is really, really odd.
And I mean, his entire...
Oh, he
line
draws
of
into Engage now as well, and he has 3 spells in Grave.
Well, he just... I mean, at this point, you do not activate the Eradicator, right?
You probably just wait for end phase and try
Maybe
to
he just waits
blow
for the
out
multi-roll.
everything. Maybe that, yeah.
And Pascal is just sitting there thinking like, what does he have set there? Nothing looks threatening to me.
I would say he probably thinks about back row removal. Twin Twisters or like Cosmic Cyclones are more than likely at that point.
I mean, he could take an Anchor and then take the Dingirsu and then not pop it because he cannot activate the Afterburners as he has Dingirsu in his name on his own.
And now see Pascal drawing into another trap or monster. I already called it. He's not going to discard
Get
this
out.
card. Oh,
It's a monster.
it was a monster. Wow.
But which one was it? It was another Ash Blossom. And this doesn't seem to be too good. But honestly, it's better than any spell he could have drawn.
Definitely, because at some point Emilio will actually activate the Eradicator.
Maybe he forgot about his Eradicator.
That would be a bad moment to actually have that kind of a blackout.
Yeah. Oh, he will. But I mean, he's super patient and he waits for more commitment. The Kagari is out already now.
And now it happens. Okay.
So he actually got rid of the multi-roll and the Kagari, and probably all the other cards that Pascal is now losing is now keeping are not enough to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, still Pascal sits there having no resources available to himself, and he also cannot search for Engage in the end phase now because Engage is in the graveyard. So that was kind of smart by
But
Emilio.
I mean, there's DD Crow and Ash Blossom. Like, how is Emilio going to get into the game now?
That's definitely a hard task from here on. I surely agree. So Pascal, really, what can he search in the end phase with Shizuku now? What's the best chance, the best shot he has there?
Shark Cannon and then activate it to get rid of the skeleton.
Yep, agreed. That's really good.
Or he could search for Area 0. So he can actually get into plays. Like, Eradicator counts for 3 turns, right?
Yep.
So with Area 0, you could find cards to play with. He has the DD Crow and the Ash Blossom, and the deck can only be 1. So I don't really think he has to be fearful of Emilio, like, putting out a big board in the next turn and beating him already. I think he can just wait and rather try to establish his own field and go for plays on his own.
Yeah.
I would not say that Shark Cannon would necessarily be a bad play, but I think Area 0 could be like a winning play.
Yeah,
but he goes
there
for a
is
Shark Cannon.
Cannon. On the plus side for Emilio right now, he does know about every single card that is in play for Pascal at the moment, so he knows what to play around. But how could you play around that Shark Cannon? It just hinders you from playing by banishing one of your most important cards in the deck.
I mean, he could wait with the Shark Cannon for the next turn and then summoning a Dingirsu on his own, so he can actually have something to remove his opponent's cards on the field. He cannot attack with it. Obviously. Oh, there's also Gizmek Orochi. Don't forget
still.
Gizmek is really powerful once again, because he can remove the deck and only be 1 easily.
You will probably have to think about actually activating the DD Crow in response to the Gizmek, right?
But he also has Cosmic Cyclone, so I think there can only be one, is as he also has Twin Twisters in his hand. It's not going to be the card that stops him from playing. It's rather the cards he doesn't have that will stop him from playing, being the Orcus cards.
That's true. He's missing out on them right now. In the last format, he did not want to draw your Orcus cards because he was just special summoning them out with Mermaid. Now you really need to draw your Orcus cards to actually play.
Oh yeah.
He just immediately he did not even put it into his hand. He just immediately put it into the graveyard. Because of Eradicator, he wasn't able to add that Eagle Booster to his hand.
I mean, he can punch, then change attributes for a second, then go back to Shizuku, and then search for the Area 0. He does not have it in hand, right?
Nope, he does not. He has only double Ash Blossom and TD Crow in hand.
And just these small punches are stacking up.
They definitely do. That is what Sky Striker does.
Yeah.
Just always some small attacks, and the damage is adding up, and at some point your opponent is overwhelmed by all the sheer power of spell cards. He's immediately putting it to the graveyard.
So ironic.
It wasn't, of course.
Okay, so he sends away the Area 0, so he cannot really access it. I thought that would be a good target to search with Shizuku.
Like, yeah, but also no. Maybe he just really wants to have the interruptive cards rather. Maybe he wants to search for
Anchor.
Anchor in the end phase, definitely. That could be a good one. Yep, that's the plan. Pascal goes for the Anchor.
But I mean, still, you wouldn't not want to have the ability to search for the area. Because, I mean, the amount of cards that you can search with Shizuku as multi-rolls in the graveyard, Kagari's in the graveyard, and Engage is also in the graveyard, you do not really search too many cards with Shizuku anymore.
I think Pascal just wanted to minimize the chances of him drawing a spell card.
Does he even have another
turn.
Shizuku?
That was Shizuku number... Was it Shizuku number 3 already? I'm just checking the graveyard. There's one Shizuku in the graveyard. Yeah, it's only one Shizuku in the graveyard. So... Oh no, that's one... Yeah, only one. So he only has one more Shizuku available in his extra deck. Oh, and Emilio picked up Orcus Crescendo. That's not really helping him. I mean, he can activate the Tsuchinoko and then maybe
really
discard the Crescendo.
That is helping him. He can Twin Twister, discard the Crescendo.
Oh, that's also an even faster way. You're right.
But I mean, there are 2 Ash Blossoms.
Yeah, sadly they are. And Emilio knows about the Ash Blossoms.
We're probably going to see Ash Blossom a Grave Effect Crescendo. That is interesting.
Yep, sadly that will be what Pascal is most likely to do.
So he just passed, and he reveals top deck Engage, ladies and gentlemen, but Pascal has to discard it, obviously, still having the upper hand in this top 8 match.
Yep, that wasn't too cool for him, and Kagari is already gone, as Emilio chooses the way to go that he was actually giving his opponent some room to play before activating the Eradicator, so that Kagari cannot recycle anything anymore. But he still has another Hayate.
And Hayate looks threatening. Attack.
Yep. 1,500, another punch. And it looks like he's also using the effect. He really does not want to draw a spell card for the 3rd time, so he's sending away another one. And this time...
But he's playing so many.
His choice is... What is he going for? He's sending another Area 0. He really does not want to draw the Area 0 here.
But I think if he had an Area 0 on his field now, he would be in a better spot, wouldn't he? Like,
yeah, I mean...
Finding a card every round?
I think his plan right now has to be to actually win this game, like, rather quick than...
Yeah, but he had Ash Blossom, DD Crow, and there can only be one. And his opponent had no access to any kind of card. Like, he doesn't have any crazy top deck card that sends all of his Orcus cards to the graveyard and then he can suddenly play through 3 interruptions. That's just impossible.
Yeah, but still, you don't want to give your opponent time. Like, at some point, he may be able to draw into all of his
Anchor is not going to take away time from your opponent. You can search it next turn. You're only playing one. You're not going to have one in the graveyard, and then you're not able to search one.
Yeah, that's right. But that Anchor gives you the possibility to actually end the game than the turn after. You just have the possibility to actually win the game rather quick. And Pascal knows that his resources are limited because Kagari is away, multi-roll is away, so he really just wants to have the cards that are actually winning him the game, and not just cards that are letting him hanging in the game, I guess.
I mean, they're building up advantage for him.
Yeah, I guess he just goes a different route here, and there's the effect of Tsuchinoko now. Discarding the Crescendo probably is the best that could happen for Emilio here.
And it's the snake, wow.
He hits Tsuchinoko once more. Pascal, not for the first time, hitting the danger that was revealed by Emilio. And now he kind of thinks about activating the effect of DD Crow, maybe. I don't think that's too favorable. There are way better targets than
I mean, you want the Crow for the Gizmek, right?
Yes, exactly.
Gizmek and Tsushinoko are basically vanillas.
Oh, but he does use the DD Crow on it. That's really interesting, because he knows of the Gizmek. And he really... I think the DD Crow in the hand of Pascal was actually the reason for Emilio to not summon the Gizmek so far. He was holding back with it because he knew his opponent has the DD Crow. And now he may have baited Pascal into actually activating the DD Crow on that Tsuchinoko. I mean, what kind of value could Emilio get out of that Tsuchinoko on the field?
I don't really know. And now the Twin Twister discard Crescendo comes down on the 2 set cards. Sadly for Pascal, none of these set cards is the Hercules base that he searched. Otherwise, he would be able to recycle multi-roll Kagari and another engage, possibly.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, and
now no back row for Pascal anymore. Gizmek is hitting the field, so...
And now it really hurts him that he doesn't have Area 0 on the field, because he could gain more and more advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like Emilio could actually be able to turn this thing around, and this game looked more than over to me, to be honest.
And this is again Gizmek Orochi.
Yeah.
Allowing the Orcus player to keep on playing this game, and there can only be one is drawn.
Yep, so the first turn, his hand cards does not have to be revealed for the Eradicator anymore. Obviously, he draws the trap card.
And now I think Pascal wants to equip the Hercules base to actually get the draw.
Yep. Now we have a card that actually does
Cyclone.
Card advantage.
I think this is going to be Cyclone.
Yeah, you cannot risk him drawing there.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Ooh. That's a lot of spell cards in the graveyard. But you were asking last turn how many Shizukus are left in the extra deck.
That would be the last Shizuku, right?
That now definitely is the last Shizuku,
So as soon as a Gizmek destroys the Shizuku, there is no more Shizuku.
That's true.
And there is no way for Pascal to stop the Gizmek from coming out in the next turn. Or this turn, and then popping the Shizuku the next turn. He can only summon Kana.
How many Kanas is he playing? Like, how many extra deck monsters does he have available in total now?
I think has one more Hayate, maybe?
He should have one more Hayate and then the one Kana, so that's really not a whole lot.
I was wondering why he used the Hayate instead of the Kana to attack directly. I mean, of course, you can send away your Area 0, which apparently is the correct play, to Pascal.
It probably is, yeah.
But I mean, Hayate really helps you to close out games.
It does, and I mean, he's at a point where he really will be struggling if Emilio is able to get rid of that Shizuku and then maybe the Kana and the Hayate. He's in too much of a grind game. Normally you would say that grind games are heavily favored by the Sky Striker deck, but right there it could be too much of a grind game for them.
Yeah, I mean, the resources have been, in the truest sense of the word, limited.
Yep. Widow Anchor being limited, Pascal's resources
Kagari,
limited here.
multi-roll. All of those are in the graveyard.
Yep. They're all happily together there, celebrating a little
not too happy
limitation
probably.
Party. Yeah, and Emilio picked up Called by the Grave now as well, so he could even call the Ray, and I mean, there are no better targets to be calling with the Called by the Grave than Ray, so he can already get rid of the... he cannot even let the Hayate and the Kana join the field.
He can also call the Shizuku and then run over it, but he can also pop the Shizuku, so that's not his problem. What he has to worry about is not decking out or closing out the game before decking out. Oh wow, he plays around Ash Blossom. Do you have to? Can you announce? Oh, yeah, there can only be one.
That was the only card that Emilio did not know about so far. He did know about every other card available to Pascal, but
I don't think
one
Pascal
hard
has
drop,
Anchor in hand, by the way. The table has to have a mistake in there because Anchor is in the graveyard.
That's kind of hard for him, exactly. Talking about it being limited makes it hard for Pascal to actually have it in hand when it's the first card being visible in his graveyard. Yeah, so Emilio looks like he could be victorious here. But also time is becoming some kind of a matter. Always with Sky Striker, games will be very long and grindy, so it is always
Clara and Rushka.
Oh, that's an interesting decision to play this card. Do you support it?
Yes, and this is now really strong because he still has the skeleton in the graveyard and the Dingirsu, and this one he can now summon. So he actually has plays accessible to him.
Wow. The start of Emidio was so slow. He only had Eradicator and Dingirsu and nothing to play with afterwards. But now is the point where he has all of his resources still available and he could get into them.
Did he not use the destruction effect of Gizmek?
Looks like it. Maybe he just wants the monster. Oh, they're seemingly rewinding there. Maybe Pascal wanted to respond to something. Of course, Pascal still holds DD Crow in his hand. Oh no, did he draw into another one?
He used it.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think
he should not have DD Crow in his hand either. That's right. He only has Shizuku on the field and... Oh, but did he pass?
He drew into engage.
But how did you meet your pass there? I'm really confused how Emidio passed on Norman Summon Skeleton right there. That doesn't seem to be the power play.
So he did not keep the Gizmek Orochi? Oh, I mean, he could not use Gizmek Orochi into Clara and Drushka because the monster has been normal summoned or set.
Oh, right. You can only use normal or special, only normal summoned monsters.
But I mean, you can use Skeleton to go into to Clara and Drushka, right?
Yeah.
But he used the Crescendo, so he cannot access Clara and Drushka. Okay, now we got it, guys.
We finally figured it out. He is searching for... Oh, is he playing triple field spell? Yeah, he is, of course. Triple area 0. That is the last copy he had available, so the terraforming is alive for him. And Emidio being at 2,900 life points right there, not a comfortable situation to be in. Can he actually end the game right here?
I mean, Skeleton is at 0 attack points right now.
It is. That's not big of a threat.
Yeah, that's also a lot of damage that he's going to take. And then one Hayate might be enough.
It could definitely be. That one Hayate is still being available to Pascal. I'm just double checking his graveyard.
And even if Pascal would lose this grind game, because right now it doesn't really look too bad for Emidio, as he also has the Dingirsu in the graveyard, he still needs to deal 8,000 damage in 3 minutes and 53 seconds that are stopped. Wait a minute.
Yeah, maybe they're just getting some extra time. Or like clock was paused because they were talking to the judges. That definitely makes sense. If there's a judge call coming up, you don't really want to count that time into the match time because you want to have that raw Yu-Gi-Oh time and really playing time. And it's very fair to stop the clock then.
He cannot Shark Cannon the Dingirsu out because of there can only be one, because Shizuku is a machine.
All of them are machines, yep. That's actually true. But he can still banish it.
So that's 1,500 damage.
I mean, it was pretty reasonable to assume that this card has 0 attack at this point, but they still counted for every card in the grave, and it is 1,500 damage indeed.
Skeleton, not the most powerful card in terms of attack and defense.
Nope, Emidio should go down to 1,400, yeah, it is.
That's Dark Magician, the most
it has
powerful
always
magician
been, and it is still.
In terms of attack and defense. Okay, so he's at a really low point of life points.
And also Emidio drew into the Eradicator.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think in general of Eradicator? Because we saw it can be very, very powerful when you just activate it immediately to hinder your opponent from doing a lot of plays. But that's the risk of the card, right? When you draw it later on, it's probably not that good anymore.
But if he didn't use it immediately, I mean, okay, he would have probably won because he would have discarded the Rota and there wouldn't have been a way for Pascal to play the game.
Yep.
But he got out all the important resources. Now he's just left at no top decks, which is a bit unfortunate for him. If he is able to find this one Harp Horror plus another card that he can use, then he might be back in the game immediately and he will win the grind game. If he finally gets to start grinding.
Yeah, it seems like time could really become a factor here. Like, the plan from Emidio is pretty good because it seems like in the long run he could be the one winning this game, but maybe he was playing too far ahead and like planning into timeout already, planning for a 60 minutes match, but the time limit is at 40 minutes, and
that run is too long.
He cannot really make the final jump anymore. Oh, and Pascal sets a monster.
Sets the Ash Blossom, and what does he find?
Nothing. I mean,
Oh, that
the
was
chance
beautiful.
was really, really low to actually hit there. There are not a lot of Sky
Yeah,
Striker
because he
cards
sent all the
anymore.
areas to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Which I still not agree on.
I would actually say that Pascal probably is
Yeah,
the
he
better
might
Sky
know
Striker
better.
player at the moment.
But I mean, now he has a problem, a big one, because he cannot use the Shark Cannon that he has set, as he has set the Ash Blossom.
yeah, that monster in the main monster zone kind of hinders him from playing as well. But on the other hand, it stops Emilio from getting damage in because there's another monster he has to run over. So that could still be a very good thing for him because Emilio is in the need of dealing damage now. But how cool would it be if Emilio now also manages to somehow get ahead in life points in this game, and then that would be the second match in a row, top 16 and top 8, where we have a sudden death game 3. That would be amazing.
Always with Orcust, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Ash Blossom answers the... Called by the Graph answers the Ash Blossom that was thrown onto the Scrap Recycler, but we still have the Eradicator. There can be only one in the picture. I would have thought that he just goes for Skeleton, summon Dingirsu back and get rid of the Floodgate, and then normal summon the Scrap Recycler, because now he only has the Scrap Recycler that does nothing.
Yeah.
Because he cannot do anything, right? He just has Eradicator, Epidemic Virus, and nothing else.
Yeah, he just passes from here on, right? That's at least what I think.
Oh, he goes
now
to
he can
Clara.
Clara
Yeah,
and
that works.
Drushka.
But now he's missing out on his battle phase again.
Exactly, because Clara and Drushka can only be summoned in main phase 2.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So he is actually getting something going here, but
I mean,
it
you
is
could have
too
done that in main
late.
phase 1. You could have always used the Skeleton. I mean, you can normal summon monsters like Scrap Recycler after you have used your Orcust effects. You're only limited to special summoning dark monsters. You can normal summon your Earth monsters.
Yeah, definitely agreed.
And now, I mean, I don't think that he's going to make it now, because he can make plays. He summons Galatea. He is in the advantageous position. He can outgrind his opponent for the next 25 turns now. He's going to have the upper hand for all the time, unless he has banished all of the cards with Ginsberg Orochi.
So
but I mean, he
second try for
cannot
Pascal.
access the battle phase. And this is looking really bad for Emilio. Pascal might actually have this.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. It's not too much time left here. Pascal did not hit with...
He can just go into
again.
Hayata and then win for win.
Or he can also just attack the Galatea, and that is
Yes,
definitely enough
Galatea
damage, because
should be
too
enough.
many spells in the graveyard right there. Let's count it through. It should be well over 15 by now.
So time is called, so Pascal Kiem should have this. He should advance to the semifinals of YCS London.
Apparently he is. Let's see Emilio still thinking about it, but I cannot see a way of him actually preventing Pascal from winning this match.
You have one phase in your opponent's turn to deal damage. Go.
I don't...
Welcome back once again to round 2 here. We've got a fantastic feature match lined up for you. I'm sure that you're going to enjoy it. The first things first, though, let's get our players on the stage. So I'm going to start with the red side this time. We have Martin Perleberg from Germany. Please join me. Come join me. No, you got to come over here. You're a little nervous because it's your first feature match, right?
A bit.
It's all good. It's all good. We're all Yu-Gi-Oh friends here.
Yeah, yes, a little bit more here. And she plays Alshon, and really, it was...
Okay, please take a seat. And our next contestant is Anil Toprak from the Netherlands. Oh. Hello, Captain.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm okay. You seem to be wearing a particular hat style for us. Tell us a little bit about that.
I guess you'll see in the match.
Okay, understood. Give me your best impression, with the hat. You got to do it. Come on, really think about this, Do it.
Arr, I'm gonna plunder you all.
Say no more. Please, take a seat. I was going to try and, do better, but no way. No way. That was... Yeah. So, guys, who is going first? Yeah, take a roll. Ooh, it's pretty strong. It's an 8. That's more than... Oh, it's less than an 8. That's the 1. Okay, so Martin's going first. Okay, cool. Right, let's head on over to our commentators to find out what's going on in this feature match.
Welcome back, everyone. This is round 2 of YCS Utrecht 2020. We have not quite the most meta pick, I suppose, for this matchup, but something very unique and a little bit different.
He definitely gave us a clue as to what he could potentially play with that
Yes,
impressive
that is
Yarg
true.
of his.
Right.
So let's get down into it and see what is he playing.
So this is the new Plunder Patrol deck, which was revealed as the new TCG exclusive from Ignition Assault. And yeah, Plunder Patrols. It's a deck that very much focused on plundering your opponent's deck, I suppose. You know, you taking your opponent's guys, equipping, and then
just like pirates do, steal the booty.
I suppose that's the theme. Yeah, it makes sense.
They set up their treasure, and then the pirates are like, "Yeah, we're gonna take it." Exactly what they do. X marks the spot.
And he's playing a very heavy Go second version. We can see here. He's got
makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Pirates invade the booty.
He's got those specific kaijus there. He's playing Dogoran and Radiant. Why do you think that specifically those?
I guess attribute-wise, because they steal them to make the.
There you go, Fire
monster.
and Dark monster. So you have the new Xyz monster, which is a dark, and so the Plunder Patrols, the way they work is that they special summon a monster. With the same attribute from their extra deck as something that your opponent controls. So the Dark Monster gets you into the Xyz ship, and that allows you to discard a Plunder card, banish a monster, and the Synchro works the same way, except that it's a fire and it removes a spell and trap.
That's so cool.
So they have a lot of like unique interactions with like your opponent's cards specifically, and the spot removal is like really actually like pretty strong in this deck, I think.
So I guess it makes sense why he's choosing a Mogo second variant. He's main decking things like Evenly Matched, Dark Hole.
He's got all the destruction here.
And yeah, he just went all of it.
This guy does not like cards on the field.
Yeah, he's definitely going to steal his treasure with all these cards. Literally just going to take everything. I'm guessing that's the theme of the deck. Just let them set up, and then you just start taking things away from them.
Yeah, exactly. Our other contestant here, he's playing Burning Abyss.
Burning Abyss.
Burning Abyss, yes.
Burning Abyss.
He's opting to go for the Block Dragon, the combo Earth BA deck, as I guess a lot of people know it as. More of a heavier Burning Abyss count than what normally is seen in the Burning Abyss Block Dragon, ironically.
How many cards in the main deck?
Well, he's playing more than 3 BA cards in his main, so not just Graf, Seer, and
Graf, Seer,
Farfa.
Libic,
yeah,
and Farfa.
Yeah, he's got like the whole crew here.
The whole crew.
Yep. So this deck is very much a go first combo deck. You want to end with things like Nat Beast and Avramax, Apollosa. Like those are like the kind of like heavy like combo sort of end boards that Burning Abyss makes with this style of variant. It'd be interesting to see how it plays up against his Dark Holes, Raigekis, and Slumbers. If he doesn't get to Nat Beast, then he might be in some trouble.
So if he draws a Kaiju and some of these removal cards, then he could be in for a plundering.
Could be in for a plundering. Okay, so I don't know what this matchup's going to be, so let's head on over to the players now. They're ready to start. All right. So, yeah, Martin here won the dice roll.
The player won the dice roll, yeah. So
yeah, he's definitely going to want to go first here. So, yep, he's got the Cherubini access instantly. Mathematician able to normal summon, send a level 4 or lower monster from the deck to the graveyard. Not Orcus Nightmare, as so famously happens in the last format.
No longer.
Oh, he's going for Bulb action instead of O-Line here.
Literally
did he draw the O-Line?
Going for the Nat Beast, maybe. Oh, whatever, let's just go straight to Nat Beast.
Hopefully once we get our devices over here, we can take a look at the specifics of what's in the hand in the graveyards, etc. Because it's a very graveyard-heavy deck, so hopefully get that up for you shortly. He's playing Power Giant. Oh my god, this guy's playing a very different style.
Excuse me?
Power Giant. You don't know Power Giant?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, so Power Giant, I think it discards a card, special summons itself, and it reduces its level by the monster discard. It's something along those lines there.
Okay.
So it's something that I suppose... is it a tuner? I don't know. But it definitely is like helping him extend into his link plays and things like that. So he's going to go for the Cherubini here. Normally the way you usually go from here is you dump your Graph to the graveyard. As a cost, being Cherubini very strong in that its actual effect is to increase its attack. Which
no, it's not.
That's never why you're actually using it.
It doesn't even do an effect. It just goes, sends this for cost.
Yep.
I'm done. I am done. So I've done my job.
choosing to go with Rhino here into the graph. So the Rhino is a fiend Earth monster, which is important in this deck because you need as many Earths in your graveyard as possible so you can like summon up that Block Dragon, which he should be able to get access to if he can put down a Curious. Is usually how you go for here.
So you know this deck more than me. How often do you summon Block Dragon? I've seen the Gem Knight variants. They just like summon it so much.
Like in a average hand, like the ideal combo, like you always summon Block Dragon because you
just the ones.
Well, you summon it like multiple times, but the most important thing is to trigger to get those adds, so you can add, as he's playing here.
Oh, I remember that card.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, I used to play it in some like really like heavy synchro combo decks, I think. Is that right? Or was it the XYZ combo deck?
I'm not quite a dinosaur, so I wasn't around back then, perhaps. Were you around then?
No, I don't know.
All right, so he's going to go for Dante here and try get some neat little graveyard triggers off of this, and let's see what he mills here.
That's quite rare, is it? Do you still summon Dante that often?
Sometimes you don't. Oh, he hits the Block Dragon. That's really important.
Dragon!
There you go. It's
Insanity.
It's a Dragon Ruler, but it's like an Earth Rock, right? Like it works the same way.
It's like if Blaster was a Lego man. like Yu-Gi-Oh's own Lego version. Made out of blocks. And here he is. He's your boy.
So normally what I would like to go for is like after the Tribony, like sort of in a semi-standard hand, you go for like the Curious with like a Tribony is a fairy, not a fiend like all the Burning Abyss monsters. So it's a dark fairy.
I think most of the extra deck aren't fiends.
Yeah, Dante's a warrior, Pilgrim Dante's a fairy as well, Beatrice is a fairy. You know, you've got like that's the theme of the deck, Dante's Inferno, I suppose. So it makes sense. And he's going for the 4 material Saryuya here. The really awesome thing is that you can chain block. So chain link 1 Saryuya, and then you can trigger like Seer, Dante, Block Dragon, add back. So it dodges Veiler and things like that really well, Gamma. So he's able to get those.
I don't think it dodges Veiler.
Oh, did I say Veiler? Sorry.
I don't think it dodges that one.
No, not that one. Ash Blossom, that's the one I meant. Yeah, so Ash Blossom is the one I kind of like, the most common one that you're trying to like get around here. So he
normally gets 2 Gigantuses here, but I saw he got a Fossil Dino there.
Yeah,
Is that a common thing you do?
Yeah. So like Block Dragon searches the Fossil Dino, which is like, he's probably at some point here going to special summon Fossil Dino with Saryuya's effect to put it on the board, and that's going to shut off the Kaijus in his hand and the instant fusion and the Super Poly.
Right, yes. There is a Super Poly in his hand, and the full whacker in there. I don't know what that Patrol Helm does. But
Whitebeard, that's one of the better ones. So Whitebeard's effect is when it is sent from the hand or field to the graveyard, it special summons a Planet Patrol from your deck.
Ooh, so it's special summons. Okay.
Yeah, I tried to tell myself that it's very much like Burning Abyss, like the way they work. Sort of how I always try and relate cards.
All the same.
Yeah, pretty much, right? So he's like Graph, you know, he gets like a guy from deck, and then the other dude, Blackbeard, I think, or Redbeard, I think is the main deck guy. He equips
Redbeard,
himself, which is like kind of like unique. Like they're very much based off of like equipping your opponent's monsters or like the attributes that
weapons, right? Weapons of the pirates.
Sure, something like that. Yep, there you go. All right, so he's gonna make a Beatrice here by discarding, and I didn't quite catch what other extenders he's managed to draw onto here, but we do know that he has a glow-up bulb in the graveyard, and he
has some sort of access to Naturia Beast, probably. Which
yeah,
probably
that's definitely
shut off a lot of his outs.
If he can establish Naturia Beast and Fossil Dino, that's like super strong.
No spells, no kaijus, no booty.
No booty. Okay. Can you sing that song for us?
Maybe later.
Yeah,
we'll have to see
maybe when he combos off.
We'll have
or
to see
something,
the pyros pop off.
So a new card that came back from the new Forbidden Limited list.
Yes, it's back. I never thought I'd see that card come back. But it's really good. Being able to draw 2 cards is lovely. Just look at him go. Getting these Farfa.
And the Graph there.
And the Graph.
See, those actually like not a great draw there, because once the Burning Abyss monster has been triggered, and now you have non-Burning Abyss monsters on the field.
And no Cherubini on the field either. The only way to summon them is Libic, really. Because if you use them by their effect, they're just going to go straight to the graveyard.
I'm sure Twitch chat will be asking right now, why doesn't the BA die Farfa? But probably it's, yeah, as you said, like a Libich is usually like how you get BAs onto the field at this point in time, but I don't think that's really what we're going to be seeing here. I'm just curious to see if he does have this access to...
It's difficult to see where the deck kind of goes, because it is a freestyle deck Burning Abyss now, right?
Every hand is pretty different. Like you sort of go for like the same kind of like win conditions, or like, okay, how do I get to Nat Beast or Avermax to protect the Fossil Dino, things like that. But it's very much based off of like, you know, oh, okay, so he's just going to end on the Fossil Dino there. I'm curious why he summoned the Glow-Up Bulb if he wasn't planning on using it.
Maybe he was hoping to mill something good to try and get access to Nat Beast.
Sure. Yep.
Well, could he have utilized Foolish Burial in his hand to maybe end on a Nat Beast as well?
Foolish Burial targets are normally, I mean, he's not playing like things like Malicious or Soul.
He top decked.
Oh, it's a Raigeki.
Raigeki.
But he's got Block Dragon on the field.
Oh, so that protects it from destruction.
Yeah,
I
so
thought it was just being targeted.
No. Your rock monsters or earth monsters cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Right.
So yeah, Block Dragon has that really, really strong, powerful protection
Block
here.
Fossil seems to be enough.
He's going to get rid of like the Beatrice and the Saryuya here. However, it's like...
Oh, he could special summon a Pilgrim if he Raigekis it away. Wouldn't that
How's
be
he going to
sick?
special summon?
Yes. He is also under a Fossil Dino. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I haven't seen Pilgrim summon in a long time, but you know, I'm sure one day we'll see. Oh, okay, he's gonna go with Summoner Monk, and Summoner Monk immediately shifts itself to defense mode.
I hope he knows he can't summon off that Summoner Monk.
He might be trying to wall up here.
Special summons, yikes.
Okay, Summoner Monk into defense mode.
That was an honorary pirate wanting to get his pirates, however, can't under a dinosaur boy.
I mean, if you look at his hand, there's really nowhere to go from here. I guess just Raigeki pass and hope that Fossil Dino Block Dragon beatdown isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks like
here.
he's opted the pass
Yeah.
and he's using Beatrice's effect.
Probably in the end phase.
I feel like he's going to get OTK'd.
Yeah, I feel like an interesting play that you can do on your turn 3 with BA is that your Beatrice can send Farfa on your own turn to banish your own Fossil Dino for the turn, and then you pop off and attempt to OTK your opponent. And then it comes back in the end phase should you have not successfully ended the duel there. But he's going to go for
This is one advantage of Scum. People have dropped this, but it allows you for a big push to go for game.
Yep.
Which is good.
Tour
I'm
guide.
not sure how he's going to get that Fossil Dino off the field. Not that he wants to, probably.
At this point, you just, I don't know,
Chill.
summon Tour Guide, no effect, just for the beatdown, you know?
Just chill on the dinosaur.
Summon a Monk.
1600 defense isn't too much bother. That normal Farfa, let it banish. Swing.
And here we go, everything into attack mode. I can't maths, but is this looking to be over 8,000? Saryuya, Beatrice.
Everything's
and
boosted by 300,
Yep,
so
unless he...
I think Block Dragon doesn't have an impressive amount of attack, right? I think it only has 1,000.
25.
Is it?
Block Dragon's insane.
That's insane.
It's 25, 30.
What am I thinking of?
Not once per turn.
That's nuts.
Searches.
If it's 25,
incredible
then
card.
he's absolutely out of the game.
All right, so they're just tallying up the scores here, but yeah, this should be enough
It's a
for
shame
game
he couldn't
here.
keep his pirate hat on.
Oh yeah, he's not gonna
Maybe
be able to fit
that
the
was his
headphones
power.
over.
That was his power. He needed the hat. Well, it looks like Burning Abyss has took game 1.
Very convincingly,
with the power of Fossil Dino and Block Dragon. What can you out that? None of his main deck cards would have outed that board, I believe.
Is there generic outs in the meta to that kind of like opening of like just Fossil Dino Block Dragon?
I guess Mind Control kind of isn't out, but then you've got a Fossil Dino in your field. I guess you can't attack, can it? So what can you do? You can't tribute over it either. Yeah, I think his whole deck just
summon Tough, I suppose, is what people would do. Or
I think Tough. If we're branching out, then yeah, I think Tough would have been a good out. It's Salamander Rage if you hard drew that as well.
Do you think it's good versus the Shadal Invoke deck? Fossil Dino?
Fossil Dino's going against most decks, isn't it? It's just like nope.
No.
That's a no.
The only drawback being is that it's quite small, but you know when you special it on a points do boosted by 300, and if you know you end with something like the Avermax for the attack protection, you're going to be in a good situation. But anyway, we're going over to game 2 here. So
the side plan for Plunder Boy, it looks like he's got a lot of going first stuff.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he wants to do. I'm not really convinced that a deck like Burning Abyss is something that you want to, like this combo version specifically, this isn't really something you want to allow to go first.
Yeah. His only hand trap seems to be Roland Lockbird.
Yeah.
Which aren't particularly great against Burning Abyss.
Okay,
so I think he might have to change his strategy and go first.
Yeah, I think like we can see he's citing 3 copies of Crackdown, Call by the Grave, Compulse. These are all really good cards versus Burning Abyss when you're going first. So he might be anticipating that and counter side accordingly. But yeah, Burning Abyss. I mean, I remember one of your tops back in the day was Burning Abyss Monarch, I believe. You
Sure was, yeah.
Top 16.
That was fun. You could end on Aether, Beatrice, Stormforth. It was sick.
Yeah, that's technically all legal now, right?
Is it? It's back.
What is
Aether's,
it?
I'm pretty sure Aether's are free now.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, I think Pantheism is the only one that's still on the Forbidden Limited list.
See, being able to send that from Deck to Grave with Dante is like perfecto. Like great odds, mint, hitting that off of Dante.
So, have you played around at all with the new pirate support from the new set?
I've read them a little bit, but I haven't messed around with them. I feel like maybe if they get some more support in the next set, it could be a force to be reckoned with.
It's very similar to when Cosmo was first released, like that first wave of support as like the new like TCG exclusive. It was okay, but then when they got like Dark Destroyer and Tin Can after, like
once they get more cards,
yeah.
The TCG exclusive always impress. We've seen like Cosmo in the past. Burning Abyss as well was another TCG exclusive. Spiral as well. As
TCG
you can see,
exclusives are really powerful generally.
Tour Guide as well was a TCG exclusive.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's some of the best cards in the game come from the TCG.
Yes, me.
You're welcome.
Yeah, but this pirate deck, the Plunder Patrol, I feel is like fundamentally, like from the ground up, like has a lot of like really good tools. Like it has the Dark Exceed monster, which is great. Like it banishes monster, it doesn't just destroy. The back row removal of the Synchro monster. You have the Plunder Patrol Shipyard, which is a searcher.
Shipyard!
Yeah, which is a searcher of the deck. So I feel like going forward, if they just have like more names, I feel like this deck has like a lot of potential in the future.
Well, the Theme Field Spell is basically a card that searches from the deck, right? By discarding a card.
Yep. So it triggers you guys in the process and then gets another.
So does discarding a card have some utility with the deck, does it?
Yeah. So when you send a Whitebeard or Redbeard from your hand to the graveyard, it triggers a specific effect. So Whitebeard, for example, special summons from the deck. Just gets another name.
That's really, really cool.
Yeah. So the tools are there from a base level. They just kind of need like some more names and like
well, there's a hint, right? They're attribute based, and we've only got a certain number of attributes, so it could be more to come. It's quite a hint.
Maybe if we just count them up, we can actually just guess. Like,
maybe a divine beast pirate.
Just does not fit.
Imagine it's coming for your raw.
All right, so I think our players are just about to start up with game number 2.
I think they went for the handshake there, and they both. I had a little cheeky peek of what he was side decking. I think he might not be starting because he didn't side in Compulse and Crackdown and stuff, so he probably is just hoping to go second and hope he doesn't draw a combo. But Burning Abyss is one of the most consistent decks we've ever seen, so I'd be very surprised if he doesn't draw playable.
Sometimes what you can do in these scenarios is like, you play a deck like a very heavy go first deck. Your opponent expects you to. You expect your opponent to go first, so you like double bluff counter side and like side for going second.
That's the thing with going second decks, because you can never predict what people are going to do. Because, like, if you play against a going second deck, the most logical thing you'd think post side is, they'll probably want to go second again. So you've sided in all these going first cards. Like traps and stuff, and then suddenly it's like, I'll start, and then you've got all these traps in your deck that aren't particularly great.
Yeah, exactly.
At going second.
So he's going to start with Mathematician once again here, and he actually opts to send the Glow Bulb once more. And bear in mind, by the way, he doesn't know what his opponent's playing yet.
That's true.
He technically doesn't actually so.
He just saw Summon a Monk, So like that's a good tactical scoop, I suppose. Which would mean that
if you see Summoner Monk pass, like, what do you think? Like hero or some kind of a Zoldi deck?
You would probably think hero, right?
Yeah.
Because
Summoner Monk into Armageddon Knight.
Shadow Mist and stuff. That was like the old play.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
He has evenly matched his hand though, so I don't think you'll have any fears. Is there anything Burning Abyss can come build up a field that would counter evenly matched?
Unfortunately, there's
nope.
not a lot of... Burning Abyss is a very fragile... This combo version is very fragile.
Check the extra deck.
So
let's have a little peek and see if there's anything.
Recently, what I've seen people play is like you can play like a Cyburst monster, so like Dot Scraper.
Okay.
And then you can link it away into Lingereeble, which negates trap cards.
Oh, right. That is cool. Is he playing Lingereeble?
I don't think he is.
A lot of it is in German, so I have no idea what most of these cards
I was
are.
trying to read some of these spells, and I don't know what any of these are, so I had to get some translations in.
Toft de Dragheit?
Turgite.
Is that how you pronounce it?
It's Avarice. And Wiedergeburt is Monster Reborn.
Oh, right.
All right, so he's got his Cherubini access. He's going for the Dante play. And yeah, just try and build up some resources in the graveyard. Hopefully hit a block dragon, I guess, is what he's most likely trying to get for.
Burning Abyss is another deck that folds to Nibiru, is it not?
No comment.
He's milled block dragon
again. Yeah,
he's really...
Is he even playing Curious? I don't think he needs it. Oh my god,
you don't need it if you mill it off Dante.
I just realized he's not even playing Curious. Okay. This whole time I was like, okay, yeah, he's trying to get like three darks with different attributes on the types on the field, but no, okay. We're just gonna hard mill it off the Dante.
Just like shades of the first round where you just Foxy for your Gazelle. He just Dante's for his block dragon. Excellent stuff. Superb stuff. I rate it. 10 out of 10.
All right, he's linking off the Dante, the Cherubini, the block dragon, and the tracker there for this.
You think you'd go for Appaloosa or Saryuja here?
Yeah, Saryuja is probably, I guess, what you're trying to dig for here because he's got that glow up bulb in the graveyard, so he's, trying to get like the Fossil Dyna ad and hopefully as well access to the Nat Beast as well as the Fossil, because that's like a really good sort of lock you can establish there. However, from our perspective, we can see that he's got evenly matched in his hands, so it seems it's going to be quite hard for him.
He doesn't even play Appaloosa, so it would seem that if
no Appaloosa either.
His opponent did play Nibiru,
it would be a very
big yikes
tough situation.
Yeah. But I'm not sure what his end board's going to be. If it's the same as before, that evenly match is going to put in a lot of work. You'd probably leave the Fossil Dyna, you think, right? If we do see the same board as before.
It's just really tough. Like, if you get evenly, then you have nothing but Fossil Dyna. It's like
it could get you there. It could randomly get you there.
I mean, yeah,
like,
for
you
sure.
Just put into attack mode and just go Fossil Dyna. Get him.
I mean, all the Plunder Patrols, I believe, are quite small. So,
are they not bigger than a good old Fossil Dyna?
I don't think so. Maybe one of them is 1500. Can we get one of them?
Whitebeard,
there you go.
Whitebeard is 1500 attack.
There you go. So potentially, if it's boosted by Saryuja, it might actually not be big enough, but we'll see what we have here. He's still comboing off here with his Saryuja, and I think he's bringing down a block dragon here. Oh, so that's Gigantes. So a generic level 4 Earth monster, which you can search off the block dragon here. That's going to get him his Naturia Beast. Boosted by the Saryuja, of course, important to remember.
Things just got a bit more difficult.
Yep.
However, he doesn't know, but we know. It's coming. Battle phase. That's the words that nobody wants to hear.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's like, oh no. Have you ever bluffed it before?
Is there anything you can force out? Oh, remember when Trickstar was like kind of like in the meta?
It was reincarnation, yeah.
Yeah, so you would go force out reincarnation.
So if you had a bad hand, you would go battle phase, and if they didn't want to get evenly matched, they'd go reincarnation. You just essentially mulligan your hand.
Yeah.
Like, yes. You know what the best play for that is? It's when you don't have evenly matched. No. When you get reincarnation, then you draw evenly matched. You're like, yes.
Got him.
That was the best.
Okay, so this is a big board. He's
very similar, but with a Nat Beast's pal joining. He's like, what does that do? But this time, Nat Beast is not going to be staying for very long, unless he leaves that by himself. So that might be a better pick than the Fossil Dyna. But it depends, because he still doesn't really know what he's playing.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I feel like if you see Summoner Monk, you definitely think to yourself, okay, this is a deck that needs to special summon, right?
For sure.
But
it's little. There it is.
End of battle phase. So you can see his body language there. He's like,
your heart drops whenever you see that, and you're like, oh no, I gotta flip all these cards upside down now.
Upside down.
Upside down, yeah. Yar!
That's the interesting thing about evenly match. It banishes face down. So if there's any kind
Your
of
resources are gone.
Yeah.
Which is really good. It means it gets rid of all his resources. Doesn't go to the graveyard.
Oh, he is choosing to keep Fossil Die now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think that'll open the door for. Not quite yet though, because Windbeard can't attack because Whitebeard.
Oh, actually, he's going to keep Beatrice.
He's going to. Okay.
Okay. Respect the lady, the lady of eternal light.
Ladies first, I guess.
And what kind of a follow-up are we going to see here? We've got terraforming, so he's going to be able to access the shipyard.
Well, he's already started to take all his booty with Evenly Matched. So that Beatrice maybe coming aboard the ship.
How many puns are you going to throw out here,
As
Darren?
many as I can. I'm just like, as soon as I think of them, off they go. I feel like I'm not saying enough. So he asked the terraforming, which again, blind. Would you do that in case it's spiral? But like it's Summon Among.
He's probably fearing some kind of like, I don't know. If I see Summoner Monk and terraforming in a deck, I don't know what I'm thinking.
Mystic Mind.
Yes, that is true.
You definitely, absolutely has that terraforming. He's got Twin Twister though, I'm pretty sure.
Does he?
Yeah, I think so. I think I saw it in his hand, unless he put it back off Sayuya. I'm not sure. But I think he's probably going to far for this Summoner Monk to cut off his players.
Yeah, I think that's like definitely the correct thing here. So just remove the Summoner Monk for this turn.
So now all he has is a Slumber and 2 Whitebeards.
Yeah, so I think, so the problem here is that Beatrice is Light Monster, so he's not going to be able to take advantage of the...
Can you not change the attributes
effects.
with some cards?
Yes, you require the trap for that, however. Let me just have a read it here at Whitebeard. So on his opponent's turn, he can special plunder from the extra with the same attribute as his opponent controls and equip this to it. This card is sent from the hand or monster zone to the grave, special plunder from your deck. So
he's set Slumber Pass here.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably thinking to himself, you know, he doesn't want to trigger the Beatrice graveyard effect.
Yeah. And plus he doesn't have a battle phase, so it doesn't really achieve much. And I'm not sure what you would have for pushes because all these graveyard resources are gone. Once his field gets cracked.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, once you're... okay, that BA monster is going to die.
That Seer will absolutely die.
Beatrice is indeed... Why does the BA monster... No, I'm trying to...
I don't understand.
It's weird because, like, Beatrice is a BA card, but, like, not technically a BA card.
It's a lady. It's a lady. It's not a Burning Abyss monster. But Dante is.
Yep, so he's Seer for Dante and just going to poke for a cute little 1,000.
He can loop Dante and Seer, so he's not completely out of the game yet, so he can keep looping his resources. Beatrice is a big lady.
What was the name of the monster we used to put on top of Dante back in the day? Like, once it was run out of materials?
Akashic Magician?
That's a Link monster, Darren.
No.
Downward Magician.
Downward Magician, yeah. Sorry. I thought I was so confident, you know, that it was Akashic. No, it's Downward Magician. I knew it was something Magician.
Oh, the Super Poly.
Super Poly.
What are his targets? I'm really curious.
And does the Plunder do something now that it's been discarded?
Yes, it's going to special summon a guy from his hand. Okay, Mud Dragon.
Mud Dragon.
Ah, yes,
of
course.
Yes. Oh, of course. I've seen Mud Dragon on a pirate ship before. Have you not? It's a pirate pet.
All right, well...
It's a water too, so can you make the Blackbeard?
So the Link monster, I think, is just generically a Plunder Patrol and any monster, so I think he can make it here.
Has he summoned Redbeard here?
Yep, because Whitebeard has to summon a monster from the deck with a different name, so he's going to go for Whitebeard. And I'm curious to see where he goes from here, like, because I think you want to keep him on the field because on your opponent's turn...
So Whitebeard summons Redbeard?
Yep. Whitebeard summons any of them, but currently there's only 2. So in the future, hopefully, we'll be seeing like Orange Beard, Green Beard.
I like it. Oh, I hope so.
Wait, orange. I just realized what I said there.
Rainbow.
Orange Beard. It's ginger. It's the hair color.
That's me, mate. I'm the next pirate.
Ginger Darren. All right. So he's got a BA monster and a Psychic in his hand, so those aren't really going to synergize too well. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with Burning Abyss, at least this version of Burning Abyss. Once
its field's been cracked, there's not a whole lot you can do, really, except this. Just attack. Is that bigger than Redbeard?
I
imagine so.
Apparently it is. Let's see, Redbeard's stats is only 1,000, and Tracker is 12, I think. 16. Oh, big boy. All right.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
Is he bigger than Mud Dragon?
Mud Dragon, I think, is... Let's see. Mud Dragon is 19.
Oh, he's big. Ooh.
All right, now he's
I think Mud Dragon's cool as well, because can it change its attributes? So does that have some good synergy with the?
So
the
your opponent can't target monsters you control, I think, with the same attribute as this card, so you can quickly change its attribute in certain matchups to make it untargetable.
I think he's drew the field spell, which is going to get his engine
Yeah,
going.
that's like probably like a really good top deck here, because now he gets the trap card, and the trap card is Plunder Patrol Booty here, which can declare an attribute, and then you can, if you could just double check this.
So after stealing their booty, you set up your own booty.
Basically.
It
becomes that attribute until the end of this turn. So yeah, you can manipulate your opponent's attributes, and that's going to allow you to bring out the Xyz or the Synchro. Just either one, depending on what the situation calls for.
We'll hopefully see some of the big pirates in a second. But right now, Muddragon is the captain right now, leading the ship.
So I think they're just double checking something with the field spell here. If we take a look at the shipyard. Let's see.
I think I needed more emphasis on the yard there, mate.
Sorry.
What was the card called again?
Shipyard.
Shipyard!
You are correct.
You need to really get your voice deep.
So you can discard a card and add a Plunder Patrol card from your deck, except himself. Okay.
It's essentially just a card that gets to what you need to get in your deck.
Yeah, it's super powerful because it's wrote off for the whole deck. So it's Search of Plunder Patrol cards, not monsters. So trap card, spells in the future. Maybe we'll see. So there's a lot of like potential there. There's a whole wide array of like options. I think that we.
I hope
can
there's like
find
a
there.
treasure chest card or something. Like it just steals like. Imagine a card that like steals a spell or trap from their deck or something like that.
Doesn't Super Heavy Samurai do that or something?
I don't. Oh, I mean, that'd be cool though. There's just
Lullaby
literally like
Lydians.
full-on pirate. Oh, here we go. Is it happening? Is it happening?
Looks like he's going for it.
Blackbeard, yar, yar, har, fiddle-dee-dee. Being a pirate is alright with me.
How long have you been waiting to say that, Darren?
I've been so waiting. I've been wanting to get him to get some momentum first, but now he's starting to get some momentum.
Yep, and this allows him to use Redbeard's effect, which equips itself from the graveyard to his monster. All right.
And what does the Blackbeard do?
I'm trying my hardest to like make sure that I get all these correct, because it's a lot of information to absorb with these. So quick effect, targeted effect monster your opponent controls, and special plunder from your extra deck, the same attribute your opponent controls or is in their graveyard. Yeah.
But it looks like Burning Abyss has scooped.
Yep.
So Pirates have stolen game 2.
Yep.
It looks like we're in for quite a game 3.
Yeah.
What do you think the game plan is for Burning Abyss? Just start again, you think?
I think you have to. He's playing this like block BA Earth deck, so you're gonna have to like just try and set up again and hopefully get something in here that doesn't lose to Evenly Match, which is easier said than done.
Yikes! Yeah, maybe you just take Evenly Match on the chin, or you can go second and try and like beat him that way by putting his life points to 0.
Yeah, because I don't think he saw the slumber, so I don't think he's aware that his Plunder Patrol opponent is playing a.
There's been no hints that it's a go in second deck. Game 1,
he saw
all you
the
saw was
Super
some of
Poly,
them.
I suppose, but that was game 2, so he probably thinks that he sided
I
that in.
don't think he saw the Super Poly. No, game 2 he did, but it was like post side.
Yeah, exactly.
But he made him start post side, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
so
he did actually.
You've got, that's a hint to.
I think with Burning Abyss, you just. Oh, I can see Dart Rulers going in. Oh no, never mind.
I think those Twin Twisters. I think he's taking Twin Twisters out.
I think with such a powerful sort of combo heavy deck, you kind of just have to go first.
Yeah,
right? Set up that big
eventually.
board.
He could be very fearful of the evenly match though and want to go second, because he knows it's Pirates now, and if he's quite knowledgeable of Pirates, then he wouldn't want to go first against them. He would make them start. But I think a lot of people in this room won't know what Pirates do. So I'm not sure what the correct decision to do with when you play against Pirates, since it's a fairly new deck, and a lot of good picks for YCS are new cards, because a lot of people are quite knowledgeable of the new cards in the field.
I feel like the deck can kind of function as both, because you can go first and set up to copy your opponent's attributes, or you can go second and copy attributes of guys that are already on board, perhaps. But if I was in his position, I'd be worried about evenly matched.
Yeah,
for sure.
Very, very scared of evenly matched, because that's what he lost to. Is there any other card that you'd be scared of? There's Nibiru, there's evenly
Dark
matched,
Ruler.
Dark Ruler.
Have you noticed now in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's like a lot of like board-breaking going second cards. There's
It's
Nibiru
not
and,
just
like, all
sphere
these
mode
things.
anymore. Like,
Yeah.
if those break my fields, and it's just like, well, yeah, I've got Dark Ruler no more. I've got Evenly Matched. I've got sphere mode.
Do you know what monsters are unevenly matched?
What are they? Samurais?
They are. Do you know which ones?
Shien?
I'm surprised you even knew that. Well, yeah, okay, right. You've cracked it. It's Shien versus. It's Kagemusha, but I don't know if like you're supposed to know that. It's Kagemusha, who
Got the
was
law.
apparently raised by Shien, and then as he got older, he realized that Tenkabito Shien, the original effect monster from way back when, betrayed Kagemusha of the Blue Flame, the original vanilla monster.
Oh no!
I could talk about this forever. We're about to head back over to the table and check out how Game 3 is going to unfold.
Such a shame your Samurai logo cut off there. But we're back. We're back to Game 3, Burning
Probably for the
Abyss
best.
versus Plunder.
So I think I think we kind of mentioned at the start there the kaijus specifically, like those attributes we mentioned, Radiant, Dark, Dogoran, Fire. That's why you want Dark and Fire, because the ships are Dark, the Ixi and the Synchro is Fire. So you give your opponent that kaiju, you copy that attribute, and then you can take a guy for that essentially, because like you want that attribute on the field, because that's what you're.
Yeah, exactly. That's your strategy, just to take stuff from your opponent. I have no idea who's starting here, though. Have they decided?
Seems to be like they're okay. Yeah. Wait. Oh, okay. I think he might have drawn an extra card by accident going first. Seems that will have happened. I may or may not have been.
Yeah, he did. It looked like he had 6 cards in his hand. Silly
Yeah.
Billy.
I might have personally. done that on set.
On feature 2?
Yeah, I said.
You absolute dafty. I guess the best of us, huh?
Oh, he's kept Droll-in versus BA.
No? Not my cup of tea, I would say.
Interesting
I'm
choice.
not sure when you'd be able to draw after the Block Dragon, but then after that it's like you've already got everything once you've resolved Block Dragon.
Yeah, potentially.
Is there a point where you would add before Block Dragon? Only if you played stuff like Sekka's Light and Heart of Desires.
That's like the only thing I can actually think
Maybe
of.
he just didn't really have a side plan for Burning Abyss.
That's
so he
the
had to
thing,
keep
yeah.
things in.
Like you have to bear in mind, like when you come to an event like this, Spirals, Shadalls, Salad, Salmon Great, you don't really think to yourself, yes, Burning Abyss. What should I
it's
put
like,
in for that?
What's my side plan for Burning Abyss? The one Burning Abyss player in the room. But it is a big event with 2,000 players, so you're naturally going to play a matchup that you're not quite prepared for. And one of those matchups would be Burning Abyss or Plunder Patrol. Because you just don't expect to see them. You prepare for you think the meta is going to be.
You just kind of like, when you look at your side deck, you have to just kind of think of like, what are the overlaps here, so I can like, play this versus Salmon Grey and, Sky Striker. I can play this versus Shadal and Spiral, etc., etc. So you have some overlap in your side deck sometimes.
I think that's why decks like Burning Abyss and Plunder Patrol can have an edge on the meta, because people aren't respecting them.
Yeah.
And like I say, people might not be very knowledgeable of them or know what they do. So then it forces errors because people aren't sure what to like negate or stop when they're making plays and stuff. And it can mean that they just take games that they shouldn't have because people weren't sure what they did. We've seen that at other YCSs where Prank Kids last year's Milan took the whole event because nobody really knew what Prank Kids did.
Yeah.
And it can happen.
I mean, half the match is spent reading, what does this guy do?
Yeah, it's just like, what? I myself have found myself whenever I've been playing events, you play decks that you're not prepared for, and they can just take games off it because it's just like, what just happened?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so he's made this a bit of a standard for himself where he goes for the Cherubini, Dante, block, and extender to make his 4-material Saryuya, which is the way the chain resolves here is he's going to be able to do all of his adds and draws, and then the draw comes down.
At that point,
you've already done everything you've needed
to.
He's
drew off Saryuja, he's added off Block Dragon. At that point, what is there left to draw?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so he's just clarifying the chain links here, and it looks like he will be adding first, so going into Gigantes. Fossil Dyna, as we've seen, absolutely incredible card here in this matchup.
Doing the business.
Yep. He doesn't have
Wasn't quite good enough against Evenly Match, though.
That is true.
But from the look of his hand, his only strong card for going second. Oh, you got Mind Control and Gamma Seal. which we both know aren't particularly strong against the Fossil Diner.
So he just drew Tour Guides here, which he's going to be able to normal summon because...
Did he not normal summon one of these PS?
No, he specialed both of them because I was actually thinking about that. He was like, no, he special summoned Seer. But yeah, I guess he was probably hoping to dig into some kind of like extender like that of sorts. Okay, so he's going to put back
he's not going for your idea.
No. Maybe he did normal summon. Perhaps I missed it. Okay. But I definitely saw him special this year, so...
A lot goes on with Burning Abyss. It's hard to track which one's a special summon or a normal summon.
Yeah, remember Ritual Beast back in the day? You know, because like they can only be special summoned once per turn.
Yeah,
like, each one.
yeah.
So you have to remember like which ones were special summoned, which ones weren't special summoned.
Dragon Rulers are the same because they can only use one effect
per turn and only that turn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just like got to keep track of all that stuff. I don't see a Nat Beast. Oh wait, hang on. He's got Gigantus and Bulb. That is a Nat Beast if I ever did see one.
Does he have bulb access? Where's the bulb?
Oh, did he not send it right at the start like last time?
No, I don't think he has bulb access.
Oh, okay.
But he is going to bring down the Gigantes here, and...
Could he potentially go for a rank 4 play? Does he play any rank 4s?
Let's have a look here.
He plays Abyss Dweller.
There you go.
Is that good against Plunder Patrol? Does he trigger Engrave, right? When
yeah,
they're discarded?
it's not terrible. Yeah, it's
something.
Yeah, it's an option he's got here. So, Dweller, Saryuya, and the Fossil Dino is.
He seems to have a couple of rank 4 options.
Oh,
he's
yeah?
got,
what does he got here? Tornado, Abyss Dweller.
Dragon, yeah.
Okay, yeah, he does. All right, so he does go for the Abyss Dweller and then triggers the Saryuya here to special summon the Fossil Dino from the hand.
This is quite a strong board against most decks in the meta, to be honest.
Yep.
However, he is able to use his spells.
Yep.
But which spells are good to use?
Well,
Heart of Desires is a good one to start off with. To try and dig fear out.
Yep, that is true. So he's going to start with Mind Control. Okay, he's going to take the Fossil Dino here.
I hope he knows that you cannot link summon with that.
We'll see if he can like try and dig for an out here with this Pot of Desires. I think that has to be step number 2.
Let's just hope he hasn't locked himself under the Fossil Dino he's just taken.
Yeah. All right, so
is there a way to remove it from the field with the Plunder Engine?
Maybe you can equip it? I don't think there is. All right, but he's going to go for the field spell here into Shipyard.
Better. We need more yard. Come on, Shipyard. Next time you better do it.
Okay.
When we feature pirates again.
All right, so he's going to go for the discard. You probably dump something like the Gamma Seal, which isn't really... I suppose you could use it here.
So, do you think it was right to maybe Pot of Desires first? He knows what field spell is getting first, so like naturally you would do that first.
Yeah, I think it is correct here because like you want to like deck thin for one first and then Desire because like you don't have any other.
And then the Plunder card will what you draw will determine what sort of Plunder Patrol card you want to get.
Yep. So he draws another draw and another Shipyard.
Not a great Pot of Desires. I'm guessing the Shipyard is once per turn.
It is indeed. Yep. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn.
Yes. So it looks like he might be in a bit of a pickle here, because I don't think he can out this Fossil Dino.
Nope.
So I guess a bit of a waste of a Mind Control. Maybe he should have held that to see his game plan first.
We'll see if any of these plunders can perhaps
plunder his strategy, yes.
And out to this Fossil Dino.
I've got faith. This booty's getting stolen. So what do you think you go here for? So he can search a spell, trap, or the monster, right? So he's going for Whitebeard.
Yep, he does go for Whitebeard. Let's double check if Whitebeard can out this here. So special a plunder from extra with the same attributes as opponent controls. If you equip this, discard sent from hand or field special. Yeah.
It predominantly special summons, which is something you cannot do under a Fossil Dino.
That's kind of the issue. He just.
Could this card have potentially tacked over Fossil Dino if he just didn't mind control it? It's being boosted by 300. So
I don't.
What's the defense of
Fossil Dino would be too big, I believe. Where's Fossil Dino?
There it is.
There it is. Okay. Yeah. So Fossil Dino would be at 16 defense.
So you would not be able to attack over the Fossil Dino with any card you would search.
So the Mind Control not putting in any work there at all. I mean, you steal a guy that prevents you from special summoning, and then you put it on your side of the field. Well, I mean,
It's the same with
restrictions still apply.
Winder. I found that mind control was.
Oh my god, he top decked Avarice.
Sure did, yeah. Let me just draw 2 cards.
This could be the nail in the coffin here.
This could be the new card to top deck, and it's like, woohoo! Draw 2 cards.
Remember when like Snatch Steal was around and like people would top deck that for game?
Say, gimme! Now you got a themed deck that Snatch Steals.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so
yeah,
draws
mind
2
control
here.
is not suitable out.
Yeah,
However, I don't think you'll be adding. Oh, his Scarm's been turned off, mate. Oh no! What's he gonna do?
So I think you probably just have to put your. Okay, well he's just going to keep the Fossil Dyna in defense. I suppose there's no real urgency to put it into attack.
You can't push for game yet, so there's no real need to put it in attack mode because it means that Whitebeard can crash.
And with only 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here, all he needs is just a slight life advantage in game 3.
38 minutes already.
Yeah.
It is game 3, I guess.
This has been not the greatest mission
of
treasure hunting
for
the pirate.
They cannot find. I can't think of any pirate references related to treasure.
X marks the spot.
X marks the spot, I guess. You can't find the X. He is without a treasure map.
So yeah, like you just got to push for a little bit of damage here and like hope it gets you there because
I would
at
like
this
to
point,
think Burning Abyss is in full control, I think.
Yeah, he's in a top deck situation staring at a Fossil Dyna. We might see like some power card that he can get here. Another mind
control, which we've seen doesn't quite...
Yeah, it doesn't quite get you there, unfortunately. It's hard to see like what he can do from here, but maybe he can take another turn by setting and passing. It's
he would
it's
survive
really tough
another
for him.
turn,
Yeah.
but then he would have a minute.
Going for another mind control back on the Fossil Dyna.
Let's see if it works the second time.
And he's thinking. Yep, there we go. No real use there. You know, he should have at least set. I think perhaps to try and stall out a turn, but he's just gonna
scoop it up.
Fossil Dyna putting in so much work here.
Very unfortunate from the Plunder player. We didn't really get to see what Plunder could really do.
Yep, it's hard.
But when you're staring down a Fossil Dyna, well, what can any deck do?
Not a lot of decks can play under that card. So
good, but we've got to hand it to Burning Abyss player. A really good strategy just to end on a Fossil Dyna and Nat Beast we've seen. Doesn't quite do it against Evenly Matched, but against cards like Mind Control and Super Poly, which we've seen are really popular this format. It's a really good call.
Maybe not Super Poly.
Maybe.
Can't respond.
Yes. Maybe not quite Super Poly.
This has been a display of, I guess, like the evolution of Burning Abyss. It's a deck that has went through so many iterations, so many different versions over the years.
6 years.
Remember when we started off with like, tribute summoning Ryza and stuff like that back in 2014? Remember like, I think Jeff Jones did that first one.
Remember the Supply Squad stuff?
Yes.
Where it was just the OG free. It was like Seer,
Graf's Scar. 3/3/3, 3 tour guides.
3 tour guide,
What do you need? Like,
it was mad.
Best deck.
And then tour guide went straight into 1. Now it's back to 2. Hopefully we'll be back to 3 again. Then Burn the Abyss will just be the best deck again.
So I think that's going to be us for now. We're going to be heading over to the players for a quick interview with Martin to tell us a little bit more about his Burning Abyss strategy. We'll be back shortly. See you soon.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Yes, I'm here with Martin, our feature match winner. Congratulations. How do you feel that you won the feature match?
I feel very nervous. A little bit, I hope I win. When I misplay, I salty. And I hope a good hand for the first turn. I hope I have it in the first turn. And round 1, very good field and win the first match game. And that was really good.
There was a moment, a really standout moment for me when you got evenly matched. Your face was really, you could tell the emotions. How were you feeling when that happened?
Oh, I feel it's not so good. Evenly destroy all. I have all and Dan have nothing. But I have the 3-game win done. That was really good.
Why did you choose to keep Beatrice? Was that a conscious decision? Why did you choose Beatrice?
Beatrice have materials, and I can't material what I want, and I stirring the Gegner, Gegner from Sorry. I can talk for the next play. I have Ressourcen for the next game.
Okay, your opponent, I'm being told, was what you were looking for there. The word. My German's awful, so don't worry about it. So what's your score now? Is that 1-1?
Please?
Just score.
Score?
Yeah. For 2 rounds, how many rounds did you win?
1-1 I have. At the first game I lost, and yet I win. It's really good.
How do you feel about Plunder Patrol? You didn't get to see much of the pirates, but how do you like them? Do you think they're cool?
I have this deck I can't discard. That was pretty not good, and I hope I win trotzdem in the game. And sorry, my English is not so good. And I have win. That was really nice.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin. Congratulations. That's going to be it for our round 2. We'll be back with round 3 very shortly. See you guys soon.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Your wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Muta, where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Your wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Welcome back to our coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. Today we have a Pictionary marathon of sorts going on. We have 2 contestants here, 4 minutes total. They have to draw as many Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I've got here as possible. During the end of that time, and once all the competitors have gone through, we will be giving out a prize for the collective pair. So today we've got all the way from Canada,
Kevin Rodriguez, what's up, guys?
and over to my left we have from Wales,
Bradley Aywood.
So Bradley Aywood over here is going to be guessing, and our artist for this is going to be Kevin Rodriguez. So we will be beginning first of all with, start the timer, this card here.
Let's go, Kev.
All right. So we have, well, feel free to walk us through this one, Brad. What do you see?
It looks like a tentacle. And then looks like a is it a dragon? It looks like a very poorly drawn dragon. Oh man, this is gonna be a tough.
What do you think those appendages on the side there are?
I hope they're wings. Grr, look at them teeth.
Now remember, you are allowed to skip if you get stuck.
What is that?
Can't really draw this, not much.
Skip.
Skip? Okay. All right. Harpy's pet dragon.
Right. Excellent. Oh god, that was
Next one.
4 minutes.
All right. Off to a good start then.
Yeah, I know. Strong.
What do you see?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
I think it's getting there now. This face of confusion.
Well, that's it.
That's it. That's what you get.
Skip.
Okay, skip. Next card.
Wrong jobs.
Jesus Christ, these guys are huge.
If you don't get this one, we're going to be really disappointed in you, Brett. Just saying. All right, so we've got it
looks like a man. I don't know.
A man. Okay. Right, we're going somewhere.
Doesn't look like a man. Wait, what is going on? Kev.
Come on, if you don't get this one, then I don't.
What do you mean if I don't get this one? It's like saying you'd be disappointed if you drew a stick man. Of course it's Marauding Captain. How do you not know it's Marauding Captain?
Is it Marauding Captain? It's not Marauding.
It feels like a stick man.
It's not Marauding Captain.
No, hang on.
All right.
What is...
You've got about 2 minutes left, so.
It's got big ass knuckles, my guy. It's ready to punch everyone out.
What's got big ass knuckles?
Look at the headpiece. The headpiece tells you everything.
No, it doesn't. What headpiece?
Times are running.
Skip. What is that? What was that?
Dude, this is impossible to draw, man. Okay, I'm gonna make it real simple and fast.
This is actually right, real simple. It appears to be a stick man. I'll give you a hint since you guys are doing awful. It's a meta-relevant card semi-recently.
Oh, it's Dingirsu.
There you go.
Oh my god, he got one! He got one! All right. Next one. Come on, pay attention, Brad. You can do this.
Time Space Trap Hole. No? Oh, MST.
Thank you.
Right.
All right. 1 minute left. 1 minute. You can do this. Come on. I believe.
Trap Hole? Bottomless Trap Hole.
Yes. Okay, you're on fire now.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, now all the done stuff's out there.
Is that a puddle?
No.
Come on, I know you see it. I know you see it.
Sinister Serpent. Oh God. What do you mean?
I'm just looking at you like, come on, you can do this.
It's a puddle. It's a snake. What am I looking at? It's just.
Come on.
What do you mean? Come on.
20 seconds.
Everyone knows this. Everyone.
Snake. Oh, Dangerous Tsuchinoko. 10 seconds. Come on.
All right, 10 seconds. What can you do in 10 seconds? Come on. What do you see? Teeth, I think? Is that a tail? I don't know what that is, but what do you think? Nailed it.
We're done. Time's up.
Time's up? Okay, that's time on the round. A freeze play. That was Ultimate Conductor Tyranno.
Naturally.
Any final comments about Kevin's drawing skills?
Clearly, I was the weak link here.
All right, well, thanks, guys. We'll be back for another round momentarily.
It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to. Now is the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get into the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to duel. Now get serious. Time to duel. Now is the time.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm Marcello Barberi and I'm here with Alberto Marazzi, and we are here to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, and the evolution of it. In 2017, Yu-Gi-Oh went through probably the biggest change of its history when the Link Monsters were introduced. The field, and especially the zones, were completely changed, and the iconic extra deck monsters, in particular XYZs, fusions, synchros, and even pendulums, were not able to be summoned anymore without Link monsters in the main monster zone. The extra deck monster zones were introduced, and now we are in 2020, and we are gonna have a new change in the rules starting from April 1st. And it's not an April Fool's, I can assure you that. So if we want to go through this, can you explain to us how the new rule will change the game?
Yeah, so basically you will be allowed to special summon from your extra deck fusion monsters, XYZ monster and synchro monster into the main monster zone as it was before the Link monster were announced. But now with the new things like, for example, pendulum monster, Link monsters must be summoned in the extra monster zone, as you already know. But this is gonna be so different and maybe also interesting, because on one hand you could play a couple of different decks that are not played anymore. For example, the Karakuri archetype, for example, relies on synchro monsters and you could spam a lot of them, but also Paleozoic, which was one of the biggest deck ever maybe in this game. Imagine having multiple copies of totally awesome on your field. Like, you could be really awesome, right?
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be refreshing for the game, and just as you mentioned, it's pretty straightforward. Just synchro fusions, XYZ. It's gonna be your choice. Actually, you can summon them just like you got used to in the extra monster zone, but you can also just summon as many as you want in the main monster zone, and it's a huge deal. It changes a lot of the cards. I think there are a lot of very interesting tech cards. I know there is some Goyo synchro cards that can really abuse this new rule, so you can get as wide with your imagination as you can. And actually, something interesting, here in YCS Utrecht on Friday, we had a public event where you can actually try out this new rule and play with decks that are gonna be pretty much valid from April 1st. And even though you're not gonna able to just play here in Utrecht, you're free to do it with your friends. There is no change in the field or in the zone, it's the same. So just feel free to practice it with your friend, because it's like less than 2 months away now. but still, it was really great to see these changes. I'm definitely excited for it, excited to do some commentary and to practice it myself.
We will try.
Yeah, so thank you guys again for watching. So I hope everything is clear for you guys. If you have any doubt, feel free to send an email, just ask your friends or any of us, just message us. And now we're actually gonna go around and ask the players in the room what's their opinion on this change. Keep watching.
Welcome back to coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. My name is Rodolf Eisinger and I'm here with Danilo Verwey from the Netherlands, and we are still trying to find out what people think about the April 1st 2020 rulings update. Danilo, you just entered the public events where you could play with the new rulings. How do you feel about the new rulings in general?
I welcome them. I'm quite excited about playing Synchro Monster, Fusion Monster, Xyz Monster in the main Monster Zone again. I thought Master Rule 4 or the Link era kind of restricted a lot of decks, but now I can get a lot of older decks out of the woodwork and just try them again, and that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Do you feel like it's easier? It makes Synchro and Xyz Monsters more accessible than before?
Yeah, it quite does. A lot of the time, especially with like the older Synchro decks, you have to go summon them to the extra Monster Zone or play a Link Monster. But some decks really can't afford to play Link Monsters. Especially with all the non-generic links in the first time of the Link era. Yeah, so I think, it will be a lot more accessible.
Okay. You're playing in the public events. Why did you decide to enter them?
I really wanted to play Crystron again. It's been so long since I played Crystron and summoned everything in the main Monster Zone.
Okay.
I just want to go nuts and play every Synchro I can.
All right. So basically, your most favorite deck really benefits from the new rulings.
Right.
Okay. And you just played round 1. Yeah. What's the result and what happened?
Well, I played against Spiral and I 2-0 him with Crystron.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you expect that?
Not quite. I was Spiral's kind of scary, but luckily things went my way, and so I beat him fairly quickly.
All right. Thanks. That's it. Thank you very much. Enjoy the public events. And will you be competing in the main event tomorrow?
Yes, I will.
With the same deck or a similar deck?
I'm not going to play Crystron. I think it's a bit too fragile, a bit too hard with the current rules.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Enjoy the event.
Thank you.
And thanks for your time. And for you guys, stay tuned for more player interviews and players talking about the new rulings updates. Thank you very much. We're still collecting opinions on the new revised rulings update for April the 1st. And we're here with Bert Kuiper from the Netherlands. Bert, the first thing I would like to know from you is, how do you feel about the new rulings update?
Well, I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! About a year ago, so I went into the Master Rule 4, so I'm used to Master Rule 4. I did play as a child Yu-Gi-Oh! So I also know about not having an extra Monster Zone. I think a lot of decks are going to be very overpowered with the new Master Rule.
Overpowered? Okay, why?
I think a lot more FTK options would be available if you don't have to include links monsters in your main deck, extra deck. And things like Time Thief, it's easier to summon 3 Xyz monsters on the field and then summon, there's this Link monster that requires 3 Xyz monsters and it's a beast.
Okay, and overall do you feel like it will bring a little bit more variety to the metagame?
It will bring a lot more variety to the metagame, yes. We'll have to see if it's going to be in a good way or not.
Okay, yeah, nobody knows basically, but we're just trying to take a little bit look into the future and see what will maybe come. However, you're also playing in the public events where you can play with the new Master Rule. How is it going for you?
A lot of people are going to hate me for this, but I'm playing through Draco in the public events. The reason is no one expects it in the Master Rule 5. When everyone wants to play with the new Master Rules and the new decks, I'm just playing Dracos and no one expects it. I did see a lot of new decks. I saw a Synchro deck with Crystons and Time Thief. I see a lot of Time Thief.
Okay. So basically this might be a new tech card?
Tech cards?
Tech card. Time Thief?
Oh yes. It's going to be a very powerful deck. A lot of options and disruptions.
Okay. Are you going to play at the main event as well tomorrow?
I will.
Okay. Similar deck or something different?
Same deck.
Okay, okay.
I still don't have a new deck.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking your time. Best of luck for the public events and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And you guys stay tuned for more interviews on the new revised ruling and for more coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020.
Welcome back everyone to YCS Utrecht 2020. We have a little Forbidden and Limitless discussion as this is one of the first major events of the new format. Join with me is our world's competitor Darren Stevenson as one of our hosts, and of course myself, Farfa, as you probably know me best. So the new Forbidden and Limitless, it was a big shake-up of the new format and probably one of the most surprising we'd seen in a while. What's your general thoughts when you first saw it overall?
I had no idea what to think. It was crazy. I think we both had a same reaction to it. We had just no idea what to think. Normally there's a clear best deck right after the shake-up, as it were, but this time round it was sort of what on earth do we do now? We just don't know which deck to pick because everything just got hit in that list and we just weren't sure what to do. And I think now the meta's sort of shaping up a little bit now, but every sort of deck is sort of changed in its own sort of way. It's crazy.
So speaking of the major changes, we can probably start with the big elephant in the room. As you guys know, Orca Sky Striker, really, really dominant deck, over 50% of top cut at multiple YCSs. Orca Striker lost, we'll probably start with, I guess, Orcus more likely, Harp Horror ban. That was more of a consistency hit over power. Do you think we'll see a bit of Orcus this weekend, or do you think it's maybe going to fall off with Spyro and the new Shadal deck?
I'm not sure. I think people would still play Orcus just because it's one of the decks that can always play and it can still do the same stuff with Babel and IP. The Orcus Striker deck I don't think we'll see anymore because Engage was sort of the link to put both the two decks together to allow such a splashable engine. Now that Engage is gone, I think we'll start to see more of an Orcus deck and a Striker deck because Striker still has cards like Shizuku and stuff which can add its resources, and it still has a utility with Jamming Wave and Afterburners. And whereas we're going back to Orcus, yeah, it did lose Harp Horror, which is one of its major extenders and one of its best starter cards. However, it still has stuff like Orcus Nightmare, and it still has Dingirsu, which is one of the best removal in the game. And the fact that it still has that insane removal and being able to set up boards like Dingirsu, Galar, and the Crescendo, a counter trap that also banishes as well, I think it's still really, really strong, and it consistently does that too, and I think it'll be a really good pick this meta.
You mentioned a little bit about Sky Striker there, so they are probably most likely going to be split into two separate decks now. You can't really have that sort of combined heavy spell synergy anymore. Speaking of Striker, Engage gone. I don't know how happy everyone was about that. I think a lot of people were super, super relieved. But overall, Striker, do you think we'll see much of that? Not also forgetting that Kagari is still in the game. At 3 now, yeah. It was returned to. So what do you think about Striker now, pure Striker?
It's crazy to think that Kagari's back at 3, right? I don't think that's something anything thought that would happen. But I also didn't think Engage would be on the Forbidden Limited list as well. But here we are. Strike is always a deck that everybody thought, every list, that it's done for, right? Kagari went to 1, Multi-Roll went to 1, everybody thought it's done for. But it's such a resilient deck that just keeps on showing up in the meta, and people are probably writing it off again. I tell you what, it's still really, really good. It may have lost Engage, which is one of its most powerful cards, sure. But it still has stuff like Widow Anchor, Multi-Roll, which is one of the best cards in the game, to be able to set all your resources back. It's one of the best control decks we've ever had, and I'd be very surprised to see it not in this meta, just because it's so versatile.
Moving on to some of the more prominent other decks that were present, we had Thunder Dragon was a major competitor, Titan Control, you had the sort of Dragon combo variant, as well as you had the sort of more control variant, relying mostly on Colossus, who is now completely banned, not limited or anything, they just removed that card. What's your thoughts on Thunder Dragon going forward?
Colossus being forbidden is crazy. Well, it kind of goes hand in hand with Engage, right? When you've lost one, you gotta lose the other. And I think a lot of people would agree that if you would take away Engage, it's only right to take away Colossus, or vice versa. Colossus being gone, it's not the end of the world. Thunder Dragon is still really, really strong. It's lost one of its main win conditions to stop people from adding from the deck, but it still has Titan. Thunder Dragon Titan is still a really strong card that has like on-the-spot removal. It doesn't target, just like Dingirsu, and it's really, really powerful. It's a defensive card as well, unlike Dingirsu. And I think this deck is still really, really strong. You'll have to think of different ways to play it, such as stuff like Instant Fusion to summon Kaminari attack and stuff. But as a general like Link ladder deck that can end on like Titan and IP, I think it's still able to do that. And I think it's still a really strong deck for sure.
It's not going to be completely gone, but we'll see this weekend just exactly how many Thunder Dragon decks will appear throughout the day. Another, I suppose, one of the more heavier sort of control decks we've seen in recent years, Salmon Great, losing that Mirage Stalio, that like consistency, getting your Gazelle out of the deck or your level 4 to extend into Dweller or something. The Stalio hit, in some ways, really big, but people have adapted very quickly. We've seen already with like the microcoder and stuff and things like that. Not forgetting as well, Debug now back to 3 to compensate. So a little bit of give and take there with Salmon Great. What's your thoughts on that?
My first impression with Salmon Great gone, with Stalio, Mirage Stalio gone, I thought the deck lost a lot of its utility and a lot of its versatility. But I've been proven wrong these past couple of weeks. We saw that it's been doing really well at like regionals and stuff, and the deck has just been able to adapt. It's lost its rank 3 engine, it can't really play Sea Archiver or the Dangers anymore, but the deck still just does the same thing, because all the Salmon Greats get to Balinks and Sunlight Wolf, and it still has Gazelle, which is one of the most versatile cards in the game, being able to send your traps like Roar and Rage, and it just does the same thing, sets up traps and defends itself, and it recycles Ash Blossom, which is one of the best hand traps in the game as well. And like that deck is still really, really versatile, and it's still really, really sticky. And I'd be very surprised if we don't see it in Top Cut in one of the most represented decks for sure.
Representation is something that's very important as well, because I think Salmon Great had the more accessible sort of thing that players had. So like, you know, it was just like 3 structure decks, you know, so it's a very kind of popular deck for that reason. So we'll see if we'll see any more of that this weekend. One hit that I think that everyone kind of was taken aback by, just seemingly out of nowhere, not really doing too well, just a couple of tops here and there with Pendulum. Now they've removed Electromite. I feel like maybe that's because, well, if you hit all these other best decks, you kind of have to like, you know, give and take with like sort of maybe like a tier below. Electromite gone. What do you see as the future for Pendulum as well, not forgetting Servant to 1?
Exactly, it was definitely needed. You're right in saying that if you hit the decks at the top, the decks like sort of below that will just creep to the top. And I think they saw that coming, because like Tempest Magician also got forbidden as well, which makes sense because that card was part of the Pendulum sort of strategy. And Electromite is one of the best Link 2s that they've ever printed. And it makes sense that like they would have to hit it, because with that card being like legal, it's going to cause a lot of havoc. And it sort of solved the problems in Pendulum where like you needed to have like an opposite scale to be able to play it, and Electromite just gets you that opposite scale. Now it isn't so cut and dry, because you have to like build your deck to have an equal number of like low and high scales. Servant going to 1 isn't that much of a big deal, because there's still multiple copies of it. You still play like the spell to be able to search it as well, and you still got multiple copies of that. I think you can still play like 7 Servants in the deck. It is still really, really strong, and it still puts up like the same boards. It doesn't really need Electromite. The only reason it needed Electromite was for those awkward hands to like have like, you know, the opposite scale. But if you can build a really consistent build, I think Pendulum could do really well at this event as well.
Master and Endymion, such a great card, going first and second, so we'll see if we'll get any Pendulum in Top Cut this weekend. Some of the more minor hits, or returns rather, I'd say. Tour Guide back to 2, one of my favorite cards of all time. Are we going to see some BA this weekend, or some Tribes in Top Cut?
Well, Tour Guide's one of the best cards that they've ever printed, and to see it back at 2 is an amazing thing. And I think there's going to be a lot of versatile decks with that card, especially Burning Abyss as well.
Nothing for Tribe?
Tribe?
Tribe Infecting Virus?
Tribe Infecting Virus. Maybe Mermail will come back and do some like cool combos with the Atlanteans and Tribe Infecting Virus. That'll be crazy to see on stream, but we'll see, maybe. That'll be cool.
Maybe. All right, thanks everyone for joining us. This has been our Forbidden and Limitless discussion, and we'll be back with more coverage very shortly.
is probably playing in front of a lot of friends, because as we could hear from the introduction, there is a lot of guys here supporting both. So let's see who can take it. Flavio going first, playing Sky Striker, and as you can see, we have one deck we have not yet shown. Cyber Dragon Orcus. So an exciting one, really.
It is. It was expected to be a little more popular, to be honest, but not a whole lot of people managed to maneuver it through the field. But Sam is the last one standing of the crew. And originally, Cyber Dragon was a really, really good deck versus Sky Striker, right?
Yeah, as he said, he knows what his opponent is playing, and he feels like he is confident. And I do have to agree, because Sky Striker really struggles to deal with decks that spawns a lot of monsters. And when those monsters are able to just clear away your link for a bigger one, then it gets tough.
And it's so easy for Sam to actually clear away the Shizuku in the end phase, because Cyber Dragon, Mega Fleet Dragon actually is so good in just removing that monster from the extra monster zone.
It's one of the coolest thing about this matchup is particular, or okay, he doesn't get unlucky. I was shaking for a moment. Yeah.
That would have been unfortunate if he does not hit there with Field Spell. But Anchor is a pretty good pickup right there.
Absolutely, and it's worth mentioning that Flavio is maining There Can Only Be One, which is a great card in general against Orcus decks, even more with Cyber Dragons, because they are all machines.
Absolutely.
So it can really shut down his opponent. But something funny that I was telling you about is that I know Flavio significantly well. He's a fellow Italian, and he had some success at previous tournaments. And he played the same card-by-card deck of our colleague Alberto from Top 32. And something that last minute, while literally in the queue to give the deck list, they add in their extra deck the Chimera Deck Fortress for this match.
We see it on their list. They actually crossed it through.
Literally last second, they cut from the deck, and they were like, no, let's play Dingirsu for mind control.
That could also be handy here too, because his opponent is playing Orcus cuts, but Mega Fleet would be so much better in this deck.
Having it in the extra deck is so good. Like, if you're an experienced Cyber Dragon player, you can find ways to play around it, but if your opponent just has that card in the extra deck, they don't need to do anything. As long as you have Cyber Dragon monsters, they just clear your field. So
I think that also scared away a lot of players from the Cyber Dragon Orcus deck, because that card in the extra deck alone is such a threat, and you don't even have to draw it. You just have that tool in the extra deck available every single time versus that deck.
Exactly. Since I know them well, I was telling them I didn't like that decision. Hopefully it doesn't cost him, because when you get this far, if that decision cost you a match during the Swiss, sure. It lost you, like it cost you the top 8, that got hurt.
Little decisions now really makes a difference, and that could be one that cost him. And I think he's still digging for There Can Only Be One, for his Floodgate here. He draws with Engage, he resolved 2 engages with Draw Effect, I think. Oh no, the first one was with only 2 spells engraved, but the second one did good. There's another Field Spell.
But still very impressive opening here, so...
He got his Engage engine already going. He resolved 2 engages in his first turn, so you can say that he did well. He can set some back row, so that's at least potential fear for Sam. He cannot just carefully play through everything.
Absolutely. I was about to ask if you thought he was going to go for the greedy multi-role play. He thinks that double engage is better, and I do tend to agree with this, so hopefully he will not get OTK'd, which
which is what that deck does.
Yeah, it is one of the best features of Cyber Dragon Orcus. So
yeah, let's see what Sam can do here. He starts off with Cyber Emergency. And in case you don't know, that's just a free search. Oh, and Cyber... Ooh, that's instantly met by Ash Blossom. And Ash Blossom was met by Called by the Grave here. So already action kicking off strong here.
It's top 8. They are both successful, and they both know what they're doing. So we're probably going to have a match where they play cards like really fast to each other, as in this scenario. So
absolutely. And he went with Cyber Dragon Core. Added that to his hand. And I'm kind of wondering, Cyber Emergency, actually, if that gets negated, doesn't it say you can just discard 1 card to actually get it back to hand?
It does, but unfortunately it says the activation needs to be negated, so with Ash Blossom it doesn't work.
Yeah, okay,
so.
That works around it. True.
Yeah.
And Flavio instantly recognized that, throwing his Ash there, but it was banished by Called by the Grave.
Okay.
And look, he wants to take the Cyber Dragon Core, I guess, or can he? Can he even take it?
I think he does, but it doesn't look like he is gonna go for it. So
But does it even help him? Because it could be fused away anyway on either player's side, and then he just has a monster stuck in his main monster zone. So
exactly, that's something very important to mention. It does not matter where the Cyber Dragon cards are. So,
oh, see there. He just says, yeah, please put away your monster. I will use it for my Mega Fleet Dragon. And there it is, conquering the field. Sam already announcing the effect, I guess, of Cyber Dragon Nexter.
Yeah, one of the best addition to the deck lately.
Yeah.
It really put him to a next level, and it is one of the reasons why, for example, the deck won one of the few YCSs in Japan that we had. Completely different format, but really shows you how good of a deck that is. So.
And also that Cyber Dragon Nexter really gives you the ability to grind in some grindy matchups, because it can, after turn 1, when you summon Dingirsu with your Orcus engine, then summon back the Dingirsu from the graveyard and then triggers this effect. So that is really, really important. And I'm kind of hopeful to see Sam resolving these effects.
Okay, at the same time, I have seen a lot better ends from this kind of deck.
Yeah.
It seems like it was one of the weaker ones.
That's true.
Let's see if he can still pull this off. So
it's kind of hard always for the Cyber Dragon Orcus players to really have 2-card combos. There are not a lot of 2-card combos. You usually need to have at least 3 cards that really interact with each other, especially because you have to discard cards as well and so on. So that looks like basic Orcus combo from there on. And that is like something Striker can definitely take apart.
Definitely is apart, yeah. And especially because Striker is like very reliant. Flavio went for the Shark Cannon last turn, knowing how important it is here.
Oh, yeah.
Not only is it good against the Orcus part of the deck, it's also good to get rid of, for example, the core.
Yes.
For next turn. So.
Absolutely. And we see him searching for the normal and original Cyber Dragon back from Cybernetic Revolution. But it's still played, and it's still played as a 3-of, I think, right? Yeah, of course, you have to, because when you actually resolve machine duplication or so, you always special summonings them off from the deck, and you can search for them so easily as well. You want to have the maximum of it.
Yeah, to be honest, we focused a lot more on Lunalight Orcus throughout the event, but this was also one of the better versions of the deck. Because it does, just like Lunalight, a lot of unfair things and a lot of reading from your opponent, because most people are not really used to playing against Cyber Dragons. So
yeah, and interestingly enough, in the main event, now we only have 8 players left, and there's not a single pure Orcus variant left. It's only Orcus splash decks. For example, David Erpen playing the combo Thunder Dragon Orcus deck, and we see him playing Cyber Dragon Orcus tier. So the pure deck doesn't seem to perform too well at the moment.
Yeah. And I do agree with the statistics, let's say, because usually the pure one allows you to play more like Anthrops and touches, but I feel like a better engine is usually the way to go. So
that's true. And also what the Cyber Dragon Orcus deck makes it so strong is that trap card you can play. Cybernetic Overflow, which he has in hand, can really just pop so many cards on the side of your opponent. You can just banish cards from your graveyard, different Cyber Dragon monsters with different levels, and then you can pop cards on your opponent's side of the field up to the number of that. There you see it on the screen, and that can just take apart a whole field. Also a field of Lunalight or Orcus, for example. If they already wanted to go through all the monsters, you just do that, and you have a struggle to get through it.
Especially because it doesn't even target, so there's not much playing
around. That's the best part about it.
Yeah,
absolutely. So now comes the Dingirsu, the card that makes the Orcus deck so much stronger and so versatile, because it can just get the resources back from the banish pile.
Even though in this particular matchup it is kind of a double-edged sword, just because Sky Striker can recycle the Shark Cannon, and they can get your own Dingirsu and start popping your own cards. So it's definitely an interesting one. So,
like, Shark Cannon is such a super powerful card. It was back in the day, it was only used to do like OTKs with Boris Sword Dragon to get like a monster from your opponent's graveyard to then be able to actually kill your opponent on that turn. But nowadays, you can special summon so many good monsters from your opponent's graveyard. For example, Pankratops as well. Then you say you can actually summon Dingirsu. You can also summon Dingirsu in response to the effect of Skeleton in your opponent's turn, or in your own turn. And then you wasted the Skeleton, and you also got the value out of the Dingirsu. That's like an absolute power play.
Indeed,
and that's probably the reason the ratio of Shark Cannons is going up lately.
Yeah, it went really all over the place. For even 3 copies sometimes, so it's...
and that makes sense,
definitely. It's also like very important in the mirror match to get the one only copy of Kagari. So
Oh yeah, in the mirror match it's so important to try to actually get the Kagari out with the effect of Ray, so your opponent cannot special summon it with Shock Cannon anymore.
okay, and here we see the
instantly.
cybernetic overflow. Yeah, it makes sense by the way he was playing because he didn't destroy the multi-roll with the Dingirsu.
True, true.
Just because he wanted to immediately use the overflow. That way, he was guaranteed to have the crescendo for the engage that Flavio searched. Even though I gotta say that Flavio isn't in that bad of a spot.
He isn't. He has engaged, and he also has that anchor set. And that kind of baits out the negate, because if you don't crescendo that, you do not have a monster on your side of the field anymore.
Which I think there was a little bit of a miscalculation here
He
from
lets
Sam.
it through. Does he have crescendo set?
Yeah, he does, he does.
Yeah, that's really interesting there. Is he just popping at them? No, that does not really make a difference.
I think he is probably just relying on the fact that if Flavio doesn't reveal a Sky Striker card, then Galatea is gonna basically lock him.
But I mean, he has a field spell. Okay, if he doesn't reveal it with it. Okay, yeah,
so
sure.
But at the same time, we do know that Flavio is playing Dingirsu. So now the decision making from Flavio to cut Chimera deck for Dingirsu could come in handy.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see. It's definitely an interesting one.
Look
And
at
there we
it.
see
He is going for it. And see Sam, he's actually surprised by that.
You can see Sam smiling. He didn't expect it. And Flavio getting rewarded by it. Now he gets to engage and do whatever he wants. And Sam is left with nothing, really.
Absolutely.
Wow, what a turn of events. Flavio taking the best he can for an unfavorable matchup.
Yeah. And making his own cards work against him. Sam has to feel the power of Dingirsu now. But Flavio probably is eager to actually get that Dingirsu off his field now, because he wants to have his extra monster zone being ready for Sky Striker Link monsters.
Yep. So
is he first? Yeah, of course he is first of all trying to do that. Is he hitting? Oh, yep. Oh, he's hitting good. He is hitting good with the Ray.
Very good reveal here, and he's pretty much free to do whatever he wants. So
yeah, a lot of spells in his graveyard too, so he can resolve the engage with the draw effect too, and that's what he's going to do.
Do you like he sent the crescendo to the graveyard? Or
I mean, it was just a dead card on the field basically, and in the graveyard it can do something.
Yeah,
so
I mean, the consideration was probably if Sam were to like bring it back, maybe a Galatea with the symbol, but you can always short cannon it away. So maybe it made more sense to keep the crescendo there. I think it's close.
I would have probably kept it on the field. But what kind of comeback opportunities are there for Sam? Let's see, is he playing multiple copies of the Mega Fleet? Yeah, he's playing double Mega Fleet Dragon. Makes sense, of course, in that Cyber Dragon Orcus deck. So just top decking into Cyber Dragon would be a pretty good one, I guess.
Yeah, this matchup is mostly about OTKs, but now it's probably turned into a grind game, and Flavio picked up that there can only be one, so the grind game is looking a lot more better for him now, because that shuts down the Mega Fleets and all the shenanigans.
And you can see Sam actually looking to the side, looking to his supporters on the rail and being like, it doesn't look too good to me, but I'll try my best. I'll try to take it down for my country and for my deck, basically. He decided with that Cyber Dragon Orcus deck, and he's really proud of representing it. And of course, he cannot be too happy if he loses game one versus that favorable matchup of Sky Striker, because after boarding, that could be even harder then.
Absolutely, and it's tough. It's tough, definitely. Also because when you lose game one to Sky Striker, time also plays a huge role. Because Sky Striker is a deck that takes a lot of time to win, but it usually takes a lot of time to lose as well. Like, you very rarely, unless you open like an Imperial Order or any card like that, you tend to have a little bit of a grind game.
That's true. You really have to have that in your mind all the time. You have to know when to actually concede a game versus Sky Striker, knowing that you don't have a chance to win it anymore because he will just outgrind you. And then that saves you time and makes you win game threes more often versus it.
Absolutely.
So he's searching out the Harp Horror with his crescendo.
Yep.
Let's see what he can do. Is there any way for him to come back into this?
The Durkin only is probably gonna be the end of the game. If that wasn't there, maybe there was a chance, but looking very grim now.
That is true.
But let's see what he picks up.
Flavio tells him, come on, yeah, draw your card. It cannot help you that much.
danger.
Okay, yeah.
Which would have been completely useless if Crescendo was not destroyed.
Yeah.
So
that's actually true.
Now at
So-
least it's kind of a recycle.
Looks like he just banished one of his core.
Yeah.
Oh, he banished core. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. He cannot use the banish effect the turn he sent it to the graveyard, but now he's able to search, to special out the Cyber Dragon Nexter, because Nexter also is a Cyber Dragon in the deck. So he can easily summon it out. And that makes him able to actually get that special summon effect from the graveyard. If Flavio wants to allow that, but that is met by there can be only one.
Yeah, there can be only one. Seems to be way too good in here, and
yeah. Oh, look at Sam. He's okay. He's picking up his cards.
Picks up his cards.
It is 1-0 for Flavio Palumbo, and he calmly picks up his cards as well. He knows he is in the driver's seat now. He is up 1-0, and Sam has to do the damage now. He has to overcome the deficit. So while the guys are side decking, let's just look into their sideboards to see what they could be bringing in.
We got a glimpse of what Sam is siding, and I would predict him to actually go second in game 2.
Ooh.
I think he is gonna side in evenly matched and twin twisters, and just pick second, because the Cyber Dragon cards are really good at going second.
Yeah, already.
Also, on top of that, if you catch your opponent off guard and they're gonna side like more hand chops or card for going second, that's really good, because Sky Striker already kind of struggles to get into the game with only 5 cards.
That's true. That's
without
true.
Hayate, you know?
Yeah,
so
definitely. That Hayate effect to send your engage to the graveyard can really be the key factor, and in turn 1 that's not possible, as you say. Yeah, and some interesting siding decision on Sam's side as well. I don't think we will see that coming in, but he's one of the few players deciding to sideboard different dimension ground. I did not see that deck in any of our feature match lists. Did you?
Yeah, it's definitely not common. Some people were using like Sanctum as another way of like a trap that stops your opponent turns entirely, but it's definitely a powerhouse, and I feel like it's one of the reasons why he got so far.
Yeah.
There is really not much you can do against it. Like only Red Rebuke is able to negate it. So
It's true. Like some Thunder players actually decided on playing Macrocosmos lately. But it seems like different dimension ground can just be better because it can be chained, and if like back row removal is there, it doesn't really matter, and your different dimension ground still resolves. So that decision might have been key to actually bring him to this stage right here.
Probably. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. And if you're Flavio, you're definitely like kind of confused, because this wasn't one of the most expected matchups. He's siding those mind controls. Of course, they're really good, especially
Agreed.
thanks to the Dingirsu.
Yes, yes, absolutely. What do you think about siding Gnome material versus the deck? Because he's also sideboarding this.
Not bad, but at the same time, it really depends on what you think your opponent is doing. I do like it, so it is a pretty good side deck option, but it would cost him the game if Sam just let him start and you open no material.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's see. I think it's going to be a very interesting game with a lot of mind games going on who is going to go first, who is going to side what. So
the mind game's already started. Both players, like Flavio probably knows, does not know yet, but he's guessing. He's on the guessing end at the moment, and he hopes that he gets it wrong, that he gets it right, of course. And Sam hopes that he's getting it wrong, of course.
Yeah. Which is always fun, because then if we get to a game 3, it is gonna influence a lot, because then if Flavio gets tricked here, is he gonna try and trick him back? Or so very, very enjoyable side of Yu-Gi-Oh! And let's see what happens. So
yeah, the starting hands obviously will be a key factor here. First card for Flavio is Area 0. We see Terraforming. The combination of both, not really what you want to see. And oh, two times.
I think it's 5 monsters for Sam, though.
Well, that's definitely not one you want to see with the Cyber Dragon deck as well.
Yeah.
And he's kind of smiling, not seeming too happy. Oh, but look, Flavio, no starters yet. He has double Shark Cannon, Area 0, Terraforming. Is there a last 5th card? Engage, as it always is? Is it always Engage as a 5th card? Let's see. Flavio seems... Oh, it's Gizmek Orochi for Sam as well.
Nice intro. So he's only playing the 1 copy of Orochi.
Oh, and see, he's actually going first. He lets his opponent start. Oh, that 3rd card, Ray.
Just at the end. Nice.
All 3 monsters, but the 3rd monster can be added to hand. It's Ray, and that at least secures Shizuku being on the field in the end phase.
really needed to pick up something, and luckily it's the Ray, which is one of the better ones. You will get unengaged for the next turn and try and stay into this game. We will probably see an Orochi here in the end phase from Sam.
I'm surely agreeing, yeah.
Unless like he's scared of banishing the one skeleton. He doesn't go for it. Okay.
But also like, it is kind of a good thing for Sam that Shizuku was summoned, because now he can actually use his Mega Fleet with it. So let's see.
So I'm kind of worried for Flavio, because we do know there is double Shark Cannon set for him. We don't have any clue on the... Oh, and there is there can only be one.
That card was so important. Oh, that is a risk for Sam of going second. He has to fear the floodgate. And Flavio, looks like Flavio just kept in all of his going first and second cards. He's playing a 60 card deck in game 2. Because he has second only be 1/2. Ooh.
Crazy one. Here, luckily for him, I was about to say the Salamangreat Almirage is gonna really save him.
Yes.
If he wasn't playing that card, this turn would have been completely over. Now there is a chance that he can actually go for game even, because Flavio doesn't really have interruptions at the moment. Let's see if he can do anything.
Flavio's still keeping his poker face, saying he has to think about it for a moment, saying that his face down cards might be more of an interaction point, but apparently they're not.
Something that I'm kind of worried about though, because he searched for the repair plant. Couldn't he just flip the Shark Cannon, banishing away the core so there was no Cyber Dragon in grave? He couldn't have used the spell, you know?
Yeah, but did he search for Ref System? Ref System is the one specialing from graveyard,
No,
right?
no, he searched for the repair plant.
Oh,
which is the one that needs a Cyber Dragon in grave to search.
True.
So if he just flipped the Shark Cannon there, it was a useless card.
That is actually right. Maybe Flavio did not actually realize that the repair plant needs that Cyber Dragon in the graveyard, because that would have been a really good point
That
to
could have
interrupt
been
him.
a very good play from Flavio. Let's hope it doesn't cost him too much. And here I'm getting worried though.
Because Phoenix can come down, and Phoenix will be able to take out the... There can only be one.
Yep. So...
Oh, and that Gizmek is a nice discard, of course, because it can be revived there.
Tough one. This is going to be a lot of damage. At least he is going to be able to banish any Orcus cards. But this might be enough regardless, so...
That going second move could turn out well here. Oh,
I'm really worried about the Shark Cannon, so...
Yeah, to me it looked like he's putting the Phoenix to the graveyard as well, and now he is doing it, going into the Mermaid.
Yeah, it doesn't change too much, I gotta say, so...
No, definitely not.
Would have used it sooner or later, so now not much that Flavio can do. He's gonna hope that his Shark Cannons can keep him alive. One is gonna surely be used on this Nightmare. The second one, unfortunately, could have been used on the core to prevent all of this from happening. Let's see if he finds a good enough target for it.
Yeah. What is his hand looking like now? He has still the Cybernetic Overflow left in his hand. That can be a key part of winning him this duel, if he does not actually OTK here.
Yeah, it is a pretty good way to just save a turn that's gone terribly wrong.
Yeah.
I feel like this is gonna be a turning point, because it's gonna be close, to be fair. If Sam has enough to OTK, then sure. If he doesn't, there will be an engage for free, which means you just get a lot of advantage back.
Yeah, but I mean, he still has that overflow, so that maybe has Flavio searching for jamming waves or so to bait that out first. So he has to play around it somehow. That could actually be hard for him to then get the control completely.
So Galatea comes down, the Shark Cannon.
How much attack is that already?
That's
pretty already
impressive.
a lot.
Yeah.
He's definitely over 6,000 damage, and it will be close for Flavio.
It's like 6,300 at the moment, plus the buff from the Nightmare, which is probably going to be 400, so he's not that much short.
And there's also Gizmek Orochi still in the graveyard, but that will be met by the Shark Cannon, probably.
But this seems like it could be just enough for Flavio to stay alive, because if he banishes that, he cannot summon the other Galaxy Soldier. He's now locked under Dark Monsters, so...
Yeah, that is true, as he starts to go into his Orcus combos. Okay, so Sam is like, one of the Shark Cannons is fine, because I still have my Gizmek in the graveyard, and then it's still enough damage.
Exactly, which means that now, unfortunately, this is pretty much enough. So Very well played here by Sam. He can force the Shark Cannon. He's going to be used on the Orochi.
Yeah.
Orochi is summoned, and this is enough for Sam to just win the game here.
It is indeed. Look, Flavio reading the Gizmek for a second.
Yeah.
And
seems like we're going to see a game 3 very soon.
Oh, yeah, and I love it. Look, Flavio really eagerly wants to banish this card.
Trying to banish it, but Sam is not sleeping. He changed it, and this is gonna be enough damage. We're going to a game 3.
Oh yeah, he just tickles the
Wow.
card saying attack, 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 attack. And we have a game 3 lining up for you guys.
Nice. Nice turnout of events. It was a very close one. I'm still really worried about Flavio. If he just fought a little bit more and used the Shark Cannon on the core, then it could have been a completely different game. But now we go back to the side decks.
Back to the drawing board, basically.
Yeah.
Now the mind games are on.
Exactly.
Is it going first for Flavio? Is it going second? What is your prediction?
You gotta be confused, because in game 1 you went first and it worked out.
Yeah.
Now your opponent literally just let you start and it didn't work out.
Absolutely not. But I mean, as a fair point, his hand wasn't that strong. So maybe Flavio just hopes to go first and have a stronger starting hand.
I agree, but he probably is gonna stick to his instinct. But at the same time, I really don't mind his side decks. Like, he has Lancia, No Material, Nibiru, and Mind Controls, which are all cards that potentially can shut down the entire deck from Sam.
Yeah.
And if Sam is still gonna keep in cards like Evenly Matched and Twin Twisters, then you really don't want to open those either. So
that's right. And what is the most that Sam can actually do if he has to go first? What is like his biggest board he can create there?
he can do some pretty nasty things, let's say. Usually the best ending board is the full Orcust shenanigans, and on top of that you have Infinity and the Cybernetic Overflow. So
yeah,
pretty impressive, to be fair.
That's right, yeah, it's pretty alright, and Striker will struggle to play through it, but if a deck can do it, that's most likely Sky Striker, because they can take apart boards a little easier than other decks.
Yeah, something I really don't like, and I hope it was just smoke siding, is that I saw Sam siding in the Drawn and Lock birds. I'm not a fan of those against Sky Striker. Like, sure, it can work out, but it's very gimmicky.
Yeah.
Maybe it does work out if you use it as a kind of a like threatening lure. You drop it and then you OTK.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. You just stop your opponent's turn and then you can have all the resources you need and just go for the full swing. So I can see that working out, actually. I wouldn't be too surprised, but that would mean that you're going
just all in,
second, right?
And you're all in as well.
And if you go first, it's just a pretty bad
and
card
if you
in
go
your
first,
hand.
you open draw against Sky Striker. That's not gonna be fun.
Absolutely not, yeah.
So let's see. And I did see Flavio side in Nibiru, so maybe there is a chance that he just mind game his opponent once more and let him start. So I will really enjoy that.
I'm kind of with you on that side. I actually hope that Flavio is going second here, because I think that would be the correct decision. And as they have their opponent's deck in their hands now, they already can tell who's going first, and it looked like Flavio actually just pointed over to him.
I'm pretty sure Flavio let him start, and he drew the draw and the twister, which are completely useless going first.
And we see the hand of
Is he
Flavio
an entire brick? No, okay, he has the Cyber.
Yeah.
So if that resolves, then he has at least a decent opening, but that's the only good card he has in his hand at the moment. So if, for example, a Nash comes down...
We predicted it. He actually has to go first with that Droll and Lockbird in hand.
And Flavio's hand is actually amazing. He has Engage, Ray, Multi-Roll, like it's such a good hand.
And also there can only be one is in his hand as well. That's the fifth card our screen does not want to show, as in the last game. But he has that as well.
He's going first.
That changes everything completely.
Why? Yeah. I was pretty sure he would have gone second, and now this can actually come back to hurt him, because going second against Twin Twister, Machine Duplication, and Draw and Lock, I really don't understand why he went first again.
Hello and welcome. We're here in round 3 of the feature match. Bit of an extended break there, but we are here with 2 titans of Yu-Gi-Oh! They're both very happy to be here, I'm sure. And because we had an extended break there, I'm not going to talk to them too much, in fact, at all. Let's go straight over to our Italian duo. It is Marcello Barberi and Mr. Marazzi.
Welcome to round 3 of YCS Utrecht 2020. A pleasure to be back and here with a friend.
Marazzi. Hi guys.
Yeah, so we have a huge throwback here because as Luke was saying, both of these guys maybe are not super familiar to the new players that just joined the game, but they are true legends. They both have a lot of wins under their belt, incredible players, and among the most famous in Germany of all times, I would say.
Yeah.
There was a period in which they were considered just the best alongside some other players like Joshua Schmidt or Michael Gruner, like all of the big names from Germany.
Yeah.
And we couldn't just choose a better one because they are playing against each other here in round 3. And what's best is that they are both playing decks we have not seen before today. Alpai on our actually pick to win the event, which is the Invoke Shadow deck.
Yeah, which we haven't seen this deck so far today, but I think this deck could go deep in the tournament. I think it's one of the best decks so far in the format, so I think Alpai maybe can make it. Let's
but
see.
the most surprising thing is what Eugen is playing. He's on Madolce. Like, I'm not even joking. He's playing Madolce in 2020. It's working for him somehow, so it's as Luke said, we had enough of a wait. I don't want to keep you guys hanging, so let's just go straight to the match and see who is gonna take this down.
So as Marcello was telling before, Eugen won the European Championship back in 2014, so he's a really accomplished player, while on the other side Alpai won 2 YCSs.
He won he won the German national champion.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah, it's both such incredible, accomplished guys. Unfortunately, something that we need to mention is that while waiting for this match, Alpai actually had a mistake while writing down his deck list, very unfortunate one, because instead of writing down El Shadow Construct, he wrote Shadow Construct, which is actually the Link monster, so he was forced to just take it out, so he will have to play the entire YCS with no El Shadow Construct in his deck.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate. Sometimes mistakes can happen, and I mean, let's see. Anyway, Alpai now decided to go first.
So, still a really good start here. It sets up with some of the new Shadow Showdown cards from the latest structure deck.
Yeah, as we were saying yesterday, with the new Shadow release, this deck has become like one of the best deck of the format. And thanks to the Shadow Windy, now he can special summon a monster directly from his deck into his monster zone. And
yeah, also it's okay. That's it from him.
Yeah, I mean, something we haven't seen so far this weekend is that Winda. Winda wins game, and this is one of the reasons why this deck is played so much. Okay.
But here we see the Mystic Mine from Eugen.
Okay, something we haven't seen so far this weekend is the use of Mystic Mine. So Mystic Mine wins game, and if your opponent doesn't seem anything, like you continue to draw cards until maybe you can find a way to out this card, but this is gonna be quite complicated for Alpai.
Absolutely, because as we were saying, Invoke Shadow is one of the probably the best deck in the room. It's very close, but they usually don't have an out. Oh my god! And this is the end of the match for us. Oh wow! I'm speechless. Let's
say,
go
guys.
back to us, I guess, for the post-match interview.
I think this was the quickest match we've ever seen on stream, guys.
Guys,
Sorry
I don't know
about
what
that.
to say. We have a brand new record for the fastest future match ever streamed on any competition, any Yu-Gi-Oh event. I'm speechless, honestly, because what happened is, for anyone who just
was
blinked
just wondering,
and missed it, is that, as I was saying, Alpai and Eugen, when you get a future match, you have to give out the deck list. And it was a game lost because of the Alpai mistake.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes mistakes can happen, and
and
unfortunately,
then
cost
game
Alpai.
2, he starts things off, pretty decent hand, sets up the window, but he doesn't have an out for Mystic Mine in his deck. So when Eugen activates it, the match is over.
It's over.
I mean, all I can say is just that this is a record. What can I'm speechless. I'm literally struggling to come up with something to say. What's the good news for you guys, though, is that this match took a long time to set up because there were all of these mistakes, and it means that everyone else in the room is done with their matches,
Yeah.
so you don't have to wait that long. We will be back soon
Yeah.
with the next match, so please don't get mad at us. It's not our
It
fault.
happens.
Yeah, and no one could have predicted this, really.
Yeah.
So I guess deserved.
Yeah, Eugen
well
advances
played
with
on
a
both.
3-0 record, and
But yeah,
there's
we
nothing
will
much
be
to say.
able to just interview him soon enough. The funny thing is that he didn't even use Amadolce card.
Yeah, I mean, he activated just the Mystic Mine, and that was it.
Yeah,
So
it's absolutely a little bit of a stretch, but to be honest, just having a little bit of a talk about what we just witnessed, we saw a lot of players, especially Spiral, maining Mystic Mine and going second just
Yeah.
because of what we just witnessed.
Yeah.
So Invoke Shadow is such an incredible deck, super popular this weekend, good at going first and second, but the main weakness is Mystic Mine.
Yeah.
And even after siding, to be honest.
Yeah, after siding, like, you have the problem to out a card with only one card. So basically, you have to side in cards that you need only for Mystic Mine, basically. So if your opponent doesn't activate Mystic Mine, you have useless card in your deck. But anyway, it's one of these cards that I think most of the good players will play during this weekend.
Yeah, it's also like a common choice in the side deck in this kind of monster-heavy decks, because everyone thinks, okay, my cards that destroy spell and traps are just gonna be useless against like Invoked or Spiral even,
yeah.
and then they just side in the Mystic Mine and they completely dominate game 2 or 3.
Exactly.
So it seems like, yeah, that's just way too much of something to deal with. But anyway, for now we are just gonna go on a short break, hopefully for you guys, and we will be back soon. So Luke is ready with Eugen. Let's see what he can say about this super fast match.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Eugen, I have just one question for you. What's your favorite dessert?
My favorite what?
Your favorite dessert?
I guess apple pie.
Thanks for the interview, Eugen. We'll be back with the next round.
Gotta find a way just to play just a little game. Got a compulsion, wanna be a champion. I got let this right in my brain. Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the swords of a feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do. Sick a pow, sick a pow, sick a pow, pow. Let this wanna do. I'm brave. Monster influence in my face. Let this in my face.
Hello and welcome to a special segment here at YCS Utrecht. As you see, we are joined by a couple of willing volunteers, very willing volunteers, who who have decided that they would like to trade their dice that they got for pre-registration for a different one. Now we're on Team Christian, aren't we, Christian? You ready to run?
Yes.
But not yet. So first things first, we're gonna go second. So we get to watch them first.
Please.
We're gonna watch them run first.
Yes.
Okay, Rudy, tell us about your team.
Thanks, Luke. This is Florian. We are on Team Florian. And Florian, what die are you looking for?
Continuous trap.
All right, so we're going to do our best to get this dice as fast as possible. Luke, are you ready to start? Do you have the timer ready?
Yeah.
All right, then let's go. Move. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. We're looking for a particular die. Do you want to trade? No. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. We're looking for a particular die. Do you want to trade this one for a continuous trap die? This is a race, guys. So That's a continuous?
Yes, it's my motor. It's continuous.
Is this a spell? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Thank you. Thanks for looking up. Hey guys. We're doing a race here. We're looking for a particular die. Do you want to trade this one for the continuous trap die? Anybody got this one? No. Hello guys. Can anybody listen up? This is a race. We're looking for a particular die, continuous trap die. Does anybody have it? Do you have one? You want to trade it for this one, probably? He's looking for it, and we are looking for it. That's a race, guys, so the sooner the better. Is this a continuous trap? Yeah. You willing to trade? Thank you very much. We're done. Oh. Done. Yes. All right, guys, we're back. Team Florian had a record of 1 minute and 30 seconds. Luke, now it's up on you. Are you ready to go?
We're ready.
We are ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, here. You have a counter trap dice? Counter trap dice? No? No! Guys, you have a counter trap dice? Counter trap dice?
Counter trap dice? To trade? No.
No? Next?
Dice? To trade? Get the dice?
No?
You have a counter trap dice? To trade against the
No? No! Christian, we're losing! Does any of you have a counter trap dice? Counter trap dice? Counter trap dice? No? Nobody has? No! Let's go over here. No? No, Christian! No! No. No, counter trap. Yeah? We're running a competition, we gotta be fast. Yeah, trade. Let's go, run. Come on, Christian, let's go. Time.
2 minutes, 2 seconds.
Okay.
We were so close.
But.
So, we're back here. Rudy's got a huge smile on his face. Christian, we didn't win.
Yes, but.
But you got your dice anyway.
Yes.
Are you glad you took part in the dice challenge?
Excuse me?
Are you glad you took part in the challenge? Are you happy that you got your dice?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, good. Rudy, you can have the final words as the victor.
All right, thanks a lot. Team Florian, we beat Team Christian by 30 seconds. How do you feel?
I had no doubt.
Me neither, to be honest. You're happy with your die?
Yeah, I'm happy.
All right, guys. Thanks for competing. Thanks for doing this. It was lots of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Stay tuned for more coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020.
Long ago, in ancient times, a sacred game was played of both spirit and mind. Seven-eyed told the mystery, puzzle eyes, ring rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with your card you choose. Trust in the heart. The heart of the coward that'll do. Remember
And we're back with the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm laughing, guys, because I'm here with Anki Shah from the US, and on the other side we have one of the best painters in Italy of the 21st century, Stefano Memoli, known as Leonardo da Vinci. So let's begin with our game, Pictionary. I just want to remind you the game, non-attack, no defense, no stars. That's it. Okay. You ready, Ankit? Yeah, this is the first one.
Cyberstein?
Yeah, that's correct. Next one.
Oh my god.
That's good, though.
A Maxi?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Next one.
Those dots. Genzo. No?
No. You know this one, you got it.
Monster Reborn.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah, next one. This is difficult.
Danger Totsunoku?
Yeah, that's correct. Next one.
Leonardo da Vinci. Sinister Serpent?
Yeah, perfect score. Next one. Guys, you can see that he's a perfect painter. I told you, he's the new Leonardo da Vinci.
Mirror Force?
Yeah, that's correct, guys. We didn't prepare this as well.
MST?
Yeah. What? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's good. That's good. You want to switch?
Bottomless trap hole.
Yeah, that's correct. Last one, guys. Your perfect score. Last one. Last one. Perfect score. Look at the details of the quality. That's the last one, guys. So if you want to skip, that's it. Otherwise,
No, we're trying to go all the way.
last one. Seconds.
Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Great job from the Italian. Da Vinci's around, there it is. Okay, so guys, thank you so much for playing and see you for more content of YCS Utrecht. Stay tuned.
Already saw the die roll being performed. And to be fair, that could be a really big
That is
part
a
of the
really
match
big
outcome.
deal. I mean, we have seen one Lunalight mirror match already.
Yes.
That was Mirko Zanelli versus Matteo Bertolezzi.
True, true.
And the dice roll winner did not win the entire match.
That is true. And we see Anthony's hand he actually has a lot of Lunar Lights cards. You're not even playing that many, but he just opened a lot of them. He opened Kaleido Chick, he opened the Tiger, and he also opened the Emerald Bird. All of them being there to already go into the first Exceed play.
And there we go, it's the 4 Strix. I mean, he probably knows the matchup. He knows that he does not have to fear any kind of end traps. He does not have to fear the Nibiru.
Yeah.
He is just going for 4 Strix. The pluses are going to be made.
Yeah, and as we see, it is a mirror match, so why not already talk about their main deck list?
Yes, because we have seen something really interesting in Anthony's list.
Exactly. If you already anticipated this deck to be one of the best decks of the tournament, you probably would have had to build your deck for the mirror match too, if you have to face it in like the semi-finals, as both of them just have to do. And how did Anthony approach that?
I mean, in the side deck, he's running a lot of cards like No Material.
Okay.
But in the main deck, he actually does not have a floodgate-ish target for Curious, the Lightsworn Dominion, and following Nightmare Griffin.
That's really an interesting decision. On the other side, Johannes has Imperial Order ready for him to do work. I think he played quite a few Sky Striker decks in the tournament, and just activating this card in your first turn, then you're basically good to go with the Sky Striker most of the time, if they do not have Cosmic Cyclone or Twin Twister. So really an interesting decision by Anthony to not main deck any of these.
You can still use Crescendo after you combo on the Cyclone or Twin Twister, so you can protect your order even.
Yeah, that's true. And let's see Anthony already going into the combo. And look at that. By summoning Tornado Dragon here, that actually indicates us that he will be able to summon another rank 4 Exceed, because he definitely wants to go into Abyss Dweller in this matchup.
Yes, pretty much indeed. And he popped the Lunar Light Tiger in his scale to special summon back
nice synergy there.
Yeah, and there we already are.
Oh, and there is the second
going
rank 4.
Through 3 rank 4 exceeds in one turn, in your first turn. This sounds like Lightsworn to me.
Yeah, in the pre-recorded footage we actually saw Tom Feargoods versus Thomas Rose in the finals, where he was playing the Lightsworn deck. That was a good deck back in the days. But I think the Lunar Light Orcus actually is way more exploding than that. I mean, you have just the negate from the Crescendo as well, so your turn just looks perfect. And you have Dingirsu at the end too, ready to protect all of your cards. And I think that makes that Imperial Order to be set so much stronger even, because you have the chance to actually protect it with the Crescendo and also protect it with the Dingirsu you will be ending up with. So you just have all the protection effects for your Floodgate, and it just seems worthy to actually main deck this card.
Yeah, especially looking at his decklist, he's running triple Cosmic Cyclone. That seems like a card you could run 2 of.
Yeah.
But I mean, he probably has his reasons, and he has been right so far. He's in the semifinals of this YCS.
He made it right here.
Yeah, he won the dice. So Abyss Dweller and Tornado Dragon on the field will be followed up by a Crescendo. Or wasn't it?
Is it set yet? It's not.
Wasn't activated. So
I mean, it's still on the field, so you can still use it.
There it is. Okay, I didn't see the card. I was just thinking, why is there no back row on his side? But there is one.
That's one of the main differences we already worked out, that he's not main decking a Floodgate to be set by the Griffin. And another difference is that Johannes, preparing for that mirror match a lot, actually decided to main deck triple Komongos, the Sticky Kaiju.
Wow.
And that can really work out in his favor, I guess.
He hasn't drawn it just yet, but he is activating dangerous effects. On discarding the Yellow Martin is really good.
Yeah, it is. Did Anthony actually already activate the Abyss Dweller effect?
Yep.
He has, right? Okay, so he's not playing into the Kaiju there, but just tributing the Galatea or tributing the Dingirsu also will help break that board.
I mean, tributing the Galatea will turn off the counter trap.
Yeah.
But still, it's going to be hard to break that board through Dweller, and the double protection of Dingirsu. Might actually consider to tribute away the Dingirsu if you draw it.
Yeah, I do agree. And I'm pretty sure that it's hard to actually OTK through that board, but if you just can somehow clear it, that would be a pretty good accomplishment for Johannes in this situation, and I think he would take it. He just looks at his danger draws, he cannot really change them, and he just thinks, okay, I will play out my opportunities as they come, and then hopefully be able to do something.
And there's another Tsushinoko being added to the hand, so I mean, he's going like full risk with these dangers, because as Dweller is active, the cards that get hit by the graveyard are there for some time, and they cannot be activated in the graveyard. So he's going to normal summon Skeleton
He has
now.
Skeleton. That's obviously not the Orcus card you want to draw.
Yeah, but it still is an Orcus card, so you can kind of access the Galatea Dingirsu engine.
That's absolutely true. So there is the Galatea, as you talked about it. And look at Johannes. He's like, I cannot really do much more, so I just have to go into Galatea. So there is the Dingirsu. That forces out the counter trap by Anthony.
And now he is, quotation marks, free to go. He's free to do whatever he wants. He can assume that Anthony does not have any kind of hand traps in his deck.
Oh, there's the next danger to be revealed. This time it's
I think he's going to hit it. He's going to hit it.
Was it Tsushinoko? No, yeah, it was Tsushinoko,
Tsushinoko,
right? Oh, and this time you predicted it. He hits it. This could be very hard for Johannes. Look,
and he shakes his head.
He cannot do anything, but he protects the Dweller with the Dingirsu.
Now we're going to game 2. I mean, game 1 in combo matchups is never that...
Can be pretty one-sided, yeah.
Hyper, you know? There's one guy to combo. After siding, those matchups get really interesting.
Yeah.
Because then it can be a 50-50. You might not even want to start. I mean,
I do think you have to start in the Lunalight Mirror match at the moment, but you have some very powerful cards coming back into the metagame, basically, because Gnome Material was basically off the radar as soon as Nibiru was released, because it seems like, yeah, Nibiru is just better because you contribute the whole field and stop them after they made their combo, so that's perfect. But Gnome Material, throwing it on Nyala, if your opponent is just trying to summon Azeroth, then he's stuck with that Nyala in the extra deck monster zone, and that really, really can hurt you, and you basically have to pass on that most of the time because you cannot use that Nyala for anything.
And you can do that basically on every rank 4. Would you try to mind game here? Would you not even would you side in Nibiru's and then hope that your opponent tries to outplay you by not summoning Nyarla and Azeroth because he thinks that you're not going to side it anyway because it's a dead card sometimes?
Ooh, that would require your opponent to really, really think a lot. So that's a big mind game, actually, because you really need to have your opponent thinking around a lot of corners. So there's like not only you having like a lot of stuff to do, also your opponent have to do a lot of stuff. So you're relying on a lot of factors there. So I guess that's really not the way to go. We actually can really see what Johannes is boarding there, right?
I saw him.
He has Nibiru's in his main deck. Only. Oh no, he's putting them out, right? Oh, there's his side deck. Looks like he's totally going first, meaning that Gnome Materials aren't coming in, and the Kaijus are obviously being boarded out as well. No Twin Twisters, no Reboots. That makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. We have talked about Reboot a lot, by the way. That it wasn't the most popular card, but it seemed to have worked well for Johannes.
Yeah, it absolutely did work well. And as you said, they are coming in Nibiru's and Gnome Materials. What card do you play around first? Like, you have a route of play where you play around the Nibiru, where you first of all go into the Curious, and that plays around Nibiru, but that heavily plays into the Gnome. So, I know, other way around, you know, that played into Gnome, but you play around Nibiru the other way. So, what do you play around here?
I think basically, no material is not even that popular. I mean, it's a really popular choice for all the Lunalight players because they expect to face Lunalight in the top cut.
That's true, that's true.
But you don't know if your opponent plays it necessarily. But you also do not know if he summons Nibiru during the game, if he sides it even. So I think I would rather play around no material if I see that my opponent is running the Lunalight in the top 4. Because it has been a popular choice in the Lunalight decks.
Yeah. So that would mean that Johannes would have to summon the Curious first. Now,
that's
finally
the first
declaring
card.
that.
That's the first card we can see in Anthony's hand.
No
material Lancea.
And Lancea
But he
as
needs
well.
cards to play with. Don't forget that he needs cards to play with.
That's not really a card yet. Johannes decided to keep in the
Tanky,
Nibiru going first. Tanky will allow him to make some plays. But that 5th card's still relevant.
Another Lancea. I mean, that lets him survive for a turn.
I guess. But let's see. How can Johannes start it off? He's double Kaleido Chick, which is not really what you want to have either. But he wants to get rid of one of them with that Mothman here. You really want to hit a Kaleido Chick. What does he hit? He hits the Mothman itself. Oh no.
And now Anthony even gets the chance to recycle this one Lancea, which is kind of dead. Oh, the Zephyros, the elite. He can just
that's even
discard
better,
the
I guess you definitely discard the Zephyros there. But still, by the effect of Mothman, you can get rid of
Or you
the
discard the
Kaleido
Harp Horror.
Harp
That
Horror makes sense as
really
well.
strong as well. That was a
You
more
even-
than decent draw.
You didn't have your turn yet, and you already have Harp Horror and Grave, so your resources are set for the next turn. That's pretty good.
Who needs Mermaid?
yeah, exactly. If you just have your opponent playing for you, like Dark World dealing style.
So only 3 cards left in Johannes' hand, and he has to go through no material and artifact Lancia
Yeah.
without having called by the Graven Hand. And that looks like a tough turn for him.
Okay, so looks like he used Tiger Effect to summon back the Yellow Marten. And he goes into the Exceed play first. So he really
and
wants
this
to...
is going to be answered by no material 100%.
Oh, it has to
Wow.
be. Yep, there is no material
Wow.
on Nyala, and that basically stops the play of Johannes.
And Nyala, of course, still resolves. Switches
Yeah.
out the materials. And then Martin triggers and searches a card, which is really strong.
Cool, you have some resources for the next turn, but do you even get to that turn? That is the question here.
I mean, he still has Nibiru on his own.
That is right, yeah, that Nibiru could really save him. The decision of letting that Nibiru stay in his main deck could be the key factor
I
to
mean,
win
your
it here.
opponent, like, this is the mind games we were talking about. Your opponent won't expect the Nibiru if you're going first.
Yes, definitely agreed. That is a good point. He summons out the Yellow Marten by bouncing the Tiger. Now Tiger can special summon back another monster. He just summons out a lot of
Yeah,
monsters
he's
to actually get a defense, right?
Building up some defense, and now he can activate the Lunalight Kaleido Chick again, which leads to another cost.
Yeah, Johannes is doing a good job in just getting the resources ready for the next turn. Little does he know that that next turn will also be met by another Lancea.
Yep. Even 2 Lanceas, then he can't.
Yeah, definitely. Because the first
Banish
Lancea
anything twice.
might be thrown like soon. There comes the Lancea.
Yeah.
Johannes could actually chain the trap to that, but he doesn't bother doing so.
So Tanky is activated. And
Tanky
he's just
searches out
he
has
trying
all
to-
the Lunalight cards now.
Yeah. This
That
is just a defense that he's trying to build up. Like, he's building a wall.
He definitely builds up a wall, but is that wall of furries actually good enough to withstand the attacks of Anthony?
Just look at this.
He just summons all of the Lunalights. He has double Kaleido Chick, he has Yellow
He
Marten,
doesn't
he has
even need
Ember.
extra deck monsters for this.
Oh man. It would be so cool if you could use all of that for something, but it's just a defense wall. No material really shining in this mirror match. And underlining the decision of both players to side deck this card, it really helps in the mirror match. And you really need it because that turn would have been just... That game would have been over basically for Anthony if he wouldn't have had that no material. Because Nibiru would have been dead because that was before the 5th summon. He wanted to summon the other pot. So yeah, the no material was just the perfect answer. And Johannes actually being from Berlin, so I had the glory of watching him test a lot, and he was testing this deck for a while now, and it was crazy how he was thinking about every single extra deck slot. He was like, oh, I have 13 extra deck slots now, and I will be testing like 20 other cards which will be going in
They
there.
went XO in the 3v3 as well,
Yeah,
right?
it's like a nice story. 3 of them are playing like the same deck, worked on the deck for a while, all 3 Berlin guys, and they went 3-0 in the 3v3 on Friday, as you say, and now Johannes just did very well in the main event. The other 2 nearly top 2, and yeah, now it is Johannes' turn. He's the only one left of them, and he tries to make it happen for Berlin as well, right?
Let's just see if Anthony plays around the Nibiru. We are going to see that just now.
That seems like it is the first Exceed summon, okay. You have to go into Nyala there, right?
I mean, do you?
Do you have enough resources to still push? You have Harp Horror and Graveyard, you have the Sephiroth.
No. And he's going for a Link monster.
Okay. What Link monster is the Link monster of choice here?
Phoenix.
And then probably just going for the Orcus cards, yep. And he only has Lancea left in hand, right? So he has to discard the Lancea.
So now
there
he's
it
really
is.
all in. He is all in.
Oh wow, that Nibiru can really hurt him now.
Yeah.
This could really turn out to be a favorable outcome for Johannes. I can see Johannes winning this game, actually. That Nibiru will hurt Anthony so much. There comes the Tiger.
I mean, you don't know
it's getting
if he...
intense here. So he definitely is on tips on 5 summons now.
Does he even know if he wants to... when he should activate the Nibiru at best? I mean, do you just do it after everything? Yeah, right? There's no hard negate. He might go into Appaloosa. Does he play it, though?
That's a good question. You have his list?
No.
Yeah, it's really tough to actually fit in Appaloosa. Yeah. Like, the Berlin guys also considered it, but they really did not have space. That's also a card that plays around Gnome and Nibiru well, but you have other cards to play around with it too, so you really couldn't go the Appaloosa way.
So does he summon Force Tricks or does he summon Nyarla? Because on Nyarla summon...
Yeah, that will trigger it. Oh, he goes for Dweller.
That doesn't help him too much.
I guess the plan must be to OTK here at the moment, and Dweller definitely doesn't help a single bit.
I mean, Dweller is not the OTK card.
No, it's not. It just forces your opponent to be unable to play next turn, which, I mean, could be good, but if Nibiru hits the field, then Dweller cannot do anything next turn, so... Ooh, he's actually wasted the Dweller. So if that gets into a grind game, Anthony will be out of his Dweller.
No.
And Johannes still has his Dweller in the extra deck. So Johannes really looking at the board, really waiting for the perfect moment to drop that Nibiru. And I already want to see the face of Anthony when that Nibiru gets released. Oh. But the Nibiru will be big, right? The Nibiru token, it will have so many attack points.
Yeah, 100%.
But I guess Johannes will probably be summoning it in defense position. I would advise him to do so.
How easy can he get over the token? I mean, he can just easily go into a Phoenix Mermaid.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So he can Dingirsu it out, and that's going to be a bummer for him.
Absolutely. So, seems like they're kind of discussing something with the judge, but there was everything right, I guess. Yep, they seem to be happy with how everything turned out. Now they are, at least. And he's probably going into Boris Rod here, right?
I think this is Longirsu.
Is it Longirsu first? Yeah, right, that's a link free. Okay, Longirsu comes down. Still no need to actually pull off the Nibiru yet.
No, you just wait until your opponents use the skeleton.
Yeah, just use all your resources. Feel free to use all the resources you have. If there would be a Galatea that could search out something, maybe you would like to do it on that at some point, to not give your opponents a chance to set up the counter trap. But if you're tributing the monster anyway, so where's the point in using it then? Johannes there tried to blow over the Collider Chick to the opponent's side of the field. And Anthony, maybe he realizes that his opponent is probably having Nibiru here, because Johannes still sitting there calmly, and by his body language, I think you can kind of tell that he's more than happy to actually still play on, and he does not look like, I'm losing at the moment. So that could be an indicator for the Nibiru.
I think he's trying to put on a poker face.
Yeah, he is trying, true. But on the other side, I think he looks pretty confident, or not? But I mean, he was looking confident from the first moment on. We saw him on the stream. He just came on.
He's just acting to be confident, even though he is confident. You know, he's
double mind game.
Yep.
The double mind game happening.
So Galatea is summoned.
Yeah, I've discussed that with Marcello earlier. When you're like actively counting the summons of your opponents, you can probably tell that your opponent does not have the Nibiru, right?
Yeah.
Because that would be like a super good double reverse poker face, because how cool must you be if you bluff the Nibiru and you really have it?
There we are, Nibiru the Primal Being.
Oh, that new God Sacrifice is coming down handy here. Oh boy, and he's already calculating how much attack points
Quick muffs
are there for the token.
That's a lot. Let's try it. I really don't want to, but let's try it. No,
Okay.
let's not do it.
Absolutely fine. The Yellow Mountain has to be banished because it was summoned by Zone's effect. And there is the token. Nice YCS
It
Judge
looks
token.
so harmless. It looks so harmless, but this token really packs a punch.
It is so big. So Anthony, can you even do anything more this turn? Or is he just left with the token?
I think since he's used Galatea, there is no way that he can recover from this turn. It should also be like his Orchestra engine that he's playing is relatively small.
Is it? What is he playing?
I mean, he's playing 2 Horror, 2 Nightmare.
Okay, okay. And only 1 skeleton, of course. You don't really want to up the number of skeletons.
It's going to be really hard to recover from that, as he only plays 1 Galatea and 1 Ningirsu. And 1 Longirsu.
Yeah, so that might be the rare case of a Lunar Knight Orcus player getting gnomed on the Nyala and still being able to win because they have the Nibiru on
he
their
still
own.
has Gizmek Orochi, the Serpentron Sky Slasher.
Yeah, but I mean, he still went through Mermaid already this turn, so if he would have his Orcus cards available, that would be pretty cool, but he already went through these, so that's not really a good place to be in still. Oh, and Johannes also having the Serenade Dance and the Perfume in graveyard, so he has multiple effects he can trigger in the graveyard there. But he actually already has all of his Lunalight cards all on the field and in the graveyard, so there's no real point of actually searching them or special summoning out from deck.
No, I can just choose what he wants to special summon because he has double Tiger.
Yeah, right.
But they have the same scale, so he can't Pendulum summon. Why is that? That must be a misplay.
So, what is he going for here first? Is he going for Tornado Dragon?
Force Tricks.
Oh yeah, Force Tricks, because he just wants more cards. That makes sense. There's Force Tricks.
He can search out Zephyros, normal summon it, go into the Lunalight combo by bouncing the Tanky or the Tiger, and then he also has discards for Mermaid.
Yeah.
So that's really strong.
Zephyros being the one card he couldn't search of the Perfume, so nicely done by searching it out with Force Tricks. So now comes the Serenade Dance. Okay, he discards the Zephyros, good way to get it into the graveyard immediately. And what are you specially summoning out there? Okay, this third Collider Chick hits the field.
And Anthony, all of a sudden, not looking too confident anymore.
He felt so great when dropping that Gnome, but now it looks really, really bad for him. Oh, Johannes can afford to actually discard Foolish Burial for his Mermaid. There comes the Orcus Nightmare. He is actually ready to pull off the Boral Sword this turn, but can he OTK through Gizmek, which can then be special summoned again this turn, and the token? That's kind of hard, right?
It seems to be hard, but he could just grind.
Yeah, I mean, the grind game favors him at the moment a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony has... Does he have a way to access his Orcus cards at all?
It doesn't look like it, especially if Johannes actually goes into Dweller, which could be the point here at some stage of the turn, and there already happened.
Oh, he
that takes out
from
the
activating Gizmek.
That prevents the Gizmek. Really nicely done there, Johannes. Nicely done. And there comes the Link Summon into Galatea. That also was a big discussion point between the Orcus Lunalight players in my region. Do you play double Galatea or do you only play one Galatea? Because if you go first, there really isn't a point of using two Galateas. You can just have the one and you're usually going to win with that. But from time to time it comes up that you have to summon the second one. And I saw it being changed pretty late by Johannes on the deck list. He made a 2 out of the 1 and he's now playing double Galatea in his extra deck.
So he preferred the resource game over the explosiveness of his deck.
That is actually true.
Very interesting.
Is Anthony also playing double Galatea? No, he's only playing one. Yeah, there you can see it already. Yep. It's like a discussion point in the deck.
That's why I said he couldn't access his Orcus engine anymore, because he just has 2 Orcus in the deck that do not recycle anything from the banished pile.
Yeah. And looks like that's going to be Boral Sword, right? Oh no, still it is long. Oh yeah, it is Boral Sword.
Yeah.
And can he get rid of that super big token though?
I mean, he's gonna go
for Dingisu, right? Dingisu would just send away the token and then that's actually game there.
Yeah. What a turnaround.
Oh, Johannes really having the favor of Nibiru and being able to OTK here. He's already nearly over the finish line to make it 1-1 to equal the score here.
And he just doesn't want to forget anything. He just checked his grave again. Now he's calculating.
And there is the attack. Oh, the Gizmek being in the graveyard. And these attacks will do it. Anthony nodding his head. That is the 1-1. So
we're
round of applause
game 3
hall. We have a game 3 coming up for you guys. So what are the mind games now in this sideboarding? Is there a difference between this sideboarding and the last one? Probably there is, right?
Yeah, they will just completely turn it around.
Exactly.
And now Anthony is going to be really aware of a Nibiru.
Oh, he will be. He definitely knows that this card is around. So he may be assuming that he has to play Nibiru more than Gnome, but
I don't think he is. I think that he is still going to respect the Gnome.
As you said, both being Lunalight players, and in the Lunalight player minds, it seems like this card really, really made their way into the sideboards. Yeah. And yeah, both of them maxing out on Gnome materials, so you should definitely play around the card.
Gnome material is just so crazy.
Still, like, Johannes has quite a few cards for the mirror match, because he's also playing Super Polymerization.
Yeah.
3 copies of that. 3 Nibiru's, 3 Gnome materials. He already had triple Kumongos in his main deck already.
Yeah.
So actually he tried his best to maximize on his cards to draw in the mirror match, which can then secure him the win there.
I mean, it also really helps versus Sky Striker.
That is true. That is absolutely true. Yeah, but there you already have your Nightmare Griffin setting your.
Yeah, I mean going second.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. Going second, the Kaijus are really working out.
Still, this is going to be really intense. I mean, Johannes would have lost the last round if Anthony just went for an Azathoth.
Yep.
There was no reason in really summoning the Dweller.
That is true. The Dweller was completely useless. And he could have just baited out the Nibiru, and then he would have had all of his Orcus plays left. So
He could have just gone the safe route.
That kind of was a misconception by Anthony there.
Yeah.
He just felt too safe with that Gnome on Nyala.
And
he already was in chill mode.
He was like, okay, I'm going to do everything I can.
Yeah, and now it comes down to game 3. And Johannes being on the upswing now, winning that last game, maybe having a mental advantage actually, because he is on the uprising and Anthony dropped that game, as we just discussed. He maybe made kind of a misplay because he didn't go into Nyala Azathoth first. So that could be spooking around in his head still.
Sometimes players make mistake when they are really secure about winning. As they already won the first game, they're like, yeah, I can drop this game. If I have to, I can drop this game.
Yeah, it is true.
And then they are willing to risk more. But this is not going to happen to him again. He is now going to focus 100%. This is the final match for the semi-finals of YCS Gent. It is about getting to the finals. And it's going to start now.
Yeah. First YCS top, first finals would be a pretty good resume, I would say. Oh, and look at the starting hands. It comes down to that. We see Mothman, I think Kaleido... No, it was Yellow Martin. That's the first card that appears on the screen as well for Anthony. And probably the hand of Johannes is even more interesting because we need to know whether he has any interruptions or kaijus. And look, he's nodding. Did that mean that, yep, I can do it. Or did that just mean, yeah, you have my hand typed into the system there?
I think it's rather the last one. I wouldn't.
Yeah. Oh, Anthony starting with 2 Orcus monsters, which he probably happily discards here.
Yeah.
Like, hitting the Nightmare here would be pretty good for him. Yellow Martin also a very good discard.
Yeah, it gets rid of the
Yellow Martin, that's a good start.
Oh, there's Lancea in the hand.
Oh, yeah,
Johannes.
Right. Yes, Lancea. And what does he have as well? Did he have additional interruptions? I didn't really see it yet.
Ah, there we have it. It is. Wait, do we have it though?
Yeah, it's not on the screen yet, but we have it on here.
But
there's no Lancea. Did you really see Lancea?
I'm pretty sure that I saw Lancea, but...
Lancea could have maybe been Mothman too. Kind of similar artworks. But let's focus on the cards we see being played on the table there.
How? How are Lancea and Mothman similar?
Both kind of darkish, I guess.
Oh, and there we have it.
Okay. Oh.
So
and so it's probably no Lancea. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Johannes cannot interrupt that at all. And Anthony freely going into his combo there. Phoenix leaving the field, making plays for the Mermaid. Mermaid using its effect. Now he can discard the Serenade stance. Oh boy. Johannes, see him just going from left to right in his chair there. That's not really a comfortable position for him. He wanted to win this featured match so badly. Wanted to go into the finals. But still, as he said, he has nothing to lose at the moment. He's in the semi-finals of the YCS, in his first YCS top ever. So he's perfectly fine losing it too. But that game is not over yet.
I wouldn't say that anyone is fine losing this game. It's the semifinals, and you, of course, want the trophy.
Yes,
you want,
of course,
to win this whole thing.
Yeah, you still have that in your mind, on your mind.
The title is so close. Just reach out and grab it.
Yeah, but now Anthony does the same thing that Johannes was doing pretty well in the last turn. Recycling all the Lunar Lights, just bouncing, special summoning, bouncing. It's just so easy for Lunar Lights to actually get out multiple monsters very quickly. First damage to the life points being dealt by Sephiroth, so Anthony down the life points now. And actually that is a factor from time to time, because this combo of the Lunar Light Orcus deck can really take a while. So if you have a mirror match, and for example one of the players, I don't think one of the players is inexperienced here, but if one of the two players is inexperienced, then you can actually take a lot of time, maybe like 15 minutes for the whole combo, and that on both sides then you're already over the time limit, you know? And so time can become a factor here.
Yes, but that is not going to happen here. Anthony is going through his deck.
Yeah, he's pretty
quick fashion.
Pretty quick with his combos, definitely. I mean, then the semifinals, they've performed this combo a lot over the weekend already.
Yes.
So safe to assume they know what they're doing here. Yeah, but let's see, Anthony setting up the crescendo already, cool. He actually decided to go for Tornado Dragon just because he can. He had the access to 2 rank 4 exceeds.
I mean, that's a pop on a tanky, it's good.
Yeah, definitely. It's just an additional interruption. You happily take it. I mean, the alternative would have been to just not have the Tornado Dragon.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you can just do more, why not doing more?
I mean, the alternative would be running Summon Limit and going Curious Griffin.
Yep, that's true.
But he decided not to, and the results are speaking for him, so he is going to end up on Crescendo Dweller and Tornado Dragon, which looks like a board that is really hard to out for Johannes.
Yeah, I do agree. What is your personal opinion on the order being set in the first turn in the mirror match? Do you think it's good?
Oh, what a bad top deck.
What did you draw? I just drew into
Crescendo.
Crescendo, right? Oh, that really isn't the card you want to see there. So Johannes now staring at his hand, trying to figure out a way to somehow break through that board. 4 monsters on the side of Anthony. One of them already used its effect now, the Abyss Dweller.
Isn't it crazy how both of them all the time hard draw Zephyros?
I mean, Johannes actually searched for Zephyros last turn.
Really? Did you see Force Tricks?
Like last game, sorry. I mean, last game, yeah.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, last turn for Johannes would be pretty hard to get to in this scenario. So he actually goes with Kaleido Chick first, and as always, Kaleido Chick triggers its effect as a cost, so you should probably not be negating the Kaleido Chick, because the only point of activating the effect of Kaleido Chick is to get that monster into the graveyard as a cost. So you're already done before even resolving the effect.
So
and there comes
Martin
Tiger. And I mean, you could have already prevented the Tiger special summoning the Yellow Martin when you would have gone for the Imperial autoplay. So I see that being a little better in that scenario. Although I think Imperial Auto is just such a powerful card or not, right? Isn't it all around the best card in the game? Well, not the best card, but one of the powerful cards in the game.
It is indeed crazy powerful. He could have Tornado Dragon the Tiger first.
Oh, but he goes for the Tiger King.
And you kind of have to Tornado Dragon out the tanky. Or you you Tornado Dragon out the tanky.
You definitely have to. I mean, you can do it in response to the effect of Tiger King, right?
Yeah, sure. That, of course, works.
Yeah. I mean, Tiger King, in case you don't know, you can just bring it up to the screen because the card is already a little old. It has the effect to actually just negate all of the monster on the opponent's side of the field.
Yeah, and he does it. He Tornado Dragons it out. But now there is no Dingirsu protection, so you can just run over Galatea now.
Yeah, so that actually disables Anthony from using his counter trap here. And maybe Johannes has a way to actually play through here. I'm kind of wishing for it, because that would make up for a good game here.
I mean, if he doesn't snipe all the dangers. Wow.
So 1-4. What is he hitting? He revealed Mothman.
Sephiroth.
He's discarding Sephiroth, so that's a pretty good discard on that one.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he can actually... Is there a way he goes into Bowl Sword here and just OTKs with everything? Without using Grave effects, because there's Abyss Dweller on the field?
I don't see it, but I'm still curious as to why he did not just attack with the Fire King, Tiger King.
Yeah,
just
you
to turn
really
off the
want to...
crescendo.
Yeah, it's just safer to turn off the Crescendo, you're right. But that Mothman also can defeat Galatea in battle, right? Does it have 1,800?
Oh, yeah, Galatea has 1/8 as well.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you can double kill, right?
Yeah.
So, okay,
But
you have
he's
one monster less on board.
Much rather attacking over the Dweller.
That's true. So he took out the Dweller. That's really important for the grind game if it starts to become one.
Can he turn on a... Can he summon a counter Dweller?
That would be very, very favorable for him, actually. So, really, Johannes taking his time here now, just considering all options he has. And the Tiger King already was like a super, super good start because it disabled the Dingirsu, which just is so powerful in this scenario. Do you go for the Phoenix now? Like going into your Orcus cards? I mean, okay, you cannot really use the Orcus
grave
effects in
effects,
grave.
but you can use Dingirsu.
Yeah. And I mean, you get the Galatea search as well. Okay, he does not have any targets in the deck because he hard drew the Crescendo. That's kind of unfortunate for him.
It's going to be hard to set up a counter dweller.
Yeah.
Oh,
I do think
yeah.
so
If,
too.
if he hits the Crescendo, then it's possible.
But then you do have one negate less in your opponent's turn too. That's not too cool. Oh, he hits a
Wow.
Crescendo. Okay, so he has 2 monsters on board now. Like, adding up to the 1 Tiger King already being on the field. That is the link to using the Jackalope and the Tiger King.
That 50-50 was so important. That went over so quickly. That should have been like really epic with music.
Should have been an epic moment,
That was
definitely.
super important.
Now he can discard the Mothman for the Mermaid. And do you actually use Mothman in this situation? I mean, you're drawing one, discarding one, and your opponent can actually decide on what he wants to discard.
Dweller is active.
Yeah, you're right. So you probably don't use it. So he's putting up a show here. There is the
There's
Dweller.
the counter dweller, and he's going to be able to summon his own Dingirsu to get rid of either the opponent's Dingirsu or the Tornado Dragon.
And I have a favorite to send there, actually. I guess he will be sending away the Dingirsu as he does.
But I mean, now he... No, wait, there's a Dweller. Anthony doesn't even have the skeleton left, but look at how powerful Curious would have been.
Absolutely, yep. I totally agree. So he's drawing into Tsuchinoko, making him being able to have more monsters on the board when he's summoning dangers. And look at that. I mean, the time is kind of ticking down too, so Anthony really has to make a decision here. It's only 3 minutes 13 left, and he's down on life points at the moment.
But I mean, like, he can change that really quickly.
Yeah, he can just run over the Dweller. Okay, I do agree on that. But still, he has to make his moves. He's revealing the Tsuchinoko. There's Tsuchinoko and Nightmare in the hand. He obviously would like to special Tsuchinoko with its own effect, not with the Grave effect. Yep, okay,
Oh, wow.
that is the hit.
Draws another card.
Yep, what did he draw into there?
Oh, it's a Tiger.
Oh, it's Tiger, really? Oh, he activates Tiger. That's additional special summons.
All 4 scales are filled with the one
What
and
a
only
picture.
Lunar Light Tiger, the single best pendulum card in the game right now.
You probably have to say so, yeah. Marvin Schmidt would probably disagree playing the Pure Endymion deck, but... Oh,
he
Yellow
can
Martin.
even destroy his own Tiger with Tornado Dragon, so he can go into another monster. And now he can summon Boral Sword Dragon if he wants to. He has 4 monsters.
But, yeah, true, of course. His own Tiger can trigger. Oh, no, it's Abyss Dweller on the field.
No, it's in the extra deck. It's destroyed in the extra deck.
Oh, correct. So, that Yellow Martin now.
So
That's a little confusing right there.
What
But I guess judges and players will figure out what's happening there.
Can Dingirsu protect the other, his opponent's cards? What?
Apparently it can.
But he hasn't detached anything, right? No. So
No, he didn't. You're right. Maybe Tornado Dragon cannot actually destroy your own cards. Let's just quickly read over Tornado Dragon. Oh no, it's on the field, so he could have totally done that.
I mean, we have seen that a lot. So, and Johannes is indicating his opponent to hurry up a bit, because of course he does not want to lose this in time.
Yeah, and he actually just went into the Boral Sword Dragon. I mean, that secures him doing damage.
I mean, he can attack over the Dingirsu and then shrink his attack to deal 3k and then put the Dweller in defense and deal another 3k, and that's going to be hard to recover from.
Yep.
But he instead he decides to only take deal 3,000 damage instead. Which I'm not quite sure is the correct choice in this situation, because now it's less about grinding, because he had to put it in defense position now, he couldn't deal damage, and Dingirsu is still sitting there. So if he summons another monster, he can immediately go into a Dingirsu, send away the Boral Sword Dragon.
Oh, and look how he's rushing. Johannes really rushing through his deck. He knows he has a chance right here. He searches out Gizmek.
The Crescendo in
Oh
the
yeah, Gizmek, so cool that it's a machine. He can search it out with the Crescendo. Now, it really is a factor of time. Look how quickly he
at these
gets his
hand
cards into the
motions.
banish pile. Still looking at them. Drawing a cut and draw phase. Nearly unimportant what it is, because he just needs to really quickly go into Galatea and then the Dingirsu maybe.
Yeah. I mean, he can just pop the Boral Sword Dragon. He turns it into defense position.
Okay,
but
okay.
Johannes doesn't really, he can just
Yeah, it was summoned in end phase, so you can just immediately turn it back into attack position. So how much damage? That's not enough damage yet. You have to get out more monsters to actually win this game, Johannes. So, it's getting close, it's getting close.
40 seconds.
He uses Nightmare, okay.
Nightmare pushes the Dingirsu.
Okay, that's more damage already, but you do need more monsters. Come on, you can do it. There he is. And
I'm not sure if pushing Dingirsu was the right choice.
okay, there is the skeleton. And as you say, he just links away the monster, he just pushes. That's not perfect. But still, that will be Galatea, I guess.
This is so intense.
Here's Galatea. Now you can bring back the Dingirsu.
Oh, Tiger, and you can
Tiger
bring
as
Dingirsu.
well.
That's Barrel Sword OTK. If he manages to do it in time.
He has to be in
quickly,
time, right.
Quickly. 15 seconds.
There is the
14
Borrowed
seconds.
Sword.
13 seconds.
Now we have Skeleton
12
in Graveyard.
Seconds. 11 seconds.
Oh,
10
that is
seconds.
a heartbeat final here in the semi-finals.
And this is
he
the
announced
setup.
battle
Barrel
phase.
Sword OTK. Johannes Urbicht makes it to the finals of YCS Rent.
It has to be, Anthony checking the ring, but there's
handshake.
nothing he can do, and he
What
is
a
celebrating.
game! My God!
That was a heartbeat finish.
I have chills all over. Wow!
We should definitely discuss that.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle eyes, string rods, here and keys. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hands. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with your card you choose. Trust in the heart. The heart of the card battlefield. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do. Long ago, ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery. Just trust in the heart of the
The climax of Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains is here! AI has run rampant with Cyber's power, and the Adignister have rewritten their own code to launch their final attack. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ignition Assault. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Yugi-Muto, where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Control the shadows with the return of Sinister Fusion Monsters, featuring alternate artwork for fan.
Hello and welcome back once again to round 4 here. We did have quite an extended break there, sorry for that, chat. And let's get straight into it then. We have Alex from the UK. We had someone shout from the crowd just now. Is that one of your friends?
No clue.
Just a big fan. Big fan. Give him a wave. Give him a wave. Oh, yeah, they were happy about it. Maybe it was a fan. Maybe it was a coincidence. Who knows? How are you feeling about being on the feature match? You've been on the feature match before, right?
I was on the feature match for round 4 of the last Utrecht event. So,
yeah. You remember exactly when it was? Was it exciting? Was it a good match?
My opponent got a game loss, so no, it wasn't like a good match, but oh well.
Did you win?
Yeah.
No, that's okay then. Well, please take a seat. And his opponent is Thomas from the USA. Hello, Thomas.
How's it going?
Come a long way.
Yeah, it's like 6 hours.
Oh, only 6 hours, so that's East Coast.
Oh yeah, I'm from New York City.
I've always wanted to go to New York, but I've never been. Whereabouts should I go if I go to New York?
I would say Manhattan. There's a lot to do, you know, a lot of card shops, different stuff to see, you know.
What do you think? What would you say is your favorite thing about New York?
I would say like the different foods and like different like cultures. You know, like you have like everything in one place. It's pretty cool.
Awesome. Right. Maybe I'll take a trip. I'll message you. You can find me somewhere to stay. Okay, please take a seat. So these guys have already decided who's going first. Alex is going first. So without further ado, let's head over to the commentators.
Welcome back, everyone. This is round 4. Bit of an extended break there with that super long back and forth match we had there. But we have I suppose you could call it a bread and butter sort of meta matchup. Spyro, guys, it's kind of what you would expect to see.
Yeah, it's a pretty good back and forth matchup. We're expected to see a lot of interactions here as all the guys need to do that, be able to win its matchups, to make some significant trades, to give itself better card advantage. It would have been interesting to know who won the rule there, because I'm not sure whether Tommy will be choosing to go first or second. Or
no, Alex decided to go second.
Alex decided to go second. Are you sure?
Yeah.
I think he
I think that's what he
decided
said.
to go first. Because he's playing evenly matched in the main deck, so I thought he might have wanted to start. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah. So these builds are both really unique, I think, for what we are kind of accustomed to. Like we're seeing the one card that jumped out at me here is Tommy's Popper Up in the Spyro deck, which I think people have known for a bit now, but I haven't yet really. I don't think I've seen it particularly excel in a top cut kind of deck list. But you're a big fan of it, aren't you?
It seems like it's the way the Americans have been switching Spiral, since the meta hasn't been quite refined yet. People are experimenting new ways to make sure that
we've seen all kinds of variants.
Exactly. So we've seen Extravagance in the first round, and one alternative that some of the Americans were playing is Popper Up, and a good advantage of that is it can draw up to 3 cards, and you just guard the equal amount that you want to draw. And it's good because you have cards like the Rescues and your Master Plans that you want engraved as well.
Yep.
So not only does it set up resources that you need engraved to get your combos going, it also draws you new cards, and the only drawback is you take 1,000 life for each card in your hand, which is just...
So usually 5,000-6,000 life, but...
I'd happily pay 7,999 life points if it meant if I won the game.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Unless he summons Malusic. So.
Yeah, but then yikes, okay. Sleeper pop.
So I think we're just about ready to head on over to the players. All right, so here we go. We've got the cards loaded up in their hands. And... yeah, so this is something as well that I thought was interesting about Tommy's list. He's main decking Super Poly, and his targets are the new Adignister card, Earth Golem Adignister. Not really for its effect of gaining some attack, I believe, but its materials are super important, which is a Cyburst monster and a Link monster. Not going to be particularly useful in the Geist matchup, but I think as a general meta call, that's pretty cool, right?
I think that's why I was curious, since he's maining Super Poly, whether he was choosing to go first or second, because he's got quite a couple of cards that complement him going second. So he's got Call by the Grave, which maybe has some applications going second in certain matchups, and Super Poly as well being really strong. He's got a couple of targets in there. He's got the Predaplant as well, Dragostopelia, which is really good.
So we can see here, Alex is starting off with the set protocol.
The standard combo.
Yeah, Marionetta set 3. The interesting thing is that Alex is playing a really heavy mine version, right? He's got those 3 copies of Mystic Mine in the main deck. The Metaverse is face down, so it's going to be able to shut off.
Again, that's why I think if he chose to start, I'm thinking, okay, it's a bit of an interesting build. But I think he just wants to
that's why I wasn't sure, because he's got mines and evenlies,
exactly.
but he's going first.
He's playing a lot of going second cards, but Mystic Mine, Demise of the Land as well.
Demise of the Land,
yeah, exactly.
He's really trying to turbo into that mine.
He really wants to activate Mystic Mine.
Oh, but here we go, the Arch Nemesis of trap decks. Normal
Spiral tough. Oh, he's a tough one to get over, I'll tell you that. But he has to guess the top deck, and he's giving a good swing first. He's playing around the strike very well. If
did
there
we
is
miss
a strike
it? Did he declare the top card yet?
No, so he wants to get as much card advantage as he can. So he's attacking over the Meliseek, which will turn off the protocol.
Yeah, of course. So he wants to that makes complete sense. And now he's going to declare here.
Probably
targeting. Is that the Metaverse? Okay, so he's probably
going to. It's the Metaverse. Oh no!
Okay, here we go.
Let's have a look and see if Tommy has a main deck out.
Super Poly's not going to be helpful here.
No, it doesn't look like he has a main deck out.
Yep.
So this could potentially
Be it.
Be good night, sweet prince.
So now the mine gets activated from the deck with the Metaverse, and upon resolution of the Metaverse, we then reveal the top card, which I didn't see what he revealed there. I didn't quite catch it. I think it was a spell card, but it's looking like a strong start for Alex.
He's counting to see. I think he's counting to see
Yeah,
if he'll
see
deck
how many
out.
cards are left.
Yeah, he's seeing if he'll deck out, which I think he won't. I'm fairly sure that
they're both playing 40 cards.
they're both playing 40. But
Tommy-
he searched a card from the deck, and he also metaversed. So I don't think Tommy would deck out first.
Tommy's ahead by +1
Uno.
in the deck list. So it seems like Alex is actually, the onus is on him to
So at some point,
play.
Alex will have to extend, and once he has a reasonable card advantage. So we will see a game here, don't worry, folks.
Yep. This will be a match.
Yeah. So this is like the kind of like skillful part of Mystic Mine, where like you have to play it to just stop your opponent's plays, but you're not. It's not a win condition per se because your opponent has more cards in the deck than you do. So at some point, like we said before, Alex will have to go for it.
I think. Oh, he's searching a card now.
I hope he counted to see if that was.
Does that make them
optimal.
equal in balance?
I'm not sure. It's difficult to keep up because of there's 2 in the graveyard.
I think he's still +1 ahead of him right now.
Because he has to draw because then Alex has to draw for turn, right? So as long as he doesn't search in the deck one more time, he should be fine. But I don't think Alex is in a position yet where he would make a push because he doesn't have access to multi-figure yet.
Where do you think like that push is? Like
Once you get multi-figure.
once you have that figure, yeah, okay.
Yeah, because like he's not in a position where you could get reasonable card advantage with Marionetta alone. The thing with Geist,
dear, he's got a popper up here.
Oh.
Why do you think he's doing that?
I have no idea. Let's have a look at his deck list again to see if there's actually an optimistic.
Just double check and see if we do have a out here, because that's kind of a strange choice, right? If he's like want to make sure that he's got more cards in his deck.
I believe there's. I'm sure there's a way to remove Tough from the field with the engine, but I just can't remember.
Last resort to send or something like that, perhaps.
I'm not sure. Maybe Last Resort can just send Spiral Tough, but I think Last Resort has to send something for Tough to attack directly.
Maybe it sends itself. Anyway, but yeah, he is definitely drawing 3 cards there off the popper up, and he's going to take, I think it's like 4,000 or something there. Alex is, again, just stacking up these resources, making sure that he can go set 4. Probably once he gets that faker, as you said, going to be able to
Because the awkward thing
push.
about Mystic Mine as well for Tommy, even if he does manage to find it out, Alex has drawn a lot of defensive cards, and he's got the spoofing as well.
Ooh, Judgment Demise of the Land.
So it means that he's effectively got access to his Altergeist engine now, as well as his traps.
I love that he's playing Demise of the Land as well. An absolute gentleman of culture here. Not interested in playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Today.
I don't want to so much as look at you. I just want to get going.
There's foolish burial not so good, as you call
Yeah,
it.
not so foolish burial not so good, as we see here. A cool out that you can play is Galaxy Cyclone. If you were to turn your engine cards into an optimistic mine, which I haven't really seen anybody do. It is an extra brick and spiral, which you don't particularly want to play.
I've seen a couple of decks running Galaxy, because you can hit that back row and then later have it in your graveyard as a resource to remove the Mystic Mine.
Yeah.
A popular deck that I've been seeing running around playing that is Infernoid, because you have a lot of ways to mill, Monster Gate, Reasoning. So you eventually hit like a Galaxy Cyclone. You could, that's a pseudo engine out to mine. All right, there we go with the spoofing, getting that faker. Oh, going from Lucy, okay.
I think he wants to take his cards away before he makes any sort of multi-faker push, which makes sense. But it means that he would turn off his Mystic Mine if he normal summons that Melusik, which he might not have a problem in doing. Because if he summons multi-faker and he has Mystic Mine up, then it turns it off, because multi-faker will summon Silk and then you won't be able to do anything.
So I'm trying my best to try and understand why Tommy went for the draws and his deck thinning, because he was ahead in that card advantage, right?
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm missing something.
Perhaps someone in the Twitch chat can alert us to that, because I'm actually really curious why he's going for that when there doesn't appear to be a main deck out in his deck to the Mystic Mine. Maybe it's like Wire or something.
Is there a Wire in his main deck?
Yeah, he is playing Wire.
Oh. Yes, there you go. Utility Wire. That's it.
Just a face-up card?
Just that simple, yeah. We were very, very silly. It is just Utility Wire.
Okay.
Yeah, Utility Wire spins to the top of the deck, any card on the opponent's side of the field. So that would be an out. However, even if he was to draw this out now, it's getting really spooky for him, because The thing with Geist is you have to beat it before it generates too much tempo and momentum. But now that he's got access to multi-faker and he has a nice sum of traps,
he's just got to scoop it up.
He's recognized that it was a race there, whether to see who would draw their engine or utility wire first, and Alex won that race. He got to his Aldergeist engine first, which he plays more of than he does of his one utility wire. So it's like, I think he was optimistic with the popper up though, because why not? Why wouldn't you do it, right? Because you might see utility wire. But I think after he didn't see it then, the game was over for sure.
Just recognize as well, what you could do is you can infinitely recycle the cards in your graveyard with the, field spell.
He doesn't want to waste time either, because he knows that like it can get really grindy, it can take a lot of time, and he just wants to get the game done as soon as possible.
This is the most important thing that I feel like a lot of like maybe less experienced players sometimes go into a match without sort of knowing, is like they look at the duel rather than the match.
Yes, exactly.
So like sometimes you can very like kind of tunnel vision in and be like, oh no, I absolutely have to win this duel. Whereas if you just sacrifice that duel, go to the next duel where you're, maybe it's like game 3 or something, you're in a position where you get to go first with something like Altergeist, that's more beneficial in the long run than trying to like maybe win a game in time and then potentially drawing or something, right?
Yeah, well, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Exactly.
And Spiral is probably like heavily favored post side with all the cards that they can play. So let's have a look at that. Some of the cards that Tommy could side in, he can make him start and play like stuff like Evenly Matched. He sides Twin Twisters as well, so there's like a lot of removal that guys simply can't play around unless they hard draw Solemn Judgment.
I think when you play like this, like a very, very notoriously combo heavy deck like Spiral, you need to like almost overside for like the rogue matchups.
Exactly.
Just as long as you can remove those stops and those continuous trap cards and things like that, and especially in this case mine, then you're able to, I think, like engine for engine, like Spiral's just like, without a doubt more powerful than Altergeist.
Because people acknowledge that Spiral's the deck to beat, as Alex has.
With his devices.
Yeah, he understands that like combo decks, no play for you. I said nope. But also Tommy recognizes that people are like Alex are going to be like, that's a nope. So he's going to side an awful lot here. Evenly Match is kind of like a pseudo out the Mystic Mine because it removes all the monsters on the field, so it's left with mine, so it'll go in the end phase. And he also has Twin Twisters, so it'll be interesting to see whether Tommy chooses to just wombo combo going first or want to have his powerful cards going second.
Yep. All right, so we're going to head back over to the table here and we'll get those cards in the hand loaded up for you. So we can see Tommy's hand here. Is that I think he's got some combo there.
So Alex has kept in Evenly Matched, so he probably thinks he was going second.
Double evenly spoofing,
Tommy
strike duality.
Put in Twin Twister, which is you can have for going first and second. It's something you'd probably keep in your hand as well if you were to, whatever reason, pass to a draw, because I don't think there's any point setting it, because Melisy can just attack direct and send it to the graveyard, and then you've lost one of your more powerful blowouts.
Right.
So it's likely he'll keep that in his hand. Unless he does full combo, then a Melisy literally doesn't matter. So will this be, is this eventually going to be Foolish Burial Goods or not? Like, let's have a look.
Is,
no. It's not so good again.
I don't want to like speak too soon about Spiral, but I was looking at this hand thinking to myself,
oh my goodness.
That doesn't look like he's got a combo there.
Yeah, that's it. That is a spooky yikes if I ever did see one.
I mean, sometimes when you're playing Spiral, like that's the kind of payoff you take. You play arguably the most highest ceiling powerful deck in the room, but you're going to occasionally have these games where you're going to look at your hand and be like, go.
When it works, no hand trap in the game except draw and lock, but it'll stop you.
Yep.
Even the Burrow, like, doesn't matter, because at some point you'll have to do it before they make Appaloosa, and that's a point there everybody has to think, oh, when's he going to make Appaloosa? Then you have to like maybe do it before prematurely, and then suddenly you're just like, okay, you can bring Helix back from the graveyard and just start your combos.
As far as I'm aware, like in terms of like the standard combo, when you Nibiru on like specifically the 5th summon versus Spiral, they can still go on after regardless.
The point that you have to do it is on the summon of Quick Fix when it uses its effect, so it gets banished.
Right.
But even then, they still have so many like rescues in the graveyard to extend and stuff, and they can still end on Sleeper.
Yeah,
and Sleeper against Altergeist is just
exactly
really good.
So Tommy decided to just simply Foolish Goods and pass there, and I think he's trying to like really sort of dig for perhaps maybe he did bring in those evenlies despite the fact he was going first.
Well,
doesn't seem ideal, but like maybe in this kind of matchup you sort of have to.
He has to play now. He recognised that he has Twin Twister in hand, so he's just drew Master Plan, so that's insane. So it means that he can discard the Master Plan for cost. The Rescue can bring it back, and then he can normal Spiral Gear, and then there you go.
So he does have plays available to him. So if we could just check like the set cards here.
He's discarded Assault instead. Which again is also reasonable. Does the same thing.
I suppose it maybe like kind of is a bit more vulnerable to maybe something like a DD Crow in the hand if you discard the Assault there.
You could also just DD Crow the Assault.
Let's see what he hits here.
But I think this is actually better because Assault summons Master Plan and you still have the trap in the graveyard.
So Alex is going to have his. Well, it depends what he's managed to hit there. But if he gets the demise of the land here, that's extremely clutch. So he hits the spoofing.
He's going to chain it to get multi-figure.
Yeah, and he should be hitting the demise land because that middle one is from the Marionetter.
So he chose to not set some of his traps in his hand. He kept the Solemn Strike in his hand, which I'm not really sure why.
He kept Strike double evenly in his hand.
For sure, you keep the evenly in your hand, but
I think maybe Alex is just sort of fearing that evenly, and just sort of like thinking to himself, well, if he has the evenly, I don't want to be blown up too much. I feel kind of safe with like demise a land by itself. Sometimes can just be like that's enough. Like
I suppose, but I think he's left himself vulnerable. I would have just took the L to evenly match because he chose to start. He's not going to side evenly matched in going first, or at least you would think that.
Right.
So I would definitely have set as many traps as possible because you need every trap that you can get with all the Geists because Spiral is just really, really powerful when it gets going, and once it gets going, you need every single trap to stop it because once it gets to Spiral Resort, that Silcoitus is going to do zip. Absolutely nothing. But he's in a position now where he can really push.
Is the normal summon of the Last Resort. And I guess he's going to try and force out the Silcoitus first and foremost by attacking over that multi-faker. And there we go. Bouncing Last Resort almost feels like it doesn't feel great, does it? Like bouncing like an equip, essentially.
That is a big problem with Poltergeist. They're little guys, and it means that like a lot of big guys with 1900 attack, even something with 1000 attack, like Last Resort, can just beat over the faker. He just drew another Mystic Mine, so if he wants to be go down that route again, let's say, that he has the option to. But he's going to generate a lot of card advantage now. He's going to get Meliseek, so you can go into Hextia and just have no fear about anything. Oh, he's just skipping. Yeah, no, understandable. There was not an awful lot you could do there. He was really cut off from his engine because he didn't draw it for a start. So basically let Alex go first with an extra card. And all the Geists going first. It's already really good. He didn't need his Mystic Mine then. All he did was just use the Geist engine to shut off his only play that he had. And if he didn't have spoofing, then maybe it would have been a different game. But
is there anything he could have done with like the Assault in the graveyard, getting the plan out into the field?
I don't think so. All he would have done was it would have been a 2/8. He probably arguably could have just summoned a 2/8 guy. Then he's vulnerable to Mystic Mine again. And like I just don't think he wants to lose the Mystic Mine again because he used the Twin Twister. And it was rough. You know, sometimes we've seen it again. Like Spiral hands can get really, really, really tough. Yeah. And it was looking tough there for Tommy, but looking good for Alex.
Just this is the power of Mystic Mine, right?
Really
it's a
strong.
scenario where you just have this card, which it can be really frustrating sometimes to play against. But like you did mention, like sometimes there is a semi-skillful interaction where it's like it's not there to like win a game. It's there to like sort of stop like what they have available to him once you've like baited things out, and then you can start playing, turn off your own mind and stuff like that.
Exactly. The scenarios where you play it as a right, stop what you're doing, stop. Let me play now. But in that scenario, he had to pop her up into his out. He didn't get his out. Shame.
It's really just a case of, versus like those kind of cards, you need a little bit of fortune to help you get into your engine and stuff before your opponent does, and didn't quite manage to pull it off.
He's playing 6, so he was always getting.
He was 7.
And he's siding Terraforming too, so he's playing a 7.
He's got
and then 8. Lucky number 8.
I feel like Tommy, like based off of his like side deck and stuff, and especially his main deck, he was really sort of prepared for mirror matches and the Shadow, because like he's got like a really cool engine in his side deck there. He's like siding like the Curious Griffin anti-spell combo, which is like really, really good versus Lunalight, Shadows, and Shaddoll variants and invoked, right? So
because Shadolls can crack spiral boards outside of utility wire with because they've got super poly, they've got Shaddoll fusion, which can just like generate so much card advantage. And I think it's a good idea to have Curious sent anti-spell because it means it just shuts off most decks because anti-spell is really generic because everything plays spells.
But I would love to hear what Alex has to say about this strategy. This is a very, very sort of unique almost take of Alta-Guys that
It's
you
really
decided
cool,
to go.
yeah.
So we're actually going to take you over to Alex now and have a little listen into his strategy and how he managed to overcome the Spyro matchup.
Thank you very much, Nadir. I'm here with Alex. Alex, congratulations.
Thank you.
There's a few questions I've got about that. The match didn't seem too tough, mind the pun.
It's game one because I won the dice roll. It makes it a lot easier because if I stick mine, then like you should only have utility wires and out. And if I hit a judgment at any point while I'm like digging for my deck, then I just like have the out to his out and then I win. Game two, when he passed, I was like, okay, this might be a bit better. Then like the only interruption like when my back row had was the twin, and then well, he didn't do anything afterwards, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, I bet it's a bit spooky when they play Twin Twisters and you think, okay, what's coming next?
Yeah, I was like, I didn't know what he was gonna do, and so like he bricked turn one like very heavily because he just like foolish very good pass. So I wasn't sure if he's like drew into something playable and that's why he twinned, but obviously he didn't. So yeah.
It was really curious actually in the chat, and also the commentators were both kind of saying, oh, you know, why is Thomas digging through with the former pal Pop? Well, I can't remember its name. I can never pronounce it. You know, why was he doing that? What did you think?
I assumed he was playing utility wire in the main deck, so I assume that's like his out to it, or maybe he's main decking twins or something. So I wasn't sure if he was go first or go second. So maybe he had Twin Twisters in his deck. Well, maybe not Twin Twisters. Maybe like Lightning Storm or something along those lines. Yeah, I think that's about the only out. And like utility wire, obviously, if he has that, then yeah, that's the route to mine.
Yeah, that I think that was actually what he was digging for in the end. We managed to find out. You know, how scary is Lightning Storm for you?
So
I think that says it all, right?
Yeah. So the last like 2 days, I've been trying different like cards to play around it, and Waking the Dragon, I tested it, and it was horrific. And I couldn't think of any.
What was your plan for Waking the Dragon? What were you going to summon?
Like, it was a couple of games, and I summoned Last Warrior once, and they had like a guy summoned off Big Red, and I just had no out to it. And like, it was a weird one. And yeah, it's like I decided against that, and it's just like play more conservatively in the early games until like they can't physically Lightning Storm me, and then that's when I commit more cards to the back row, which is why you'll see like if I was holding more back row cards game 2 and stuff. So
it did seem like you were. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but just from my perspective, it was like you were being very conservative up to a point, and then as soon as you had enough stuff.
So game 2, like the second, so he Twin Twisted me. I resolved a multi-faker just so I've got because I've got Protocols the interruption, then I've got the Silk as another piece of interruption, and then after that point, when he didn't do anything, I was like, okay, if I just summon Faker here, I know I've got game. So when he was dead, but like, he scooped at that point.
So I mean that's got to be it for you, right? For the whole event, you've got to really know where that limit is.
I played a regional last weekend and I topped it, and like I kind of knew it then. Then testing this week, I've been like jittering on the border of not knowing when I was like correct to push, but like I guess today it has been. But like that game, I knew he had nothing, so like it was safe to push. So it's different, I guess.
Yeah, I think it was quite obvious after he just Twin Twisted and then didn't
nothing, and then yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, is it difficult for you? Is it to know where that limit is? Has there been some times where you've tested and you know?
It's a weird one because sometimes I don't think they have anything, and then I was playing against the Lunalight deck and I thought he had nothing, and then at some point I just got DD Crowed on my multi-faker in the graveyard, and I was just like, okay, now I've pushed too early without like the proper setup, and now I just lose, and I lost the Mystic Mine and it all just went bad.
It's a very interesting strategy that you've really got to know when to go. You know, a lot of the recent formats have been based around everything on the board, and then can you deal with it type thing. Which do you prefer?
I'm more of a control player anyway, but one of my friends built the deck for me, and he was like, play this seems really good for your play style. And I know how to correctly use the mine cards, so I don't lose to just blow out cards like Lightning Storm, I guess, those kind of cards. But, yeah.
That's a good friend to know that, that's a good strategy for you as a player.
Yeah.
I think that's something that's quite underappreciated. I think is like people's play styles, right? Because for me, I always think about this. Is a format right for you? Because just as you said, some people are better at kind of control-y variants. Some people are better at just throw it all out there and deal with what my opponent's got. So you really think that it's control?
I definitely prefer control. So this season of YCSs, I played Paleo for one, I played Guru for one, and now I'm playing this deck. So yeah, I'm definitely more of a control guy. I've dabbled in combo decks, but besides Salamangre, I've always preferred heavy control decks with loads of trap cards and yeah.
I was just about to ask you what was the last deck that you played that you already went through them.
Well, I played Spiral for a regional a couple of weeks ago, and I won that because I was very confident in how I was playing. And I was thinking about playing that, but then I had a few events in a row. I just drew unplayable 2 rounds, and I lost games I shouldn't have lost. So I was just this is not the deck for me now, and I'll try this and see how it goes.
So, looking to the future, obviously we've still got this event to go, but looking to the future, you mentioned Paleozoics. So what about? He just said he loved that deck. We didn't hear. What do you feel after the rules update? Do you think that's going to be a possibility again?
I've got a regional the weekend it comes out, I think, or weekend afterwards, and I don't know what I'm going to play, but I'm looking forward to seeing what other people are playing, and I think that's going to be one of the best events I've ever entered, just because it's going to be a mess of all decks. Well, hopefully anyway. We don't know how it's going to happen, but that's what I hope for anyway.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, right? It's this last Forbidden Limited list was pretty big. It was a pretty big change. So but even just in a couple of weeks, people were able to establish again what the meta was. But when the rules update happens, it really, it's kind of all bets are off at that point, right?
Yeah. I literally have no clue what's going to happen.
Are you thinking that it's going to be good or not? You have any kind of feeling?
I don't know, because there's a lot of hand loop decks running around online, and the FTK decks. Those are terrifying. But then pardon me. There's just I don't know what else is going to happen. Plunder Patrol. I saw the guy earlier. I don't know how it went for him, but it just seems cool after the Master Roy. Some of the ships in the main monster zone. I'm excited for that bit.
Yeah, I must say I'm a huge fan of Plunder Patrol. I mean, people like to say, I'm Canary unbiased, all that kind of stuff, but I really, really enjoy the artwork and the theme behind them. Because they're captains of the ships and the ships are better.
Yeah, I really like it.
It's just really fun. I love that about the TCG archetypes. What do you have a favorite TCG only archetype?
I used to play a lot of BA, but since then I wouldn't say it's anything besides BA Live. That's the only one I've really played. So.
I must admit, yeah, Burning Abyss was.
Everyone.
Yeah, there was so many people playing Burning Abyss.
Everyone loved BA. It was hands down one of the best decks of the time, and yeah.
I mean, I just even I'm kind of sad. I just like looking at the artwork sometimes of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and Burning Abyss were fantastic.
Yeah, I agree with you there. But same with the Plunder Patrol ones.
Exactly, that's the thing. I love how they all look.
I bought the entire core because I liked how the ships looked, and I was if we get more ships like this, I'll happily play it. So.
All right, well, looking forward to that. Congratulations on your match, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. And we're going to be right back with the next feature match. See you guys soon.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the True King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Your wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm here joined with Pascal Kim, a person you may remember from the YCS London stream. You managed to take the whole event with Sky Strikers, didn't you?
Yeah.
What kind of experience was that, winning your first ever event?
Pretty engaging.
Pretty engaging. Very, very good, very good. So you're currently in the running for the Worlds race. You are 8th, I believe, in the points for the leaderboard. Tell us about your experiences moving around the country, playing every weekend, and trying to accumulate all those points to get into the Worlds race.
It's pretty hard because you have a lot of pressure because you have to be successful, and it's not that easy to travel 2 times a week to regions you don't even heard before. It's just like not that fine for me, but I think it has to be done.
So in terms of the YCS when you had Sky Striker, but thereafter, what kind of different decks were you taking to all these different regionals?
Yeah, I played Sky Striker for one more event, but then I noticed that it's bad, and then I started to play Orcus. Orcus was pretty consistent for me, and I had pretty lot of success on regionals with that one. So I kept playing Orcus until the ban list came out.
So in terms of the hits for this ban list, it was a huge shake-up for the whole format, especially for your winning Sky Striker list and the Orcus deck that you were taking to all these various regionals. Recently, what have you been messing around with since the new Forbidden Limit list?
To be honest, it was pretty hard, and it's still pretty hard. It's kind of like every deck just got banned. Like they're all just like doing bad stuff and just doing weird boards and aren't that consistent as they were before. And it took me around about 3 weeks to find a deck that I probably will play, and it wasn't that easy. The meta isn't that good for me.
Well, there's a lot of things to experiment with, like you've mentioned, and you've been trying all these various strategies. I assume you're trying to keep it like on the down low for this event, and we'll probably see some of you in the coming rounds and stuff for today. But I would like to know specifically about the World's race itself. What is it like when you're going around every weekend trying to get all these points? And when you have such a major event like this, YCS, where there's a lot of points on the line in one go.
The climax of Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains is here! AI has run rampant with Cyber's power, and the Adignister have rewritten their own code to launch their final attack. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ignition Assault. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2020. And if you thought today was cold, I'll tell you where these people are from. They're from
Scotland.
Good old Scotland, yes. Let's introduce them. What's your name?
Jordan Gallagher.
Gavin Chisholm.
These guys are from Scotland and they've trekked all the way to Utrecht just to play the YCS today. But today we've got a little...
What's your mindset coming into this event? And how does that affect?
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2020. And if you thought today was cold, I'll tell you where these people are from. They're from
Scotland.
Good old Scotland, yes. Let's introduce them. What's your name?
Jordan Gallagher.
Gavin Chisholm.
These guys are from Scotland and they've trekked all the way to Utrecht just to play the YCS today. But today we've got a little treat for you. We're going to play some Pictionary. So what we'll do is, Jordan is going to guess and Gavin is going to draw. And I'm going to show him a picture of what card to draw. Some from the past, some from meta today. That's for Jordan to decide, to guess. And that's for Gavin to draw. So we've got 4 minutes, so they'll have to get as many as they can in 4 minutes. And the people that have the most will receive a prize. So let's get started. Start the clock, 4 minutes. You may begin, Gavin. Do you know the card? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, didn't be. What do you think so far? You have a circle?
Yeah, not got much so far. I've got a head, a body. God.
It's a card that Gav knows, so that's a good start.
Got a knife. God.
Any idea at all?
No, not really. It's just something with a knife so far.
Dia really likes this card.
God, that really doesn't help.
He loves it. No clue at all.
Skip. Next one.
Next one.
I'm not gonna get it. Cool.
Okay, we're off to a rough start, but it's fine. Brad did the same thing.
Oh. Really no clue what this is yet.
It's a popular card in control decks.
Solemn Strike? Solemn Judgment?
Almost.
Solemn Warning?
There we go, yes, we got one. Next. So this is the one from the very far past. No, it's like a pseudo ace monster of one of the main characters in Yu-Gi-Oh.
God. Summon Skull?
Yes, spot on, yes. Next one. What we're thinking?
I really don't know yet. Regeki?
Yeah, that's spot on, yeah, great. Next one. I love this card.
Maxi.
Yeah, Maxi! Next one.
God. W Nebula Meteorite?
You're on the right lines.
Some meteorite. Big Bang Shot? No.
It's literally very relevant in the meta today.
Nibiru?
Yeah, that's right. Flip this. This one, you'll know this one, Gav, for sure. Try and make it bigger.
Okay.
Come on.
It's a sword. There are many swords.
Yeah.
In Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 swords. Oh God. Swords Revealing Light.
That's right. Yes. Next one. Flip there. Oh, we got a minute left.
Oh no.
What are you thinking so far? What do you think?
I really don't know. There's 2 hands in the body. Mind Control?
Yeah, that's spot on. Flip the page again.
That's so difficult.
What do you think?
I don't know. Starfish.
Stop!
I don't know.
40 seconds. It's in the current meta today.
Is it?
Yeah, it sure is, yeah. Very important key card to one deck strategy. Anything, no clue.
No, I'll skip.
Next page.
I think it's last page.
Finished?
It's last page.
That's time up. For the record, that was Spiral Drone. Look, it looks like Drone to me. Well done, Jordan. Well done, Gav. How many was that? Was that a good 6, 7? Not sure. Well, he's walked away. Well, thanks, guys. They did really well. Very impressive from good old Scotland. Thanks for watching, guys. See you for the next round.
To appear, Johannes, but Sam gets to go first, so I guess his hand is more important.
Absolutely,
No
and
hand traps in the main deck.
You were a little
side.
skeptic about him playing 41 with double cybernetic overflow, which I gotta agree, but at the same time maybe it is because just like this you want to see it so that you can search other cards.
Yeah,
So
you see him taking good use of the new Salamangreat Almirage to immediately put a monster in the graveyard so you can use your Cyber Pep. He's going at lightning speed here.
That's something I always like a lot when you are playing a deck that not everyone is super familiar with and you can play it this fast and well.
You must have done your homework.
Yeah, I think it is something that you don't always see. The one that comes to my mind is probably Dinka Bui with the Prankits decks, where he just like completely went super
Zoom,
fast
zoom,
with
zoom.
it.
Or it's
and-
burning Abyss deck, to be
yeah,
fair.
and destroyed the competition. And maybe we see once more someone playing an underdog decks and just taking it. You see, he's not even thinking about this.
I guess
just like,
this is a standard combo.
Yeah.
He's fully aware, I guess, that his opponent isn't going to interrupt him.
Absolutely, because just to remind everyone watching, neither of them is maining any Entrap at all. So the die roll did matter, but I think that the deck can go second quite successful
Would you
even
see
without them.
Kamungus.
Yeah, ooh, that's cool.
So that's a good answer
Yeah.
to the Infinity. Or
'Cause absolutely. He's not playing Antrops, but he's maining 3 Kaijus, and that decision paid off. They're definitely a lot stronger against the Sky Striker matchup, but maybe they can put up enough work in this too.
either taking out the Infinity or the Galatea to shut off
Absolutely.
the Crescendo.
What would you go for here? Just Crescendo in general, or Babel is better against like a combo deck?
Does he run Babel? I don't think he runs Babel.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I think it's quite popular, the decision to cut Babel this weekend.
Yeah,
which is
it
interesting.
is-
Even decks running more Orca's cards are cutting Babel.
Yeah, which is, I mean,
I
you
can
can't
see
play
it.
them, yeah.
There's, you know, you've got 2 cards, like maybe Babel's better sometimes, maybe Crescendo's better sometimes. More often than not, Crescendo's more powerful, and then
Exactly.
you might as well just cut the extra card, which is a little bit of a brick if you draw it in your opening hand.
And especially with the limitation of like the light stage and the Trickster engine, at least there you could play Terraforming as both an extender or the Babel. Like without it,
now it's
it
just
is
like
a lot
yeah,
worse.
Eh.
Okay, so this is a pretty decent board, but the Kaiju actually...
The Kaiju deals with
pretty
1.
good. Yeah.
I have a feeling the overflow might be 1 too much, because he's not seen the
Indeed,
overflow
indeed.
either.
That's the surprise factor that really is gonna catch him off guard.
Oh.
Ooh, but he does play that.
What was that?
Wow. Wow, you can see Sam. Wow, that's great.
Where did that come from? That was just insane.
Crazy. That.
We didn't even look to see what
Yeah, the left
that
was
would be in there.
speechless, really.
Damn, Sam's going to have to keep that in mind. He probably, that's the thing, because by the time you get to the final, players don't know. You normally know what your opponent's running, right?
Yeah.
But you might not necessarily know that your opponent has a Mega Fleet in their extra deck.
That's
and you were just
crazy.
checking yourself
I'm honestly just
that was
shocked.
legal.
No, yeah, I'm just
like, is it a...
completely
You can
shocked.
take any Cyber Dragon
Wow.
monster, I think.
This completely changes our view of this.
I mean, what just happened to his board? Yeah, it's all gone.
That really shakes things up. We saw it in previous matches, like where Flavio, for example, a player in the top 8, considered adding this card to his extra deck. And I'm very surprised that Johannes did, because usually you see it in decks where the extra deck is not as important, so you have a lot of
there
slots.
doesn't seem like there's much room in this. There's 2
Yeah.
whole engines in it. If I'm honest, I'm not sure what Sam's waiting for on his overflow.
I mean, might as well, but...
Because you've just seen him add the Serenade Dance to
Ooh,
hand.
and even
So if you had to discard
discards it, yeah.
but it's paid off for him because he's set a spell. I don't know how many cybers he's got between his, well, in his grave, but possibly a few.
But
That's
still, is that going to be enough?
That was crazy. That's just completely swung the game.
And it's something that will come up even in the next games. It's not like...
Yeah, he
at
knows
least
it's
he has
there,
the
but it's
info,
not that
yeah.
easy to play around it. Oh, and that's very strong as well.
Again, absolutely impressive turn of events here for Johannes. And if anyone was doubting and the crowd favorite was Sam, now you got to give him even more credit, because he understood that the deck was popular and was going to be here. And
he's a seer, truly. Like, I knew I would need this card right for the fight.
Yeah, because to be fair, like, these kind of decisions are great when they pay off, and you usually think, okay, maybe that's gonna happen once during the Swiss. I'm gonna probably get to the top cut easier, but when that happens in the finals, like, that's just unbelievable. Yeah.
So what do you think Sam does in future to try and avoid that happening?
I think
'Cause you just can't make Cyber Dragon Infinity,
yeah.
but that just seems really, that's the point of the Cyber Dragon deck, right?
Absolutely. There is a way to play around it, which is making your own Mega Fleet in the extra deck zone, because it cannot be used as a material for diffusions. So that's a way that you can play around your opponent having it.
Or if you have the Infinity in the extra monster zone.
Yeah, but it depends.
Because it requires a Cyber
exactly,
Dragon and a monster.
That's
in
one
the
way
extra
to do
monster
it.
zone.
So like you have multiple ways to play around it, or you can just catch your opponent off guard and let them go first. To be honest, like, and then
Yeah.
OTK. But against Luna Light, in particular,
It
like,
doesn't seem very
yeah.
profitable. He's trying to link summon with those 2 monsters, and obviously that's not legal because he's got a monster in his extra monster zone. He's forgotten. He was too excited.
So now the Phoenix it's possibly going to force out the
Because surely
overflow.
Phoenix will target the unknown.
Yeah, I mean, no way. Just considering what does he want.
He knows the other one
card.
is Crescendo, right?
And now
So
the
here
overflow
comes
is the last
overflow.
line of defense for Sam.
How many Cyber Dragons? He's got quite a few. He's got one in his hand as well. So if he takes out the whole board here,
Yeah, to be fair, now the decision makes even more sense of him having it. So for anyone wondering, we are gonna bring it up for you guys.
it's an amazingly powerful shot.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. It reminds me of like Fire Lake back in the Burning Abyss days. It's like completely ripping off your opponent's field, but doesn't seem like it is quite enough. Although at the same time, leaving both of the Mothman isn't the end of the world because
they can't turn into a nightmare.
Exactly.
What's the card that's searching the Cyber Emergency?
Probably banished the...
One of the... I don't think any of the Cybers get their effect when they're banished. Is it the Cybernetic Overflow?
Because it was destroyed, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Phoenix destroys it, so at the end of the chain, it's gonna get a search with it.
Do you think maybe Johannes could have had a read that that's what that was? But you have to
I
force
mean,
it
it's
out
possible,
at some
yeah,
point.
but then, yeah, you can't just wait on it, because then the more you wait, the more actual good
damage
cards,
it does, yeah. I mean, maybe it gets hit by a Dingus or something. Something to think about, but maybe he wasn't. He
But
didn't have the read.
here, the snipe on the Serenade Dance at the beginning of the turn comes in handy. He plays it well by getting the Tiger from the deck.
Yeah, that's a nice line you can do. You know, you can bounce the on-field Tiger and then use its scale effect
Yep.
afterwards.
The really cool thing about Luna Light is that you have like very linear plays that are very, very good at doing a lot of different things. But when you are in a grind game, you can also just grind it out, make some...
Yeah, you leave up those Tigers and all of the Orcus monsters for
Yeah.
next turn as well.
And it's really difficult to deal with. And as soon as your opponent just gives you a turn, you have a lot of advantage in the graveyard as well. Let's remember that he also discarded the Nightmare with the Phoenix, so that's also there. He doesn't even need to access. So
what's his plan now?
Okay, so he's making the Nyarla.
I think he meant to put maybe the Martin under it, so he could detach and use the effect. But
And now he's going for Curious, probably. Let's see.
it did look like 3 dark monsters with different
Yeah.
attributes, or
So
different types even.
There is Curious, and you can see this deck does not stop. Like, you can have as many interruptions as you want, and it is probably never gonna stop. Like, it takes a lot to do it, and it's either at the beginning of the turn with something like no material, or
a Dweller.
It's quite hard to do it.
That Zephyrus gonna allow him to reuse the Moonlight
Where
Tiger?
do you think he is gonna go from here? Like,
I was going to ask you that. I'm interested.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, maybe he's going to set up a...
Yeah, I mean, the mills are gonna be
set up a
relevant.
Dingisu.
Ooh.
That's
ooh.
bad, I think.
Yeah, the Crescendo definitely.
Because although you
a bad
can
one.
use the Crescendo, you can't set it on your field with Galatea.
Yep.
So I was going to say he was going to set up a Crescendo, but I was wrong. Perhaps we're going to see he's going to go for a Dweller. Possibility. Or he could just end on a sort of Orcus board with a Dingisu as well.
Yeah, it's there are a lot of different lines in here.
Curious having another powerful effect as well, because he can crash the Curious into the Kamungus and add back any card from his graveyard. It's not to be overlooked. And the Nessie surprisingly big.
Yep.
I keep looking away from Kamungus and then looking back and having to work out what it is all over again.
But now, yeah, he decides to buff the Curious, so the crushing option isn't anymore. But I feel like it could have been a very cool way to extend this place,
Yeah,
right?
it's one of the less used effects of Curious. Its first effect obviously being extremely powerful when you summon it to send anything from your deck to the graveyard.
It's probably more relevant like in the Minerva, like zombie deck, and there you could go back like a Soul Charge that was definitely scary, but here maybe it could have been a better option, but it's also possible there's a line where he just finds a way to win.
Because remember, Sam has got a Cyber Dragon, well, a Cyber Emergency in his hand. I think that's the app's not updated yet, but I think he's got the Cyber Emergency he searched. So he's going to have something to do, and that can clear, it threatens to clear anything you leave in the extra monster zone. Or
Yeah,
any
because
machines.
even if you go for Dweller, then you have to deal with it, and It's a threat.
So it's quite a puzzle here. Even though Johannes got all the options he might need, he's still got to figure out how best to use it.
Yeah, maybe the crescendo is actually going to be the one that doesn't take him there, but...
So he's got another target?
No, but you can still use it.
Oh yeah, you can just send one back. Yeah, of course.
Wishing he had the Babel here, but like...
Neither player running Babel, in fact.
Yeah.
This is a pretty technical challenge for Johannes.
Absolutely.
So that's a link into maybe a
Boros
Boral Sword, yeah? Using Boral Sword just to clear things. Seems fairly entertaining.
Because he still has to use that. I think he is fine the way around the game. Yeah, okay. Very nice play here. Because I was considering what he still needs to do. He just sends the Nessie, and this is enough.
This does look like game to me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow, very, very...
Beautiful play. I did not see that
Beautiful
coming.
play by Johannes. Gotta give credit to him. So, huge round of applause. That was impressive. Like I was actually, just like I mentioned before.
I was wondering what he was going to do, and then he was like, "Well, I'm just going to win."
Yeah, it's very rare that you see something like this, especially in the final on stage. The pressure, to find the perfect line, it's amazing. And now you can see he's just like completely going through the side decks. He has a lot of options, and
I mean, it must be a bit of something to think about for Sam here, because he's got like. He just saw that Overfleet Dragon just completely destroy his opening board.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to come up with a new plan, because what he did in the last game just got blown out, and Johannes didn't use any side deck cards.
And here, if he's paying attention, you can notice that his opponent just sided an extra deck card, which is a tell for the super polymerizations, most likely. Usually could be the Mega Fleet, but he's actually maining it.
He's already got the Mega Fleet, yeah, so the Mega Fleet is there to play around.
He's definitely prepared, like you can argue with it. And the only thing I'm considering is if Sam is gonna allow him to start.
It is dangerous. Yeah, it may like feel correct, but then there is that flip side. You just go, hang on, wait a second. Am I really gonna let Lunalight Orcus go first against me? I mean, what do you do if they just combo off and, you know...
You really just got destroyed. Like, your opening was so good. And not only did they have the Mega Fleet, they are also maining Kaijus, which you have seen. And they have an explosive deck, like post-side deck. You just saw an extra deck card. And again, if that's not a Mega Fleet, it gotta be Super Poly. And I really gotta see that Johannes seems like he has thought about everything for this event.
He's definitely thought about Cyber Dragon Orcus.
Like, just look at his side decks. Like, he has Super Polymerization, which is pretty useful. He has Nibiru, which compared to the Lunalight deck is not as easy to play around in Cyber Dragon. And even the No Materials are there, which are one of the better cards just against any Orcus deck. So, a really, really good side deck. Seems solid. And
but no plan for going first. So again, yeah, you might be right, Sam, to let him go first. It's just that it is just bold, because you know that if you just draw no hand traps or powerful side deck cards,
absolutely,
they just combo off, you can just be dead.
Yeah, but...
So we'll have to wait and see that.
You really gotta consider it. Usually, I feel like it depends on what you're siding. So maybe if we go to a game 3, we could see the other way around. Maybe Johannes is the one that says, you go first, since you have so many cards, and you can... worst case scenario, just use the Mega Fleet. But at the same time, the Mega Fleet is a lot less impactful once you know it's there, because there are ways to play around it. So
Sam has got those 3 different dimension ground in his side deck, so that might be enough to make him want to start.
So let's take a look at this, and who is gonna go first? Who is gonna take the game, if not the match, and the title of YCS champion? So.
Cyber Dragon Core, which is always a card you want to see, such as any Cyber Dragon.
Yeah, Galaxy, so for now, the end looks really good.
It looks very well suited for going first. If he can figure out a line around. So he has chosen to go first.
He goes first again, and now, again, no more interruptions from Johannes, and that means...
I mean, Sam doesn't know that for sure, so he might be fearing the Nibiru, and it's definitely something to fear.
But can you really play around it? That's the thing. Compared to Lunalight, I know that one way to try and play around it, when you have the Galaxy Soldier, you can try to get to the Infinity, but...
Yeah, you can make Cyber Dragon Infinity, but then again, making Cyber Dragon Infinity in the same zone, same thing is going to happen. Mega Fleet is going to come down. Unless he can... I don't think he can clear his own extra monster zone very easily.
I mean, he potentially can, because, like, it's tough.
But he can't just do the same thing he did before. That's for certain.
Because also your opponent can also just use the spot in the extra deck, so it's close.
But that's still like far less powerful. If
now you can see that Johannes, it's kind of bluffing by like counting the numbers of summons. I feel like he doesn't have it, but you might as well do it. We saw it with Joshua Smith during a future match where his opponent completely bluffed the Nibiru, and in the end, it got him the match. So might as well try these little mind games with your opponents.
So how does Sam best play around
the Mega Fleet?
Maybe he just hopes he saw the extra deck card that he was just going to side out the Mega Fleet, you know?
Yeah.
Double bluff. Your opponent knows it's there. They're never going to let you use it.
Maybe. I mean,
the mastermind
that
game.
would be like next level, but or maybe he just forgot that it's there. And he's going to do the same exact thing as game one. That would be...
We should hope not, but you never know. It doesn't look that difficult for him just not to leave any monsters in the extra monster zone in this case.
Absolutely, but...
because he can just link... Oh no, maybe I'm wrong. It does look quite difficult from here.
You can also just... Probably, I mean, in this case, when you have the Infinity, right?
Oh, Infinity can...
Yeah, it can
suck up one of your own monsters.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
Can it do it to your own monsters?
Yeah, that was I was checking, and you can. So maybe that's a way to do it. You just absorb your own, or you just send it to the graveyard.
It's a shame it doesn't get to absorb all of the XYZ materials.
Yeah, it just did what we were saying, so he used
just double-checking what I was double-checking.
Yeah, he did it a little fast. So with the Infinity, we were checking, you just get the extra deck monster, so you play around the Mega Fleet. So
it's got to be something Sam is used to doing as well.
Absolutely, he didn't even think about it.
He's played, you know, other people might well have sided it in, even if not played it in the main deck, but side decking it in is definitely something you've got to think about.
Yep. And now he's gonna set up the Crescendo, and since he opened the Nightmare, he can send the Orochi as well, which is a nice addition to push some additional damage later on.
And the Overflow.
Okay. Seems like he was stopping, but he was like, no, I still have something to do. Do you like Orochi in general in all of these Orcus decks?
I think it makes sense, definitely, to run it, because after you've finished your combo, or if you just have an extra Heart Horror, which is definitely something you may not have had a good use for before, because there's only 2 other Orcus monsters you want to use in the graveyard, then you can just send this. It's a Dark Machine. It works with all of your Orcus cards. When we did see it have the downside, the really strong downside of banishing a skeleton, but if you've already got the skeleton in play, I think it's very, very powerful.
Yeah.
Can potentially just give you 2 extra summons and then destroy a card on top of it. So, wow, you can't do both of those things.
Ooh, and Super Polymerization is picked up. Does he have a valid target for it?
Infinity is light.
Yeah, Infinity is light, so I don't think he has the option to go for
Fusion
Venom.
Dragon requires a...
But at the same time, if you play any Dark Monster, then you can Super Polymerization your Dark Monster Galatea, and then the Venom and the Infinity can be used for Mega Fleet, right?
Yes.
So that's a way to completely clear the board if he wants. That's gotta be crazy.
That's gotta hurt, yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy.
Although Sam has got the Overflow, so he could use the Overflow to destroy
the of course.
Fusion
But
monster.
at the same time, then you're completely...
I'm not sure you would, but you could.
Yeah. At least he does have the Overflow, so once more the decision to main 2 copies is paying off. But the Super Polymerization might be a very important pickup here.
He's got a good discard for it. He's got 3 good discards. 4, all of his hand.
Yeah, let's see if he sees the line. Honestly, I think you can go for it. Like, I don't hate it. Like, if you just Super Poly even here, like...
It seems quite unlikely you're going to get a monster stuck in the extra monster zone.
It's like, if you do it, like, you can... Yeah, I feel like it makes sense. You just Super Poly and then you clear the entire board.
Yeah, you can discard that Serenade Dance as well.
And he sees the line, so Super Polymerization comes down. It's gonna make the Venom, and that means that if Sam doesn't use the flow, you can use the Venom and the Infinity to make the Mega Fleet as well.
Perfect. Well, I mean, it's not a pair of answers because it's only one answer. He only just had the super poly. And Sam's got to feel a bit gutted here because he's played around individually super poly.
Oh, and that's true. You can also just attack over it if you feel like it. Or like force the negation and then destroy it if that happens with the second effect of Venom. But yeah, the overflow is happening and...
Does Venom have an effect when it's destroyed?
Yeah, the Reigeki is your opponent's special summon monsters, basically.
So why you would use the overflow?
Yeah, it's
then the
definitely not
negation is forced
the
out.
brightest ideas, but he probably just thought, yeah.
Because if you just let the infinity die, you've still got the
Absolutely,
overflow.
at that point you just let the Mega Fleet come down and you keep the overflow. This way you have no more negations and Johannes is free to do whatever he wants. It seems like this game will go his way again. Because now if he found a way to OTK through what was there last turn, I can't believe he can't find it now. So.
Yeah, he's got the Serenade Dance and the Perfume.
Seems like a little bit of a slip up here from Sam, and I really think Johannes is gonna punish him. So
we have seen him do that before.
Absolutely, like he didn't stumble at all. It seems like he knows the deck in and out very well. And I feel like this is like the standard combo, even nothing too complicated. So
do you think he's got his whole Borrow Sword, I have game plan?
Yeah. For sure. Like even as the R-Porter, like this hand was phenomenal. To be fair, if he didn't pick up that super polymerization, things would have gone completely different probably.
It would have been much trickier there.
Yeah.
They just took out every negate.
Well, here it's just as easy as ABC really, so.
Yeah, he's got the Search of Tiger already.
Yep.
And then go through the classic Lunar Light.
And you still have a card in hand for the Nightmares, which you don't even need because you have the R-Porter in Graveyard. So you just want to make sure that the last card is nothing special, but you do know that it's the core because it was searched by the emergency. So nothing to worry about, but want to make sure that you don't mess up.
Yeah, Cyber Dragon Infinity. Oh, he's got the Gizmek as well.
Yeah.
This forces out the Gizmek.
And this is beautifully played once more by Johannes. By forcing the Gizmek, he's guaranteed to do pretty much what he did last game.
Yeah, using Dingirsu to send. And
yeah, because you send one with Dingirsu and then you usually go for the Borrow Sword, so...
Oh, and his opponent also can't activate effects during the battle phase.
Which is...
Okay, is that when it's banished? I can't remember.
Azathoth comes down.
He's got a card.
Should be pretty straightforward, I think. Yep. So he's gonna go for the Nightmare. And I do think Sam is starting to realize what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't think he's got much to say left because he's used all of his interruptions. Unless Johannes is kind enough to roll the Mothman.
Yeah.
But I don't think he would.
I mean, if he's a gambler, then yeah, you can use the Mothman.
He's
here,
a gambler. He's not very good at working out odds.
Please don't.
Well, your opponent's got no monster effects.
Fair enough. Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong? I'm sure there's a card, but it's very unlikely Sam is playing.
Probably, but yeah, he could have done it, and maybe that was good in a word. But yeah, now just as explained, he's pretty much free to do whatever he wants. He just don't wanna mess it up. Yeah.
You see the 4 Strix. He's gonna keep going.
Oh yeah, there's no stopping this really. He gets the
Still
Zephyrus.
got the Serenade Dance to discard the Zephyrus while summoning a Lunar Knight monster.
So it seems like the peak for the event being this Lunar Light Orcus deck is gonna actually be correct from both of us. But if anyone wants to figure it out how the deck works, I think this is one of the best future matches to do it because Johannes seems to be knowing
He's
the
been
deck
playing some very long strings of combos that have ended exactly how he's wanted them to.
Yeah. In game 1, it was a lot more difficult than this, and he really showed that you can find a way to your game.
So we've seen a lot of very good players play with this deck over the weekend, and like it's not been.
It was shaky. It was shaky sometimes. Yeah.
This has been a
this
very
is
good display.
Impressive.
To see this in the final is just a very nice sight.
There are only few players that can pilot a deck at this level, this well, and with so much pressure. Like it's not like, to be fair, nothing to take away from Johannes, but we haven't seen him often, like at the top tables or like winning events. So you would expect him to be a lot more nervous. But in his interview, I really liked what he said. He was like, "This doesn't change anything from like the top 4 match. I don't have anything to lose. I'm already happy to be here playing in the finals." So
we do see a duello,
nice.
Which I don't know what that's going to do, but it's got 1700 attack.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was too necessary, but he just don't want to risk it. Okay. So he goes for the Orochi, which is just like the icing
now
on
got a
the
2-5
cake.
duello, because why not?
Because he already has the R-Porter to get the symbol, and here you can see as this is just gonna be devastating. He can get the Borders Ward down, bring back the Dingirsu, and that's so much stuff that he can do.
So much damage, yeah.
And it's also a little different from the deck list that we have seen. Like Orochi wasn't in any of the Lunar Light deck we've featured previously, I feel like. It wasn't that popular.
Yeah, I can see that, because there's less need, you're less likely to end up with the redundancy in the Orcust cards as opposed to the pure Orcust, where you do have that. But
Absolutely.
here we go.
And
there's the Boral Sword. And then we're going to see the Dingirsu come down.
Yeah, Dingirsu comes down, is gonna clear one of them.
He's got a free zone, which he does.
And then he
Dingirsu
still has
clears
the Orochi.
Gizmek.
So impressive line of plays. I think Sam is starting to realize what's going on here. This is already enough, but he just doesn't want to mess around.
He's
the
taking his
crowd
time. He's going to enjoy it.
Feeling it, you can see. And the handshake.
To appear, Johannes, but Sam gets to go first, so I guess his hand is more.
Muta, where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
You go to the table. So the die roll is gonna be super important in this match, because Andreas doesn't play any single copy of Twin Twister or Cosmic Cyclone in his main deck. While on the other side, Maximilian is...
it's a triple!
Triple Ooh. The dice roll is going to be super important, as I was saying, because on the other side, Maximilian is playing True Drag without extra deck. So this is going to be super important to win the dice roll. Okay, but Andreas won
starts things off. He picks up 2 really good cards. The rest of his hand was looking a little shaky, but he now gets the Foolish Burial, and maybe with that he will be able to set up. So if you don't know what you're up against, the regular opening for the Orcust deck is quite weak, but you can start things off with Trisbane, and that's a blowout card. At the same time, look at Maximilian's hand.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? Like, Andreas he knows that his opponent is not playing any copy of single end traps in his main deck, so he can take a huge advantage out of this game.
Absolutely, he's gonna try and capitalize on this, and with the Ash Blossom being able to negate the demise, it's also quite awkward because you don't want to see too many copies of Diagram.
Yeah.
When you see all of them, the advantage isn't that great, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's one where terraforming was limited to 1, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also surprising to me that he's playing the extra deck less version.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's not that popular anymore.
Absolutely. So he's relying on all of the mono ups, of course.
And since this moment, it worked out pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
I think anyway, Maximilian should be proud of his tournament. It's one of those decks that if it works out, yeah, I mean, he went to the final. So
it is gonna be a trend. Last weekend in Pasadena, we saw it in the finals, but it was Sky Striker Draco. Will we have another Draco losing in the final, or will he finally win Star YCS? I don't even think he'd ever won.
I don't think so.
Like,
I don't
looking
think
back.
so. Yeah.
So as we expected, the Mascherina is there, and the goal is to make the Trisbena. And that's about it.
Yeah.
So can Maximiliano open some way to stop this? He really needs to pick up some traps or like the monsters. Let's see what it is. Okay, return is a very good pickup here. It will allow him to start putting some pressure on Andreas. I don't think I like maybe one diagram too much, but the rest of the end is
I mean,
probably
it's really good. I mean, yeah,
insane.
he has maybe one extra copy of diagram in the hand, but he can do a lot of things right now.
Yeah.
So let's see what he does to do. I mean, for sure he knows that Andreas can make the Trisbaenia.
Yeah, so he's gonna try and and Desires as well is revealed, so this end could be even crazier. And you can see the main touch in this deck, which is Into the Void.
Yeah.
It's there to just boost the consistency of this deck. It is definitely unusual in a control deck, but it's been working out for him. What is he gonna draw with it?
So he really needs to. Okay, so now he has to go with diagram. Yeah, and
yeah, he's gonna
best move
set
to
the return.
Yeah.
Do you think Andreas is gonna consider using some of his cards here, or is he just gonna wait?
I think he has to. I mean, on one hand he could be forced, but I think he's going to wait. Yeah, no matter what. Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like he's waiting. He's just gonna use the Nightmare. He has a few options here. He can send the Gizmek most likely. Yeah.
That's what he does.
Absolutely, and this means that in a new chain, the return is probably gonna target the Mascherina, forcing out. But it's not gonna be as impactful here because.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Maximiliano has a really good hand, so he can really. I think
it's interesting though that he picks the monster here.
Yeah.
I felt like the obvious would have been to just go for a spell, so to destroy it with diagram, and then force the Babel. But the monster right now doesn't seem like it's that useful. But Andreas just pulls the trigger and he goes, instead of Trisbena, just all in on his plays with the Zero Boros. So we saw this card almost take the last event in London. Will this be the case once more?
Yeah, I mean, Maximilian, maybe we could have taken the Heritage, for example, or this Disciples rather than the Dynamite. I think he could have done something else, but let's see what he comes to do.
Yeah, I'm honestly really surprised that he picked the Dynamite there, but yeah, he does activate the Disciples here, which means that there was a little bit of a different card in the end from what we have got, which now makes it clear why he searched for Dynamite. And then it makes this end even better, because he doesn't have all of those copies of a Diagram.
So maybe he had 2 copies of Diagram, I suppose.
Wow, but this is very surprising from Andreas. He feels like he's safe here, and he will just pull the trigger right away, banishing everything that's on the field, but it seems like that's not too good at the moment. Like, he does have the Ash Blossom. Maybe he thinks he's safe with the Ash Blossom on the Desires.
On the Desires, yeah.
But the Demise will really come back here, so...
Okay, here comes the Ash. So if now Maximilian... Okay, so he could go Diagram, pop the Dynamite, search...
Yeah, it depends how greedy he feels like being. We see him in the past really being it, I feel like.
Yeah,
so
I mean, we both...
I think he's gonna go for it.
We both saw him playing in the top 4. So if I were him, maybe I will go like pop the Dynamite, search for Heritage, activate Demise, draw 3, and then draw another one for Heritage. And
yeah, it's definitely a lot, but this time he plays it safer. It's the finals, he doesn't want to mess up, and he's gonna pick up 2 cards, still have the Diagram to be activated. Let's check what he just drew. It seems like they are both traps, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So he will get the Heritage now for an extra draw, and then the Dynamite can come down. So, what do you think he's looking for right now? He does have the there can only be one, which is
pretty good. Yeah, I mean, he really needs another trap car. Let's see if he can pick up another one. Okay, so it seems like he drew it.
Yeah, because this is a big problem. There can only be one is such a annoying card to deal with the new Orcus deck, but now he gets back the Zero Boros, and it's gonna be quite a large attack. He can potentially just try and push over, but the diagram is gonna protect Dynamite by battle.
Yeah.
Also, the Zero Boros is a Cybers, which really helps in clearing the There Can Only.
Yeah, he's now activating the Dynamites and he searches for the Apocalypse. No surprises.
Did he not? I think he banished all of the targets. Is it possible?
Oh, it could be possible,
yeah, I
actually.
think he's out of targets for the Dynamite, which is...
No, he searched for the Apocalypse.
But does he... Why would you get it to the end, though?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather activated it. Yeah.
Because like you can always pop it and then it
Yeah.
has an extra
Yeah.
interruptions. That's why I'm slightly confused to why you wouldn't just activate it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was better.
Maybe,
Yeah, just in
hopefully,
case.
that decision doesn't change the course of this game, especially with Armageddon Knight being picked up, which is yet one more way to play around it.
Okay, so we drew double copy.
Yeah, now we have yet another card.
He drew another copy, so it was not the There Can Only Be One, but he drew 2 copies of Apocalypse instead. I don't think anyway Andreas has a lot of problems here. It's also up to what Maximilian banished with his Pot of Desires.
Yeah, it seems like the decision to go for the Zero Bros instead of Trisbena might be a game changer here, allowing him to just play around that There Can Only Be One by having a different one if that was up there. But since we now know that it was another Apocalypse, it's even easier. Because now he's pretty much left vulnerable to whatever
he only has
Andreas is gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, he only has a diagram, and I mean, the Apocalypse is good, but it's really up to what Maximilian has left in his deck. So they're just now making some clarification with what cards were banished.
Yeah, also one account to make sure that the Zero Bros has enough attack, because we showed it before, but it gains 200 for each banished card, which is a lot.
So he's now going for a Regi once again. He's banished other 8 cards from his deck. And there's not that much that Maximilian can do at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like he's pretty much straightforward at this point. He just knows whatever card his opponent has. The only thing you don't have to forget about is the diagram effect protecting Dynamite by battle once. But outside of that, it seems like Vrel Andreas is such an experienced player that I really doubt that something like this would happen.
Yeah, I mean, he knows what he's doing. I mean, his opponent can do anything at all right now. He activates the return, discarding the Ward Wand. Okay, so he drew Allure and the Hornet Drones, which is good anyway.
Yeah, does he really need anything else? I mean, it seems like he's pretty much locked up, right?
Yeah, I mean, he can get rid of the Dynamite, that's what he does.
And I feel there are about... I'm counting them. Yeah, it's more than 10 cards banished, which means that Zero Bros is basically 5,000, if not more. And it seems like this is going to be more than enough to just attack for game.
They just want to be sure. Just doing some calculation
triple
here.
checking, but it seems like Andreas will just attack. This is more than enough, and this is game one to Andreas.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by Andreas, nothing to say at all. He had a really good hand. Maximilian plays cards, but I mean, yeah, that was a really cool game one. what do you expect now?
I mean, it's tough because honestly, especially in game one, the die roll played a huge role, but the favorite would have been Maximilian. Now there are side deck cards involved, and it means that both Twin Twister and evenly matched from Andreas will play and try to change the game significantly. But Maximilian is not a fool. He's prepared for those, and he sided all of the copies of Solemn Judgment, which won him the top 4 match.
Yeah.
So maybe that's going to happen again. And regardless, I feel like it's going to be a close game. So
Yeah, every single time True Draco goes first is a really huge problem from whatever deck you're playing against. So I think Andreas will have some problems, although he's playing both Evilly Matched and Twin Twister in his side deck.
yeah, it seems like Red Reboot would probably have been the best choice against this one, but to be fair, I don't think he can complain too much. We haven't seen everyone siding evenly, and that's if like the Solemn Judgment is not there, it is gonna be a blowout.
Yeah, I just think you want to have like some different choices here, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially with a version where you have not only Card of Demise, but Into the Void, you're pretty much forced to just go all in on turn one. And there is one more card that I want to highlight for Maximilian, which is the one copy of Strike of the Monarchs he is mained. For everyone not knowing, it's a card that it's a quick spell. You can use it when you have a tribute summon monster, and it basically negates the effect of a face-up card from your opponent. So that's also an out to Evenly and Twin Twister, but we'll see if that is going to be drawn by him.
Yeah, it was one of these cards back in the days 2 years ago where Pendulum and True Draco were the best decks. It was one of the tech we were playing that day, so okay. Our plane seems to be ready. They're just double-checking their side deck before starting game 2. Okay, so it seems Andreas decided to side in Mind Control, which is gonna be quite interesting.
Yeah, it's a bold move, but at the same time, he doesn't know his opponent deck. We have seen a lot of Inspector Border in the True Draco decks.
Yeah.
And also, like, yeah, so maybe he expected those, and that would have been a huge out. But again, the Solemn Judgments being thrown by Maximilian, it seems like they are really attached to him. So.
And it's kind of interesting to see that Maximilian is not playing any copy of the Inspector Border at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the best cards in True Draco, and
yeah, I guess he feared like Pancratops being back in the format, so it doesn't line up very well against those. But let's see, he's gonna try and fish for some draw cards. But Ash Blossom is once more drawn by Andreas.
Yeah. So here comes the terraforming.
Do you think he's just gonna go all in on the Heritage Draw 2? Or will he play it more conservatively by like getting the Dynamite, I guess?
I mean, playing conservatively, it wouldn't have that much thing going on, so maybe I will just risk it,
Yeah, so he's going all in on this, and Andreas is gonna punish him with the Ash Blossom most likely.
Yeah, I mean, no way. He has to activate the Ash Blossom on the Heritage because otherwise he will have a lot of troubles here.
Ash Blossom comes down.
Yeah.
Maximilian is left with only the double Solemn. Are those going to be enough? Return, I think, is picked up by Andreas. Yeah. So the engage is going to have to do it. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be super easy at the same time. But
yeah, best card of the weekend so far.
Absolutely. Best card in the year, probably. Yeah.
The history.
Close.
Of the century.
So he's just gonna try and navigate this, but if you're Maximilian, it's also tough to find a way, and the Orchestrated Return is such a good pickup as well. It can get you close to your cards, and those are not the ones he was looking for, Crescendo and Impermanence, but the advantage is getting out of hand real quick. And
yeah, this is gonna be really tough for Maximilian, because if he activates a Solemn Judgment, he could lose in this in this turn, right? So he really needs to be careful.
Again, it doesn't seem like Maximilian is willing to stop his opponent. So the engage is going to be at it once more. He can potentially get the jamming waves if he's playing it. So I don't think he is. So let's see. And he's also going to get a draw. Oh, okay. He gets the Afterburner, which is not as good as that right now, but he can also use it to destroy his own Kagari and then the diagram, which could be huge. And the Upstart Goblin even more.
Let's see if he can find a Twin Twister.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be super good against the Solemn, but the Babel is there, not super great. And once more.
Okay, so
that wasn't
it was not double call of Solemn Judgment, but here comes there can only be one. I mean, okay, it's fine.
Yeah, there can only does change a lot. And unfortunately, though the Afterburner was there, it is gonna completely stop Andreas' turn because the Sky Striker card is obviously a machine. Which means that he can push some damage and then potentially clears, and this changes a lot. If that was a Solemn, it would have completely been useless, but now Andreas trying his best to stay in the game. He's gonna go for the grind approach, destroying the diagram instead of the Durkin only.
I think he has to activate the Judgment, because otherwise...
The Solemn Judgment comes down, and it is gonna prevent it, and we have a game on our hands.
So now, I mean, Maximilian needs to find out something out of this deck. The diagram is still here. The game is not over yet.
It is not, but now it is looking much better for Maximilian. Can he pick up another Demise, maybe?
Let's see.
It seems like it's a True King return, so not that great, but he still has access to his draws.
And it is.
Yeah, here you probably get a monster, and then you get a draw off the Heritage, and you start getting an advantage out. And just as predicted, this is his line. The best cards to pick up here are probably just Card of Demise, Desire, all of the draw power.
Yeah.
Can he pick any of them up? It's another diagram,
which is good.
Okay.
Which is good.
Pretty good one. Unfortunately, if it hits the crescendo, it is gonna be a double-edged sword in a way.
Yeah.
Let's see, it's gonna be an important 50-50 here for Maximilian. Which one will it hit? It is the crescendo. Okay. Unfortunate pick.
But, but once again, he can now draw another card. So he can draw like Duality, Demise,
Desires,
Pot of Desires.
One more chance to get something useful here. Can he finally get a draw card? I don't think it was a spell, so... No matter what, as we can see here, he would have been able to destroy both back rows, so not that much of a 50-50 after all, but... Okay, this is an interesting approach from Andreas. He uses the crescendo, trying to bluff there is something there, so that if Maximilian would have chained it, but it doesn't really change anything. And this is gonna be quite a negative impact on Andreas' plan, because the impermanence was is only out to the Durkin only.
Yeah. I think anyway, Andreas can't really complain because he has the mind control, which could be really good for the turn after.
Yeah, the mind control deals with the Durkin only pretty easily, so this might still be on his case, and the Greffer is picked up.
Wow.
A great draw here.
Wow, this is huge. It could change the thing so much in this spot.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily need to play it, but the mind control can really shut things down, because if you go for it, then you can go for a Phoenix potentially. And let's see. It is the first card that's activated. It is gonna set... It can set both because they were shuffled back, so even the Apocalypse would be the obvious choice.
Okay, so he activates the Apocalypse, which makes sense. So now Andreas can normal summon the Dark Refer.
Yeah. Or the ARP, honestly, because if he feels like he wants to go for Phoenix, then it's probably better not to use the Greffer effect regardless, but he still has a lot of different options. And
oh, but maybe Maximilian drew the return, right?
Yeah,
if
he
I'm not mistaken.
has the face-down return at the moment.
Yeah.
At least let's hope that that's the right card this time.
Yeah, Nicole? Okay.
So he does go for Greffer effect.
Yeah.
Is there gonna be an answer here? Maximilian thinking, because he could use the Apocalypse to destroy the Greffer, but at the same time, if he does that, Andreas can just start using his machines.
Let's see if Andreas can go through it and win this game right now in this turn.
Yeah.
I think he has the right cards to do so.
Yeah, I don't feel like Greffer was necessarily the obvious choice. I feel like if he wants to go for Phoenix, and it seems like it is one of the nice ways, he might have held that.
Yeah.
But let's see.
So now he needs to go like summon a Phoenix.
Yeah.
Pop the Dark B1.
He's gonna check the barricade, but I'm pretty sure it is a machine as well. So unless he goes for Masquerena, he only has one of those two options.
Yeah, he has a couple of options.
It is gonna depend on the approach he needs to take, because we have seen last round where he had the opportunity to destroy the Durkin only and prioritize destroying the diagram. So maybe he feels like if he's gonna leave his opponent top decking, he can also just try and push for game.
Yeah.
Because let's remember that Maximilian is only on 3,500.
So let's see what he now decides to do. Here comes the Babel.
Like, this might, because he's gonna send the Gizmak here.
Yeah.
The Gizmak might just be enough to win, and that's
game. Andreas Velos won the second YCS.
Andreas is now a two-time YCS champion. After 2 years, he is back in Italy.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played of both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle eyes, and rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hands. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with your card you choose. Trust in the heart, the heart of the card that'll do. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do.
Climax of Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains is here. AI has run rampant.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for round 5 at YCS Utrecht 2020. We started with 2,227 players, and they're still out here duking it out to find out who's going to be the champion of this YCS. So we got 2 players here who are going to be still gunning for that title. And first, we've got Connor from Ireland. Come on in, Connor. How's it going?
Pretty well. Going X1 so far, so hopefully I can do the same for the rest of the matches.
So what score did you go into the tournament hoping to get?
Sorry?
What score did you go into the tournament hoping to get?
I can't hear you.
What score did you go into the tournament hoping to get? How many rounds were you expecting to win?
Yeah, I kind of just came to the tournament to maybe even make day 2, so hopefully if I can make that, I'll be fairly happy.
That's reasonable expectations. Please take a seat. And on the blue side, we have Kevin all the way from Canada. Come on in, Kevin. How's it going?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm good. I get to watch the amazing feature match every round. So yeah,
Excellent.
And I get to pick. Yeah. So tell us what you traveled all the way from Canada. What makes the European YCS so exciting for you?
I mean, you guys get feature matches. Usually we don't. I know in Vegas right now they have feature matches, but usually we don't get them. All that, there's a lot of cool side events and stuff like that, and I don't know, there's like so many people here that I wanted to see that I don't get to see on the regular. So I'm really hyped to be here, and I'm really happy to be here and see all my friends and stuff, yeah.
Good. I mean, that's what I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, it brings people together.
Yeah, absolutely, man. There's so many people here that I met online or met through playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And I don't get to see them very often. So coming to the European events, I get to see them, and that's really cool.
Awesome. Well, please take a seat. So I've been told that Kevin is going first. So without further ado, take it away, our commentary.
Hello, everyone. This is a feature match that you guys have been requesting a lot in the Twitch chat, actually. So we'll be taking a look as we head over and get the players down in just a moment. But for first of all, we want to take a look at the deck breakdown, if we can have a look at that. It's not something that I think we managed to show you yet. All right, so this was the round 1 entries, Darren. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it was definitely expected to see Salamangreat being one of the most represented decks. People thought Spiral might have dropped off because of the fear of Winder, but I think people like really respect its power to the point where they're just happy to just not care about Winder and just think, well, I'm going to play my out. I have Utility Wire and stuff like that, and they just think, well, every deck that doesn't summon Winder, they're probably going to beat it. And Salamangreat being one of the most consistent and strong and stable decks just goes to show why everybody just opted to pick that as well. And of course, with the new structure deck, Shaddoll Invoked has creeped up as well, because that's been a really popular choice because it's really consistent and really solid as well.
I think that it's really surprising to see like Spiral at the top there. I was really expecting Shaddoll, although I feel like it might be a bit of a technical thing where Shaddoll wasn't categorized as its own deck. Rather, it was split into Invoke Shaddoll and then into the other section. But we'll see as we approach day 2. We'll be refilling the stats and getting a new take on it, depending on just pretty much like what makes day 2. And this is the latest that we have here from round 5. Which is, you can see that Spiral is still leading the way, and I think Lunalight actually managed to overtake Invoke Shaddoll in terms of what's left in the playing field.
It's interesting. It seems like maybe a lot of people expected Shaddoll, so maybe people like oversided for Shaddoll, and all those Invoke Shaddoll players just got rinsed by the side deck cards that people have been playing. It seems like Lunalight has been taken over because it's a deck that can go over a lot of people's heads. People have like forgot about it because people are so focused on Spiral being the better variant potentially because it is more powerful. But Lunalight may not be as strong, but it's a little bit more consistent.
I'm sure we'll see more of it throughout the day and perhaps tomorrow as well. But right now our players are ready to begin this matchup, and this is a real interesting matchup. We have Kevin, who came all the way from Canada here just to play some solid rocks, which is the Gem Knight deck here.
He has a very impressive rock collection here. So he's got like he's got Lapis, Obsidian, Lazuli, Sapphire. Ooh.
And his opponent, Connor, all the way from Ireland, all the way.
It's quite far.
40-minute flight or something. He has opted to go for a blind second Dino strategy, which...
Yes, could be his downfall here.
Was not the correct dice roll call, maybe, in this matchup.
So Connor won the dice roll, and he opted to go second, naturally, as is the dinosaur matchup normally does do that. He's main decking stuff like Evenly, Lightning Storm, and even Mystic Mine as well, which we've seen plenty of in the past couple of rounds. So it makes sense that he would want to go second, not knowing what Kevin is playing. But he's not making a single hand trap in here.
Yep, so we'll see just if Kevin can open enough effect damage turn 1.
Let's see.
So we'll head on over to the players now and see how this will play out. Okay, so Kevin's hand here. This is probably the most important part of this combo. Does he have enough to... What is that? A one-time passcode?
I've never seen that card before in my entire life.
All right.
So he's opened 2 vanillas, and I'm pretty sure he told me that 2 vanillas is an FDK. And if you're wondering what an
2 vanillas just by itself? Okay.
So if you're wondering what an FDK is, what that is, it is a first turn win. So an attempt to reduce your opponent's life point to 0 with effect damage. And how you would do that is with the fusion monster, the correct name, because I know there's a lot of Lazulis.
Lapis Lazuli.
Is it Lady Lapis Lazuli?
Lazuli, Lazuli, I've heard as well. I'm not sure.
It reduces their life points to 0, and the
yeah. So the way it works is that it does like 3,000 effect damage. It's 500 per each special summoned monster on the field.
Exactly.
And then after that, I always get it mixed up with Duel Links. Master Diamond, I think, is at 1 here, but is at 3 in Duel Links, and Lapis Lazuli is at 1 in Duel Links, but at 3 here.
Is that the way it is? Is it?
Something like that. I always get them mixed up because they've hit them in different ways in Duel Links and in the TCG, which is interesting. But here we have Kevin has. All I know is that if you can Curious Block Dragon, you have combo.
That is bingo
so
right there.
This might actually be it.
I think from the look of his hand, Gem Knight just plays a whole bunch of engine cards, and if it goes interrupted, it is really consistent, and for a lot of the time, it will just FTK you. So I think since Connor doesn't play any hand traps, he is about to lose game 1. As long as Kevin is able to do the combo correctly, but he's played this deck for a very long time, so I'll be very surprised if he doesn't.
Shoutouts to Vlad, I believe, who popularized this deck. Hit 2 tops or something with Gem Knight over the course of last year.
Vlad
Baranowskis
has 2 YCS tops with this deck.
Yeah, Kevin and Vlad are actually cool, pretty cool with each other. I think that's where he got a lot of his ideas and theory was from Vlad. So I'm sure he'll be watching, very proud of Kevin right now as he pops off here. And Proxy Dragon in the extra deck. Just as people you might be watching, wondering why is there a Proxy Dragon there? Well, you see, it's a light monster, which is relevant in that it helps you fuse into Gem Knight, Seraphinite.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's specifically why you have to play Proxy
Dragon. A Gem Knight that people are probably more familiar with back when Brilliant Fusion was a card. Give you an extra one.
Here's the...
He does not play Garnet in his deck, if people are wondering.
Yep.
But he plays Seraphinite.
Fun fact we found out yesterday, it was an Earth Pyro. I didn't even think...
Who would have thought there'd be an Earth Pyro?
Why is this a Pyro? I don't know. But yeah.
There's an Earth Aqua in the deck too, with the... I forgot its name.
Aquamarine?
Is that its name?
The extra deck monster is called Aquamarine.
It's Sapphire. It's Sapphire.
Oh, for the main? Okay,
yeah. Gem Knight Sapphire is an Aqua.
Could you remind us what Crystal Rose does? I gotta just bring it up on screen.
So
here,
it sends a Gem Knight to the graveyard, and it copies its name. So it becomes a Gem Knight card. So you can use it to link summon in Quartz, or you can use it to. So basically, you just used it to send Lazuli, and it adds the Vanilla Lady Lapis back. So it means that you just generate more cards, because at some point during the combo, you have to free them away to make Master Diamond raw without Lady Brilliant. So he needs to make sure that he has enough cards to finish off the combo at the end, because you do require a lot at the end.
So here he fuses the Obsidian into the Lady Lapis Lazuli, and Obsidian is really good. It special summons a monster that was pitched from your hand. So when you fuse it, it just brings them up.
It just special summons a Gem Knight from the
graveyard. Oh, is it just any from the graveyard? Okay, yeah. So
it's really good.
You have because normally when you look at fusion summoning, it's tends to be quite neg when you're going into the card advantage, right? You trade 3 cards for 1 card, essentially, right?
Yeah.
But the recursion that this deck has, it has so much of it. I think this is the first amount of effect damage he's dealing right now, which is 3, 5, 25?
No, he's using the effect of Quartz to summon a card first.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Right, so shuffling back, if we can bring Quartz up on screen here, it's a really, really awesome Link monster that just came out. It's not really just came out.
Years ago.
It's
2018.
It feels very recent, because it's a Link monster.
It's one of the best Link 2s that they ever printed. It's
super
so powerful.
Good. It uses face down monsters, and he uses it to bring out Lady Brilliant. So there you go. That is 3,000 effect damage being. Is it more? 3, 5, 6. It's 3,000, right? 6 times 5. Can I count? Yes. Just double checking. Okay.
That is a solid 3K straight to the face.
Yep. And the way that he's going to bring out another 3,000 here is that he uses Lady Brilliant to send a Lady Lapis from his extra deck and dumps it to the graveyard, and I think
that's the burn effect. I think. So I think it has to sends a Gem Knight monster from deck or extra deck to the graveyard to burn. So you just send a copy of Lady Lapis. So that means Lady Brilliant can then tribute the Lady Lapis to summon Master Diamond, and then it can
banishes it to copy its effect,
and it can copy it again
does
later.
3,000 more damage.
Exactly,
there you go,
yes.
Gem Knight taking that first turn win. That is,
It hasn't done it quite yet. So it's took 6,000 to the face. So now he just has to unicorn back the Master Diamond, and then he summons it again raw with the fusion spell in the graveyard, which you can add back.
Yep.
This is why the card advantage is so important here, because Lazuli's going to add another Lapis to hand. So it means that he has enough monsters to fuse into a Master Diamond, and also enough to deal effect damage, because he needs to deal another 2k, I think. Unless he dealt 2/5, because it says 3,000 there. But I think it'll still be enough regardless.
There he goes. He makes the unicorn, recycles the Master Diamond, which is... I keep forgetting. Is Master Diamond at 1? Or is it
it's
Master Diamond's the one at 1.
Master Diamond's at 1.
So you recycle the Master Diamond. There you go. He brings it out again. You're going to add back his... summoning out the Block Dragon.
This should be enough for game.
Another special summoned monster on the field. And
this
there you
should
go,
be-
Master
this should be
Diamond.
enough. And it's as we predicted. Gem Knight has taken game 1, and in a vacuum, it looks like that if you take an FDK deck to a tournament and your opponent doesn't have any hand traps,
you are going to.
It's a ripperoo.
Absolutely masterful play from Kevin. He knows this deck like the back of his hand. He's been playing it for a long time. So
it's not the easiest combo to learn
it's
either. There's so
not.
many
It
different
really
like
isn't.
iterations that you can take. I tried to learn it. There's like a bunch of like combo videos online, and it's like so many. It's so many, and you have
Yeah.
to like practice it so much to learn all the different interactions because every card's like the same because it's just a Gem Knight.
Yeah.
And you gotta know like it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Like literally, I
Yeah.
guess because of Block Dragon Legos, you're gonna find the right one.
I
but
think it's always cool when you have a deck that has like a lot of like multiple decision trees, and like you look at a hand and you don't really know if it's going to like be able to do enough effect damage that turn.
Exactly. I think what makes it super good as well, what I really love about FTKs is if it's actually a playable deck as well. And Gem Knight can actually go second as well because it can deal with boards, and then since they have special summon monsters on the field as well, they're just like, oh,
It's even more effect damage.
You take 500 damage for that as well.
So you can do
makes
like
it,
4,000 plus just if your opponent has special summon
Exactly, so
monsters.
they don't necessarily have to do the whole combo. They can just do a half combo and it's enough burn damage.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about Connor now. What do you think he's feeling at this point? Because he won the dice roll, remember, guys. He won the dice roll, opted to go second because that's a reasonable thing to do when you're playing this Dino strategy, right? But now,
the game plan.
Yeah, the game plan.
What can it be?
I think like perhaps he's going to have to try and go first now because he's got some Sanctums in there.
So he's got the best side card for Gem Knight, Artifact Lancier. However, he only has one copy of it in his side deck because he's playing 1 Scythe and 3 Sanctum. So that's his going first plan.
I think with 3 Sanctum and Lancia Scythe, like just that by itself could be enough to just end the game there.
It depends whether he thinks that going first is the correct option because he does have to side out a lot of his going second cards. Like he has to side out Evenly Matched, he has to side out Mystic Mine, maybe Set Rotation, Lightning Storm. There's a lot of stuff
He has a lot of
out.
options, yeah. So
but he's got Draw too. He can side in Draw, which is quite good against Gem Knights. They can still FTK through it.
Yeah, like
but it can still stop them because they have to hard draw the fusion. And if they don't hard draw the fusion, if they get drawled before Quartz can add it, then they can't do the combo.
Yeah,
because there's no other way to access it.
The Block Dragon is like extremely integral to this deck. So
Curious could mill it though if they get really lucky.
That's true.
Curious,
That's
like, whoa, let's go. And it could happen. We've seen some crazy luck things like a reveal of Gazelle with Foxy. You never know. Live on feature, it could just happen.
So what does Dino do turn 1? Because it's very much a break your board kind of deck. Like what does it like put up if you try and go first with it?
Well, there isn't a field to break since your life points going to 0. So the strategy may be hope for the best and just siding. See if he would rely on drawing Lancia or drawing Lockbird.
Or the
However,
Sanctums.
he has more cards that are better going first than going second in the sideboard. So maybe he would want to go first so he doesn't lose to the effect damage. It's a difficult call.
Yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying, but I feel like, when you're going up against a first turn win deck like this, like you...
Yeah.
I can't bring myself to go second because I have to look at my opening hand and be like, is there a hand trap here? No? Okay, right. Slip, please.
It's difficult to predict, right?
Right. So I think our players are starting off with game number 2 here. We're just getting the cards loaded up into the hands here so we can see.
So I very much hope that Connor did choose to go first because by the look of that hand, he's going to get FTK'd again. And he's hard drawing Block Dragon and Obsidian. So that is game. However, it does look like Connor wants to go first.
Is Block Obsidian game?
Yes. I don't know how, but it is. I just remember.
Do you?
Yeah. Block Dragon with any Gem Knight, I'm pretty sure it's game.
Okay.
And there's a vanilla in his hand as well.
All right, so he's also playing the new Gizmek card, which came out in, I believe it was Ignition Assault. We've got Gizmek Kaku, the Supreme Shining Star, which is very, very good at going second and breaking boards. Obviously, not quite as relevant here, but just to give you a taste of like the new Ignition Assault card, when this, if a monster is in the extra monster zone, you can special this from your hand and then target a face-up monster in the extra and equip it. That equip that face up to this card, and then when this destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can special one of the monsters equipped to this. So it's really good at breaking boards because you special it, take their guy out the EMZ, attack over something, and then you can pop a card. So
it's quite equivalent to an OG card in Thousand Eyes Restrict, right? And
yeah, it's kind of got that similar application.
and it also has the ability to take a window and then summon it back again. It's like, this is my window now.
That's actually really funny. Yeah, you could take someone's window and then just my window now. Like you out this.
It's an out that people have been using in Salamangreat because it's a fire. So they just summon it and they're just like, you just take a window. That's really cool. I'd love to see that on stream. I really hope that happens.
Do you think Connor can summon this conductor here? Do you think he's able to just put it down turn 1? He should be able to, right?
That's your win condition, yeah.
Yeah, you just have to
Overraptor gets to everything in your deck, and does he pass?
Oh, he's not going to summon the Tyranno. He totally has it, right? I mean, he could like dump the missile. It's because he drew the Aeolo. He doesn't have a target. It's great.
Oh
well,
my goodness.
Okay, so I think...
And he's top decked the rabbit as well.
Did he top deck rabbit?
Yeah,
oh my god, that's
did.
it.
Oh, no.
I think Connor could have like Overraptor dumped a dino, pitch at Miscellaneousaurus. Now he's got 2 dinos in the graveyard. He could special summon Tyranno, right? Banishing 2 dinosaurs, and now you have a Book of Moon for your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I think that probably would have been the most optimal play to try and get ultimate conduct a Tyranno on your field. Because here, he could have used it here, and then it would have put 2 Sapphires face down.
And he's already used his normal summon, so yeah, I mean, what do you do after that at that point?
It looks like he's
Kevin's
accepted his doom here
Oh.
because Kevin does in fact have the full whack, and he will be, if he's competent, he'll be taking game here. I think.
So he uses the Sapphire, the Lapis, and the Link Spider for the
into
Curious.
Link Spider with Sapphire, so it special summoned the Lapis from hand. And then I think he went into a Link 2, so it made Curious live. Oh wait, no, Curious is live anyway because all the Gem Knights are different types.
Yep, so they're all Earth, but Link Spider's a Cyberse, Sapphire is an Aqua, and Lapis is a solid rock.
Solid rock boy, part of the rock boy family.
So it's interesting that, you know, in hindsight, however, Kevin did have the Kaiju for the Tyranno. So,
so I guess
sure
it would have
probably
done
that would have just been 500 extra damage.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Oh,
Maybe this is better. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Because if he got Kaiju and then defeated, he'd be like, "What is my life?" Yeah. But it is a shame that he hard drew the Drak Aeolo. So what could have been the plays that he would have done if he didn't hard draw that? He could have potentially maybe Trishula'd him. Ended up with a. What's the TCG name for VFD?
True King of All Calamities.
True King of All Calamities, yeah.
How long has it been since that card's been out? You still don't know the TCG name there?
It came out in 202018, yeah, and I've always just
I wonder if we'll
VFD.
see any Sentoki today.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see some Sentoki.
Perhaps there's some Juni Shishi players out there.
Oh, I love that name. It's really good. Does Salamangreat have a OCG name?
It's probably, I don't remember it.
I've always known it as Salamangreat, I think.
I just know that the summon is called Tensei Shokan, I think. Tensei? Tenkai? Tensei. Yeah, for the reincarnation.
Oh, that was cool. Did you ever watch the anime of them? Have you ever watched them? XYZ Summon Mirage Stalio? Insane.
It's incredible.
It's incredible. I recommend anybody look that up. It's so hype.
My favorite scene is the extra link with every Boral monster. Like Boral Sword, Boral Guard, Boral Load, Gumblar.
Does he crack it as well?
Yes, he breaks the board. Somehow he breaks an extra link. Anyway, sorry. Back to the game here. So Kevin's just basically going through the motions here. It's like muscle memory at this point, so long as
he's got plenty of time. He doesn't want to rush because the last thing he wants to do is make a mistake.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you at which point here is a mistake or not, but this looks very familiar.
Looks fine to me, yeah. It's looking good.
Yeah, there's the Obsidian being ditched.
This is Lady Lapis. So it looks more or less the same as what we saw in the last game. Obsidian, bring back. Yep, there's a point in the combo where everything just looks the same.
Yeah, so you have different decision trees that like all merge up into this like one sort of point where it's kind of like the same combo there henceforth kind of thing.
Point A is when you have to really think like, oh,
He
how do I get the
doesn't
point
even
B?
need to like do the exact effect damage because you can just go to the battle phase, right?
That is a thing. Yeah,
because he's going second. He can just go battle phase.
Maybe
right?
for the flex, he just is just gonna like deal the effect damage.
You should have went to the battle phase and activated evenly. Main phase 2, deal 8,000.
I don't need my battle phase.
Oh, okay, all right. So
I wonder if he will just attack. But you'd want to play around. No, you don't
there
attack.
anything
You absolutely don't attack.
Well, in case he
because
evenly from the hand.
you do not attack. That would be an absolute suicide.
That'll be like completely like a 5-head plays from Connor here, like sighting and evenly
Just,
going first.
End of battle phase.
Oh darn! Should be showing off here, but oh well.
Like absolutely no. Do not attack that Overraptor.
All right.
Oh man.
Here's the 6. Is it for every special? It's just every monster on the field.
It's special summon. You would not take
okay.
500 for the Overraptor. It's
Okay.
just special summon.
Right. So
you would take 3,000.
Yep. That should be the first 3,000 right now.
And again, you would just use Lady Brilliant to get rid of Lapis for Master Diamond. Copy Lady Lapis in Grave, deal another 3k. Yep.
Look at Kevin go. He's so excited.
You would then link the Block Dragon and the Quartz for Unicorn, put the Master Diamond back, add back Fusion. Job's a good one.
I feel like there seems to be a Gem Knight guy at every YCS now.
There is always a Gem Knight guy, isn't there?
He bubbled YCS Fort Worth, I remember. I think it was the last YCS he attended. Oh, there we go. He's just going to go to the battle phase.
The fool. What's he doing? Oh, he's scooping. Okay.
He's showing him his hand there.
Oh,
Yeah,
wouldn't that
how
have been
unfortunate.
crazy if he had an evenly matched? But it wasn't to be.
Kevin takes away the match, and his opponent activated an Overraptor.
I know, well, it's a shame because it would have been nice to see a dinosaur in action. But as we've seen, if you don't main head deck hand traps, a glass cannon deck can savage you.
I suppose that's sort of the advantage of playing a deck like Gem Knight, where everyone in the format is maybe not exactly dropping hand traps, but they're opting to go for hand traps that don't really shut you down. Like
Exactly. Drawn on Lockbird does not stop you if you have a way to access Fusion without searching. Because Quartz can search it, but then on resolution you get drawled. But you already have Fusion, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
You're not really searching at that point. Block Dragon gets a little bit weird, but you can still do the FDK if you still have important combo pieces already. As long as you have Fusion, you're okay.
As long as you have like the mental like skill to play this deck, like because it's very
The brain
intricate.
power,
like it's super sort of like interactive isn't the word, but you know.
Because learning the combos in a vacuum is one thing, but then learning them under like
various
game
hand traps
states
and stuff. Yeah,
exactly. And he would have like practiced this combo under draw, because it's the most relevant hand trap of this meta.
Yep.
He would have naturally known it through Ash. Lancia, there's no combo for Lancia.
I think you mentioned to me that he was playing under Dweller like last round, which was the only loss he had so far was to a Dweller, where he still could have actually won.
Yeah.
But you know, he just hadn't been in a situation before where he seemingly had to like FTK under
It's
Dweller.
possible, but it's really hard. It's impossible for multiple defensive cards as well. But like standalone Dweller, it's definitely possible.
The advantage in that scenario kind of thing is like you always have your battle phase, right?
Yeah,
so while you might not be able to deal 8,000 effect damage, you can still like pop, you know, attack over
Rock
some
collection,
things.
go, throw rocks at him. Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations to Kevin putting on a masterful performance on mastery over the Gem Knight deck. Our players are now ready for a quick interview with you. We'll be heading over to Luke right now.
Hello, I'm here with Kevin, who's ecstatic, is the only way to put it. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling solid rocks, my guy. That's what I'm feeling. That is exactly what I'm feeling.
I mean, I didn't catch the end of that game, but there was some divine performances, is what I would call it.
I mean, yeah, if you know your deck, you know your deck. And I've been playing this deck for about a year, almost a year and a half now at this point. Like, I've won a regional with it. I bubbled YCS Fort Worth this past, not too long ago with it. Like, I was 8-1 day one, which is 9 rounds. So I've put this deck through a lot, and I just kept going ever since. Like, honestly.
The guys were saying that, you know, that there's so many permutations of the combo. Like, how do you manage to store all that?
Okay, so when you pick up the deck, because the thing is with this deck, what I wanted to learn combo when I picked this up, and because I was never a combo player before, I used to play floodgate decks, stuff like that. But when it comes to combo decks, I wanted to learn how to play combo by taking a deck that had like a set end goal, and being like, okay, I'll learn all the combos that finish on this goal. And I figured FTK was most likely the most, you know, the clearest set end goal. You know, a lot of combo decks, they end on different boards with different variants and whatever. I just wanted one thing that did one thing in the end and just aim for that, and that's how I learned how to play combo, and that's how I picked up this deck, honestly.
I mean, that's the thing, right? There's, you know, with combo decks in general, the skill is not knowing that perfect line to the combo. It's about knowing the, like, every line, even if it's that one edge case to get to the combo.
Well, I mean, like in that last duel, I opened Block Dragon and like my Rescue Rabbit and stuff like that. And honestly, I could have played perfectly into Droll and Lockbird. I didn't need to make the Curious to send the Gem Fusion. I could have just made Quartz to search it, but had I done that and he had Droll, I was losing because I wouldn't been able to add with block, you know? So especially for this event, like when I was on the flight here, because I had an 8-hour flight to get here, on the flight I was just playtesting hands, being like, okay, does this hand play around Droll? Does this hand play around Droll? Does this hand play around Droll? And I was just playtesting, especially with Cross Sheep. I was learning a lot of new Cross Sheep combos because that helps the deck quite a bit. So I was learning Cross Sheep combos and how to play around Droll on the plane on my way here.
Well, I mean, to take something like an 8-hour flight to an advantage, you know, be able to sit there and do hands over and over again. I can only resonate with that. I used to, whenever we'd take the train anywhere, we'd be sitting there just the whole time, going over and over.
Yeah, like honestly, I forgot my Switch at home, so I was like, I just wanted to do something on the plane, and it was either sleeping or playtesting, and I'm like, I'm going to YCS, might as well playtest, right?
I bet you're glad you forgot your Switch.
Yeah, there you go.
So, you know, do you have any expectations for the rest of the tournament?
Honestly, man, I flew out here to see friends more than anything. I'm currently X1. Hopefully I can just do as best as I can for the rest of the day. Like, I mean, YCS Dallas, Fort Worth, I was 8-1, so maybe I can do the same thing here.
Absolutely. I mean, X1 is still a pretty good score in 12 rounds as well, so there's a lot of rounds left to go.
Excellent, yeah.
How are you feeling, like, physically? Do you feel, like, tired or anything like that?
Honestly, those headphones, those noise-canceling headphones, they soothe you, man. I wish I could play with those every round. Like, like all these rounds, like I'm going through them like a little bit shaky. I'm like a little nervous, and like on my second round when I lost, was it my second or my third? I can't remember. But on the round that I lost, my opponent made Abyss Dweller, and I could have killed him through Abyss Dweller, but I completely like blanked on my combos. And I'm like, okay, Abyss Dweller, how do I play? How do I play? How do I play? And I completely lost focus. So I just have to like try my best to remain calm, focused, cool, calm, collected as much as I can for the rest of the tournament. Yeah.
We'll see if we can find a spare headset in the back for you.
Pardon?
We'll see if we can find a spare headset in the back for you to play out there. It is very calming, right? Because you can't really hear anything. Like it's not just people think it's just a headset, but there's like sound inside. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't hear a thing. It's amazing. They're really cool.
No, it's good. Well, congratulations. I mean, just, you know, we're getting deep into the tournament now. Take some rest. Get ready to, you know, find that way to victory once again next round. All right. So that's it for us here. We'll see you next round.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played on both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle line, ring rods, here and key. Who will make the final stand, make the move, the answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with the card you choose. Trust in the heart of the card battle. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do.
Welcome back to another round of Pictionary for YCS Utrecht 2020. We have another set of competitors here who will be trying to take the top score, I believe so far is 10. So, who do we have here and where are you from?
Donald, and I'm originally from Scotland, but I live in Ireland at the moment.
Best of both. And over here?
Luke, I'm from Ireland.
Whereabouts?
Oh, Dublin.
Dublin. All right, cool. So basically, got an Irish gang here, and you guys are gonna do your best to get as many points as you can. So you're gonna be drawing, and I will reveal the first card to you now. If you could start the timer. All right. So if you could describe to us what you're seeing as he goes along.
A circle.
Nice.
Angle. Is that Siori Calcos by any chance? No.
It's on the right path. This is probably what's going to give it away. Focus on this middle part, I guess. You can kind of see someone doing something. It's kind of relevant recently.
Recently?
Feel free to skip as well, because time is of the essence.
I'll skip it.
We're skipping? Okay. All right. Next card is... All right, so describe what you can see so far. what little of you can see so far. He's doing a great job, I think.
He is indeed. Drones.
Spyro drones, very good. All right, next card is... All right, almost at the halfway point. What do you see so far?
A fist.
Right, yep, that's two of them.
Two hands. Is that lullaby? What's it called? Lullaby.
It's not lullaby of obedience.
Okay. Mind control.
Mind control, very good. All right, next card. You guys are doing great so far? All right, this might be a little bit easier for you.
Don't put pressure on me that way.
Just a couple of shapes.
Some form of book, maybe?
You can see a little something in the middle there. It's not anything, but it's something.
Yeah,
but not anything.
I'm
It's
trying
hard
to
to explain.
Can you draw anything else? If you can, then we'll just move on.
Can't put words on it now.
No. Of course you can't even. It's a picture.
Yeah, we'll move on.
Upside down Christmas tree is what I thought.
Yeah.
Any idea what he's drawing so far? Like what kind of shapes? Like what does it look like?
It looks like some form of storm.
A storm, did you say?
Lightning storm? Heavy storm?
Sort of the right path? Want to skip, or you have 15 seconds?
I have a minute 10.
Oh, sorry, I can't read. Minute 10.
I don't know.
All right, we're skipping. Next card is... Draw as large as you can. All right, what do you see so far?
A mess.
I don't know if that's a face or what is this, but...
Okay. We have 35 left.
I can't even see the rest of it. Can
Uh,
so much detail on it.
wait. That was that one, was it? Yeah.
I don't skip it. 15
All right,
seconds left.
15 seconds, all right. Last one. All right, what's that in the middle? By the way, this is terrible. I just want him to know that this is terrible.
Time's up.
Time's up. Okay, yes, that is. I'll give you one last guess.
Big Les.
All right, well, you guys did reasonably well, but not beating the high score so far. So any comments about his drawing? His artistic level of skills, is it quite up there?
It was acceptable, but my guessing was awful.
Okay, so you're the problem.
Yes.
All right. Any final comments from you, Donald?
It was just super hard to draw with the big timer, and just I can't really see them. But yeah, I'm gonna make some excuses for myself.
Again.
If you like disguise yourself, I suppose you can come back and try again. All right, we'll be back with another round, guys. Thanks everyone for watching, and we'll be back shortly.
Gotta find a way just to play just a little game. Got a compulsion, wanna be a champion. I got madness right in my brain. Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the sword to the feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick of power, sick of power, sick
and we're back with the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm here joined by your 2019 Spanish national champion, Heike Fetch. How are you doing?
Really fine, and you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. We know that you've been playing one of the most played decks so far in this moment, which is Spiral, and you're a really fan of this deck. Can you tell us about something about this deck?
Yeah, so I played it like the last 2 years. I switched to Salamanca only to win the nationals, but then I switched again to Spiral, and yeah, right now you have the Magician Souls, which is like the best starter card I think in the deck, and can extend you the plays without the double helix. And yeah, I think it's a really good pick. Like, it's really hard to play because you have a lot of decision trees to make, and you can't make a lot of mistakes in it. But right now with Shuttle invoked, maybe it's like an issue for the deck because of the window.
And what do you think about this meta game? Because like we know the Spiral is one of the most played decks so far, but in the meantime, Shuttle has a chance for this weekend.
Yeah, it's like, for me, it's an awesome format because you have like so many variety. You can see it on the IRG in America as well. Like the Pie Shark was so diverse. It's a little bit, it's a pity that Sky Striker isn't there anymore because I really like Sky Striker in the meta. But yeah, and also Shuttle Invoked, it's right now a new deck. Yeah, obviously it's a really good Spiral matchup because Winder is like a better floodgate like Colossus, because Colossus wasn't the issue at all, like with the Orcus package obviously, but Winder is like a huge problem.
And what do you like to play? Like the standard version of Spiral, or like with Extravagance and multiple copies of Apollousa?
I like another version. Like I'm playing heavy combo Spiral, like extending with the dangers and all the stuff. But I think for this event, maybe the Extravagance version is a really good pick, since you have like the consistency of the Extravagance and it doesn't conflict so much with the Magician Souls, because you have the best card in the Extra deck isn't double helix, is like the Barricadeborg, because it lets you discard. It's like so broken in the deck. It's like really better than double helix.
Okay, so you really seems prepared enough for this event, and we really wish you the best of luck for tomorrow, and hopefully we will see you again this weekend. So guys, it's everything for here, and thank you so much, and let's continue with the coverage. Stay tuned.
So
that hand of Joshua Schmidt does not look too good.
Yeah, which would make even more sense if he picks second then. Let's see though. He does not, so maybe Dinka won the title, and this is huge.
Wow, and you saw it in the face of Dinkam. He just was nodding like, okay, two-side back row, I can definitely overcome
and
that.
He just picked up the orchestrated return. He did not even have access to his combo before, but now he just found his way into a special summon immediately. But he still has to get it.
He'll probably be needing to normal summon the Ash Blossom here.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have any access to... And he has double mind control, which at this moment is like... And the Phantasmi as well. Kind of anti-synergic with what Joshua...
Joshua kind of played around all the going second cards of Dinka
Outplayed, yeah.
Not really committing any cards to his monster field.
So he normal summoned the Ash Blossom. That is so fine for him. He does not really care about that at all.
I mean, he still has Phantasma Impermanence and Mind Control as a backup plan if he actually has to go for some resource management versus
and the thing is, when he's gonna go second, of course, unless Joshua bricks like we are seeing here, he has all of these tools. But even though he's going first or like comboing off here, Joshua like needs to kill him, because if he doesn't, all of those cards are still gonna be very good the next turn. So it's a tough battle.
In this position, it does really not look like Joshua Schmidt is going to win the game in the next turn, and then double mind control is, as you just said, going to hit hard. So he's now attempting to attach the Nightmare, and Joshua is allowing that.
Yep.
We have just seen
damage.
That Kang is not that Kang is not running the IP Masquerena.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
It does make sense when you go second, but still kind of I mean, I guess interesting choice.
You might miss it here.
And I think the choice depends on the fact that he's maining triple copies of the Cyber Dragon Naxter, which means he has access to the fusions. Maybe too many, but it's working out for him. So let's see here. What will Joshua draw? Wow, yet another bad card. It's the wand.
Wow, it's the World
Wow.
Wand. This is also not a card that is going to lead him to do his combos.
So
he just picks up the cards. Kang actually leading 1-0 in the semifinals of YCS London already after not even 3 minutes.
What is going on here?
Crazy. We don't even know who won the die roll. That would have been interesting if Joshua actually still went first, because maybe that could have changed a few things, but with the card being picked up as 6, that gotta feel bad for Joshua. And now things change, because you are on the side deck and you know that your opponent might just mind game you with siding some other entrops, so it's getting tougher. Who do you think Joshua will do? Like, is he gonna go second again, or what happens? Like,
I think that you still want to go first. So many going second side cards that you would want to put in versus Orcus are also strong if you start first. If you side in DD Crows or if you side in Artifact Lancea, they hit even harder when there's already a board established with a Dingearsu setup or with a counter trap. Counter trap a bit contradictive with the Lancea together, gotta be honest there. But still, those cards even hit harder, so I would not let him start. I would rather try to set up my own combo and then back it up with all the additional side deck cards, like this really powerful Artifact Lancea or a DD Crow.
You probably just have to stick to your game plan in some way, right?
Absolutely, and I mean, the main deck he probably knows well, but do you think Joshua knows what he's siding again also? Like, it's possible that he doesn't know what's happening, and I'm honestly surprised that Dinka, even in the side deck, stick to the going second plan. I would say that sometimes in this kind of decks you see, I don't know, a Sanctum or a Strike, something for going first, but he's lacking that.
Maybe just the pure power of Orcus as a go first deck. Like, Orcus still has so many tools available to itself going first that you do not really need to side in anything. That's not really optimal. And you can see the crowd at the moment. So guys, please hype it up a little more for the second game of our semi-finals. Yeah, that's nice to see a lot of viewers in the venue and a lot of viewers at home as well. And they're all hyped to see what we have in the second game.
This time around, Kang's hand looks abysmal. He has no additional summon to his normal summon. His normal summon is only Skeleton. He has the Nightmare, which you don't necessarily want to draw. He has Mind Control, Ash Blossom, and Crow. So he is okay for a moment. But his opponent opts to start again. Joshua Schmidt is leading this game again. And by the way, what do you think of Mind Control? The card was really powerful versus Orcus when this crescendo start was super popular. But now, as there's IP Masquerena, you just bait out the Masquerena, basically.
He's definitely weaker, but let me stop you there, because Joshua now is cut off place. So this Ash Blossom is already enough to make him pass once more. At least he has some entrops, but Dinka again looking really comfortable here.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, now he can mind control.
And now the mind control really will put him some work. And the return, I think, is picked up.
Wow, return would be such an incredible pickup.
Foolish, it's even better.
Wow.
Foolish Furiel.
This could be a 5-minute semi-final, right? Because Dinkum Pham actually has a lot of cards to make this turn his winning turn, to be honest.
I mean, he still has to get through Phantasme, DD Crow, and the Impermanence.
Okay, agreed.
Okay, so Impermanence has been dealt with. Impermanence has been dealt with.
Yeah, so Phantasme will come down. It's going to be a very good one. Yeah, Impermanence.
Oh, he's not using the Phantasme. Oh, okay, he announced it as
it.
Chainlink 1. Okay, perfect.
So he draws
Let's see what he can pick up.
Can he find Lancea?
He does not find any other entrop, so I think the DD Crow will have to do it. Let's hope that since Joshua chained the Impermanence, Dinka doesn't mess up and forgets about the zone being in the middle. That would be a really bad way to lose in top 4.
Dinkum Pham looks so in the zone right now. I can totally not see him doing that, to be honest.
Oh, and there's an immediate
and the
DD Crow on
foolish
the
Burial
Nightmare.
is there. Please do not play it in the... Oh, no! He played it in the middle. He played it in the middle.
Oh, no, this is...
What was it in the middle though?
Oh my god, I'm 100%. No, I don't know. I mean,
I think it was in the zone where Phoenix is. Yeah,
is?
it was in the Phoenix zone. It was in the Phoenix column.
We should.
I'm pretty sure it was in the Phoenix column.
Just like a football match, but.
Nope. I mean, they would have realized it by now, I think.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was that.
Oh, they are talking about it now. Joshua just pointing it out.
I think it was that zone, and it was.
Really?
Oh my god!
No,
it was really
Kang.
I
this
literally
happening in
jinxed
the
it.
semifinals. No way.
Oh boy, Din Kam Pham is shaking his head right there, and rightfully so. This mistake at that stage of the tournament
This
could
might
really
cost him the game. Look, his opponent has a 2,400 beat stick monster. He's just left at his Phoenix. He cannot abuse Nightmare Mermaid now. It does not work like this anymore. And there's a Harp Horror and Foolish Burial in the hand of Joshua Schmidt, which could immediately lead to an OTK if he plays his card outright.
That is insane. Joshua Schmidt, like one of the veterans of the game, really profiting of Din Kam Pham not having the experience that he has. He's like not a YCS winner so far. He has not won any big tournaments like Joshua did so far. So
he picked up the call by the grave.
And that's it.
Kang picks up his deck.
That's impossible. That's not even real right there. Holy macaroni.
Oh my god.
What was that? That can't be real.
If Kang doesn't manage to win game 3, he is going to have nightmares over it. And I'm not talking about the Orcus card.
And you now have to overcome that in your head. Like,
Yeah.
you just made such a big mistake in the second game. How can you recover from it, like, mentally? You now still have to play perfectly for the rest of the game.
You just have to shake it off, honestly.
Definitely.
It's tough, and to be fair, Joshua didn't even realize it right away. I'm pretty sure the judge was the one, because he allowed him to go into Galatea. So it's both of them that really have to take this more seriously, because Joshua also has to be more focused. Like, I can't believe he didn't even catch up with that. I kind of jinxed it, so I feel sorry for Dinka.
I mean,
but wow, that was the main reason why he flipped the impermanence.
Yes,
so it's weird that he didn't pay attention to the zone. So
that's what I just wanted to say. He actually activated it because of the benefit that Kang could make the mistake of playing the Foolish Bury in this zone, and he actually did. That is incredible.
Yeah, you actually talk about Kang coming to the feature match table, being so motivated. He's like putting his cards onto the field and being like, I'm here to win this. I'm not going to be stopped this tournament anymore. And he was in such a rush that he just took the wrong direction and basically left.
He was so happy for a second.
The right train, yeah.
And then he just realized,
He was too
no.
happy. He was too happy.
Now again, you have to just shake it off and nice fist bump. Ooh, let's see this final end for one of these guys. Who is gonna advance to the finals?
Oh, and Kang has super polymerization, so his going second plans this time could work out better.
Another weekend, hopefully it shows second, because his land doesn't look that good at going first. Let's see.
We have to find out if he decided to go first.
It's gonna
or go
be
second.
super crucial. Joshua, I do see Mathematician and Instant Fusion, which is a really good opening, because you can end with the...
Yeah.
But Impermanence and Diddy Crow are there.
But why would you not let your opponent play in this position? Because then you might not be able to super poly discard your Orcus
Nightmare. I
Nightmare.
agree with you there. And Joshua is actually pretty much stuck. It's such a weird game, and double Call by the Grave is actually not that bad. You can use it as a trap against the mirror match, and I think Babel is picked up.
For the third time, Joshua has been stuck with one normal summon and nothing more for his first turn.
I mean, that's the big weakness of the new Orcus deck, right? You cannot just mush two monsters together and then try and go into the Orcus combo. No, you will actually have to rely on your one-card starters, which would be Mathematician and Scrap
Dinka
Recycler.
just sets one and pass.
And the Orcus...
Oh, wow, that's a good draw.
Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, you already had the... But the Diddy Crow is going to be stopped by the Call by the Grave. And why did he not set the super polymerization? Like, I don't understand it. It would have been crucial here. Well, I think he's probably going to get OTK'd unless something weird happens. I'm really confused to why he didn't set for that. Well,
indeed.
Maybe he's still thinking about that Foolish Brewer he was activating in the wrong column.
Maybe he's just not in the zone anymore.
Yeah. He's really not looking too happy right now.
I'm shocked.
Joshua
I'm
wants to
honestly shocked.
extend his card advantage. He gets Orchestrated Return, which then will allow him to draw two cards. There it happens.
He draws into the Lancea. This will really not allow Din Kam Pham to come back in the game, at least for the next turn, as he will not be allowed to banish any kind of cards.
yeah, it seems like Joshua will absolutely take this, because even if you don't OTK, you can also go for the Winda, which is incredibly strong.
And he has instant fusion, so he actually gets this extra monster on board. And we all know what happens if you have Galatea access plus your next monster. You can just go into Boreal Sword and then skeleton the Galatea to the field again after summoning the Boreal Sword, and then summon Dingirsu over the Galatea to go Boral Sword, Dingirsu affect Boral Sword, put Dingirsu into defense position, and then deal 8,600 damage.
Just imagine if the super polymerization was set here. Like, there's really no reason not to do it, and I think this is over.
Then Joshua probably would have gone into Phoenix with Harp Horror.
Absolutely, but at least you're gonna force him out, you know. Well, here there is nothing else that Dinka can do. I think we're gonna see an handshake and the fastest
and this is
semi-final. That's it.
There's
Here's
the handshake. Let's go. Duel.
Pretty much the entire of the hall, by the way, are all stood around the screen right now.
Oh, yeah, Jesse has opened 3 quick fixes in his opening hand. I believe that's Destarudo and 1 spell card I can't quite make out.
Terraforming.
Wow, Jesse.
I think it's Terraform. Yes, it is Terraform. It's just come up on the screen.
Jesse's European feature match record right now is not great.
He opens his freeze pretty high, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that's a mission rescue, gear drone, quick fix sleeper, and resort.
No interaction from either of these players in their opponent's turn. Okay, but drawing 3 quick fixes isn't the worst if you can get the first one out of your hand, because you can then just discard 1, get it back, discard 1, get it back, and actually go somewhere. So that's not the end of the universe. Wow, that's dramatic. End of the world.
It's the end of the universe.
As we know it. Top 3 cards. Well, we at least know. I didn't see what it was, but I'm pretty sure Tim didn't put more quick fixes to the top of that deck. That's the only thing I'm sure of.
That was a Gamma.
And then we're going to see double helix. Double helix. Oh, the camera's been shaken a little bit there.
Everywhere.
It's the
Kaijus.
Back on the boat.
It's the Kaijus, man. You people out there playing friendlies? That's the right way around for you, right?
It is. Look, she looks really like she's just reclined quite a lot.
I think, if anything, it just looks to me like the card is the correct way up.
Yeah. That's what I keep saying.
Ah, dearie me. So, yes, Helix is going to be sent away with the Master Plan for a Link Summon. And here comes Deco Talker. And we're going to see 2 more triggers from Master Plan. This is a great place for great place for Tim. Spiral Resort.
Will we see a UK player take another UK YCS?
Yeah, we did last time.
There's a sleeper agent. That's not a sleeper agent. That's a super agent. Sorry, the sleeper agent. The sleeper is already in Tim's hand.
One of many.
Actually, something super interesting for this weekend. I don't believe set rotation variations actually made it into the finals at all.
Yeah.
Well, that's possibly says it all.
And it seems like the Gamma has become a pretty common decision amongst top deck builders. Although, actually saying that, Tim is not playing Gammas in the main.
Playing draws, though.
He's playing the 3 draws. He's playing DD Crow, Maxi, Winter Cherries, Ash Blossom as well. Well, we'll find out pretty soon which if the Gammas make the difference. And we're going to see Terraforming, finding Spiral Resort for Jesse. Jesse does have access to his Destrudo as well. So he could see himself going through 2 Spiral Resorts this turn to add to his field. And there's a Gamma. It can't be destroyed because of the last resort. But now the Gamma is in play during Jesse's turn, so Jesse has a lot more options of what he can do with this.
Yeah.
And he's also got an additional up arrow thanks to his opponent's Deco Talker, Tim's Deco Talker. So he could consider, for example, making Cypher Omega if he plays it. Which he does not.
I think Jesse's got to get pretty.
Oh, he does
lucky.
play Cypher Omega, so yeah, we can see that. And there's really no other interaction from Tim apart from targeting protection, thanks to the Deco Talker.
Oh,
Late
Max sees his next draw.
That's late. Yeah, I think Jesse's going to be able to push through this field now.
So much search.
The race car.
Big red.
Turbo Helix. Quick fix. Discarding quick fix. Don't need machine duplication when you open the free quick fixes. You see Tim just look at the audience. He's like, "It happens. It happens." Yeah, this is going to be a great start for Jesse.
Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of monsters.
That is a lot of monsters. Oh, he's just picking it up. No,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, you've got this.
Yeah, Tim knows he's got no way of interacting and he's about to lose this entire field, and then Jesse having a ridiculous start. I think he's being heckled a little bit from the crowd.
Yeah, I can hear that.
All right, we'll see how they side deck here. Looking at Jesse's side deck.
He's got a Secret Village of Spellcasters, a Dark Hole, Raigeki, Solemn Strike, Solemn Scolding, Unending Nightmare, and Ghost
Ogre and Snow
Rabbit.
Yeah, on Tim's side, he's got pretty much the same side deck as he had for the LLDS, actually. He's got some evenly matched. He's got a bunch of kind of random extra spiral stuff. So he's got a Spiral Tough in the side deck. He's got a Spiral Gear fully armed. And then an extra utility wire. Can always use an extra utility wire. And then the artifacts package, as well as a couple of DD Crows, Imperial Order. Yeah, pretty much all this stuff's for going first or second in the spiral match.
There are no evenly matches in Jesse's entire deck.
Oh.
Interesting.
Utilizing the time wisely, making sure that they definitely decide exactly what they need to get.
Yeah, it's still going pretty fast. So, and especially when you've played as many mirrors as these guys have. What was it Jesse said? 10 spiral decks.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing with this. Going first and second.
So Jesse was asking me, has there ever been a Canadian winner of a European YCS before? And I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
No, that's right. We've had American, of course.
Very different, though.
Yeah.
We'll see. Here we go. Probably the last shuffle. Tim has already presented his deck for play, and we just need Jesse to hurry up and get on with the show.
It's time to carry on playing.
I imagine this is that's the voice of somebody who commentates golf and just goes through phases where they just get so unbelievably bored that they've got to try and epic it up.
Golf is interesting. Sorry, couldn't even
Like Happy Gilmore makes golf interesting.
Finish the last word. Oh, they're breaking it down. I don't know if you guys heard that, but breakdown has now commenced.
Yeah, that's.
We got to break it down.
I don't believe all of the vendors are now breakdancing. I mean, that would be a pretty amazing flash mob, but.
I have to say that working with MCM for the last 13 years doing events, I can definitely say that when breakdown does start, we do all start breakdancing.
No
Nice.
way. I've been coming here for 11 years, and I've never seen breakdancing.
It's because we do it when you're not there.
Yeah, it's secret.
I
Only Rob sees it in his mind.
There's the handshake, and what could possibly be the final game if Tim does not pull this around.
Well, Tim gets to choose who goes first in this final match.
Jesse opened a hand trap at the very least. I saw a droll.
Drolls are always good to see in this situation. So a couple of variations of this match. Hold on, let's start with Jesse's hand. Foolish Barrel, Drawn Lockbird, Spiral Sleeper, Spiral Quick Fix, Spiral Super Agent. Pretty balanced hand for Jesse.
Over on Tim's hand, we've got Ash Blossom Joy, Spring, Artifact Sanctum, DD Crow, Spiral Gear Drone, Spiral Resort. I believe the Spiral Resort has just been gotten from that terraforming, though.
Yeah, a couple of variations of this match. One player has the combo plus hand traps, the other player doesn't. Neither player has hand traps, and then it comes, I think, the player who makes the combo first. It's the opponent. It's actually quite easy for the opponent to break it down. So it generally favors you going second there.
So Artifact Sanctum set and then a pass. Quick Fix into a big red. Looking at two Super Agents in the hand with Sleeper and a Foolish Burial. Foolish Burial being activated there.
Tim says no response. Spiral Gear Drone being sent to the graveyard. The big red's going to be activated, and that's when Tim will play DD Crow. Yeah, get out of my face. I am not buying what you're selling here. That means you've got to guess with the Super Agent. It is a monster. Artifact Sanctum not being flipped. Yes, it is. Okay.
There is no reason you would not at this point. You do not want that deck to start kicking off.
Tim is in a very good place. He's got the Ash Blossom, he's got a Spiral Resort, and he's got a Drone next turn. So he is going to be able to go up into Helix, and Jesse can interfere. And Jesse also can't get his Sleeper on the field because he only has one Spiral card in his graveyard. And he's used his normal summon. He's committed quite a lot into that Scythe. Jesse going to pass, reluctantly. Tim now in an excellent position, and he's also drawn another draw on Lockbird. We're going to see Tim just fly through this turn, I expect. Like, he's just throwing the deck like, yeah, go ahead, take that. Drone. Your next three cards are
Mine to control.
two draw and Lockbirds. He leaves it as it was. Doesn't even rearrange it because he knows how awful that is. And yeah. Jesse looks at his hand, takes a look at the top card of his deck, picks up his cards.
So we're going to a game 3 where it's all to play for.
Wow.
Quick shout over to Tim's friends who are surrounding the barrier there.
We're seeing some lightning fast games here, and I'm hoping in this final one we get the variation of the match where the two decks collide and then we see another scramble. Those are the most fun Spiral matches to watch, in my opinion.
I agree.
And Jesse does get to choose first or second in this final match, which gives him a significant amount of control going into this final match. Is this where you try the mind game and you let Tim side as if he's going second, then force him to go first?
I would watch him. Like, if he genuinely sides that many cards out of his side deck and into his deck without smoke screening, absolutely.
Would you risk it?
Absolutely.
At this stage of the tournament?
Oh, yeah.
You'd risk throwing it all in and saying, go first, hoping that he sided to go second.
Yep.
But maybe it's all one big mind game, and all along he knew he was going to do that. Well,
yeah, well, that's...
Maybe he knew that he was going to do that, and so he'll make himself go first.
And then he takes off his face, and it's Tom Cruise.
And then he takes off his face, and he's a broom.
I can't say that's ever happened to me before, but, you know, it's a big world out there.
I've never seen Tom Cruise. I don't think I ever will.
I've seen him on TV.
If some people have seen Tom Cruise, please let us know on a postcard.
No postcards. I don't want any postcards. Thank you.
Yeah, we got way too many last time. Please don't send any more.
What's our Twitch chat saying there, Luke? How they feeling the match?
Go EU.
Yeah, there's a couple of people saying go EU, go Britain. There's one guy that says go North America. Don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, he's just wrong. Hey, that guy, you should feel bad. It's Canada.
Is our vote still working?
Pretty sure it should be.
I hope it is. Yes, it is. Let's see.
Jesse.
Jesse is currently winning the vote, 64%. Please do vote. We've posted it just in Twitch channel. It's probably a little bit earlier before now because of the delay, of course. And vote. It's going in Twitch.
I always wait a bit so that it syncs up.
Ah, I see what you did there.
Both these players played extremely well over the weekend. Both of them, regardless of the outcome of this match, should feel really good about this. Well,
Definitely.
it's hard to feel good about coming second, but they should feel good about their performance. I did see Jesse open with Dragon Ravine, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, Machine Duplication, Spiral Super Agent. I think that's Spiral Mission Rescue, and Dragon Ravine. All right, Dragon Ravine means that Jesse will have access to Destrudo to go up to Ancient Fairy Dragon to get his resort and start making plays. Oh, Tim! You didn't open any hand traps. What are you doing, Tim?
What? How's he going to get his... oh, because, yeah, he got a Ravine, yeah.
Oh, and the Super Agent is called incorrectly. And there's Ravine. Dropping Rescue.
Yeah, so he is going to have to go for the Destrudo combo. But with a normal summoned agent. That would have been so much better if you got the special summon.
Yeah, this puts him in a bit of an awkward position because whatever he searches off of the resort, he's not going to be able to normal summon. And he's just given up half of his life points. Ancient Fairy Dragon going to clear. Gain 1,000 life points. Going up to 5,000. Going to search for Spiral Resort. Activate the resort. Add Quick Fix. He's got the Machine Duplication in hand. Special summon, thanks to Ancient Fairy Dragon, and then he's going to Machine Duplicate the Quick Fix. Of course, he had the special summon for Ancient Fairy Dragon. Sorry, what I said before is incorrect. Yeah, Jesse's going places here. Jesse's definitely going places. He's also got Super Agent as well.
Big red car.
No interaction for Tim. Tim's not looking good. Tim, you see him just looking sad. I can imagine Jesse's heart is just like thumping in his chest right now, and he's just like, no response, no response, no response, no response. It's going. It's happening. It's happening, guys.
He's in his element at this point. This is the combo
Yeah,
he's been.
He doesn't have 9,000 life points.
Well, it may very well be 4,500 at some point soon.
It should be 5,000. Deco Talker.
You know what Destrudo in the grave?
No, I guess return to the deck after you use it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, otherwise you'd just be able to keep using it over and over and over again. That'd be sad. Yeah, I've got a feeling that the app has crashed for the
there we go.
judge on the left.
Spiral Super Agent coming down. Something for Tim to hold on to. He has drawn his double summon. So he does have a way of using 2 normal summons to get 2 Spiral monsters onto the field.
Okay, it seems to have fixed itself now.
Ghost Ogre Snowbrow it, 2 drones. I think that was a train or a person. I'm not sure.
I thought it was a train.
Sometimes our group has the weirdest cheers. all aboard the pain train.
The Hype Express.
Jesse's just plowing on there with his amazing start.
Choo-choo, all aboard the Spiral Catamaran.
Going up the firewall. There we go. Master plan. Sleeper. Spiral Resort. Handshake.
Handshake.
Tim is not even
wow, he's
going
not
to
even gonna
try.
try game 3.
And Tim is just throwing in, shaking his head.
And there we have Jesse Cotton, your YCS London 2017
And
winner.
how this plays out here.
Both fans looking very good at the moment. We see Demise and Engage at the end from Pascal is absolutely incredible.
It's stacked, definitely. Who's going first here? That's the question.
Compulse, there can be only one Engage area card of Demise. This is what you want to see if you're in the finals of a YCS and you see this hand. What do you think?
yeah.
What do you think?
Oh, you gotta be excited, and it will depend on the die roll. Let's see who is gonna go first. Because there is an Ash Blossom regardless in Joshua end, but it is Pascal.
Oh, Pascal can start off here. It's so good for him. He can look at him setting all these cards, and
Yeah.
Joshua already knows that this card of Demise is coming, but
Ash
he has
Blossom
the Ash
comes
Blossom.
down.
He has the perfect response, so now Pascal has to make sure that he probably will want to get his Engage off for an additional draw.
Oh, and
Let's
it's
see
the
how he
new
does.
artwork Ash Blossom, by the way.
It is from Dual Devastator. But the Engage is also there, and Joshua is not making any 8 for this matchup. No Twin Twister, nothing at all, so there can only be one is there, and Traps might win yet another YCS for us.
Compulsory evacuation device, and there can be only one. Those are so powerful, especially in the Orcus matchup.
That is 100% true, and he does not even bother to summon any more cards.
Ooh.
Obviously, Card of Demise was activated, so no special summoning of Sky Striker Shizuku in this turn. And now it's Joshua's turn. 5 cards left in his hand. He just picked up Infinite Impermanence, which is not really helping him too much. I mean, if his opponent tries to summon out the Kagari in his turn, he maybe can use it on that. But he would require to put cards onto his side of the field before, I would guess, so that's not really
happening
for him at all.
So orchestrated battle. We have seen this card being drawn a lot rather
Yes,
than,
it's
rather than
surprising,
setting it.
yeah.
The one-offs. Also, like Gizmek Orochi has been drawn so many times on our featured matches so far. So we have the Harp Horror. Instant Fusion is probably going to bait out the Sky Striker Ray effect.
Something...
Oh, not
Yeah.
that
works
as
as well.
well.
Joshua playing it's kind of slow, but something important is that you see a face down spell from your opponent and it didn't use the effect. That's gotta be a tell that those back rows are really good. Otherwise, you can expect Area Zero to just try and destroy one of them. And those are, in fact, really good traps. So,
Absolutely. That can only be one and Compulse.
Does
Are
he
you just
compulse
going
this?
to Compulse? Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. And you are
Wow.
indeed.
I mean, how is Joshua going to recover from this turn? How can you play with, like, the normal summon is so important for the deck right now, and now he can actually just tribute Ray to go into Shizuku for the end phase to get a free search and get this multi-roll into the game.
Oh yeah, and he passes.
He
so
passes.
the way is free for Pascal to actually use the effect of Ray here. That's what he's doing. He wants to get out Shizuku right there.
and he can't use Impermanence right here, because he used the Babel. Do you think that was a correct decision? Because if he would have kept the Babel and just attacked there with the ARP, then he could have passed holding the Impermanence and used it on the Shizuku, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
That might have been a play from Joshua, but here, Pascal definitely in the lead. Wally Willy Drew. Okay.
And another turn.
Wow.
Purple cards all over the place.
This card might even steal yet another turn, an entire another turn.
Yeah, the new Orcus deck is definitely really strong, but it struggles. The normal summon is way more important
Yeah, it is
than
super
ever.
fragile, especially
Yeah.
when it comes to this weak point.
Yeah. It feels like when it gets going, it's even stronger than in the past, but it has to get going. And you saw Joshua in the semifinals also having struggled to get it going because first duel he wasn't even summoning a monster in his first turn, and the other two turns, the other two duels, he was just not being able to do more than a normal summon at all.
And already with the Area Zero, there is a counter on the multi-roll, or it is not necessarily a counter. It is rather a spell that he can set in the end phase, and he goes into a Hayate already.
And again, one more slight surprise, I gotta say here. He doesn't go for Area Zero at all. He just wants to set up 2 free spells with the Kagari, but he will be met by the Impermanence. So we still have a game on our ends. And
let's hope Pascal is not doing the same Impermanence mistake like Dinkampam in the semifinals.
Please. But this time it will be difficult because Joshua set that card in the same column as Dirk only. So.
But I mean, if there can only be one, can now stop Joshua on his turn. He has no impermanence
Absolutely.
to out it, basically.
And
so Pascal really in the lead to take game 1.
Also, Pascal played it really well by flipping the field spell, so that now there is a counter and he can set the engage if he wants in the end phase, getting yet another copy, or he can play conservatively, setting like a Widow Anchor or a Shark Cannon. And I think that's what he is going to go for.
So Shark Cannon, but can he activate it? Is there a monster in the
Yeah,
graveyard?
the Ash Blossom.
Of course, there was the Ash Blossom.
So you can now set engage
and Shark Cannon, which is even the Eagle Booster,
Eagle
to
Booster,
be fair.
yeah.
That's probably better.
Makes more sense,
and
I think,
fantastic opening. Once more, Joshua not maining any of the back row removals, so it will be tough.
He probably thought the same that we all thought when we saw the Forbidden Limited list with Anchor at 1. You don't really need to play the Twin Twister cards or the Cosmic Cyclones.
Pascal is proving us wrong. Pascal showing us that Sky Striker is still well alive. Absolutely. And he is well on the way to take game 1 right here, being resource-wise in the lead, having 4 back row cards and a multi-roll to get even more going with that.
And Instant Fusion comes down, so this might even force out the Eagle Booster. But would it be so bad for Pascal to have the Eagle Booster forced out?
Not really.
It's just a spell that he activates so he can set back engage, right?
Yeah, it is gonna be used at some point. And here, once more, with the choice of the compulsory, if he wants to use it just on the normal. Because we know the Babel is there, so he doesn't have to forget about it, but...
He could also just flip the there can be only one, so he cannot extend. He might extend into Phoenix then, so that might be an issue. So Compulse could actually be... I mean, if he goes into Phoenix, then he can Shark Cannon out the Hop Horror.
Absolutely. So at the same time, you really don't want to do that because then the Babel can just be used in that case. So
you can also just Compulse the Galatea and then Shark Cannon out the Hop Horror. I think that is a good compromise for him.
Let's see. So still very open. Diddy Crow being picked up by Joshua, definitely not what he wanted, but now he can chain the ARP and chain the Galatea to get some advantage. For example, he can get the return and start to get
he can just chain Galatea, right? It's so good for him right there.
That's why I was really wondering why you wouldn't just compulse there if you did last turn on a normal.
Seems like that's the good part of compulse, right? You cannot actually put the cards into the graveyard, and that would favor the Orcus deck. You just get it back to the hand, and it's just way more better. So kind of a misplay maybe there.
I think so, because once more we see how good even art drawing the Babel is. It makes a lot of difference, and still wondering why that compulse wasn't flipped before. So,
I mean, there can be only one for Pascal.
Sure.
That can really stop Joshua from going off. He just has to secure that it goes through. So he has to kind of protect it with setup from Phoenix, because as long as this card is on the field, Joshua cannot really play.
Definitely
I agree,
not.
but you're taking like unnecessary risks, I feel like. Because if you compulse there, then you're free to basically go for the Hercules base next turn and another engage for free. Just get a lot of advantage. And
in the shoes of Joshua, do you actually know that there can only be one? Because Pascal did not pop this card and he did not activate it yet. So what kind of back row could there be for Pascal? Maybe another compulse, but also very likely as there can only be one.
I would always say Anchor, but
maybe Impermanence as well could be an option. So there are still a lot of different cards, and Joshua seems like he didn't pick up anything else though. Arporter and Armageddon Knight not gonna help him here, but the Diddy Crow can be used on the engage.
That is
so now do you
good.
set the area 0 most likely, right?
Yeah, you still want to go for that. You have plenty of targets in Pascal decks. He's using so many spells, almost 30 spells in his deck.
So what is he drawing? Did he pick up the engage from the top?
As Sky Striker players love to do.
It looked okay.
It is a spell.
That is okay. That is yet another top deck.
Pretty good. You want to put spells in grave as fast as possible, and I think Afterburner was picked up.
And that is not too bad, to be honest, because it is a way to get rid of Orcus Nightmare. The card cannot be destroyed by Link monsters, which is actually hard for Pascal to get rid of, and he can get rid of the Babel for the moment.
And it's kind of an effect that a lot of people tend to forget, I think. Like, you usually just use it for material. You don't have it on the board hanging out, and you can catch a lot of people off guard with that, especially Sky Strikers players.
Yeah, so he just summoned out the Hayate, and he's sending something away with it. So he still deals damage right there.
Yeah, he
Attacking
loves to send
directly.
away his area zeros,
Yeah.
honestly.
Area 0 must feel kind of bad, actually, because it's getting such a treat by Pascal,
And
always
this
being
is-
sent to the graveyard.
This is kind of risky, but at the same time, it is gonna work out. Does he have 3 spells in grave? I believe so, right?
Yeah.
So he will be able to destroy the Bibble at resolution,
Yeah.
and that's great, because it was probably the main threat. So pretty good
Absolutely.
pickup there. So, now this area 0, though, what will it reveal?
That is very crucial. And what are you even popping here? Okay.
I mean, you're probably
you have
chaining
to.
the Shark
Oh,
Cannon, of
yeah,
course,
absolutely.
getting rid of the Nightman. That is why it was so important that the Bale was popped as
These
well.
3 cards are gonna be
Engage!
Sky Striker, mobilize,
first
engage! This
Wow.
card from the top is not what Joshua wanted to see. It is the cherry on top for Pascal Keem, and it is going to taste bitter for Joshua.
Shaking his head, of course, can't blame him. And luckily, there are no impermanences being activated this turn, so he can choose whatever zone he wants. So.
He was doing his best, actually banishing the engage with the Crow, but the second one comes from the top by Area 0. So Pascal has the best card in his deck available
Summoning
to
the
himself again.
Shizuku before activating the engage, so you can
Is he not gonna
respond
use
to
it
a...
to search another copy? That would be like so greedy.
That
I
would be
think.
very greedy.
I mean, you can just set it with
no
multi-roll,
way.
right?
Exactly. That's
So-
why I was like,
the one-off copy of Widow Anchor.
yeah, the one
is
copy, but he
maybe
didn't
the
need
card
it
to
up
search.
until
Yeah.
now, and still very strong. Because just like compulsory, similarly, you can just take away the Orcus monster from Joshua, and that way you prevent it from just going to the graveyard.
Oh, I think he drew another engage. Wasn't it another engage?
Reinforcement of the army.
Oh, okay. Oh, it looks so similar.
Let's chill down for a moment, yeah. But still something else to set if he wants, and an incredible line of play here.
And
the
he-
deck still as alive as ever.
And he can
Definitely
just
seems
grind
like it.
with the multi-roll. It is as if it was
Yeah.
at 3. As long as you have one on the field, it doesn't matter how many you have in the deck.
And to be fair, I think people kind of didn't expect this, as we were saying. Like, if you prepare for Sky Striker as you did in the past months, you're gonna see cards like Cosmic Cyclone, Twin Twister, Ghost Ogre in the main deck, and you can see that those would have been just a game changer here. But since people expected Sky Striker not to be there,
Yeah.
they are not using them, and then the one copy is just as good.
Also, Ghost Ogre isn't that strong versus Sky Striker anymore, because apart
Absolutely.
from multi-roll, you don't have any targets. So if you draw 2, the second one might be a really bad copy in your hand.
One of the best draws here from Joshua, though, being the another return, so he can fish for more cards, but
Yeah.
he picks up Phantasme and Symbol, not the greatest.
So you probably have to react on that Armageddon Knight there. You have your Widow Anchor.
I mean, you don't have to react. You can just wait until he goes for a Phoenix, and then you can... I mean, there can only be one after a machine monster is summoned. Okay, so he can just take it if he wants to. He can
Okay.
also just set the anchor back in the end phase with the multi-roll.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's interesting here, because now he has our Porter again and the Symbol, but
Yeah, and
he
he
needs
maybe-
access to another monster, because he doesn't have it at the moment, right?
He maybe doesn't even want to go for there can only be one, because that would stop him from going for...
Pascal takes the first...
Hello and welcome. We are back in round 6 of YCS Utrecht. We are 2/3 of the way there for day 1, and we got another amazing feature match for you guys to watch at home. So first things first, let's bring out our red player, Daniel Schwartz from Germany. How's it going, Daniel?
Pretty good so far.
Yeah. I mean, you got a pretty good score so far.
Yeah, 5-0 is good.
Yeah. Can't get much better than that, right?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit, what were your expectations going into this tournament? Do you think it was, were you expecting to be doing this well?
No, I was not expecting. Yesterday, I played a 3v3. I lost 2 rounds, and so I thought it would be terrible today, but it was going very well.
Okay, good. Right, please take a seat. And our other player is Herman Hansen from Sweden. Herman, how's it going?
Yeah, it's doing fine, of course. I'm 5-0, and the deck has been performing as expected.
So, I mean, same question. What were your expectations? You said it's performing as expected. Were you expecting to be EXO at this point?
Well, I don't want to be cocky, but yeah, kinda. It's a special deck, and I built the deck myself, and many of my friends are also playing it. So,
Is there a lot of guys here from Sweden? I know there's communities there.
yeah, we're like 10 or so people from Sweden this time.
Where are you from the north of Sweden?
Middle Sweden. So, but Sweden's a big country, so none of the people here, besides one of them, Per, who is in the crowd, of course, is from the city or like the place I live in, more or less.
Cool. All right, please take a seat. Have you decided who's going first? No? Oh, okay. How exciting. We get to see a dice roll. Have a go. Ooh, that's... I wonder if you roll the continuous symbol, do you get an infinite amount of roll? Who knows? So who's going to go first? You're going to go first. Okay, we know who's going first. We know who our players are. Now just to the commentators. Take it away, guys.
Welcome to round 6 of YCS Utrecht 2020. I'm Marcello Barberi and I'm here with
Alberto Marazzi. Hi guys, there.
So, nice to be here. So, we are gonna have a pretty exciting match. Of course, Herman, familiar face. He had the breakout performance at this year European Championship in Utrecht, by the way.
Yeah.
And he was playing the Thunder Dragon combo deck, a very peculiar one. So he made it to the World Championship this year, and he has been doing pretty well. So he might be one of the players that is trying to get the top 16 and compete for the World Championship once more.
And on the other side, surprising fact is that he's playing against Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, so we said that this is the first YCS of the year, so a lot has changed. And the first huge change was the new Forbidden Limited list, which among a lot of other things, so Thunder Dragon Colossus getting banned. Somehow Daniel is undefeated with Thunder Dragon today, so he doesn't think Colossus is super important.
Needed,
And yeah, a round of applause from the crowd, because it is deserved. I mean, it's always nice to see someone just thinking outside of the box and figure it out their own. And it seems like his strategy relies around artifact cards. He uses the only Thunder Dragon fusion left, which by the way, is not true, because we were looking through the extra deck and we read a card called Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. Not gonna lie, I googled it. And it's not a new card, it's actually the first ever Thunder Dragon fusion release, which is just a 2800 vanilla monster, which you make with double Thunder Dragon.
We thought it was a new card from
yeah,
the
I mean,
new set.
It's working out for him, but Herman for sure not gonna make things easy, and the die roll didn't matter because Herman is playing a going second strategy, a spiral deck with a lot of going second cards, evenly matched, Gamma, Mystic Mind, so it's gonna be an interesting one. I really wanna see who is gonna advance and move on with a 6-0 record. Let's go to the table. Okay, so unfortunately we see the double Thunder Dragon being drawn there, but at least there is double Gamma on Herman's side.
Yeah, I mean, he has a decent hand.
Makes things even.
Okay, so a card that we haven't seen so far this weekend, which is Dimension Shifter.
Yeah, absolutely a strong card here.
Yeah, for those of you who are not familiar with this card, you can discard this card and to the graveyard, of course, until the end of the next turn. Any card sent to the graveyard is banished.
Yeah, it's essentially a Macrocosmos, and especially against all these popular Shadow decks, it's extremely powerful. And what's even better is that it makes your cards just really good with Thunder Dragons, because they rely even if they're banished. So if you pick up here, for example, a Batteryman Solar, you can really get advantage through it.
Yeah, and it's a really good card going second in this format. But I think that Daniel, I mean, going first could have been like a really good hand, but it seems he doesn't have that much going on at the moment.
Yeah.
It depends on this desire. Let's see what he draws.
He really needs to pick some things up. The instant fusion is decent. It allows him to potentially go into the Titan, but it doesn't seem like he has anything else. So he didn't pick up his artifact cards. But I guess the Shifter is good enough against most matchups, to be honest. And the fact that he won the die roll means that Herman didn't reveal that he wants to go second, naturally.
So his strategy still can continue in the second game, so let's see. But as we were saying yesterday, it's fun to see how this deck continues to play in the tournament, although Colossus is not here anymore, right?
Pretty fun thing, by the way, is that during the World Championship this last summer, Colossus, due to the combined Forbidden List, was limited.
Yeah.
And Herman was playing the Thunder Dragon deck, so he's definitely familiar with having less copies of the card. Ooh, but the driver is picked up. Really bad draw with the 2 gammas in hand. Tough one, really.
Yeah, maybe after this match, Herman could go play Thunder Dragon again. Why not?
Yeah. By the way, you didn't get my tough one.
No, I didn't get it as always, right?
Yeah. So, another super great top deck here, and it seems like Herman just passed.
Yeah, just passed. Yeah.
So, can we actually see some advantage capitalizing from his opponent? The cross ship is for sure a really good addition to the deck, and we're gonna see it here.
Here it is.
I say it's one of the probably the most impactful cards of the last set. So
yeah, I think this was one of the best cards of the format in this week, and also like, I mean, Shadow, every single Shadow player is playing it like in multiple copies, for example.
Even the just regular invoked decks, and with Eastern Fusion especially, there are a lot of very cool combos, because if you go first, you can set up a big field, but if you're going second, you can go 1000 dice and bring it back and just have a lot of advantage. But Gamma finally comes down, it's gonna destroy the cross ship, revealing the other one in his hand. But
yeah, we talked a lot about Eastern Fusion. Like, you're a fan. Like yesterday we were talking about which deck we could have played if we were in the tournament, and you were telling me Eastern Fusion was one of these cards that you wanted to play. I mean, I think it's a good card anyway, because you have a lot of options. So
the drone is picked up, not exactly what he was looking for, but he still has a few options, and with the big red in hand, he can try and play this out actually.
Yeah, I think he can deal with the Titan.
Yeah, at the same time, Titan right now doesn't do anything, because we know that there is no interruption from Daniel, but Herman doesn't know, so he's probably gonna try and play around that if possible.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play around in anyway, I mean, although he doesn't know that Daniel hasn't any response at all.
Yeah. But I think the search from the big red was probably due to that. Here, in a lot of situations, you will probably see the Titan being used on the big red, so he got a second copy for next turn in case that happened. But now the last resort might come. He is not using the wire, which makes a lot of sense since he's going second regardless, but
it's really cool how to see Spiral change the lock during the last years. We remember Jessica won YCS London like 3 years ago, and now he has completely different strategy.
Yeah.
But it's cool to see how it interacts with Link monsters.
Exactly, but it's always been a deck that is really good at going first or second.
Yeah.
So, but no, Herman just doesn't feel like he can do anything else.
It could be risky, but okay. Daniel picked up a Dimension Shifter.
Not gonna do anything, unfortunately, because just as a reminder, it's only good when you have no monsters in your graveyard. So after a while, it doesn't get any value. Did he not use the Titan here?
I think he didn't.
Wow.
Why not?
It seems like he completely forgot to use the Titan to destroy something. But now he can banish the fusion, get potentially the Hawk from the deck. The destruction might have mattered, to be honest.
I mean, I would have used it anyway. Maybe his first future match, and maybe he's under pressure. Who knows? So.
Here the thing is, do you just get something? Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I think you have to take.
It's just better not to. Like if you had multiple copies of Colossus, as in the past, you do that. But here you just want to search for a card that can trigger your Titan during your opponent's turn. So he's probably just gonna make another Titan. He could have potentially cleared the old board here.
Yeah.
Because if you use the Thunder Dragon, you just keep on discarding those to destroy Herman Field and push potentially enough to win the game. So that's why I'm a little confused here. Because I think if you destroy the Linkuribo first, then you have the Hawk in hand and you can fusion some. You just need
you just need to make some calculation here, but
yeah,
I mean, I can't blame his decision anyway, because like, okay.
So he normal summon Thunder Dragon here.
Which, okay, so let's see what he wants to do. This was unexpected. Yeah, this was completely unexpected. Let's see what, I mean, he's going for another Titan for sure here.
Yeah. He's gonna go for Titan, but I don't... Like, I'm checking what he has banished, and he can also just... doesn't have the free to summon Titan, which is why he went for this play.
No, because like as you were saying before, he could have done another Titan having the other one anyway on the field, right?
Yeah, but this doesn't do anything because the big red protects it.
Exactly.
So this is actually not that great.
Yeah, I mean, looks like Daniel forgot about the second big red effect.
Yeah. And he's just gonna now use the Titan to destroy the quick fix possibly. And Kuribo is chained. Chain blocking the Titan, because as some people might have forgotten, they work just like the Paleozoic card.
Yeah.
Titan needs to be directly chained to the Thunder Dragon to resolve.
Yeah, otherwise you cannot activate it.
So yeah, it seems like Daniel is getting a little, frustrated by his emotions, I guess, playing on stream, especially of such a big event.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's his first time, and he could have done something better here, but let's see if Herman can go through it.
So now the tough misses, but he allows him to go for quick fix and finally go for some plays. Where is he gonna wait here? Probably for the Helix. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he has to go for Helix for sure. He knows that Daniel has the Dragon Dark in his hand.
Yeah. At the same time here, I think Herman also made a little bit of a misplay, because the Helix wouldn't be able to summon right there, so he would be forced to add. While if he plays the Link Kuribo in another zone, he didn't need to do anything special there. But he is gonna get stopped here, but he has the second big red, which is gonna be such a good card here. Unfortunately, it is gonna be a guess, because the deck was shuffled, so can he get it right? Ooh, it's another miss. And this is huge for Herman. If that went through, he probably could have just
cost him the game.
Yeah,
this will cost Herman the game, actually.
Missing twice, it's absolutely not what you want to be doing, and now he's gonna just try and improvise a way out of this.
Yeah, it was really unlucky, pretty unfortunate for him here. Really needs to find a solution to deal with the Titan, and it's not looking that good for Herman. It activates the Unicorn, and then it comes the
but he
Sleeper.
outdrew the Sleeper, which is actually a really good draw. He allows him to still pray through this. With the last resort being searched, it's actually putting Daniel in a very, very close spot. So,
and he was able to deal with Daniel's board. Yeah, unfortunately, Daniel could have done something different, but Herman was able to come back.
And now Herman is all in. Can he pick up something? The fusion is definitely a good way to start, actually.
It's a really good one.
Really good pickup, probably the best pickup he had here. This is still a very close game, what we want to see. Because as we remember, Titan cannot be destroyed. So, wow, what a pickup.
Here comes the Titan. So, like, here Daniel has a chance to come back in this game, and it looked like it was over, but then it's not.
But now this can change a lot of things. He can just protect the Titan by banishing from the graveyard. And if he gets to use, he's gonna force Herman to just destroy his own board.
Yeah.
And wow.
And now things are really going super for Daniel.
Yeah, this is gonna be awkward, because then he still has the fusion for last turn, which he can use to search a response. So maybe Daniel proving us all wrong in underestimating his deck and showing us why he's undefeated in this competition right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would never expected this deck working so good without the Colossus, honestly.
And to be honest, he didn't even draw any of his artifact cards. Like,
yeah, I mean, he's just playing with Thunder Dragon cards.
Yeah.
Because like his strategy, as we were saying before, is like he's relying on Sanctum and Sight, but he didn't draw any.
Yeah, it doesn't seem too obvious, because like against Winda, which is super popular, it doesn't seem like you can get to the Titan like to play around.
Yeah,
with,
exactly.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, of course, he wants to win the die roll for sure with this deck.
Yeah. So now he just attacks over it. Sleeper is gonna trigger, destroying the Unicorn and getting the Super Agent or the Helix from the graveyard.
Or the Helix, yeah.
Which could have been, but it was banished, so it couldn't have got that. So the agent comes back. Unfortunately, I believe the quick fix was banished, which means he doesn't have the available for him.
Yeah, Herman really needs to pick at something out of his deck, and
yeah, and well played here by Daniel, realizing he just needs to destroy it. Because right now Herman is left with just the drone in graveyard,
exactly.
Which means he can get back the tough. What does he pick up? It's a spell.
Foolish Goods, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, but we know that he still has the interruption, so not a bad pickup to just try and play. But I think if his opponent still is able to use the Matrix or just the Dark, he's gonna completely shut down Herman.
Yeah,
and
because
I think,
he has two moves.
This is looking like Daniel will be able to win. And Herman just passed, and Sanctum is picked up. Wow. He didn't even need it, but it's gonna close the deal if there was anything. And here you can see every turn he has been using the fusion from graveyard. Just a lot of recycling, and if he picks up the roar, he can just keep on recycling the fusion once more.
Yeah, he has been taking advantage out of his deck every single turn, and now, of course, the Sanctum helps him, but he's really sitting in a good spot.
Yeah, essentially playing it as a grind game.
Yeah.
So, gonna go into another cross chip potentially.
Yeah. Okay,
no,
Masquerena.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think Herman.
Yeah,
has
I mean,
any
he has
option
just
left.
the drone and the. But
I mean, to be honest, though, I am just now thinking of an option. What if Herman doesn't die here and he picks up the Mystic Mine? Maybe that's a way to cheese this game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's the only way you can with this one.
So I think he's gonna try and do that.
He will either pick an extravagance and then pray.
Yeah, at the same time, to be honest, the Mystic Mine wouldn't do much against the Titan, because then you can just chain any Thunder Dragon, chain the Titan, destroy it, and it's one of those few decks that have inherent outs to the Mystic Mine. So
it doesn't seem he doesn't have that much to say.
I don't see a way out of this.
He also has the Sanctum.
And here the funny thing is, if he used the trap, then Sanctum would have destroyed the agent.
Yeah.
So
he picks a reinforcement of the army, which is good, okay, but
not as good
really
as he needs. Yeah. He's just gonna try his best. Like, he knows that he has the tough he can pick up back and one special summon. So can he miss for the third time in a row? Let's see.
He has to call monsters.
Wow, again.
Third one.
Wow, 3 in a row. He always misses. The luck is not on Herman's side, and he has seen enough. Daniel wins game 1.
And Daniel, guys, is one win away for a 6-0 record, which is really impressive.
Yeah, so unbelievable first game. Thunder Dragon, I mean, out of nowhere, he just completely dominated the game. There were a few close spots, but after a while, I feel like Daniel was just pretty confident.
Yeah,
with
I mean, exactly. We thought that Daniel could have lost this game because, like, he didn't have that much going on.
Yeah.
But then he was able to activate every single turn his fusion in the graveyard, and Thunder Dragon is still rocking.
Like, absolutely. As I said, Dimension Shifter definitely changed it because he's slowing down, but I gotta feel sorry for Herman. Not only did he miss 3 times out of 3, but he also opened double Gamma and Driver, which is just so unlikely.
Pretty unfortunate for him.
But now we're gonna go to the side decks, and the interesting thing is that Daniel doesn't know that Herman wanted to go second.
Yeah, exactly.
So now it's interesting because Herman has a lot of good cards against this deck. Dark Lure no more on top of them all. It shuts down the Titan.
Which has been, I think, the best card against Thunder Dragon so far in the last months since Colossal was banned in the Forbidden Limited list.
And also he has the other artifact card, which is the Lancia, which I don't think was that popular this weekend.
No, I mean, it's a card that we haven't seen so far this weekend, but it's kind of understandable because if Herman is playing against someone who let him go first, he just wants to prevent an evenly matched.
Absolutely, and in this case it will work even better because most of the openers from his opponent involve banishing, so when Colossus was a thing, it was completely different, but now if you Lancia, you're pretty much guaranteed that Titan is not going to come down. They need a fusion with 3 targets, which is quite unlikely. Daniel, on his other hand, probably expect the Spiral, because along with Shadow, they are the most represented deck this weekend. And you can tell by his side decks. He has Drone Lock, amazing Anthrop against the deck, probably the best alongside Diddy Crow. And he has his own copies of Mystic Mine.
Well, do you think he will side in?
I think so. It's something that we've seen this weekend, like combo decks game 1, then game 2, they just side Mystic Mine because they all sided out their cards, and you see it with Alpine in our match. That was like crazy. But anyway, they have drawn their end, so let's go to the match for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen how Mystic Mine is powerful in this format, because if you don't have any out in your deck, you're actually out of the game.
An incredible strong hand from Daniel. He has Drone Lock, the Shifter here, and the Batteryman Solar. The Gamma is there from Herman, unfortunately. Is he gonna use it here? He is.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
So he's gonna shut him down. If he didn't use it here, he would have been in trouble, so... Very good understanding of his opponent deck. And the rest of his hand, unfortunately, is completely useless, though, from Herman. He has a 1-for-1, so he can pick up any monster to make it really good. But if he doesn't pick up a monster, he doesn't have anything right now.
Let's see what he picks up.
Can he get a monster? It's Gamma, okay, that's fine. So 1-for-1 comes down.
That's what he needed. So at least he can do something here. He has, of course, Daniel has a Drone Lock.
Yeah, 1-for-1 is just probably one of the most powerful cards in the deck. And he does pick up the monster. So Drone Lock comes down, but it doesn't stop the drone and the Helix from resolving.
Things
are you... Like, I'm just confused to why he didn't use the Shifter at the beginning. Like, you could have chained it to the Gamma, right?
Yeah, I mean, he could have activated the Shifter, preventing Herman to play again. And, I mean, now he can just look.
Yeah, I think that was quite unfortunate. He had to chain the Shifter to the Gamma. That way, he would have prevented all of this from happening.
Also because he doesn't have any play at all. So, of course, Droll was activated, but he really needs to pick up something out of his deck. Otherwise, he can play any single card.
Yeah, and here we do have one of the side deck cards from Herman, which is the Utility Wire. I think he has more than enough to just close this one out unless something crazy is picked up. It is the Hawk, and this seems like it's gonna be game over, so Herman just needs to find enough damage, and it's super easy to do. So I'm really interested in what would have happened if the Shifter was there, though.
Yeah, I mean, he should have activated it, because otherwise, I mean, he could have survived another turn, in my opinion, but for sure, he won his scoop.
Daniel has seen enough, so it's gonna be a quick game 2, and the score is even 1-1. And now everything is back to where we started. So it seems like now Daniel has a little bit of an advantage, because Gamma was drawn every single time from Herman right now, and it's the only way he has in his deck to stop the side, the artifact cards. But if that is not drawn, then the artifacts just completely seal the deal, I think.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think Daniel has to go first anyway. What do you think? I mean, he's playing the Sanctum.
Yeah. Especially because, I mean, now your opponent lets you know that he's going second to deck.
Exactly.
Which is, I guess, reasonable. I'm still wondering about the Mystic Mines. I think like those are really important, but it's definitely close. I feel like you want to go first with the artifacts.
Yeah, I mean, I will side in anyway the Mystic Mine, because like I don't see any reasons not to side them in. Of course, Herman
if you go first, though, it's probably not something you can do, but...
Yeah, but maybe like by the moment that Herman is going second, do you think that Daniel has any chance to think that is siding in any out against the Mystic Mine?
No, it's very close. Like, what I'm skeptic about is that you gotta think that your opponent is playing Mystic Mine. Like, the going second Spiral strategy was not really seen before, but I saw a lot of chatting about it on Friday of this event, and everyone was just saying, yeah, they play Mystic Mine, they play evenly, they play Lightning Storm, so you should have pretty much an idea what their deck look like. And if that's the case, you should have a few outs to the mine.
Because as you were saying before, Herman is main deck in 3-copy Lightning Storm. But by the moment he's playing against Standard Dragon,
they are
maybe
pretty much useless.
Exactly. So I don't know.
I mean, it will be close. Anyway, we're gonna have interesting deck moving on, undefeated. So Who is gonna take this match? One more game, one more, and Tron, let's go to the table. And for the last time, once more, Gamma is picked up by Herman.
He has also the Lancia.
And the Mystic Mine. So maybe if Daniel was that brave to not side any outs, we could have a game similar to what we have seen with Alpine.
This is going to be interesting because Herman has a good hand and he has the Mystic Mine, but besides the Mystic Mine doesn't have anything. But let's see, because of course Daniel has a few moves going on here. Herman on his hand just has the Lancia, the driver and everything.
So yeah, it's interesting. Is he gonna just play it slowly or? What did you catch? What the set card was? The fusion, right?
He has a spell card for sure.
What do you
he
think?
had 3 spell cards.
Yeah, no, it's another fusion. What do you think he said it? Okay, and Gamma once more is gonna negate this solar. The rest of his hand is definitely not what you wanna see. Like you can go for instant fusion and then end on the Titan, but that means you don't have any way of interacting with your opponent.
But I'm still wondering why he decided to set the fusion.
I don't know. He just ended it here.
And another Mystic Mine.
Can Herman pick up something? He picks up another, and both of these guys are not really doing much, so just gonna pass, and Sarcophagus is picked up. Really good card here. Lancia is gonna be chained to it. Yep.
There it is.
It's gonna be one of those top decking Yu-Gi-Oh games that are pretty exciting to watch, I guess. Another useless cards from Herman, though.
This is gonna be interesting. Let's see if he can pick something. Nothing. Draw.
Yeah, this is just. But why do you think he should consider just going Titan? Like,
yeah, I mean, he should consider it because like Herman doesn't have anything. Okay, this
he's not. He's just going to go back to him. Gamma again.
Gamma.
Another card. Pass. Draw. Pass.
Shifter.
Wow, what a game! It doesn't seem like we can commentate on a just
not
normal
much going
game.
on. They're actually trying to pick up something out of their deck, but
no one is drawing another master plan. Wow!
Guys.
But here, actually, that's not that bad because you can discard it to the graveyard. So another draw. What is this game even about? Like, I've never seen this. They have been passing for like six turns.
Yeah, something like that.
Wow!
And also, the Mystic Mine is completely useless in Herman's end. So.
Who said Yu-Gi-Oh was a one-turn game? Yeah. Another Gamma. What is going on? Like, wow. And the Hawk.
The Hawk. Okay.
Again, not that useful.
Looks like Daniel is laughing.
Yeah, they're both laughing at it because it's just honestly unbelievable. 8 turns of just drawing and passing is not what you usually see. And the top, finally a playable cards from Herman. Is he gonna pull the trigger? Let's see.
I think now he's going to push for some damage here. Of course, he doesn't know that Daniel has the Drone Lock in his hand. But anyway, he'll deal some damage, take advantage.
Yeah, he could potentially try and just go for the OTK. So this draw is gonna, unfortunately, really stop in there because the master plan is not gonna be able to add. Let's see if he can still find enough damage. So the tough comes down.
He's trying to pick. Okay.
Finally. So kudos to Herman for sticking on monsters. The 4th time he finally got to destroy it. But this means that he's able to resolve a double Helix if he feels like it. The rest of his hand means that he might just go for the sleeper.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to deal some damage here. I mean,
but the problem is he cannot add due to draw, so he's forced to special summon, and that could be a drone, it could be a quick fix.
Let's see what he decides to special summon. Yeah, I mean...
I don't think he has quite enough, though, does he?
No, he doesn't.
So I don't really like his position now, because...
He decides to stack a card in Daniel's hand.
Okay, the shifter is going to be put there, which is completely useless now that there are cards in the graveyard. But he's risking it here, to be honest.
Yeah, because his hand is not that consistent. He doesn't have nothing here.
Yeah,
except for
it seems
his
like
board.
he's just pushing some damage and setting the other rescue, and that's it. So really big chance here from Daniel to capitalize. He's gonna be able to banish the fusion from Grave, possibly getting a Matrix or any card to get things going on. Even the Solar with the Okin hand, and it's looking good for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think Daniel can come back in this game. Also because he has another copy of Jolly Lock in his hand for the turn after.
I think here, like, Daniel has plenty of damage. He can potentially push for game even. Because if he's playing 1000 dice, for example, he can do the cross-ship 1000 dice combo where he steals 2, makes Bottlers Word, and then just OTK there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can deal enough damage here.
I
Let's
think
see if
unless he is scared of the back row and decides to destroy it, so maybe that gives Herman another play.
another chance, yeah.
I think we could see Thunder Dragon going undefeated, so let's just take a look.
Maybe he's going for the Phoenix here. What you think?
Oh, the Phoenix might be the way he doesn't win here, though. He's playing around the back row, but this Phoenix might cost him the game. Let's see.
Yeah, it's going to activate the Phoenix to pop the back row.
Yeah. Not gonna be happy to see that. It might be actually what gives Herman another turn. And he picks up another instant fusion, not very useful.
Yeah, doesn't change that much.
Still a lot of damage. So I believe he might still be able to OTK through the trap, but
yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be easy, but for sure he can deal a lot of damage in this part.
yeah, I mean, he's playing 1000 Eyes.
Yeah,
I believe,
for
right?
sure. Yeah,
so yeah,
I think
he's
so.
playing it.
Yeah.
So he's just been playing like super conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, now you go
I
for
guess
the
maybe he's trying to play around Nibiru, but I don't think he really has the means for that.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
He can get the Dragon Duo, which he already has, so he has all the tools right now. If he gets the Matrix, for example, he's gonna be able to destroy whatever his opponent brings back.
Yeah.
The only effect which is super relevant is the other effect of Spiral Drone, which is actually quite obscure. I'm gonna bring it up for you guys on screen. So you usually never see this, but it has another effect. So if you tribute it, then it buffs your Spiral by 500 for each of your opponent cards. So it can get a huge helix, so hopefully Daniel is gonna take that into consideration.
Yeah, because otherwise it could cost him. It could cost him the game.
Yeah, I really hope he doesn't lose this way. It would be very unfortunate, but yeah, with the 1000 dice being summoned here, that's not gonna happen. Is he going for 1000 dice?
I think
yes.
he has to. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So Crush Ship can trigger here if he wants. Getting back any of his Solar, for example. Pretty good. So
yeah, I mean, if he doesn't mess up here, I think it could be enough. But it's not gonna be easy.
I think like what I'm really worried here is that he's not using the 1000 eyes though.
Ooh.
He didn't use the 1000 eyes.
Did he forget? He forgot
He
it.
completely forgot about
he
it.
forgot it.
Wow. Okay, I'm not understanding here. Oh my god. This could be huge. Like he completely forgot to use the 1000 dice effect and
yeah, I could have taken the double helix.
let's hope it doesn't it doesn't actually does it for him. Because like if he added the fusion here, he could have got for Titan, but wow. The drone, it's such a huge
it could cost him the
change.
game if he doesn't remember it.
Yeah, he can like if he doesn't attack with Bottlers Word first, then the drone. Oh no, this is gonna be
Okay.
He can just use the drone. You can see he forgot about the drone completely. Now he can use the drone, make the Spiral really big and actually bigger than the Duo. Wow.
Yeah, I completely forgot about his second effect. Indeed, he's reading the card.
Yeah.
As you were saying before, it could cost Daniel the game.
This is a very unfortunate situation because what? Yeah,
Okay,
with
use
Sword,
Sword, yeah.
Use Sword, which now is gonna be able to attack twice, but I feel like this was so easy, like he had so many ways with these fusions to just find enough, and they're just doing some calculations here on how much damage this is.
Yeah, this was pretty unfortunate because otherwise Daniel could have, I don't want to say he could have won this turn, but maybe he could have pushed a lot of damage.
I think he has game every time if he plays this. Like with the fusion, with the Titan, having a card in hand to destroy whatever he brings back. Or, of course, if he doesn't go for the Phoenix.
No, I think you're right. I think it could have been enough. Because without the Helix,
here,
he had drawn only
you have to imagine that the 1000 dice was also there, so the Helix wouldn't be on the field right now.
Yeah, I think it was enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So, very unfortunate. And I'm scared for him because we see Mystic Mine from Herman. So if he doesn't find enough damage here, Mystic Mine is gonna hurt like crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna completely change this game.
So an attack goes through and this is gonna be 3000 damage. And when he's gonna attack with the biggest one, Herman, which is of course the Boris Ward, Herman is just gonna use his rescue, so.
Yeah, unfortunately Daniel completely forgot about the drone.
Well,
didn't he attack?
He passed. I'm not sure here again. Did he just pass?
I think he attacked over the Helix and he didn't attack once again, or what?
I'm not, like, I'm really confused right now. But okay, I'm gonna try my best to stay in this. So I'm not sure why he didn't continue with his attacks. He switched the duo to attack twice, but just didn't attack afterwards. Drone Lock comes down, but Mystic Mine here,
Mystic Mine is here.
It's just enough. The Titan was not there anymore, and the Mine just completely changed it. At the same time, he doesn't have any interaction, so maybe he doesn't even need to go for that.
Yeah, looks like Herman wants to play also because he has the rescue in his graveyard.
So the tough plus agent in the end, seems like there is no way Herman doesn't have this. I'm really confused to some of the things that happened this game, but it seems like Herman found his option. So the Drone Lock, let's not forget about it, but
here comes the third copy of Helix.
With the trap in his graveyard, it's probably more than enough, right?
It's going to hurt a lot here. And I think Herman has game.
Probably. I mean, the only thing that might be weird is the Drone Lock.
Yeah.
But maybe he doesn't, so I'm not sure.
Let's see.
I'm not sure anymore, because like last turn, I saw at least the 4 different ways of going for game, but it still didn't happen, so I'm not gonna try and guess if there is enough damage here, so.
He's not considering his moves. On the other hand, Daniel, he could have, I mean, he had enough damage, but that was pretty unfortunate that he completely forgot about the drone's effect in that spot.
Yeah, Herman trying, just like us, to figure out if there is enough damage here. And if there isn't, he just wasted an opportunity to win the game with Mystic Mine.
Yeah, he really needs to be careful. Because if he doesn't win this in this turn, it could cost him like this game. I think he can deal enough damage. Let's see if he can.
So the tough came back through the trap.
The rescue, from the graveyard.
So let's check it out. And the last resort comes down. This seems super underwhelming, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was not expecting this.
It's like, now sure you can crash and destroy the Phoenix, but like this is super weak. And now he's once more exposed to his opponent. I'm really not getting where these guys are like trying to do. I guess maybe the time is also a consideration because there are around 6 minutes left. So maybe they are just getting into panic mode. By the way, our rest of the matches are all done, so we can see a huge crowd gathering around to watch this match.
Everybody's watching
and
this match.
It's not easy to just stay focused like that. And here there is Instant Fusion, there is the Hawk, even the Roar is picked up. I think once more Daniel has a chance to just take this game. Does he see it though?
I mean, he has to deal 5,000 damage. It's not that impossible here.
No, it seems like it's quite doable, to be honest.
He also has the fusion in his graveyard, right?
Yeah, he can get the fusion back with the Roar, and he can just start using the Titan. So I'm really thinking how he doesn't take it here. Is he playing just one cross ship? I think so. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, only one copy.
So the second copy would have been like really good here, but he's starting things off with Titan.
Pretty weird that Herman didn't want to activate the mine here. Okay, so he decides to go for Titan.
So now he banishes the other copy of Fusion, probably gonna get the duo from this perspective. No, he does get the Thunder Dragon. He's gonna destroy the entire field from Herman, and with the Hawk in his hand, it seems like this will be enough. Can he finally see the line where he has just enough to push for game? It seems super easy from this point on.
He's now
what
looking
a
up
back
at the
and
life
forth
points.
match. So hopefully he does know how many life points there are. So Hawk is gonna be used. He's gonna destroy the top. The trap is not there anymore. And it seems like this is game. If there is the Roar, yeah,
it is enough, guys.
This is more than enough.
Just taking his time.
Just attack, and it's all over. Do it.
And
he does it. So he takes it.
And that's it, guys. Thunder Dragon 6 and 0.
What a match. Let's go back to us real quick for a recap. Wow. So, wow, what happened? I don't know, this game is... Just all of the games were crazy, honestly.
Yeah.
You can see two of really good players playing their own version of the deck, something we have not seen yet. A going second Spiral, really full of techs, and his opponent on Thunder Dragon, like who would have thought? 6-0, like undefeated Thunder Dragon player without Colossus.
Yeah. You better be scared of this deck, guys, if you're playing against this guy.
Absolutely. To be honest, it seems like he could have won like super easily even before, but just like flexed on his opponent, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, like he only played with only Thunder Dragon cards without relying on Sanctum. And I mean, he had, of course, Journey Lock in this third game. Yeah. But like Thunder Dragon showed that he's really strong.
Yeah, he was really prepared, and quite unfortunate from Herman because he couldn't capitalize. But if game 1 and 2 were interesting, we got to see some of these combos.
Yeah.
Game 3 was so unbelievable.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
we had 8 to 9 turns where they just draw pass, kept on drawing useless cards.
Yeah.
And finally, they both didn't see enough damage to OTK their opponent, so it was just an unbelievable series.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these games in which you really don't know who's gonna win.
Yeah.
So you really want, or maybe he's gonna win, but the turn after, like, it's really back and forth
what's
game.
Gonna happen. Anyway, like, we still have so much action for you guys. There are gonna be 9 rounds today. And tomorrow we are gonna go up to 12 with top 64. Yeah. But right now, the spotlight is on Daniel and his Thunder Dragon deck. He's with Yuke for an interview. Let's go back to them.
Thank you very much, Machola. Yes, I'm here with Daniel. How are you feeling about Thunder Dragon Colossus right now?
I mean, I'm sad he's gone, but like the deck can function without him. It's just...
I think that was pretty clear.
Yeah, I mean, since Engage is banned, like, the main target for the card is like gone. It would be very nice against Spiral like turn 1, but like Titan is a very good card. Like a lot of decks have problem with it, and like if you mix it up with like auto win cards like Shifter and Sanctum, I think that it's really good.
I mean, I think Dimension Shifter was a pretty big MVP in that game. You know, you saw it a few times, and all the time it made a lot of impact.
Yeah, I mean, game 2 I forgot that Gamma destroys my Solar, so I had a card engrave. Like, it's just the stuff that happens, like if you're in the featured match and really nervous, but yeah, the card is really good. It's basically for Spiral, they just pass. And if you open good, you can just kill them. So.
Yeah, all you people at home who are saying, oh, we could have done this, could have done that, very, very intense in the feature match, right?
It's very hard. Like, I wasn't expecting to be that hard. I did like, I believe 5 to 10 misplays and ended up winning because I got really lucky, but I mean, that's Yu-Gi-Oh.
Just describe to the viewers at home, like the crowd as the round goes on. Did you notice that it fills up and gets more and more people watching?
Not at all, no.
No, you were just so focused?
I was trying not to mess up again, so I didn't even watch that direction. So, I mean, I know there are some people that I know standing there and probably judging me over my misplays, but...
Well, you managed to make it in the feature match and have that victory, whereas, you know, they were just stood in the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty lucky with being 6-0, but yeah, it's very nice.
With Thunder Dragons, it's pretty good, you know. This I'm sure that if you told your friends coming into this, oh, I'm going to be 6-0 on the first day, you know, what would they think?
No, like all of my friends probably thought they'd scrub out by now, but I think some of them are still being X1 or to draw, so it's going well for them. Going well for them too.
Not as well as you, though.
Well, yeah, but.
Say again?
I think they're doing very good. So.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. What a pleasure to see Thunder Dragon still being able to compete really well in the meta. So best of luck for the rest of the rounds. That's going to be it for us for round 6. We'll see you in round 7.
Welcome back to another round of Pictionary at YCS Utrecht 2020. And today we have some other people across the ponds. 2 Americans, isn't that crazy? Making the trip all the way here to the Netherlands. Let's get their names.
Carter Wicks. Azad Dehim.
Isn't it crazy how so many people from across the world are still traveling to YCSs? So let's get started. So let's explain the rules. So Azad is going to be drawing and you'll be guessing. So we're going to have 4 minutes. Once you've drawn a nice, lovely picture, you either guess or say skip. And you've got 4 minutes to get as many as you can. So let's get started. Time starts now.
Oh, Carter, I'm so sorry.
So it doesn't look like he's very confident.
Yeah, we definitely just don't know card artwork.
How do you think it's looking so far?
I have no idea. Is it Gamma Seal?
It is not Gamma Seal.
Is it Thunder Dragon type? Oh my god.
It looks like some sort of bird, do you think?
Skip.
Skip, we're skipping. So you didn't quite master that one.
Yeah, definitely not.
So what do you see so far?
A doorway, maybe?
A doorway, yeah. Okay. What's that look like to you? Someone
in jail?
Inside something, yeah. I think once he draws the rest of the picture, you'll see.
Is it Lava Golem?
It is, yes. Good job.
Oh my god, you're
Shh. This is crazy.
This is insane. I have no idea what...
So he's starting off with a little stick man, it seems. Some sort of cat lady.
Is it a... Oh, it's going to be a Lunalite monster. Which one is it going to be?
You think it's a Lunalite monster?
I think so.
Seems like it has some broad shoulders.
Is it Foolish Burial?
Yeah, it's some sort of like some big monster that has broad shoulders.
Big monster. Is it Pharaoh? What? Skip.
Okay. So this one's at least meta relevant, so you might be able to know what it is.
Okay, I really hope it is.
Well, so what do you think? I think that's a huge giveaway already.
Is it evenly matched?
You think that's evenly matched?
It's like the lanes almost.
Oh, I see, yeah. What do you think that's in his hand?
Oh, is it Dengirsu?
It is, spot on, yes. This next one.
The shield, that's how you know.
This is a bit less stressful for Azad, I think. You got 2 minutes.
Instant fusion.
Oh, I get where you're going. Let me finish the rest. What do you think?
Tornado Dragon.
Like, not a monster, but...
Oh, MST.
Perfect, yes. The next one is another blast from the past.
Instant fusion. Anti-spell fragrance.
I think you should stop guessing instant fusion.
Yeah. It's going to be that eventually. Or not.
It was one of the old staples back in the day.
Oh my God. UFO turtle?
That was an old staple back in the day.
Oh, bottomless trap hole.
Yeah, spot on, yeah. Perfect. UFO turtle? Old staple.
Okay. That card was alright.
This card's one of the most fun cards to resolve.
The most fun cards to... Is it Engage? I have more fun resolving that card than anything else.
That card is crazy. But this is
Serpent.
Almost. You're on the slippery lines.
The card that mills when you flip it. What's it called? Needleworm.
You reveal it.
You reveal it. Tsushinoko.
Yes, spot on. Next one. We're back to the awful ones to draw. Yes.
They all seem too...
Yeah, no, Tsushinoko is easy to draw, surely.
Maybe a little.
I think a lot of people have guessed Sinister Serpent, though. But this one, he started with what appears to be a tail.
Tail? Is it... I'm trying to think of the card. I feel like it's a dinosaur monster.
Oh, yeah, you're on the right lines, yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Think of a big boss dinosaur monster.
Ultimate Tyranno.
Yes. Perfect. This is one of Dia's favorite cards.
Is it Farfa?
It's not Farfa.
Darn. Is it Construct? I don't know what cards you like.
Come on, he's literally called Farfa.
Well, that was the first guess. Farfa. Beatrice?
No, you're on the right lines, though.
Dante Pilgrim.
No.
Dante.
Yeah.
How is that why you brought Dante?
This is another blast from the past. Is that 5 seconds? Quick. 5 seconds.
UFO Turtle, Instant Fusion, Construct, Blast from the Past. Dark Magician.
Stop drawing. I'm going to give you one last guess. A Blast from the Past staple trap just came back recently.
I have no idea.
It was Solemn Warning.
Oh.
OG. No, it came to free. It has just come back recently. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for that. You didn't quite break the world record, but it was a decent effort. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. We'll see you at the next round.
It's time to duel. It's time to duel. It's time to... Now is the time. Now is the time. Hey, while you were pondering the ozone, I'm trying to get to the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering. The time has come. Time to duel. Now get serious. Time to duel. Now is the time.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. I am Marcello Barberi and I'm here with Adrian Dursun. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How about you?
Same. Exciting for the weekend. You told me you just got here and now, and you have been studying a lot, so you didn't have as much time to test, but still excited for the weekend, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm mostly excited to see all my friends, to be in a lovely city like this. It's a great weekend, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm pretty sure you're a familiar face to most of our watchers. You're an incredible player from Germany. A lot of accomplishments. We have seen you do quite well throughout, and hopefully you will get the breakout performance. Maybe you can get that win in general, but we have talked to everyone, and of course everyone agrees that this is the first YCS of the year. A lot of changes, a new forbidden list, new cars. What do you think of it in general? Like, what is the biggest change you're excited about?
Oh, the biggest change I'm excited about, it's like all of the players have to start at the same point. With the new forbidden list which came out, everyone had to start at 0. Yeah. No player build deck is the same like the format before, and so everything can be done, everything is possible for this weekend. It's a great chance for everyone today.
Absolutely, and that's actually a really good point when there is maybe a deck that survives especially stronger than everyone else, then maybe you have an advantage if you have been playing it for more. And for you, you know that you have been playing a lot of Sky Striker in the past. So how did you adjust with the loss of Engage? Did you just switch completely? And what do you think just in general with the new set, with new showdown structure? Like, what do you think is the best deck, if there is a best deck right now?
Oh, there's a lot of things to consider at all, because you have to look at all if you're going to play like a small tournament with 7 rounds or a big tournament with 10, 11 rounds, even this weekend 12, maybe. No one knows. But I think on a long run, I think the best deck would be either a Shuttle Invoked variant or something like Geist, because Geist can compete over 11 rounds without bricking and stuff like that, because every deck which is powerful enough to beat Geist bricks sometimes. And this is a thing everyone has to decide on himself if he wants to focus on not bricking or having an impactful deck.
Yeah, and it's something that I've also talked about a lot, that there is a huge difference when you're competing like, for example, to top an event, while you're trying your hardest to win the event, especially when you're grinding, for example, for World Championship points, which we know it's something that you've done last year. Are you actually going for it again, or like what's your way on it?
Okay. At first, I told everyone, my friends, I won't do this again. But I started to play the season, and I only played the big regionals because they are nearby me. And I topped the most of them, and when the update came out, I saw I was at the 2nd place, so I was thinking about, okay, if I'm already this far, I don't have to stop right now. I should do this season again, and if it works out, it's good. If not, then not.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you're definitely deserving a spot from Team Europe, so I was definitely not happy to see you not make it last year, so I really hope that you can again. And as we were saying, this is also one of the highlights of the weekends. Pretty much this is the last YCS of the World Championship points for Europe, and then the national season is going to begin, which means it's a pretty big deal point-wise, and this year is going to be quite different from last year, though you don't need as many points maybe, because it's top 16, so it's definitely going to be an interesting one, and that's why probably I would say for you it's more important to top and just make some points, right?
It's important. It's really important for everyone who's competing in the World's Race to top. But I think I'm so far ahead to the 16th place. I'm like 170 points ahead. So I can risk it even if I don't top. I only have to be successful at the weekend for the nationals, because this is way more important. But I feel good. I will do my best. If it works out, it's an easy way to get into the playoffs. If not, the grind goes always on, right?
Absolutely, and regardless, we're gonna wish you good luck. Hopefully, we're gonna see you on stream as well on one future match. So, for anyone, just keep watching, because we will be back with more action here in YCS Utrecht.
And how this plays out here.
Both fans looking very good at the moment. We see Demise and Engage at the end from Pascal is absolutely incredible.
It's stacked, definitely. Who's going first here? That's the question.
Compulse, there can be only one Engage area card of Demise. This is what you want to see if you're in the finals of YCS and you see this hand. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Oh, you gotta be excited, and it will depend on the die roll. Let's see who is gonna go first. Because there is an Ash Blossom regardless in Joshua, but it is Pascal.
Oh, Pascal can start off here. It's so good for him. He can, look at him setting all these cards, and
Yeah.
Joshua already knows that this card of demise is coming, but
Ash
he has
Blossom
the Ash
comes
Blossom.
down.
He has the perfect response, so now Pascal has to make sure that he probably will want to get his engage off for an additional draw.
Oh, and
Let's
it's
see
the
how
new
he does.
artwork Ash Blossom, by the way.
It is from Duel Devastator. But the engage is also there, and Joshua is not maining any 8 for this matchup. No Twin Twister, nothing at all, so there can only be one is there, and Traps might win yet another YCS for us.
Compulsory evacuation device, and there can be only one. Those are so powerful, especially in the Orcus matchup.
That is 100% true, and he does not even bother to summon any more cards.
Ooh.
Obviously, Card of Demise was activated, so no special summoning of Sky Striker Shizuku in this turn. And now it's Joshua's turn. 5 cards left in his hand. He just picked up Infinite Impermanence, which is not really helping him too much. I mean, if his opponent tries to summon out the Kagari in his turn, he maybe can use it on that. But he would require to put cards onto his side of the field before, I would guess. So that's not really
happening
for him at all.
So orchestrated battle. We have seen this card being drawn a lot rather
Yes,
than,
it's
rather than
surprising,
setting it.
yeah.
The one-offs. Also, like Gizmek Orochi has been drawn so many times on our featured matches so far. So we have the Harp Horror. Instant Fusion is probably going to bait out the Sky Striker Ray effect.
Something...
not
that works as well.
Joshua playing it's kind of slow, but something important is that you see a face down spell from your opponent and he didn't use the effect. That's gotta be a tell that those back rows are really good. Otherwise, you can expect Area Zero to just try and destroy one of them. And those are, in fact, really good traps. So,
absolutely, that can only be one and compulse.
Does
Are
it
you just
compulse
going
this?
to compulse? Yeah, that's what I was about to ask, and you are indeed.
I mean, how is Joshua going to recover from this turn? How can you play with, like, the normal summon is so important for the deck right now, and now he can actually just tribute Ray to go into Shizuku for the end phase to get a free search and get this multi-roll into the game.
Oh yeah, and he passes.
He
so
passes.
The way is free for Pascal to actually use the effect of Ray here. That's what he's doing. He wants to get out Shizuku right there.
and he can't use Impermanence right here, because he used the Babel. Do you think that was a correct decision? Because if he would have kept the Babel and just attacked there with the ARP, then he could have passed holding the Impermanence and used it on the Shizuku, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
That might have been a play from Joshua, but here, Pascal definitely in the lead. Wally Willy Drew. Okay.
And another turn.
Wow.
Purple cards all over the place.
This card might even steal yet another turn, an entire another turn.
Yeah, the new Orcus deck is definitely really strong, but it struggles. The normal summon is way more important
Yeah, it is
than
super
ever.
fragile, especially when it comes to this weak point.
Yeah. It feels like when it gets going, it's even stronger than in the past, but it has to get going. And you saw Joshua in the semifinals also having struggled to get it going, because first duel he wasn't even summoning a monster in his first turn, and the other two turns, the other two duels, he was just not being able to do more than a normal summon at all.
And already with the Area Zero, there is a counter on the multi-roll. Or it is not necessarily a counter. It is rather a spell that he can set in the end phase, and he goes into a Hayate already.
And again, one more slight surprise, I gotta say here. He doesn't go for Area Zero at all. He just wants to set up to free spells with the Kagari, but he will be met by the Impermanence. So we still have a game on our ends.
And let's hope Pascal is not doing the same Impermanence mistake like Dinkham Pham in the semifinals.
Please. But this time it will be difficult because Joshua set that card in the same column as there can only. So.
But I mean, the There Can Only Be One can now stop Joshua on his turn. He has no Impermanence to out it, basically.
And
so Pascal really in the lead to take him on.
Also, Pascal played it really well by flipping the field spell, so that now there is a counter and he can set the engage if he wants in the end phase, getting yet another copy, or he can play conservatively, setting like a Widow Anchor or a Shark Cannon. And I think that's what he is going to go for.
So Shark Cannon, but can he activate it? Is there a monster in the
the Ash Blossom.
Of course, there was the Ash Blossom.
So you can now set Engage
and Shark Cannon, which is even the Eagle
Or
Booster,
Eagle
to
Booster,
be fair.
yeah.
That's probably better.
Makes more sense,
and fantastic opening. Once more, Joshua not maining any of the back row removals, so it will be tough.
He probably thought the same that we all thought when we saw the Forbidden Limited list with Anchor at 1. You don't really need to play the Twin Twister cards or the Cosmic Cyclones.
Pascal is proving us wrong. Pascal is showing us that Sky Striker is still well alive. Absolutely. And he is well on the way to take game 1 right here, being resource-wise in the lead, having 4 back row cards and a multi-roll to get even more going with that.
And instant fusion comes down, so this might even force out the Eagle Booster. But would it be so bad for Pascal to have the Eagle Booster forced out?
Not really. Yeah,
it's just a spell that he activates so he can set back engage, right?
Yeah, it is gonna be used at some point. And here, once more, with the choice of the compulsory, if he wants to use it just on the normal. Because we know the Babel is there, so he doesn't have to forget about it, but...
He could also just flip the there can be only one, so he cannot extend.
Yeah.
He might extend into Phoenix
Yeah.
then, so that might be an issue. So Compulse could actually be... I mean, if he goes into Phoenix, then he can Shark Cannon out the Hop Horror.
Absolutely. So at the same time, you really don't want to do that because then the Babel can just be used in that case. So
you can also just Compulse the Galatea and then Shark Cannon out the Hop Horror. I think that is a good compromise for him.
Let's see. So still very open. Diddy Crow being picked up by Joshua, definitely not what he wanted, but now he can chain the ARP and chain the Galatea to get some advantage. For example, he can get the return and start to get
he can just chain Galatea, right? It's so good for him right there.
That's why I was really wondering why you wouldn't just compulse there if you did last turn on a normal.
Seems like that's the good part of compulse, right? You cannot actually put the cards into the graveyard, and that would favor the Orcus deck. You just get it back to the hand, and it's just way more better. So kind of a misplay maybe there.
I think so, because once more we see how good even hard drawing the Babel is. It makes a lot of difference, and still wondering why that compulse wasn't flipped before. So,
I mean, there is still there can be only one for Pascal.
Sure.
That can really stop Joshua from going off. He just has to secure that it goes through. So he has to kind of protect it with setup from Phoenix, because as long as this card is on the field, Joshua cannot really play.
Definitely
I agree,
not.
but you're taking like unnecessary risks, I feel like. Because if you compulse there, then you're free to basically go for the Hercules base next turn and another engage for free. Just get a lot of advantage. And
in the shoes of Joshua, do you actually know that there can only be one? Because Pascal did not pop this card and he did not activate it yet. So what kind of back row could there be for Pascal? Maybe another compulse, but also very likely as there can only be one.
I would always say Anchor, but
maybe Impermanence as well could be an option. So there are still a lot of different cards, and Joshua seems like he didn't pick up anything else though. Arporter and Armageddon Knight not gonna help him here, but the Diddy Crow can be used on the engage.
That is
so now do you
good.
set the area 0 most likely, right?
Yeah, you still want to go for that. You have plenty of targets in Pascal decks. He's using so many spells, almost 30 spells in his deck.
So what is he drawing? Did he pick up the engage from the top?
As Sky Striker players love to do.
It looked okay.
It is a spell.
That is okay. That is yet another
pretty
top
good.
deck.
Pretty good. You want to put spells in grave as fast as possible, and I think Afterburner was picked up.
And that is not too bad, to be honest, because it is a way to get rid of Orcus Nightmare. The card cannot be destroyed by Link monsters, which is actually hard for Pascal to get rid of, and he can get rid of the Babel for the moment.
And it's kind of an effect that a lot of people tend to forget, I think. Like, you usually just use it for material. You don't have it on the board hanging out, and you can catch a lot of people off guard with that, especially Sky Strikers players.
Yeah, so he just summoned out the Hayate, and he's sending something away with it. So he still deals damage right there.
Yeah, he loves to send away his area 0s, honestly.
Area 0 must feel kind of bad, actually, because it's getting such a treat by Pascal,
And
always
this
being
is-
sent to the graveyard.
This is kind of risky, but at the same time, it is gonna work out. Does he have 3 spells in grave? I believe so, right?
Yeah.
So he will be able to destroy the Babel at resolution, and that's great, because it was probably the main threat. So pretty good pickup there. So now this area 0, though, what will it reveal?
That is very crucial. And what are you even popping here? Okay.
I mean, you're probably
you have
chaining
to.
the Shark Cannon,
Oh,
of
yeah,
course.
absolutely.
Getting rid of the Nightmare. And that is why it was so important that the Babel was popped as
These
well.
3 cards are gonna be...
Oh!
Engage!
Sky Striker, mobilize, engage! This card from the top is not what Joshua wanted to see. It is the cherry on top for Pascal Keem, and it is going to taste bitter for Joshua.
shaking his head, of course, can't blame him. And luckily, there are no impermanences being activated this turn, so he can choose whatever zone he wants. So.
He was doing his best, actually banishing the engage with the Crow, but the second one comes from the top by Area 0. So Pascal has the best card in his deck available
Summoning
to
the
himself
Shizuku before activating the engage, so you can
Is he not going
respond
to use
to
it to search another copy? That would be like so greedy.
That
I
would be
think.
very greedy.
I mean, you can just set it with multi-roll, right?
Exactly. That's
So.
why I was like,
the one-off copy of Widow Anchor.
yeah, the one copy, but he didn't need it up until now, and still very strong. Because just like compulsory, similarly, you can just take away the Orcus monster from Joshua, and that way you prevent it from just going to the graveyard.
Oh, I think he drew another engage. Was
Wow.
that another engage?
Reinforcement of the army.
Oh, it looks so similar.
Let's chill down for a moment, yeah. But still something else to set if he wants, and an incredible line of play here. And the deck still as alive as ever.
And he can just grind with the multi-roll. It is as if it was at 3. As long as you have one on the field, it doesn't matter how many you have in the deck.
And to be fair, I think people kind of didn't expect this, as we were saying. Like, if you prepare for Sky Striker as you did in the past months, you're going to see cards like Cosmic Cyclone, Twin Twister, Ghost Ogre in the main deck, and you can see that those would have been just a game changer here. But since people expected Sky Striker not to be there, they are not using them, and then the one copy is just as good.
Also, Ghost Ogre isn't that strong versus Sky Striker anymore, because apart from multi-roll, you don't have any targets. So if you draw 2, the second one might be a really bad copy in your hand.
One of the best draws here from Joshua, though, being another return, so he can fish for more cards, but he picks up Phantasme and Symbol, not the greatest.
So you probably have to react on that Armageddon Knight there. You have your Widow Anchor.
I mean, you don't have to react. You can just wait until he goes for a Phoenix, and then you can... I mean, there can only be one after a machine monster is summoned. Okay, so he can just take it if he wants to. He can also just set the anchor back in the end phase with the multi-roll.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's interesting here, because now he has our Porter again and the Symbol, but
and
he needs access to another monster, because he doesn't have it at the moment, right?
He maybe doesn't even want to go for there can only be one, because that would stop him from going for Boral Sword OTK in the next turn, because he can take back the Armageddon Knight, Shark Cannon out.
And
if
that's
he has
it!
extra
Oh,
wow,
Joshua his cards! Pascal takes the first game. Wow.
To be fair, you have to say the underdog takes the first game.
Yeah.
The big name Joshua Schmidt being defeated here in game 1. Pascal Kiem calmly picking up his cards.
Sky Striker really on the way to win yet another YCS, even after Kagari, after multi-roll, and after Widow Anchor have been limited to 1.
Yeah. So right there, we want to see what is going on in the crowd. So let's have a look to JJ.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. Right now, we have an exhilarated crowd. And one of his best friends, actually, Toyfun, wanted to give a little bit of insight because he's also a bit of a professional player himself in the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene. So what are your thoughts, Joshua dropping game 1? It's not over yet. Do you have any thoughts about this matchup, actually?
I think the matchup gets easier after siding because Pascal is playing a really back row heavy version of Sky Striker, and Joshua doesn't have any back row removal in his main deck. He has cards like hand traps, which are not that optimal against a back row strategy. But after siding, he will have those side deck cards that will be very impactful. And I think Joshua is a really experienced and calm player, and he won't get tilted or anything like that, so he will play it out calmly after this one.
Okay, that's some really good insight. So how would you rate this matchup in terms of percentages? Like 60-40, 70-30?
The Sky Striker deck is really good against Ogres because Shark Cannon banishes great cards from the graveyard. But as we saw in game 1, Joshua can use the field spell of Ogres to play around that because all his effects become quick effects. And I think Joshua will use that also in games 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you, Toyfun. That was actually some really good insight. Have one of his amazing professional friends helping us out, giving us a bit in-depth look into this matchup. We'll head over right back to the casters.
Okay, so now we are still contemplating the side decks from these players. As Typhon mentioned, one of the best things about Joshua's deck is that even if he doesn't side that many cards, it has 3 copies of return, so he can draw into them very easily, and that might work out for him. So What do you think he's gonna board in?
There's one really, really obvious choice I want to say, because he's actually sideboarding Imperial Order, which can be a blowout card versus the Sky Striker deck, obviously.
Kenny picks it up. He goes first. His hand, the Twin Twister is there.
Also the Twin Twisters, of course.
Pascal starts with double engage.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes.
And the Ash Blossom to stop the return as well.
Yeah.
I think Joshua's only line, if I can still see, is return plus Nightmare. And let's check. It is. Return, and return is going to be mad.
Ash it?
Easy
And
gonna
if
ash
he does
it.
ash it.
Wow.
Wow. But I mean, the turn is still not over. He can normal summon the
absolutely
Ash
not.
Blossom and then use the
Double
Nightmare.
engage in Cosmic Cyclone.
Yeah, that
Wow.
is maybe a problem for him.
Such a wow.
But don't forget that Joshua still has the Ash Blossom, and he can, of course, also set up the Twin Twister, which is crucial to get rid of the multi-roll, which is such a problem card, as we have seen in Game 1. Multi-roll completely dominated the game.
Oh, must be feeling good to actually draw double engage in the finals, right?
Yeah, plus the Cosmic. I mean, you get the Metal for Fusion, but I think you're happy enough with what you have drawn yet. So Joshua, of course, doesn't want to give up, and he will try his best to stay in this. You think he's going to get for the Crescendo, or what?
Normally the Crescendo play hasn't been too popular lately because Babel is much more superior, but against Sky Striker particularly, I can see Crescendo being better, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, especially because he has the Twin Twisters. Sometimes you can argue for the Dingirsu play because you can get rid of the multi-roll immediately, but he has an option to get rid of the multi-roll, so he does not necessarily need that. So rather set up the Crescendo, which would be hit by Cosmic Cyclone, but Babel is actually being used, so he wants to go for this grindish approach, because if you can activate all your monsters effects on your opponent's turn as well, then you do not really have a problem.
That means that Pascal will know that there will only be a face-down card from Joshua, but he now ends on Dingirsu and doesn't even set the Twin Twister, which I think is a smart decision.
Yeah.
What is picked up by Pascal? Is it another engine card? It's Ray!
It's Ray!
Oh
That
my
is
God!
so crazy!
What a hand! What a hand!
This is basically another free search. He would have searched the Ray with Engage, right? So
yeah,
wow.
of course. That's as good as it gets. You now can get the multi-roll, and even the Metal Fusion gets better because you can send it off there. Wow.
Do you just start off by activating the Cosmic Cyclone on the Babel here?
Yes, you of course do.
I guess so, but at the same time, there is nothing in his graveyard, right, outside of symbols.
Okay,
so
but he will have to do it because he can... I mean, yeah, but you want the spell in the graveyard, right? You want to summon the Ray then, and then you can get rid of the... Of course, also Cosmic Cyclone is better if there's nothing in the grave, because then he cannot profit off of it. It's better than...
Of course. So now the Babel is gone forever.
Yeah,
and,
that's true.
Let's see, because the Ash Blossom is there. Will Joshua use it here? That's the main question.
If he does so, then he would have been not
But
happy
then
to see
now,
the second engage.
Yeah, multi-roll can send away the Metal Pulse Fusion. Wow, that is going to hurt so bad.
This is going to be so bad for Joshua. He cannot Ash engage anymore, so... Wow.
He was maybe thinking that, okay, he's going to search a Ray and then he's going to try to recover the engage with... Wow, this is going to hurt so bad. I can't even watch this.
This is absolutely crucial. Another engage coming down.
Wow, Pascal Team.
There it goes.
Double engaging on Joshua Smith.
Crowd is going
Styling on
wild
him.
too. Wow, they love it. Sky Striker still being a fan favorite. So many YCS wins already. Pascal on the edge of adding another one to it. And what is he searching for here now? He wants the anchor. Yeah, he needs the anchor.
Can he
needs the anchor.
Oh, wow.
I don't think so.
Definitely not, no.
Spoiler alert, I don't think so.
I don't think he's going to be too unhappy with that one, but still. Picks up a jamming wave, the first kind of useless cards in his hand. But
I can think of him avoiding
resources. So many resources here.
I don't think he's crying about it too much.
Definitely not.
Because he can just go into Kagari and add back another engage to just resolve another one.
In your first turn of the duel, you're just
and he has the
resolving
Metal
so
Pulse
many
Fusion draw as
engages.
well.
That's
It's 3 more
crazy.
cards that he's just going to add to his hand.
If he drew like that, no way he's undefeated yet in this tournament.
I
This
do
is
agree with
just
that.
Probably better than what we have seen in the premier days of Sky Striker, and wow.
Pascal Kiem perfectly executing this perfect Sky Striker hand. Double engage, drawing into the Ray, having the Cosmic Cyclone for the Babel, which really hurts the grind game of Orcust as well.
Just look at Joshua, like you never saw him, his posture like that. His hand is almost red, like really frustrated here, and you can't blame him. Like, you're not able to do anything here. You just have to wait for your opponent to resolve his advantage, and it's already starting to feel a little gross here.
Yeah, we were talking about it before the match. He's actually been in 4 YCS finals so far. He won 2 of them, lost 2 of them, and now he's equal for the moment, and he would get into a negative balance there.
He even picked up the back and only be one.
Which, to be fair, I think... Oh, another engage!
Not really.
No way! This is incredible! This is absolutely... The crowd goes wild. I hope you can hear it. This is...
Yugi couldn't have done better. The heart of the cards.
Atem is just sitting in Pascal, drawing one card after another. This is the heart of the cards right there. He is made to win this final versus Joshua Schmidt, arguably one of the most famous players, and he doesn't even bother to cut the deck of Pascal. He is just tapping onto it. I don't care now. You cannot top deck engage anymore. I don't care for it. You cannot draw engage anymore. Wow, this is incredible. Would you ever think that someone can draw like this?
I've never seen something like this. It's absolutely amazing.
Engage off engage off engage in the finals of a YCS. What madness is this?
I was literally about to say, do not take Joshua for granted. He can come back, but then the third engage even, wow.
That's one too much, definitely one too much.
It hurts so much.
Oh, and he still looks so calm. I mean, we're sitting here crying basically, but Pascal just sits there calmly drawing engage after engage after engage. Really a deserving champion by executing so well so far.
Pascal is really a pro player. No matter how good he draws, he's just going to stay calm, focus on his game plan, and execute it.
I don't think you can ever see someone who's keep on drawing this well, just staying this calm. And to be fair, that's really important because we saw it in the semifinals, like the same with Dinka. And maybe he got too excited that the game was over, and it is something that can cost you it. And Joshua throws another Ash Blossom. Oh. Wow, that's gonna be super rough.
Joshua really not having anything to play.
Wow, both players top decking all those same cards over and over again, but Joshua is maybe not as happy as Pascal is.
I don't think so. Kind of a 50-50 matchup, as Pascal said before the round, but Pascal really being in the lead at the moment, and it's not looking 50-50 anymore to me.
Does he even still have targets for engage in his deck?
It's cool when you have to worry about that. I think you're in a good spot.
Do you think there is a way in which he just takes the 1000 Knights, because now he banishes it and Joshua is holding into the Twin Twisters, which he might use now. That's what's gonna happen, but trying his best, honestly. What can you do? Like, your opponent is drawing godly. You have to try something here.
I mean, do you get rid of the multi-roll right now? Do you try to hurt your opponent?
For sure. Like, what can you do?
You have to destroy something, and it's a good old multi-roll. It's just the resource machine of the deck.
I mean, if he can manage to get the Dingirs into the graveyard and start playing with this engine a bit more, then he might actually have a comeback in this one.
Oh, that was the second Shark Cannon.
Yeah, the Shark Cannon is gone, and now he will need to find a way to get rid of this. He gets the Cyclone, not exactly what he was looking for. And maybe this game is still not over, surprisingly, because now he has the Widow Anchor, but he needs to find a way to get rid of this Dingirsu that's staying there.
He can Anchor take it, but what can he do after that? Because he cannot access his Shark Cannons anymore. Unfortunately for him, Joshua hit the second Shark Cannon with the Twin Twisters.
Yeah. So maybe you just chill here, and maybe you go and search for the Hercules base, I was thinking. Because then if he still has it in his deck, I guess, you can destroy it with jamming waves, for example. Let's see if it is still there.
I mean, it has to be there because he's not playing Pot of Desires.
Yeah. I was meaning just if he sided it out.
Oh, yeah, that is possible. Absolutely makes sense, right.
So it seems like that's what he's doing. He's gonna play this slower, but now the Ash Blossom can finally come down to stop the Shizuku.
And I mean, next turn, he can just take the Dingirsu and attack for a game, right?
That's the plan. I think he's setting up for that.
Now.
Possibly.
He is at 4,000 indeed. And he has 5 back rows still.
Yeah. Even after Twin Twister, 5 back rows still fighting for this. Is he gonna go for Hercules base? Let's see.
Yep,
He
there it
seems
is.
like he's,
and he takes the holo
last
shot.
second
So
he changes, so
he is setting up for a
potential
for-
OTK.
yeah, potential OTK, right.
Yeah. Let's see Joshua. Can he draw something useful? It's Armageddon Night. Let's see.
In theory, that is pretty useful, but we do know that Pascal is still sitting there with so many back row cards that can hinder him from playing, basically.
And I mean, he has 2, there can only be 1s.
Yes, indeed.
What
But
can
there's
he
Twin
go
Twisters.
for? What can he go for? Because then the last card in his hand at the moment is the Ash Blossom, and if he sends whatever Orcus card here, he will not really be able to use them well. So,
I mean, even if he goes for a Phoenix to destroy, there can only be 1 that might be flipped right now.
Yeah,
If he wants to flip it, then he can just flip another one.
yeah. And also, what do you go for if
Yeah.
you go for a Phoenix there? Like it's, and where do you go in general? And here the there can only be 1 is flipped.
In response to the Orcus effect, so nothing happens with it.
Yeah.
Harper cannot special summon out anything right there.
Our power is wasted, making a Armageddon Knight essentially
And he
a
cannot go for
1400
Phoenix anymore.
vanilla monster, yeah. What
So
can he
Yasha
even do?
thinking about it, what is crossing his mind in these moments?
But now again, Pascal cannot take the Dingirsu to deal major damage because there can only be 1 locks him onto 1 machine type monster.
But he has the Cosmic Cyclone to get rid of it if he feels
Oh my
like
god,
it.
yeah, he can actually
Like if
go
he
for
has
that.
game, why wouldn't you go for that?
That's
You can
true.
just Cosmic your own and then just go for game. If he feels like he has enough, he has all the tools available. So he picks up Diddy Crow, yet another really good card.
Diddy Crow's so powerful. Both players decided to play it, and it seems to be like the best hand trap maybe in the actual format.
He can Cosmic Cyclone, there can only be 1, activate the Jamming Wave in his hand to target his own anchor, chain the anchor to take Dingirsu, and
then
pop the
pop,
Armageddon
yeah.
Knight, and then
Yeah.
he has enough for
That
game.
seems to be the route to go.
Unless
Does
he
he see
is
it?
still at 5,500 life points, which I
It
don't think
seems
so.
so, but like he's considering it,
Oh,
and that's what he
yeah.
goes for.
He is going for
This
it.
man is not afraid of commitments, and he will try and go for it. So
Okay, so 2 cards of Pascal's side go.
I really like this. Like you see, especially in the finals, players getting extremely conservative.
Yeah.
Pascal is not afraid. He knows what he's doing, and now he's gonna figure out how can I go for a game in this situation.
So is he slamming down the Jamming Wave?
He is
really
indeed.
is going for it.
He is going for it. He
Oh.
might chain the anchor.
Takes the Dingirsu.
Might chain.
Ash Blossom does nothing. So he takes the
Okay.
Dingirsu, gets rid of the Armageddon Knight, turns it into an attack
Oh.
position, attacks with both.
And there's the head!
Gotta find a way just to play just a little game. Got a compulsion, wanna be a champion. I got madness right in my brain. Summon the dragon, blue eyes white. Sending the sword to the feeling light. Gotta think, be wise, realize the situation. Animate your cards, make a power combination. Sick about, sick about, sick about, bow. Yeah. Wanna do, wanna do, wanna do. Sick about, sick about, sick about, bow. Wanna do, I'm brave. Monster influence in my veins. Madness in my veins.
remix of Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains is here! AI has run rampant with Cyber's power, and the Adignister have rewritten their own code to launch their final attack. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ignition Assault. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Muto, where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome.
Hello and welcome. We are here in round 7. We're almost there at round 9 for today, but just a few more games to go. So let's get our players in. We have David Erpon from Switzerland. Come on in, come on in. I can't shake your hand. I've got too many. I'm holding too many things. I'm good. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you ready to win?
Of course.
I've been asking everybody, what was your expectation going into this event? Were you expecting your deck to do this well?
If you don't expect your deck to do well, why you play it?
Oh, that's confidence.
Why not?
Okay, take a seat. And next we have Eike Ruting from Germany. Come on in. How's it going?
Huh?
You good?
I'm fine, yes. I feel good.
Okay, okay. Same question to you. How are you expecting your deck to perform this weekend? Good or not?
Well, this is my first YCS ever, so I didn't expect to do this well, to be honest, but I'm pretty happy to do this feature match, and yeah, I just want to play.
Okay, well, I'm not going to stop you. Take a seat. Have you guys decided who's going first? Not yet. Oh, exciting. We get another die roll. Okay, oh, that's pretty good. Okay, you're going to go first. Okay, David's going to go first. And without further ado, we have our dream team, the meme team. It is Nadir and Darren. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. This is round 7. We have a super important matchup specifically for David here, as he is currently grinding those war points. And you know all about that. So it's a super important round for him. He's currently XO, but he's going to maintain that momentum.
It's definitely looking good. I think he'd be very happy that he'd be 6-0, especially in an event like this. It's top 64, so it means there's be even more points handed out at this event than any other YCS.
Yep.
So if the YCS,
this is a really important one.
The one event you'd want the top is definitely this one, and you'd want to go deep as well to make your regionals grind. Have to go to less events maybe, so book yourself
Especially
a weekend
considering
holiday.
he's from Switzerland, so he doesn't have to constantly fly over to Germany or
exactly, yeah, of course,
road trips and such.
We're getting
just
attacked
being
with penguin soldiers.
A lot
here.
of penguin soldiers here. I don't know, but just want you to know the guy who's been handing this to me constantly. Thank you for that. This is going to be our last round for the day, but there will be two more features after this with Marcello and Alberto.
Tomorrow.
But yes, it's been. I hope you've been enjoying it. The person in Twitch chat who keeps calling me the Arabic super agent, could you just stop doing that? Thank you.
Yes.
But yeah, so we have Lunalight, Rank Up, Utopia double OTK thing with the mines in the main is what Erpin's playing for. You've played a lot of Lunalight, you know this deck, right?
Yeah, Lunalight's really cool. I think what separates it from Spiral is it is a combo deck like Spiral, but it has a lot of utility with the rank 4 toolbox.
Yep.
So it allows you to do stuff like Utopia double and OTK. And it also gives you access to the rank up card, which came back in the Forbidden Limited list, just straight to free.
I'm sure we'll be seeing this unfold, and we'll explain it as we go along. But basically, the Kali Yuga is essentially there to, once your opponent activates a card in the main phase, rank up immediately into Kali Yuga, which cold waves, I suppose. The field is probably the best way to describe it.
Exactly.
If anyone remembers that card.
But remember, boys and girls, in the standby phase, you can hit it before you go to the main phase because you have to wait until the main phase to activate that card. So if you have a card like Twin Twister or Pankratops, you can use your turn player priority to hit the card in the back row.
Very cool. So, Ike, I believe it's Ike. Ike over here is playing a hero variant, and a lot of you guys are probably very, very familiar with this because it's a super, super fan favorite. A lot of people love heroes. My personal locals is
Who doesn't love heroes?
Half the people at my locals play heroes. So yeah, we're gonna be seeing some plasmas, some dart laws.
Well, it's a really good strategy, right? Because at the moment, one of the most representative decks is Shaddoll.
I think everything's a graveyard deck.
Exactly, yeah. You need your stuff to go to graveyard by a card effect to trigger in the graveyard specifically. And when Dark Law's on the field, it's like, no graveyard.
No graveyard.
Straight to the back.
Macro on legs. Yeah, you can really...
yeah, just macro on legs, just literally. Nope, no graveyard. You can't have it. I can have my graveyard, though, which is the mental thing about it, because you can still send your stuff to grave, so you can still extend under it. Like other cards that don't allow your opponent to play, you're often locked onto that as well, but not Dark Law. Not Dark Law.
All right, well, we'll see how this match unfolds for Ike and David here. We're going to head on over to the field now and take a look at how this game unfolds.
So I think David won the dice roll, so he'll be beginning. And he's
That's exactly what you want.
Hard draw, double and offer. That's not what you want.
He's got Tenki and the dangers in his hand, so he's going to be trying to dig for basically, I think, Chick Tiger Extender is full combo.
That's literally it, yeah.
Yep.
Chick Tiger is bingo. And as soon as you bingo, as soon as you see Chick Tiger, that's it. You're in.
Yeah.
And you got the one-off danger. Lucky boy.
So that's Mystic Mind that he picks up with the draw from Nessie there. Unfortunately, he hits the other danger in his hand. Like, I guess it's fun because he has two guys on the board, but ideally you'd want to be using those dangers to draw into like that.
Yeah, exactly. The last thing you want
piece
is to lose a danger when you're trying to dig for your out, especially now that he doesn't really have any playable cards. I'm not sure if the Tenki really offers anything for him because Chick and Tiger don't work standalone. That's the difference between Moonlight and Spiral, where a lot of Spiral cards can kind of work together, but you need Chick Tiger specifically in order to get your stuff going with Moonlight.
What do you think he goes for here? Because like he could like Tenki into like I guess Bird to discard the Martin and get a draw, and then Martin can get a search.
He can Curious, yeah. So he can Curious to send maybe the Trap or the Perfume, and then he can hope to mill another Perfume or the Trap so he can have his Chick and Tiger, because the Perfume that he sends here will get Chick or Tiger, and he just needs to mill another one, and then job's good, and he's done it.
So generally, like the purpose of like why he's playing the rank up combo.
Oh, he has the Tenki. Yeah, he's got it. We're being silly. He has Tenki. He has full combo.
Oh yeah.
He has the Tenki set. Yeah, and he's gonna send Perfume. Wait. There you go, he's done.
All right, done.
Easy peasy.
Next.
Next.
All right, so this is actually a really cool interaction. It's very similar to Azathoth when that card was around. It's interesting to note as well, when Kali Yuga hits the field, it is a, God, let me get my judge terminology here, an unclassified effect, or it might be a condition, where
it just sort of happens.
It just happens, yeah. So a lot of people, for example,
no.
Do you remember back at like YCS Milan 2018 when you'd summon Azathoth, you go effect and your opponent would go impermanence, and like, it doesn't matter. It just happens, right? It's not an activated
effect. As soon as
effect.
that hits the board, it's just like, do you want to negate this summon, or do you not want to activate any monster effects anymore?
Exactly. So that's how Kali Yuga works in a very similar way, and yep, that's most likely what he's going to be going for as well. You notice he is playing the double nothing in his hand, so he's got the OTK potential as well. It's still an engine requirement, even though you're going first, because you have to detach from double.
He can't do full combo because part of the combo is he needs to go into Utopia double to search it, and then you summon...
Oh yeah, that's true. He's drawn it now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he would summon the Utopic
Kaiser.
It was a prize card. Yeah, the Kaiser. You
Kaiser.
summon that, and so you just search that. It's just it doesn't do anything turn one, but you need to search it to summon.
Yeah, so he isn't going to be able to do the Kali Yuga.
He is, unfortunately. It doesn't look like he is going to be able to do the Kali Yuga thing. But
I will tell you, there is one way to do it though if you hard draw double or nothing.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, so you have to make 2 rank 4s.
Okay.
And then you can make Utopic Kaiser by combining 2 number monsters. So you make like Dugares plus OG Utopia, and then you like What is it called when you combine an XC with an XC? Is it just an XC? I guess it's just an XC.
XC summon, super XC summon, non-canon.
Yeah. So if you could, if you could put like 2 rank 4s on the field, number monsters, you can access the combo if you hard draw the double or nothing. But
Is
I
it
guess,
really?
yeah. So
Really, really good.
he's just going to be. I suppose
It looks like he's going for a standard, you know, sort of rank 4 toolbox sort of play, and he's just going for 2 solid rank 4s that you think could be good against this matchup.
Yeah. So I mean, you could go. Is he playing
blind, in fact, anyway.
Yeah, he's. Okay, so he's going for a second rank 4 here. I was thinking maybe he could go like Apollosa and then another rank 4 and then Tornado Dragon pop the scale to bring back a level 4.
Oh, that's cool, yeah. Well, this has got good coverage anyway. If he wants to keep the Curious on field, because it can float and he can add one of his combo pieces back.
That is true.
But Tornado Dragon's got some good coverage because it can hit a back row if it's a back row deck, and it just Abyss Dweller just a general for. Ooh, he's got impermanence for the Abyss Dweller.
Oh, okay.
What a hero!
Okay, very cool. So that's something that I feel like that's kind of a discussion point that we see recently is people shotgunning the Dweller immediately in the standby phase, which doesn't play around impermanence
Doesn't play
at
around
all.
Gamma either.
Yep, not Gamma
It's
either.
interesting because I can't think of a card off the top of my head, but there's ways to get stuff in the graveyard before like they can detach off Dweller. And I think a common thing that people do is to play around, you know, if they're playing dinosaurs, they could have a kaiju, and like you just don't want to get kaiju'd.
Yeah,
again, like you
around.
can't play around everything, and I think he would have decided at the start that he would have played around certain things, not impermanence or Gamma, which is a shame because it looks like he's not in a good mood now that he's popping off. So
he's Aika's in a really good position here. He's got his, you know, the most important thing that happened was the Dweller being negated by impermanence, and he's got the Mali in the graveyard. He's got the Faris increase combo, which is going to get another piece out of the deck.
So that new hero link, does that summon a card from the graveyard?
Yes, it tributes a hero to special summon a hero from your grave, I believe. Let me just find that and bring it up for us here. This is Cross Crusader. If this is Link Summon, target a Destiny hero in your grave and just special summon it. Oh, just special.
You
Okay,
just special summon it, cool.
But you can tribute the guy you just special summoned to add a hero with a different name from your deck to your hand.
Right.
Yeah, so
And I
that's,
see there's a hero card that's just chilling there in the spell and trap card zone. Is that equipped to?
Yeah, so it's that is, I believe, increase, which is, if I can just find it here. So increase. So basically, the Faris increase combo is that like you discard with Faris to special summon it, and then like equips the increase, which can then like special summon stuff from the spell and trap zone to get you another hero from your deck. So I think like you can go for like Vion. Let me just double check this here. This is treated as a continuous trap. You contribute a hero, special this, and if this is special from the spell and trap zone, special level 4 hero from your deck. So you usually go for Vion.
And it looks like he's he went to destroy it. Is he scooping?
Is David scooping?
Oh, is there a card that just...
Oh, it's Malicious Bane that he's been activating.
Oh.
Okay, yes, so Malicious Bane is... let's just bring this up for you guys here. So, it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, and during your main phase, destroy all monsters your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to this, and it gains 200 for each monster destroyed this way. And you can't declare an attack for the rest of the turn except with heroes, which shouldn't be a problem. I think he might
the
actually
hero
have
player
game here.
has to go for game because we've seen David has just added Mystic Mine to his hand, which is a pseudo win condition for the deck.
I don't think Ike is going to have any problem dealing 8,000 damage on this turn. So he's just resolving his Shadow Mist here, which searches a hero monster.
Yeah, I think he
from
tried
his
to
deck.
add a polymerization there, but I think he's getting that confused with Vion.
No, he can add Poly from his deck, but it's not with...
oh, he's doing that with Vion. There's a Vion on the field. There's a Vion right there.
Yeah, he's just kind of like skipped the set there. All right, the double mass changes. This is like 20,000 damage or something.
Super duper damage.
Like this is so.
You can mass change a Dark Claw into a Dark Claw as well, right?
Yeah, you can Dark Claw into Dark Claw.
It's going to be lots of attacks to the face.
What's the other Dark monster? Anki, that's the one.
Anki,
Yeah, you can go into that one as well.
If it attacks direct or deals damage, it adds a mass change quick play card, I think. So it just adds max change or mass change 2. But he's still got Mali engraved as well, so he's absolutely popping off.
Yeah, the Cross Crusader being able to special back the Mali. So like Mali banishes itself to get you a Mali from deck. So that's like your extender per se. But like Cross Crusader just brings it back so you can just
keep
use
looping
those
the
two
same
more.
Mali.
Yeah, exactly right. So
that's a lot of extenders.
Yeah, the hero deck is like really impressive when it gets going. I think one of the issues with I think with hero and why we haven't seen that much of it in recent years is probably because of the fact that it's like very vulnerable to certain hand traps.
Right.
And
what would you stop against hero if you had a hand trap?
Well, it's hard because like sometimes you can like it's one of those decks where like you could just immediately brick it if you like negate like Stratos.
Yeah.
Like just the normal summon Stratos, they could just lose from there potentially.
Okay.
There's a couple of choke points, but most important of all I was thinking about was like these impressive fields that it goes with like the Dark Claw and stuff. Hero has no protection to like just Dark Hole and like Raigeki, like cards you wouldn't really think that are particularly great in this.
It used to be more of a control deck, right? Like you would just turbo straight into Dark Claw and then you would have set 4 or something like that. I think hero players that I played a few years ago would end on stuff like Dark Claw and Rafflesia, a card that used to send a whole card to the graveyard, so you can defend your Dark Claw but from being attacked with like Floodgate Trap Hole and just regular Trap Hole. This has to be a game, right?
Yep,
Please.
so he's just going through the motions here. And, yep. He doesn't even have to reveal the double change card. So that is game 1 taken by Heroes.
Done.
The crowd is very, very happy about this one because, like I said, Heroes is an extremely popular and fan-favorite deck. So
maybe the game would have been completely different if he just held that Abyss Dweller. And since he got absolutely blown out by that impermanence on the Abyss Dweller, which is well played, but maybe he really should have held it, wait for him to commit a card to the board.
Yeah, I think even just committing like a regular spell card or something so your opponent can't chain the impermanence, it's really tough because, like we mentioned earlier, there's probably more things that holding Dweller
You can lose to either or. Like, I've lost to either or as well. Like I've had my Abyss Dweller impermanence when I used it, and I've had it kaiju'd when I've held it. It's just, what can you do? In this particular scenario, live on stream,
in hindsight, in this specific case, he should have held the Dweller, but like, from his perspective, based on the meta, I think it's more correct to just hold to immediately use the impermanence.
Yeah, especially with like, if you think Gamma is such like a popular card as well, using it without a board on the field is just like,
yeah, that is true.
It's difficult because they can have it, they cannot have it, they can have a kaiju. You could be playing against Dinosaur, and Dinosaur like main decks kaijus. You just don't know, right? But in this outcome, it was not the correct one. But what is the correct one?
But I'm really pleased for Ica here, who's managed to pick up his, win here at his first ever YCS in a very, very big stage game for him.
First YCS in 6-0 with like such a cool deck as well.
Yep.
Which it could be just a solid counter to the meta as well. It took a game off Lunalight. I think it was unfortunate that he did the David hard open double or nothing.
Yep.
So I think he did have full combo there.
Yeah.
So maybe I imagine David would want to go first and not hard open double or nothing and then wombo combo. So side plan. He hasn't really got much for going first. It's all a lot of going second stuff.
The way like this specific combo functions is that you don't really side anything because like your deck is going first, and I think like that's one of the weaknesses of this specific version of Lunalight compared to like maybe the Utopia version of Lunalight, or what are the other variants of people?
There was like a Griffin one where people would set floodgates, like anti-spell. I can't remember. Like Imperial Order was a popular one that people would do with Curious Griffin. But I think a lot of the time you would just use Curious to send a rank up. And people would not even going down that route. The rank up something that went out of favor and people would start ending on like IP Masquerena and like other defensive cards as well, and Appaloosa as well. But I think David just really, really wants a solid win condition where he just outright wins the game.
Because it's not really something that like people would think to play. Like, when you're playing against Lunalight, you don't think, oh, okay, I'm going to bring in my Twisters, or I'm going to Kaiju versus Lunalight. I mean, they're not terrible cards versus this matchup, but it's not really like the first thing you'd think of. So maybe he's trying to capitalize on that sort of ignorance of the meta where, people are kind of more opting to tailor their side decks towards other decks.
Because
other
back row removal randomly beats the rank up, because like I said at the start, like you have to use it in main phase, so you just pop it in standby phase. And Pankratops too can pop the Xyz, and a Kaiju could just go over the Xyz as well.
So just always hard draw the rank up here, so he doesn't necessarily have to go for the Curious.
Yeah, that's actually the good one to draw, because
Yeah.
it means it just skips a step, and it means that you've got the full combo because you've hard drawn it, and you don't have to like bend over backwards just to get to it. So
all you need to do is just create 2 link zones, which shouldn't be too hard, but something like an Ip or a Lambda.
you can potentially end up more defensive cards as well, because he does more or less the same combo if he's got the space.
It's kind
for
of
it.
pointless, I find, because like I was finding myself, like when I was playing this deck, you would end on like Apollosa, Dweller.
It's insurance, right? Because like again, you could lose to like the Cosmic Cyclones, Twin Twisters that they've just kept in, Kaiju. You don't know what hero is going to side. What could he potentially side? Evenly.
I think that's one of the advantages of a deck like here. Like you don't really know what could be coming in against you. You know, you kind of think like, oh, maybe there's generic things like back row removal, Evenly, Nibiru. So it'll be interesting to see if Aika manages to pick up anything off his top deck here from his side deck in this matchup. But
it's just looking like a standard Heroes engine hand, right? So nothing out of the ordinary there. But we want to see.
He's going to be trying to brute force this just with
old
hero cards.
Good old heroes.
He's playing a Miracle Fusion as well. That's awesome.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was standard. Is that standard?
I don't think it is. I'm not sure.
That's insane.
But you know how like there's terminologies in Yu-Gi-Oh that have become like sort of staple terms. Like so like
Miracle
you'd say,
Fusion is a one. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have like my deck has a generic MST or something, right? Like these are like like the terms that we've been used to.
Because
so,
it was an OG card. I don't think a card was ever made like Miracle Fusion.
So like when you refer to my deck has a Miracle Fusion, like that's like this sort of like default terminology you kind of like think about. So.
Heroes. Heroes set the standard. Like for example, Elemental Hero Stratos has set the standard.
Yeah, exactly. Stratos.
For a lot of cards like Saturn like Deneb and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. It's just like Heroes pioneered everything, mate. Yeah. Everything.
They were.
And he just milled Zephyros here off of Curious, so that makes this turn a lot better.
He's sitting there saying, back in my day, my deck, my card was a 10-key.
When I normal Stratos, it was the only Stratos in the game.
Okay, boomer.
Stratos can add Stratos though, which is sick.
Yep.
Because it can also pop a back row.
And it's not once per turn?
And it's not. Ooh, it's not. Fun facts.
Fun facts. All right, so he's going to search the level 4. Well, it's not really a level, obviously, but it's a trap card. It's the Phantom Knight's Shade Brigadine, which can be set and special summoned and flipped on the turn that it is set and be used as more rank 4 fodder, which he's probably going to use here to go into the Utopia double.
That particular card is insane with one of the newer rank 4s, Time Thief Redoer. I don't think he's using it in this scenario. But it gets its best effect where it puts a card back to the top of the deck when it has a trap as a material, which is like really, really powerful.
Another deck
I don't think he needs to go for that.
Another deck that is randomly good in is pure trap tricks. If you're ever playing that, because you can.
I've seen that at a regionals.
Yeah.
It was like table 1, like round 3, and I was just like, whoa, this is insane.
Round 3. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Because the link 1's like really good, right?
Yeah. So you can summon Sarah, activate the trap card. It triggers Sarah. Summoning a trap trick from your deck. It's like. Because
cool. you summon Mamelio, right? But Mamelio is mandatory to trigger, even though it can't hit a back row. And then that triggers
the Sarah. Exactly.
That's
yes.
Sick. Oh man, but back to Lunalight. We're gonna maybe trap trick next round. Maybe if we can have a little look if one's like 7-0, that'd be insane. Looks like it's a lot of standard stuff here. It's got Appaloosa, so no fear of Nibiru here now.
Appaloosa is probably the best one you can have in this scenario. Should your opponent have like a Nibiru, they're going to have to Nibiru very early because there's always that risk.
Can't lose the Pankratops now.
Yep, can't lose the Pankratops. That is true. Which is now at 1. Which
it's still yikes,
I completely just dawned on me that wait, hang on a minute, the Pankratops is like actually not a very good out against this deck because it's at 1 now. So
it is one of the best side cards ever printed, I think.
Yeah, I think it's super good.
Rightly at 1.
I remember specifically during Dragon Link Thunder Dragon format sort of thing last year, it was really good because you can attack the seal, and then that forces a seal, and then you tribute the prank, which forces. So you're essentially trading 2 negates for your 1 Pankratops.
Exactly, because it makes really, really good trades.
Yeah,
that's why I think it's really, really powerful. Probably rightly going to 1. But here he has not drawn double or nothing, so he is going to search double or nothing. And another yikes thing about this deck as well, which I think why this build really scares me when I played it, it's because you can randomly just mill double or nothing on the rank up with Curious, and there's no way to get it back. No.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? So it was a deck that I was really looking forward to taking towards regionals, but I opted not to just because it has that variance where you could be going for the line of play that goes into the Kali Yuga. However, in that process, you can risk milling the double or nothing or milling the rank up spell.
But what's your favorite Dark Rank 7 to summon off this Utopia?
Diablosis.
Yeah, the prize card.
Yeah, it's the prize card.
Money bags.
Unfortunately, I don't have that. But if you are so inclined, you could play a Diablosis.
You can
as
have
your
a
target.
prize card, summon another prize card, and just flex on your opponent. Like,
So what we can show you here is the effect of Utopia Kaiser, if you're wondering. Oh, he's got Dark Ruler no more! But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He just changed the rank up and summons Kalyuga, which negates the Dark Ruler no more on the field.
It sure does.
Yeah, because it happens immediately. Right?
Yeah.
Are we missing anything? Yeah, he's like,
I believe
okay, so now he's explaining it to him.
He can chain a spell and trap to that. So Kalyuga hits the board and just says, nope.
Yeah, because like Kalyuga is not an activated effect. It's an effect that just happens immediately. So Chainlink 1, Dark Ruler no more. Chainlink 2, rank up. Rank up resolves, and Kalyuga immediately negates the Dark Ruler. That's how it works. I got a fright there because the crowd went wild.
Yeah,
I was like, wait a minute, what are you guys talking about?
Hang
That's
on a
fine.
second. Don't think that does anything. But I think the judges ruled, because it still has counters on the Appaloosa, so I believe it's been ruled, I'd like to say correctly, that the Kalyuga does in fact say nope to the field.
So we were just looking at how...
Let's get Kalyuga up, because I just want to see how much of a blowout it actually is.
Yeah, so after this card is Xyz summoned for the rest of this turn, other cards and effects cannot be activated on the field, and other cards and effects on the field are negated full stop. No punctuation there, no colon, no semicolon to indicate costs or activation requirements.
And the hero player can read cards too, so it looks like he's just gonna...
No, but also bear in mind that Utopia Kaiser has double attack. So
Does it?
Yeah, because Utopia double.
Bam! Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, summons a Utopia double.
Is that not for the end until the end of the turn?
No, it's permanent.
It's got like 6k or
Yeah,
something.
so even when you end on like the the Appaloosa and the like, let's say for example like you summon the Kalyuga and like somehow like they kaiju something. I don't know why they wouldn't kaiju immediately, but let's just say like somehow cards leave the field and all you have is like Kaiser.
Yeah.
It's still like 7,000 attack or something.
So not only do you have to deal with the board that you've just been like, you're not allowed to do anything, you've also got like a 6k like guy just like, I'm going to hit you in the face.
It's just a vanilla at that point, but it's still huge. So yeah, this is going now all the way over to game 3, and
excellent stuff.
Yeah, David is going to be probably going second. Yeah,
if it wasn't for that pesky double enough, and he could have potentially just won game 1 as well. But yeah,
that's true.
But he'll be going second this time, I imagine. Hero would want to go first.
I just think like summoning Dark Claw is just too good.
It is,
you know, like,
very good. I mean, if your Martin's banished and you check, you're not going to summon off Tiger, right?
Exactly. Activate Tenki, chain mass change, hit a card at the hand. Right, that's what you want to be doing.
It does do that, doesn't it?
Yeah. They always forget that, don't they?
Yeah, you do. Like you like.
It's not just the
card, and you
macrocosmos.
just like give me one of those cards, boy. So what's the side plan? So what do you think going first? Imperial Order, naturally, in it goes. Ooh, Eradicate Epic Virus. Pandemic, boy. That could be quite good. And it plays a decent amount of spells, 16. So it gets rid of the Tenki. If it cuts them off from engine cards, it could be really strong.
It's really weird because like they're like if you just open like
it also
like,
shuts off Mystic Mine.
Dangers.
It shuts off Mystic Mine and stuff like that.
That is true.
And then they get to see the card they draw off the danger.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because like with like if you EEV a Luna player with spells, you could just discard 5 cards at their hand. Or at the same time, if they have like Chick Tiger Dangers, like that's full combo.
Again,
and stuff.
it's a risk I'd be prepared to take.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have anything else. That's kind of the issue.
Because that could happen in any deck. Like if he did it against Sky Striker, they could have 3 Rays and and then beat you if he had a beatdown. But you take that risk because it's powerful.
Have you ever EEV'd a Striker player for a spell and they still won?
No, I discarded.
They had like Rays and stuff.
they discarded one spell and I was just like.
Hand traps and Ray.
It happens because in the like a lot of the time you would put all your resources into Virus because you think, oh well, this is a blowout, right? And then they just show your hand, they're like, I just discard engage, add it back off Kagari, engage, and you're like, oh god, it's game over.
Do you remember Sekka's Light Spiral? Yeah, I'm joking. That wasn't a deck.
I was like, what? At first I thought you said Sekka's like Striker.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
I thought that's what you meant, and then I was like,
yeah, that wasn't a deck.
What's he talking about?
Sekka
None of those were a deck.
All right,
these are decks. So
our players are now getting their hands loaded in here and we'll be taking a look at how this plays out for game number 3. This is really exciting
it's gone
stuff.
Down to the wire. So let's see what sort of boards Hero can put up other than just Dark Law.
they can go Plasma turn 1. They can end on Imperm, as we can see here. So what has he got here? He's got Equal
solid.
This is a pretty good hand. And
they already have the mass change. So
yeah, it doesn't look like David has anything to counter him to stop his plays, but this is the problem with Hero. I think what you're going to see here is like Aika's going to like pop off and like make like this huge board and stuff, and then
Lightning Storm.
David's just exactly he's just going Lightning Storm, and then, like that's it. Like Hero doesn't have any recursion or protection to like mass destruction.
None at all. None of the new heroes can protect Darklaw.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure. Like I mean, we'll see. I mean, I could be proven wrong here, but
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I guess he could Imperm the Lightning Storm if he summons a monster. I don't know.
he can't physically.
Exactly,
like,
I know.
activate,
I know. It just wouldn't work.
Has to be no face-up cards in your field to activate Lightning.
Is that a lullaby he cited in? Oh no, it's Fusion Destiny. Okay, sorry. I
That'd
wish.
be pretty wacky.
Getting my
Let me
card out
take
next
your
time.
tiger. I'll use it. But David's hand's quite strong. He has basically
Jack.
Chick Tiger, yeah. So he has the full whack.
He's got Chick Tiger Extender. I mean, David probably couldn't ask for anything better. Like,
Yeah. The Lightning Storm
I'm looking
too.
at this hand more, and what I'm thinking to myself, David's going second hand is like you couldn't pick a better like
He's gonna
card for
crush
card
him.
hand.
Yeah, he could potentially crush him, but like I'm not massively knowledgeable of Hero, so maybe I'm like getting ahead of myself. So it'll be really interesting to see what he does here, other than what I'm used to, Darklaw Pass.
Yeah.
Because it is
What I'm used to. Back in my day, young kids.
It's normally enough. Like has anybody else like had Darklaw summoned against someone? You're like, that's the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, I remember when the Heroes Strike structure deck was first released. It was around Necros time, which it's a tall order to ask when a deck comes out that it can contend with full power Necros back in 2015. But
it randomly beat you sometimes.
Yeah, it literally was just like Darklaw set like on Traptrix Nightmare and like.
Because the deck
various
search
trap
too,
cards.
you would go Necros of Brinic effect.
Yep, Chain
Mass Change, summon Darklaw.
Yep. No Imperm back then, so.
Yeah. How did you out it back then?
I can't even remember. Was it Kaiju's?
I think you had to just attack over it, like.
Yeah, you just had to like Kaleidoscope summon Unicorn.
Oh, and then it negated it, yeah.
Yeah.
That was good.
Something like that.
But annoyingly, your Herald will get banished, so you couldn't add anything. But at least it was negated, so you were playing with limited cards. But
Baby Rage, I don't get search for free. I don't get free search.
I don't like Darklaw.
All right, here's the mass change on the Malicious.
Want to guess what he's summoning?
I don't know if it's Darklaw.
Oh, well, if it's not, then I just feel stupid.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Of course it's Darklaw.
In defense mode? What?
I was to play around the Boral Sword, I suppose.
It doesn't. Lightning Storm has
right,
this
it's attack
mode.
position.
Yes.
Oh.
It's playing. Oh my god.
I completely forgot.
That's amazing.
I completely forgot about the restriction.
Absolute 5-head. That's amazing. Oh wow, that's great. This guy.
So
pro hero player, Justice League. Come on. Sign him up.
All right, so he's going to go for...
That's amazing.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the attack position.
Oh, how good that is. Amazing.
Lightning Storm has weaknesses?
What?
That's insane.
You tell me it's not just Rugeki?
All right, so I think that's Sunrise, which hits the field now.
What does that do?
It's just getting loaded in, and we'll take a look in just a moment. But yeah, he's being able to like search Miracle Fusion now. He can really like... He's making like some good extensions here.
David be foreman, like, why did he put it in defense mode?
So
Why?
Sunrise, if I can bring that up for use. There we go. Must be fusioned. Monster you control gain 200 for each different attribute you control. You can only use the following effects once per turn. If this is special, to add a Miracle Fusion from your deck to your hand.
He just adds Miracle Fusion.
Just adds Miracle Fusion. Okay.
Okay.
Interested why he played around the Lightning Storm by putting the Darklaw in defense, but chose not to summon Sunrise in defense.
Isn't that going to get linked away? Doesn't it just add Miracle Fusion, then it's done its job?
It might do, I guess. We'll see. All right, so this is a new hero monster, which the name eludes me right now, but we'll see in just a second.
There it is.
Here's the Miracle Fusion. And, I mean, he's got the whole hero, like, compendium available
He's
to him.
got the whole whack. All you need is to see Elemental Hero Ocean and Woodsman.
Okay.
The whole gang are here to play.
Oh, it's Sub-Zero!
Oh. And that's in defense mode as well!
Yeah,
That's insane!
He is...
So he can mass change too into Acid, and that'll blow up his board and his back row.
Yep.
Does he play mass Hero Acid? I hope so.
I would think so with this that combo.
He absolutely does.
Yeah, so when you mass change absolute 0, when it leaves the field, it destroys all cards. And then
it destroys all monsters on your opponent's side of the field. And then Acid destroys all
the back
monsters
row.
in
Yeah,
the back
so
row.
it's literally like a Des croaking. Do you know that card?
I don't, but it
Do you know
sounds
Des
good.
Croaking?
Yeah, I can't remember.
When you control 3 Des Frogs, destroy all cards your opponent controls.
Des Frog?
I guess you didn't watch it yet. Des Frogs, really?
How far back were you going? But
Stone Age.
If we're saying that David had a hand-picked hand, however,
I guess
the
the
hero
Imperm would have
player
been
was
better.
this, you know what?
No, I completely forgot about the attack position requirement.
Has to be in attack mode, bro.
Yeah.
And
So
this guy, first YCS, he's lying. He must have been here before. This is pro stuff.
This guy's been winning nationals everywhere without us knowing.
It's just like, oh, it's my first YCS. You're a fibber.
All right, so
honestly, though, really good stuff.
David's in a situation where I think, like, well, I mean, this Lightning Storm might as well just be activated to destroy all spell and trap cards on the field at this time, force out any mass changes and imperms and stuff that he probably has. Oh no, is he going to go for the Jackalope first? Okay,
I think the best thing to do, you're right, absolutely. Use it to just get rid of the mass change that he has in the back row. So it's less things for him to worry about. Like, it's a nightmare that he still has Dark Law and Absolute Zero, but Absolute Zero isn't going to be problematic without a mass change, and he'll just have to deal with the Dark Law.
All right, there comes... Is that a Starlight
It
Rare?
is, it's the brand new rarity. Starlight Rare.
Okay.
Oh, he's went to destroy the monsters.
David out here flexing. All right. Oh, what? Did he choose to pop the monsters instead?
He's just banished a lot of money.
He's banished a lot of money. There goes like 400 pounds of them just straight up. Okay. Let's see. So it's the... I'm trying to find the... What is the name of this hero link? There we go. It's Wonder Driver. Yep. So... see what the threat here was. If a hero is normal specialty zone this points to, target a poly, spell, fusion, spell, or change quick spell in your graveyard and set that target. Oh, okay. So because he like destroys all the spell and traps with the Lightning Storm, he could chain the mass change, summon a guy into the zone that Wonder Driver points to, and then on resolution, reset the card, the mass change that was just destroyed. So essentially the Lightning Storm wouldn't really do much other than
the mass
get
change
rid of
is a quick play, so if it's been set, you can't activate it. So in my mind, it makes sense to get rid of the mass change.
So do you think he should have just got rid of all the back row?
Absolutely, yeah. I think that was the correct play. I feel like I might be missing something, but I feel like getting rid of the back row is the biggest threat then to get rid of some monsters that were on them.
Right, so that's something to think about for the player interview that we can maybe ask David, because it's actually very curious why he just didn't remove all the back row. All right, here comes an ultimate rare Tenki.
Oh, but it's going to be the lottery again, because on resolution, Dark Law will trigger to rip a card out of his hand and put him in a really bad spot.
Didn't he already use Dark Law? Because he would reveal the danger?
Oh, of course, yeah, it triggers when you draw.
I think he, take a look, yeah, he hit the Armageddon Knight out of his hand
that's the best card for him to hit, because he doesn't care about Armageddon Knight.
Yeah. Armageddon Knight send, what's a good target to send under Dark Law?
You would just send Chicomon. There's nothing that could send under Dark Law.
I'm trying to think of
what you mean
like,
in general?
Yeah, is there?
Probably not. One of the Thunder Dragons that we just saw in the last round.
There you go.
Oh, he's just scooped.
Oh, no, he's not able to take it. Dark Law's putting in too much work.
He just
in defense mode.
He's not enough cards. Like, it's a combo deck. It needs all its cards to play. And why Dark Law is so good in a control deck, it just takes too many cards away from you to be able to play. And really good, very good stuff. Great to see like Hero do really, really well.
What a performance. I'm just super, super stoked for him because it's his first event. And
he played that well as well, the player on the Lightning Storm. Incredible stuff.
I mean, David is a world-class player. He's been he's got tops in every continent. Like he's really a top-class player, and Ika's managed to take him straight to Game 3 and defeat him with the power of heroes.
Just rocks up with superheroes and just batters him. It was really good play. Like, it was very good to see Hero combo it. Like, it did more than I expected it. I always thought it was just Dark Law pass, but the elemental hero play with Absolute Zero and the mass change, being able to clear their monsters.
It's like almost an old school play, right? Like
that was quite an old school play. You did that back in the day, yeah. And to see it again, it's really nostalgic. And with Dark Law as well, very nice, very good.
I hope we'll see more of Ika tomorrow as we proceed into the final rounds of Swiss and Top Cup. But as we said, this is going to be it for myself and Darren. There'll be 2 more rounds of features after this for today, and then we'll be back tomorrow. So Luke is now seated with Ika for a player interview to get some more feedback on that matchup. Thank you, guys.
Hello, I'm here. That was surprising. I'm here with Ika. Wow, what a match.
I don't know what to say, to be honest. I'm happy I won this match, and I want to go on and go day 2 and maybe top this event.
I mean, is that a normal bot? Is that a normal field for you to have, you know, like?
And to be honest, I think Hero is a very consistent, very good deck. And yeah, it's very often happening that I end up on things like Wonder Driver plus Absolute Zero plus Dystopia or stuff like that, Sunrise. But this was a very good board since I had the set must change still, and this set must change is pretty awesome. It's just very good.
It seemed like you just had access to like do anything you wanted. Is that normal? Is that normal for your deck?
I think it's not exactly normal for the deck, but if you get a clue of the deck and you understand how the mechanics work, it gets easier to play it like this.
The commentators were saying that you definitely could have a place in some kind of superhero team in the future. Do you think it's possible?
I think so. I think Hero can take a spot in this meta, and yes.
Okay, that's it for round 7. We'll see you guys for round 8.
Long ago, in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle eye, ring rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand and make the move? The answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, time to balance with your card to choose. Trust in the heart, the heart of the card battle. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do. Long ago, in ancient times, sacred games played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery. Just trust in the heart of the
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2020, and here we have the last winner of the YCS Milan. Who are we with?
Andreas Vrelos.
So this guy is just not only won his first YCS, he's also won his second. He won a second YCS at YCS Milan, both in Italy, which is crazy. Where was your last one? Was it?
What deck?
No. What did you play at the previous YCS?
Orcust, Sky Striker Orcust.
Sky Striker August, and we've seen that. So that deck was one of the most popular decks, and we've seen that Vrelos did really well at that. So are you still feeling the buzz from your last YCS win at YCS Milan?
Actually, after the YCS, I was very relaxed and didn't play a lot. And I'm feeling confident for this event, but I didn't play it so much, and we will see. I will have fun.
Well, I think if you're still in the awe of winning an event, what more can you do, right? You're going for your third? You reckon you'll get your third today?
I will try. I don't know.
That'd be great. Imagine getting a hat-trick of wins. So, also what this means for you is since you won the YCS, that could give you a lot of Worlds points. Is that something you've been considering in the back of your head as well?
In this period of my life, I don't have time for this stuff, and also it's not very viable for us that we are from Greece because we don't have big regionals. We can't collect too many points in our regionals, and we have to travel a lot around the Central Europe, and that costs a lot of money if you want to do it. And if we want to do it also, it's not sure that we will go into the top 16.
Yeah.
But after this event, I will see clearly how many points I have, and I will consider that again.
Do you feel like if you go very far in this event, let's say like top 16, top 8, you feel like if put yourself in a better position to qualify for the World Championships or at least the top 16 playoff, you think that's something you definitely want to go for?
I don't know. This is a lot of thinking, so let's do it, and after that I will think.
Maybe you'll feel differently once you're actually there, because the playoff would be an amazing thing. I'm guessing like one of your biggest achievements of what you want to achieve anyway, since you've already got 2 YCS wins. Is Worlds not in the back of your mind something that you'd really want to attend? Maybe if you were to qualify for the European Championship or something like that?
Of course it is, but every European event, I've missed 2 in a row European events because I have some exams in my college, and That's the reason that I don't know for sure if I want to do it, because I have exams, I have other priorities in my life. But I hope I can do it. I don't know.
So, since you've won 2 YCSs, it makes me think, what is there left on your to-do list of what exactly you want to achieve now that you've achieved already so much in this game now?
I want to go in the world. Only worlds, yeah, only that.
Oh, I hope you can do it this year. That'd be insane. So let's think of the now, though, for YCS Utrecht. And so there's the hat tricks there to get 3 events, one outside of Italy this time, maybe. So how's your preparation been for this event, do you think? How confident do you feel?
I'm thinking that I'm playing the safest option from the decks right now. And I hope that I have good matchups during the main event, because that's the most important thing. And we will see after the top.
Especially like at YCS Milan, it was like about almost 2,000 people. And I feel like at YCS Utrecht, it's probably going to be the same, around 2,000 people. So you think that the safe bet is definitely just to have a deck that, you'd be able to play every round, to just give yourself the best opportunity to play and stuff like that?
YCS Milan was different because there weren't so many options in the map. But this event, I think there are at least 4 good decks that can complete, and you don't know what you're going to face every round. But like, for example, in YCS Milan, I was playing every round a mirror match. Every round I was playing versus Sky Striker, Orcast, or Pure Orcast. It's different this event. Like, you can play with Alter guys, you can play with Invoked, you can play with so many decks, Luna Light. You don't know.
So you think at Milan it was more like you knew what the solid pick was, August Sky Striker, so you just relied on the mirror, whereas here it's more diverse, so you could just play a deck every round and you need to pick a deck that could be good for that event.
Exactly, like you don't know what your opponent will play if there are so many decks in this event. In YCS Milan, you could know easily every card that was associated with the format.
Seem like you thought about this a lot. Well, good luck, Velos. You might get your 3rd win. That'll be crazy. Cheers, guys. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Where are you? The Pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the True King and teach me. Exodia, the one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Your wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, I'm the master of the duel. It's been my pleasure to meet you. Oh, let's go! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Into the world we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Welcome back to yet another round of Pictionary. We have a couple of familiar faces here. First of all, joining me all the way from Ireland is...
Daniel Neville.
Very cool. And you?
Maurice Ronborg. From Germany.
Okay, all right. So you should know the rules by now. 4 minutes. If you wish to skip, you may skip. And Dan's going to be guessing, and you're going to be drawing. So begin the timer now. I'll hold it like this so you can keep checking back. So Dan, what do you see so far?
I see some lines with some circles. It's looking like is it a Predaplant? Is it a T-Rex? It could be a dinosaur. Is it Oviraptor? Is it Ultimate Conductor Tyranno?
You're just, oh, well done. Good job. All right, next one.
Next break?
Yep.
Gonna say...
Are we gonna draw it?
Ghost Rare Honest.
Ah, Ghost Rare. I see what you're doing there.
It's a boomerang.
I just noticed you're left-handed.
2 boomerangs. I mean...
Maybe if you join the boomerangs together, it could help.
Is it towers? Is it... no, it's not towers. It's the other one. Wait, no, that's definitely not towers. Secure Gardener?
It looks more like Secure Gardener than the actual card it is. If you want to skip, then...
Yeah, skip.
No, you know the card.
I know the card.
Yes, you can play it in BA.
Oh.
No hints. No hints.
It would be malicious, I guess. Or Soldiers.
Okay, you got it. Almost. I don't know if I should disqualify that because you technically skipped. All right, let's go another one here.
Okay, we have another line. It's a sword at Ray. It's
I like the tactic of just throw enough out there or something will stick.
Eventually it'll be right. Oh, it's Panther Warrior. It's Link Slayer. It is a lot of lines. We're looking for something here.
It's a long sword and it's wings.
Yeah, yep.
I'm gonna have to give you a strike too for the hints, okay?
What?
It's Pictionary. You have to draw what you see.
Oh, I have no idea what this is. Skip.
Okay.
Go.
A Necron. Oh, that's easy.
We're halfway there. 2 minutes on time.
It's Farfa.
A big circle.
Card Trooper. That should be easy. What? Looks very angry. Oh, it's Symbol Skeleton. No, it's
I am looking at you with such confusion right. There we go.
It could have been duality.
That's true.
I don't know. It's skip.
You don't even want to draw it? Okay.
No,
it was Grapha, by the way. He didn't want to draw Grapha.
I mean, how do you draw Grapha? Just darkness.
I guess.
Cannon Soldier. Catapult Turtle. It's a surfer dude. Looking very cool. Snowman Eater. Rampengu.
Maybe if you focus on perhaps the...
It's Canahawk. It's...
Yes, it's Canahawk. It's Canahawk. Yes, it's Canahawk. Well done. All right. 30 seconds left. 50 seconds. All right.
Seconds. Okay, quick fire. It's Trap Hole. It's Trap Hole with spikes. It is Amulet of Control. It is...
Amulet of Control? What is that?
It's like a quick play spell, which has like a little bracelet thing. This is Widow Anchor. No.
Yes, very good.
I knew that all along. You know, it's just Construct. Skip. Just skip.
Harpy Queen.
Of course, Harpy.
This one.
Oh my god.
All right, 10 seconds. 5.
Not Pot of Greed.
And stop drawing. Wow, well done. Good job. Yes.
And he's smiling because you just broke your board.
So a smiling cage is Lava Golem.
Yeah. I mean, you've Lava Golem people in the past, right?
That's true. They always smile at you.
Yeah, he smiles back at you. He's like, "Are you proud of me?" And you're like, "You did good, kid." And then you realize you have no normal summon.
That's true. All right, well, you guys did very well. So we're going to add up the scores and find out if they've managed to beat our first place so far. Thanks again for joining us. Any final comments about his ability to I would call it drawing, but you know what just took place?
I mean, like if Konami is looking for more card designers, TCG exclusives. Let's go.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. We'll be back soon with the results.
Where are you? The pharaoh's calling me. Solve the puzzle, transformate into the Dual King and teach me. Exodia, the forbidden one. It's in my possession now. The duel is done. Yo, wheel, don't you understand? It's not the man in the fight, it's the fight in the man. Yeah, now I'm the master of the duel. It's been my
It's actually been a while since we last saw these cards, right? Microcosmos and Dimensional Fissure, it's been a while.
Especially
right?
Dimensional Fissure. The one I can remember clearly was here in Milan back in 2012, where Stefano Memoli became champion with wind-ups, and he opened Dimensional Fissure to just outplay his opponent. But it has been 7 years, and the card is still up there. So
good old memories, right?
Yeah. For some of our old legends in the game. So let's take a look at these hands. The die roll, how much of an importance do you think it pays in this one?
I think it's going to be quite relevant for Dominic because he really wants to start things out. But from what I can see, he drew 2 copies of... okay, so Niall is starting and he drew 2 copies of Ash Blossom.
He picks up the Mathematician, which was really needed. Yeah. His hand was kind of on the weak side with Phantasme and Double Ash, but...
Yeah, he has a good hand. He has Mathematician, Phantasme, 2 copies of Ash Blossom, and there comes the best card of the format so far. Right?
Yeah, there is the best card of the format.
Yeah?
We've seen it multiple times throughout the weekend and throughout the tournaments, and even more right now, so... Let's see what the direction he decides to do. Drawing Phantasme here is not the best. Thunder Dragon can usually play around it. They don't necessarily need to use Link Monsters.
Yeah.
So.
But on the other hand, Dominic has a really good hand anyway. He has Impermanence, he has an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, and Impermanence doesn't come up here. So maybe he just wants to use the Ash Blossom, but...
Okay, so he decides to drop the Ash Blossom here in this spot. Would you have activated Impermanence just not to give Niall
I mean, it depends. Maybe he thought that his opponent could have gone for a Masquerina or something else, but I think Impermanence wasn't that bad on the Mathematician, to be fair. We'll see. He's left now with not that many plays. I think he has double Ash Blossom and the Engage he got back, of course, with the Phantasme, so maybe he can go into a Link, but he's not going to be able to engage for +1. So.
Yeah, he can run some moves here, but he doesn't have that much going on. And indeed, he decides to pass.
He just passed. Okay.
I think at this point in the tournament, both players, I mean, I think Niall knows what Dominic is playing, right?
Oh, absolutely. And it seems like Gold Sarcophagus is one of the best ways to start this. What can he pick up from the top of the deck?
Okay, so let's see if Niall, I would keep the Ash Blossom anyway, so that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, this play where you activate the Ash Blossom is on the Dark, on the Roar, when they're banished.
Something relevant.
We'll see. I don't think Dominic's position is that bad. At the same time, I'm surprised that he's doing this well, because it doesn't seem like he's maining that many Antrops for this matchup, so...
Yeah, he doesn't have that many, but... yeah, okay, so Dominic... Okay, so he decides to go for the safest way possible, in my opinion. So he summoned the Colossus under Kagari's Arrow. There's now searching for the Matrix.
Yeah, so he has a few options here. He can. It depends how aggressive he wants to be. Of course, also the Mathematician isn't the best way, because you kind of want to deny the draw, but at the same time you don't want to waste interruptions.
Are you surprised we don't have any Salamangreat left in the tournament? Or I think it was quite a good deck, but it didn't prove that it could have mixed so far into the tournament.
There were a lot of Salamangreats. We've seen it already in round 1 with Federico Mecozzi, but unfortunately there are no left in top 8, so maybe it wasn't that great of a decision to bring it to the event. I was never a big fan of it, just because it loses to the same Antrop as that deck. But we'll see. In the end, whoever is going to win is going to have something to say here. So it seems like he's going to go for a more controlling approach. At the same time, the decision from Niall to leave the Kagari there might be a bad one, because like Thunder Dragon already can avoid going into Link summons. When you give him an extra zone, it's just even easier.
Yeah, this is not quite a a safe choice for him. But I think things are going really good for Dominic also because he has the impermanence. And here comes the second Titan. And the Phantasmi, as you said before, is completely unuseful.
Yeah, so it's tough, but even though we have seen like a lot of different approaches in the deck, in deck building, 1 year ago exactly, we were seeing, to name him once more, Federico Mecozzi with Thunder Dragon trying his best to win, and maybe after a year the deck can finally win the event it has been waiting, and especially in this kind of build, because I think the most success we've seen for Thunder Dragon was the Guard Dragon version.
Yeah.
And now, after 1 year, it's actually quite funny that we are back at the same place. So
yeah, although Dominic is the only player remaining playing the Thunder Dragon, is proving out that Thunder Dragon is still really good deck.
are you surprised at all that he didn't leave a Colossus up? Because he knew that an engage was in Nile end.
Yeah, I mean, I would summon a Colossus also because it gives you,
like,
you know, a good advantage against this deck, right? Also
Yeah.
because his main deck is Sky Striker's card. You
It
know.
seems very, very peculiar, because you know that the engage was there. Like here, you can risk it, because if they have a decent hand, they can just take one away with the Widow Anchor. And I really don't understand why he just didn't go for Colossus there.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a really good position also because, like, he only has a skeleton in his hand. I mean, so Niall didn't have anything but the engage. But in this spot, by the moment that Dominic decided not to special summon the Colossus...
yeah, now the engage is live, so the Widow... I think the game would have been over on the spot if he went for Colossus. Now he's gonna try and actually make a play. Unfortunately, there is the Matrix, who is gonna prevent Niall from going too far. What do you think he should do in this spot? Do you see any way he can come out of this?
I mean, maybe he could try to, of course, to activate the Widow Anchor and try to get the Titan. But this is going to be quite complicated also because he knows the Matrix in Dominic's hand. So he doesn't have that much going on, but in the meantime, he will also use the Skeleton trying to maybe to force Dominic back row. But he's just asking for some clarification here from the head judge. He really needs to be careful, but I think we will soon see the Widow Anchor. Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, no surprise, but again, I don't really see a way to just get out of it, because you can try and crash, which is pretty good, but then you need a follow-up.
What will you?
And if you just summon here, I'm pretty sure he's gonna try. The cool thing about it is that, and that's why Niall asked for a translation, that I'm gonna show you guys possibly in a moment, is that the Titan triggers as well from your opponent Thunder Dragon activations. So this prevented Dominic from doing much. Because if you were to discard the Matrix, then you give your opponent the chance to activate there. Even though it's negated by the Anchor, you can still try and activate it. And it makes you lose timing, so.
Here comes the Galatea, and I think here, well, I mean, yeah, he has to use the Matrix. And
he does, but now at the same time, he can just use the symbol to bring me back.
Yeah.
So maybe Niall trying his best to find a way to stay in the game. But this, once more, I don't want to repeat myself, but it could have been a completely different game if Dominic, that knew about the engage, just end on one Colossus. He knew about it, so he could have completely stopped Niall.
Yeah, I mean, he had the right spot to summon the Colossus, and also he had a Titan on the field, so
yeah, I mean,
he could have summoned it. I mean, it could have been a safer way to avoid the
especially because I hope that it is not going to cost him the game, but you see, if you're playing on top 8 on stream, it's already like very tough, but if you give away one of the wins like that, then it's even tougher to be mentally stable and come back. Luckily, though, the impermanence was there ever since turn 1, so Titan not gonna leave. And I think now it's gonna be...
Yeah, if Dominic draws a monster, He has a chance to win the game.
Yeah, he needs to capitalize here. The Ash Blossom is once more there for Niall, but if he picks up something like Aloof Lupin, he might be able to do. He does throw another Matrix, so the Ash Blossom is gonna come down on the fusion. And I think we're back to square one, really.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much what happened before. He does have in his graveyard, he doesn't even have the really good ones.
No, he doesn't have anything.
Because both Roar and Dark are banished. Otherwise, he could have gone for a cute play where you destroy your own Titan, then you protect it, and you go and search for like a duo. But I'm pretty sure all of the good Thunder Dragon cards are already banished, so it's not really an option.
Okay, so nothing special here. I think Dominic, yeah, I mean, it would have been another game if he only had summoned the Colossus
so now,
at this point, right?
Absolutely. So let's see what if Kenny drew. Probably the best cards are still like Mathematician and stuff
or like
that.
I mean, like Armageddon Knight, maybe Foolish Burial,
Yeah.
Mathematician, of course. He does have a few cards, Enforcement of the Army, maybe, so he has quite a few targets.
He does, and even just like R-Potter or some of that could be enough. He picks up the return, I think, which isn't the worst. Of course, he was hoping for something better, but might as well just use it and fish for
better than nothing.
Can he pick something usable? It's the Armageddon Knight and another engage. Wow. So
This is huge.
Incredible.
And yeah, and as we were saying before, if only the Titan would have been a Colossus,
Yeah,
now this game would have been over.
So the engage comes down one more on stream. It does seem like
That's why it's the best card of the format, right?
Absolutely. Just so strong here. You get so much advantage. You get the Armageddon Knight. The Shark basically represents an extender, and even though Dominic picked up one more interruption, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, now Niall has a really good chance to come back into this game.
Yeah.
Which seemed over, but now is more than open. So let's see what he can do.
So Yak starts things off with the Shark Cannon. There are a few options from what he can summon, and it means that no matter what, he's gonna be guaranteed to have 2 monsters on board. Yep, so...
Okay, so here comes the Armageddon Knight. I think he's kind of trying to... Maybe he has to consider the fact that Dominic could have something to interrupt
Yeah, I mean,
him.
you don't know. You probably expect, yes, you know about the Thunder Dragon. The other card is unknown. You can pretty much guarantee that it isn't like any engine card, so it's probably gonna be either an Entrap or Matrix Dark. So it's tough, and it's such a shame that you can see how close this game was. He left Niall on just 500, and he could have already win the game. So especially because, like, if the life points are correct and he's only on 500, then he could have just won by using the
Matrix, right? Yeah, you
So it's like he
right.
kind of missed twice a chance to seal the game, which is such a shame, really.
Oh, that was right. Yeah, he would have won the game in the turn previously.
in
yeah,
2
you were
different
right, yeah.
ways. So, I mean, Niall already had a future match 2 rounds ago, so he knows perfectly how it feels to be there. Not that he makes it extremely easier, but it does help.
I mean, nothing special here. We're just seeing the start and Orcos combo.
What can you even do? You can see Dominic just shaking his head, probably realizing some of the things he has done, and he doesn't see a spot where he can drop the Matrix. So.
Yeah, I mean, he maybe realized he could have dropped the Matrix earlier on this turn into this battle phase, and now it comes the Balor's Sword, and as we were saying before, now Niall has a really good chance to come back into this game.
Yeah, so he goes for Balor's Sword, and this means that no matter what happens with the Matrix, he can always use it, but here it is gonna get interesting because if he uses it in the damage step, then okay, he banished something from the grave. It seems like he declared an attack though, didn't he?
Yeah, I didn't see what he banished because it was really fast.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he was attacking, but I think, yeah, what happened was that he used the Matrix and then he used the Nightmare as well.
Yeah, I think he
thanks to
banished the Nightmare,
thanks to the Babel. But they're having a little bit of a discussion whether the chain link was in that order or the attack is gonna be, and with some math, everything will be solved.
Yeah, just some clarification here, but this game could have been over quite a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's tough because as we interviewed all of them, especially Dominic said that he didn't think that he would get this far.
Yeah.
And you can really see the different approaches into interview. I think that's very interesting. Like, I believe one of our French players, you can really tell that he was really happy to be in the top 8, but that's like the way to go for it.
Yeah, it's like the way to approach it, right? So once you're there, you play your cards, you see where it comes.
Yeah, and this is gonna be pretty much a game at this point because he will be able to just attack twice. And he has the Orochi as well, just on top.
Yeah.
So, tough one, but it seems like Niall played his card as well, and he found a way to just win with only 500 life points left.
Yeah, I mean, Dominic had his chance, he played his cards, but now Niall, I mean, he was able to come back thanks to the Engage and the Armageddon Knight as well.
Yeah. Just a matter of seconds, Gismac will be activated, and it should be more than enough to win this game. Are we gonna see cards being picked up? Should be.
Yeah.
Taking his time, and yeah, he does pick up his cards.
Yeah, he does pick up his
so
card,
it's
yeah.
game 1 for Niall, and United Kingdom moves on to game 2 with an advantage, and here you can see some of our crowds.
No, as you were saying before, it could have been a really different game, and Dominic was shaking his hand, maybe he realized
because he had 2 different ways to win that game.
Yeah.
If he would have gone for 1 Colossus, that game was completely over on the spot.
Yeah.
And also later on, if he would have just used the Matrix, he left his opponent on 500, so it would have been another way to win, but let's hope that he doesn't think about that too much. You really gotta shake off your mistakes and move on. I know some of the best players struggle with that. Rafael Neven in the crowd, I'm talking to you as well. But
and talking about
side decks, yeah, we can take a look at what these guys are gonna bring in. So for Anton, we can already expect that since he's maining Dimensional Fissure, Macrocosmos, he has a lot for this matchup. And he's siding cards like System Down, which is also just a blowout. I saw his match against Matteo Mordanini, and he just straight up won with the System Down.
Yeah,
so
it was the only card. It is the only card in this format that really completely shuts down your opponent. And we were remembering previously, later on in this, on our future matches, how important it was back in the day, right?
Yeah, it has always been a very impactful card whenever it was good, and right now it seems like unless you're playing the mirror match and you risk Lancia on it, it's one of the best cards against the Orcus deck because they always go for Babel instead of Crescendo, so it's something to consider. And Niall, on his other hand, was probably not expecting to be playing against a lot of pure Thunder Dragon. And what do you think he might side in?
So, I think he has Dark Lure no more, which is like the most important and impactful card of the format against Thunder Dragon. And I mean, like, it completely runs useless.
Yeah, it shuts them down because usually it was first imagined as a way to stop combo decks and the Guard Dragon version. But if you think about it, the best part about like the pure Thunder Dragon is they just put out a lot of big attack monsters that are hard to deal with. Not so much for Orcus, just because they can play Unicorn, Dingirsu, but just using a Dark Lure no more, having not to worry about what's up there.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to worry about anything. You can let your opponent play if you don't draw any end traps at all, and then you can just draw the Dark Lure no more, and you can play your cards.
But it's enough for the talk. I do believe that they are both willing to go first.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if they didn't, but you never know. And It's worth mentioning that Anton also is one of the first duelists that is playing super polymerization. It might be for other matchups, but you know, all of the cards in Nile deck are dark, so...
Yeah, we haven't seen this card in our future matches this weekend so far, right?
Yeah, it was super popular in London and in Ghent, but it seemed like super polymerization really fell off the popularity.
Yeah, it's one of those cards really being played of 3 copies, but from... oh, did he pick up
I keep on jinxing it, so it's the first card, and as soon as I name it, super polymerization decides to show up. Will it be impactful? Will it be not so much? Maybe it is one of the reasons why Dominic is in top 8 and other players who are not using super polymerization aren't. So.
Okay, so Dominic really picked up a really good hand in my opinion. Okay.
Okay, nice play here. Very heads-up play by Niall. He discards the Alancia, which prevents the Allure of Darkness from Anton. And this completely ends his turn. This was such a good play from Niall.
Wow. Would you ever expect this?
It's definitely something that shows you that he knows the deck. And it's also the reason why Aloof Lupine banishes as cost.
Yeah.
So if you don't use the Lancia, then you're gonna lose to Aloof and to Allure of Darkness. So, but still, really an heads-up play from Niall, and it shows you that he's not in the top 8 out of luck.
So now things are gonna be quite interesting because on Dominic hand, he has the Super Poly, right?
Yeah.
Well, on the other hand, Niall has the Engage, so maybe... Do you think it's either in the jamming waves? I don't think so, right?
I would be very surprised by it, but this hand.
Hello and welcome back for round number 8. So just 2 to go. And yeah, we got another interesting feature match. You guys at home have been helping me pick them in chat, so thank you so much for that. First things first, let's get our players out. We have Daniel from Germany. Oh, no, come over here, come over here, come over here. How's it going, Daniel?
Really good. Never bricked this one.
You didn't brick the whole time? Okay.
The 46 cards.
46 cards?
Yes.
Don't give away too much. No, he's listening.
Yeah, I know.
Just so you know,
No problem.
right now we started a best T-shirt competition and you won. Just so you know. Come in a bit more. Let the camera see the T-shirt. It's pretty epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Custom
it.
made.
Okay, please take a seat. Next up, we have Zaha from the UK. Come on in. How's it going?
I'm feeling good, yeah.
You look quite excited.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a match.
Have you had a feature match before?
Not at YCS level, no.
Where did you have a feature match before? Nationals? Oh, was I there?
Pardon?
Was I at that Nationals?
I'm not sure, no, last Nats.
Oh, that was the one I didn't see. See, otherwise I would have recognized you. How are you feeling about the match? You've got a pretty good score so far. Were you expecting to do so well?
For this match, I'm expecting him to play something spicy because we're on a feature match, so yeah.
It's an interesting one, right? Because for the feature match, sometimes we pick kind of, spicy deck versus something not so spicy or, just 2 good players or whatever, so it's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he's playing 46 cards. I'm expecting definitely not a normal meta deck card, so meta deck, so...
Take a wild guess. Go for it.
Infernoids.
Okay. Interesting guess. Take a seat. Have you guys decided who's going first? So you are going to go first. Okay. All right. Let's take it over to our Italian duo, Marcello and Alberto.
Welcome to round 8 of YCS Utrecht 2020. We have a very special match for you guys, and we're just gonna wait one more moment. Now they have their headphones on and we can talk about the decks. Yep. So Zahab, we see him this year when I was doing commentary at the UK National Championship. He had a very strong show, and apparently he has some magician tricks as well, because he guessed it correctly and he's up against Infernoids.
Yeah, his opponent Daniel is relying on Infernoid, which is kind of crazy because it looks like he knows the deck. you know?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 46 is definitely not a common number, but it's tough to get Infernoids as well from it. Maybe he just played with us and he knew about it, and he just pretended to be cool, but I don't know. Hopefully that won't be the case. But actually, he's also playing a very interesting version of a deck, so he's on Spiral. Not the going second version we have saw, but the Werewolf DAO, so super combo oriented with dangers, Armageddon Knight, so just going all in on it. And from the look of it, I think Daniel goes second.
Yeah, I mean, like we can see that Daniel's main deck hit 3 couple of evenly matched, and
yeah, and the Cypher
it's kind of understandable.
Well.
Yeah, I mean, Infernoid has never had problems going second, so.
No, usually you do see it because there are multiple like rewards, let's say.
Yeah.
One of them, Void Imagination, being the Shadow Fusion, which now actually Shadow Fusion is in the format, so you just send a lot of Infernoid from the deck. And he's just going in. He's playing Monster Gate, Reasoning, all the Powerhouse cards. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I actually do like the deck.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Daniel hopefully he will not jinx himself by saying that he never bricked, because I feel like Infernoids is like an all or nothing kind of deck, but maybe it will work out for him. Our players are ready. Let's just go to the table.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems like Daniel does not brick, so it's a really good end from him, but the driver is there.
Yeah.
So it's it's gonna be close.
Yeah, also because every single time we did commentary this weekend, something weird happened.
Yeah. But this end from Zahab is just absolutely insane. 1-for-1 plus quick fix with the master plan, and Magician's Soul is like...
Yeah, this is like super huge.
With this, like, you can have such a strong opening. Usually, depending on what you have, you end with, of course, the Sleeper, but the full Link U, let's say, with the Trigate, so...
Yeah, it's kind of interesting also to see how Zahab decided to build the deck. It's one of those decks that came up recently, so they're going first version, and most of the players, are, as we saw earlier on today, are playing the second version of Spiral.
I mean, it's an interesting one, and... like the ways the combos start is usually the same, but the way you end it can be quite different.
Yeah.
Some people are going for Curious plus Griffin to just set back like Imperial Order, Summon Limit, or stuff like that. It seems like Zahab is going for a more traditional combo, probably searching for Didi Crow through it, thanks to the Lily Rusk, which is a nice addition, because Didi Crow is pretty much useful against all of the decks right now.
Yeah. And also Zahab is playing Trigate, which we didn't see so far today. And it's one of those cards that's really difficult to out, also because most of the players are main decking Evilly Matched and Mystic Mine as well. But things are really looking good for Zahab in this spot.
Yeah, it's definitely not the greatest stand. And now he gets to know that he was right. So he take a look at the deck, he knows that it is Infernoid, and definitely not gonna give him that evenly matched.
Yeah.
The other cards weren't the greatest. So one of them was the Imagination, the Vanishment, and the other one was an Infernoid monster.
Yeah, it was an Infernoid, yeah.
So he's not stopping anytime soon. Here, we're gonna see a big decision from Zahab if he wants to play around Nibiru or not, because he also has the option of access like the Appaloosa.
Yeah.
But maybe like Nibiru shouldn't be played in Infernoid.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Zahab, maybe I would just risk and just go all in. Maybe his opponent, by the moment that he knows that he's playing Infernoid, maybe he's not playing Nibiru at all. So we'll just combo off and
Quite
see what happens. Yeah.
Now he gets to add the 2 cards from the master plan if he wants to. Sometimes in this kind of scenario, you see people trying to chain block it, and that's what Zahab is doing. He doesn't want to risk an Ash Blossom there, so he's gonna keep the master plan for when he actually really needs to use it and can protect it.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows the deck. He has been streamed before on future match, so he seems a real experienced player. Let's see.
Is there any way you think that he... No, I don't think he can ever extra link, right?
No.
But he has
no
a
way.
lot, like... Yeah, I don't think he plays the cards. You can technically do it, but against Infernoid is not even that great. And he's also playing a Beast Dweller, but again, not the greatest because the Infernoid monsters are not actually effects.
Yeah.
They are inherent, like they can just be summoned from the graveyard even through the Abyss Dweller, so.
Yeah, Inferno has always been one of these decks that has always been there, and people continue to play it and can cause a lot of trouble.
I don't think there is a single card released in like the last months, I think, in his deck.
Yeah, there's. I don't think he's good. No,
But
he doesn't play
it's one
any.
of those decks that you don't have to forget about. Sometimes they are really good, and it had a really good show at YCS London too.
Yeah. Yeah, then he's also playing 3 copy of Pot of Extravagance, which is pretty good. He doesn't really need that much of his extra deck.
So what do you think he's trying to do here? Just go for the Trigate combo plus Sleeper, or?
I think Zahap has a really good hand, and I will go definitely for the Trigate combo. I mean, he knows his opponent like is playing Inferno. Trigate could be a good card, and
and here is
yeah.
where you see the chain block that we were talking about.
Yeah.
He waited quite a lot, but now he can finally use Master Plan as Chain Link 1, and that's what we're probably gonna see.
yeah, no responses from Daniel, which can do nothing.
Yeah, and as you can see here, played around Ash Blossom very well, and he's able to get so ahead. Something interesting that I've seen people just debate about is the interaction between the blocker and the resort.
Yeah.
Because during the end phase, you can choose to destroy the resort and add it back to the end, which is really good in a few matchups, just to have an extra resource that they can deal with it. But you lose the protection effect, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's what we were talking about before. I mean, if you play the going first version and you want to keep the resort on field, maybe you know that your opponent maybe is not playing evenly matched, but with the Trigate combo, like, you avoid your opponent to act from activating the
they need to have like multiple copies.
Yeah, multiple
of it,
copies,
which is quite unlikely. Especially now that he put one of the evenlies, he saw that from the drone, so quite unlikely that there are like 3 evenlies in the top 7 cards in the deck. And Apple lose as well, which is something that you don't always get to summon with the Trigate combo.
Yeah.
Does he want to get the Lily Roost?
I think he wants to. He wants to get the DD Crow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the DD Crow is just much better than most of the cards you can get. Yeah. So he's going for the DD Crow, which differently from Dweller is actually pretty useful against Infernoids as well.
Yeah. This was a card that you never liked. I remember when we used to play Spiral.
Yeah, back when it was
you always
released.
refused this card.
Yeah, back in the day. I mean, it was. I thought it was a win more in a way.
I always played it. I liked it because I liked DD Crow.
Yeah, and you always stopped with it, right? Spoiler, it didn't.
Oh.
Spoiler alert, it never
Almost.
did. So how he continues his combos. And
but the 2 YCSs we played with, they were pretty much shit. I mean, no, the first one was Dallas. We had everything. We have 3 quick fix with the machine duplication. It was the best format so far. Why didn't you like it? There were 3 Gofu also. I mean,
yeah. Apparently.
And I only played 2.
Yeah. And now you are explaining plays for people at home. Look out, the word change.
That's how you have to play, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Just follow your art and you won't stop.
If you don't play 40 cards, just play in odd.
Yeah. And I mean, for Daniel, it's working. He's 46 cards,
Yeah.
so to be honest,
it's not even odd. It's even.
Anything is possible. But yeah, Trigate comes down. No surprise here. He's not playing the wire, which I mean, I do like because I think it's also a win more in a way.
Yeah.
When you're playing, I mean, when you're playing, I guess more of a grind version of Spiral, it makes more sense. But when you're such a focused combo, I guess deck list, you really don't need the extra negation. So
I think Wire is a good card in the side deck. I mean, he's not playing it at all, and but I think it's a good card against Mystic Mine too. But
yeah, I mean, with the popularity of
Yeah.
Mystic Mine for sure, but I guess Zahab wasn't really expecting it that
Yeah.
much. And now he uses it on the Helix, but he needs to link with the Lyrirusk
Yeah.
here. Because usually that zone would have been where you put it. So what is he gonna do instead?
Cerberus? Yeah.
Cerberus, okay. Pretty solid opening, to be honest. This means that you have one negation in like any card really, and 2 monsters negations, which is great because thanks to Phoenix they cannot attack over the Appaloosa.
Yeah.
And with the Sleeper on top, this is pretty much a win against most cards. I would say just Dark Lure no more is the biggest punish, but we are in game 1, so that's
Yeah.
quite unlikely. And with evenly matched, you will need even more than a copy. So
Yeah, I mean, Zahab couldn't have asked for more. I mean, this is like the best opening you can
Yeah.
have.
even with a full hand and a DD Crow, so
Yeah.
this is pretty much unbeatable.
Yeah, for sure.
For Daniel, there is a slim chance if the extravagance does not get negated. And as you can see, Zahab decided to destroy the resort and get it back with blockers. So let's see if Daniel can find a way around it. I think this extravagance is important. Would you negate it with Trigate?
This is gonna be really difficult. I mean, I will negate it anyway. I mean, giving your opponent 2 free cards is...
Yeah, I mean, I think he has to negate
He has
because
to
he
negate it.
knows that one of them is evenly matched.
Yeah.
So there is no way. Like, he knows that he would draw into Vanishment plus
Yeah.
evenly, so he is forced to negate. And now with the Mind Control, he can actually take the Appaloosa away, which is pretty usable, but I don't think the rest of his hand looks that great.
No, I mean, he drew a Decathlon, if I'm not mistaken.
It doesn't say so in the system, so I'm not sure, but it would seem like it might be. Yeah, he does have
he
that
does have a
Decathlon,
Decathlon
which
in his
changed
hand.
a bunch
Yeah.
his plays. So the Decathlon comes down, which might help, but the DD Crow we don't have to forget about. Is he playing any of the like weird Infernoids ones, like the bounce one back? Because usually you don't see them. But if people is playing that many,
No, he's
like,
not playing Antra, for example.
yeah, he doesn't have Antra. I don't think he's playing those. Maybe this.
No, he has the
Sierra?
standard one. No, he doesn't play it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's playing it. So this Leaper is really tough to deal with. Because like if his opponent just goes for it, you would need to like Phoenix away the resort.
Yeah.
And then find another way of dealing with the Sleeper. Which, to be honest, is Onunku. Because Onunku is the Raigeki one.
Yeah.
So I can show you guys what we're talking about. Onunku that just says that you banish 3 Infernoids, and when he's summoned, it's basically a Dark Hole. And yeah, this is what he's trying to do. He's gonna force this Sleeper out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the only move that Daniel can do at the moment. It will not be that easy, but I think he can deal with Zahab's field. Let's remind you guys that Zahab can still activate the Sleeper effect. But now Daniel decides to Link Summon and he special summon Hita.
So now he's gonna try his best to just fight this. But the DD Crow gonna shut down one of the Infernoids.
Yeah.
Let's remember that you cannot bring back the small one from the
Yeah.
graveyard. So the level 4 or lower. But he's just preventing it in case he has an Infernoid in hand.
Yeah.
And it is the case. So well played there by Zahab.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that maybe Daniel could have an Onunku in his hand, so...
But the Patrulea comes down.
Yeah.
I believe he's the one that pops a Spell and Trap, right?
Yeah, he's the one that props a spell and trap. Yeah.
So can he find anything? Like
This
my
is gonna
problem
be
is that
difficult.
even if he gets rid of it,
Yeah,
this is
exactly.
enough. And he picks up his cards. So Zahab, with an impressive field, takes game 1. Looking like he never was in trouble. When you're facing no hand traps, you are feeling like you're on top of the world with this deck. So
Yeah, I mean, he had Magician Soul, he had the quick fix, he had the perfect hand, no hand traps from Daniel.
Yeah.
So basically, game 1 was pretty straightforward, and let's see now.
Yeah,
what
now it changes completely. But at the same time, I think you're really worried if you're Daniel, because you are going second deck, and although you lost the die roll, so your opponent didn't really know. What are you gonna do now? You just witnessed that they can just put up so many negations that you can't do much about it.
Yeah, I mean, also because he's gonna. I mean, in his side deck, something that surprised me is playing 3 copy of Lava Golem.
Yeah, which to be honest is really good here.
Yeah, but would you go second against a Spiral deck?
Yeah, I think you gotta stick to your plan because he has Lava Golem, Mystic Mine, and Dark Ruler No More, which are all very useful cards against the Spiral opening, and he has zero cards for going first.
Yeah.
He has no plan at all. He just has a plan. So that's what he has to do. I saw Trap Trick, so for a moment I thought maybe he's playing Sanctum as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't. You can still get the Void Fist, which is really powerful, but I am pretty positive that you just gotta try again. I mean, to be fair, if you have the side deck, then you're gonna have Gamma, Mystic Mine, Dark Lure No More, evenly matched, Lava Golem, so it's like a lot of cards. So I think it can work out.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has to go second anyway. He has some cards to go second. Hopefully, he can draw a Gamma.
But on the other side, something that is making me a little worried for Daniel is one specific card in Zahab side deck, which is Different Dimension Ground.
Yeah.
For anyone not knowing, it's a normal trap that says basically it's gonna happen a macrocosmos for just one turn.
Yeah.
And if we change that to any of the milling spells from Daniel, that's probably game over.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cards that we haven't not seen this weekend so far, and because most of the players decided either to play Different Dimension Ground or Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's one of those cards that is really powerful, and I mean, of course, it's good against all the meta decks like Shadow, for example, and Spiral too.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good against those, but usually you can't play it in deck that also rely heavily on the graveyard. Spiral, they do, but they also just put up a board, so they don't care.
Yeah,
if you stop them, then it's similar to Barrier, they're just gonna stop you.
Yeah.
I'm actually curious about it, because like I feel Barrier would probably be safer, but Zahab probably recognizes that Orcus is still a deck.
Yeah.
We saw that there is a player undefeated right now with Orcus, just pure Orcus.
Yeah.
Dinosaur is also a deck, and Different Dimension Ground is better against all of these uncommon, let's say, matchups.
Yeah.
And in this case, he's gonna get another payoff because it's really good against Infernoids. So I am giving the advantage to Zahab, just because I feel like even if he loses here, in game 3, he could potentially go second and OTK, but our players are getting their ends, so are we gonna see a game 3? Who is gonna win this one? Let's go and find out.
I mean, if I were Zahab anyway, I think that my opponent could let me go first anyway, because he's playing Infernoid, right?
Yeah, possibly.
So maybe...
But Daniel once more sticks to his feelings and goes second.
Yeah.
So Zahab is gonna be the one to start. Let's take a look at what he has drawn. I do see the Magician's Soul and the Foolish.
Oh, it's a really good hand. Oh, okay. On the other side, Daniel has the Impermanence and the Mystic Mind.
Yeah, so it's gonna be an interesting one. Magician's Soul plus any of the spells is a really good opening.
Yeah.
I thought that was, the Foolish Burial Goods.
Yeah. It's the Foolish Burial Goods, yeah.
So this is one of the best openings for this deck. These 2-card combos, thanks to the Magician's Soul, which is the latest introduction for this deck. You can do so many unfair things just because you naturally get a lot of spells and traps that you want to send to the graveyard. So getting free draws on top of that is just almost ridiculous. To
Yeah,
the
it's
point,
like one of the best cards released so far in the last Legendary Collection, and I mean, it gives this deck so much power, and like it seems, but like if if you were Daniel, where do you activate the impermanence now? Would you just wait, like from the helix?
I mean, technically, something that you can do is just wait for the entire combo, go impermanence on the Trigate, and then activate Mystic Mine.
Okay.
But the problem with that is, if they have the sleeper, then they can chain it there. So you need to deal with that as well.
Yeah.
So it's very weird, because impermanence alone isn't really fantastic here. So. But that's very unfortunate.
Okay.
He picked up the resort.
The resort, yeah.
Which means that now to resolve the master plan, he's forced to go into Unicorn.
Yeah.
To put it back, there is a small risk in this, but it's not the end of the world for sure. But now there is a really good option for the impermanence.
Yeah.
If Zahab invests a lot into the Unicorn and then he gets met by impermanence, maybe it slows him down significantly enough that Daniel can capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point he has to drop the impermanence on the Unicorn, because otherwise, I mean, Zahab cannot continue his combo anymore.
And here it's possible that we do see the Unicorn.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
I think it makes a lot of sense, because then you have all your combos set up, you have a good cards to discard, and this impermanence could hurt here.
Yeah, I mean, Zahab is committed, and I think he has to pass from Unicorn.
Yeah, it seems like he's considering it. Gonna go through Helix first. Maybe he wants to summon a little more, but let's see.
Do you think Daniel's is going to drop the impermanence here, or?
I mean, right now it would be random, so
Yeah.
I would be surprised if Zahab even tried to use it, to be honest, because he needs to summon the drone first, but. He's going in, so...
Okay. So he brings back the...
Committing to his plays, even at the Assaulting Grave, which means he can banish that to summon a drone from his hand, and that way he has the guaranteed reveals. And honestly, drone, I think it's one of the most, probably the most powerful card to me in Spyro.
Yeah, I mean, it has always been the card that you really want to special summon, because like, not only gives you a huge advantage activating your cards, but like stacking 3 cards from your opponent deck is like ridiculous.
Yeah, because you almost always guarantee that they are going to have a bad card, which means that you're essentially discarding a card from their hand, and that's really unfair. So this will not exactly be the case, because they are all playable, but the set mass seems like it's by far the worst one.
Yeah.
So I would definitely put that on top. Yeah. And again, it pretty much means that Daniel cannot rely on his top deck here. As we can see, that really doesn't help with his end.
Once again, a lot of things going on for Zahab. Is now going for Helix.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, the more I look at this end, the more I'm convinced that Daniel just needs to wait.
Yeah.
Because if he does, the Lair of Darkness plus Monster Gate can also clear most of his opponents.
Yeah, I mean, he has a chance to come back in his turn, because, I mean, if he drops the impermanence in Zahab's turns, I don't think he can get any advantage out of that. So I think the best choice that Daniel can make at this moment is just to wait and then drop the impermanence in his turn.
Yeah.
So just to prevent Trigate effect, as you said before.
Yeah, because the thing is, with just Mystic Mine, no, but with Lair of Darkness plus Monster Gate, you actually have a really good way of cleaning your opponent fields too. So potentially you can completely win by going Lair of Darkness.
Yeah.
They're forced to negate it or like destroy it. Then you go Impermanence on Trigate, and then you go Mystic Mine, for example. Or if you're feeling lucky, you can do the other way around, where you rely on the Monster Gate, which, to be honest, can win you the game as well.
It does make sense.
So I definitely not counting Daniel out, and I think he realizes that. I like it. He doesn't commit the impermanence. He knows that he has enough here.
Well played by Daniel here.
Yeah, very well played. And yeah, nothing much to say. I think the only other non-obvious play could be that he goes for a Curious to send a different dimension round.
I mean, he could go for Curious maybe here. I mean,
like
he
for
could do it, but
I don't know.
I mean, it would be fine. If he feels like that he needs the different dimensional ground, it could be, a fair play.
For example, here you can see something that a lot of other decks has been doing and that he decided not to, which is use the Curious for Imperial Order instead.
Yeah.
Like if that was the case, it would have been completely a game changer here.
Yeah, I mean, it was something that we used to see a lot in the previous format, but...
yeah, or Summon Limit, for
yeah, or
example,
Summon Limit,
yeah.
for example, yeah.
Those were usually the
2 cards, yeah. The
cards you would get.
Yeah.
I guess even Anti-Spell Fragrance
Anti-Spell, yeah.
lately, but yeah, pretty much all around those. Especially now that you have Lightning Storm, Dark Lure No More, Shadow Fusion, all these normal spells that are just so good at going second.
Yeah.
Imperial Order and Anti-Spell Fragrance just got so much better. Solemn Judgment is also back at 3, which is something that we've seen in a lot of the Invoke Shadow deck lists.
Yeah, I mean, there are those generic cards that you always want to play because they're so powerful that you cannot play, so... They go in every single deck.
I mean, especially Solemn is just... Do you have the out? I'm gonna have the out for it, so you need even one more. If you don't, I can always still just Solemn something else.
Yeah.
So... I do like it, but... In this case, I think Zahab is just trying to figure out how to do the same as game 1, I feel like, because it worked out. Why not try it again?
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to consider which one is the best option for him. He has a lot of things going on at the moment. But once again, we have to see if he wants to go for the Nightmare.
I wouldn't say he's going for Curious here, so I don't think that's going to be an option for him. He's probably just going to try and do the same. So the Appaloosa, but I think he doesn't seem that happy about it.
No, I mean...
looks like he's shaking his head.
Yeah. He doesn't seem that convinced. I mean, he knows that he has a good hand, but it doesn't feel like...
Yeah, it seems like...
Is that enough?
He might have done something wrong, or maybe he's just one of those players that are too harsh on on themselves, you know? Because I don't think he did anything like too wrong, but of course, you have so many decisions with this deck. It's probably one of the hardest one right now. So.
Yeah.
And now again, so it seems like he's gonna go and try to do something similar. I don't think I think he can easily do it. So
yeah,
I don't know why he's worried. Because like here you can easily go for Trigate and the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Plus Sleeper. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, his hand is really looking good. I don't think
you can get the Crow.
Yeah, exactly. You can get DD Crow.
Yeah, it seems fine, but I think Daniel actually beats this, like differently from game 1. I am pretty confident that unless he just doesn't see the play, okay, DD Crow was probably sided out because I think he would have gone for it here.
There comes the Trigate.
And here, as you can see, we have the Phoenix. So just like game 1, the only difference being the Cerberus, he opens with these Appaloosa and Sleeper. Is it gonna be enough once more? I do see multiple lines from Daniel where this is not enough. Let's see if he also sees them. But by being with such a strong record in this event, I would be surprised if he didn't.
It's not gonna be easy for Daniel anyway. I mean, of course he has the impermanence to negate the Trigate, but he also has to deal with the Sleeper.
Yeah, but I think it was very well played. Do you think he's getting it back now with the Resort?
I mean, no way. No way. I mean, I will just leave the Resort here.
Let's see. Big question. Usually you do, but I think it makes sense just because of evenly matched. But it seems like he's keeping it. So he's gonna go full all-in mode, and Daniel has all the tools he needs to just clear this away. If he wants to just set up a Mystic Mine and pray that his opponent sided out the outs, he does have that. So he picks up the side mass. He has all he needs. Let's see what he decides to go for. This is gonna come down on Trigate for sure. Yeah.
Here comes the impermanence.
So now he has one decision to make. Does he wanna get lucky with the Monster Gate, or does he just wanna slam down the Mystic Mine? What's it gonna be?
Go for more. Okay.
Okay, he's going for the other line. Wow. Very surprised by this. I thought he was gonna go every time for the other one, so he's just relying it on luck. How many infinite monsters can he mill here? Let's see.
Yeah, it's all up to that monster gate.
It's gonna be all or nothing. You can just use the monster gate here, probably tribute the Sleeper or the Appaloosa, whatever he feels like.
This is gonna be super risky too. I mean,
what is he gonna get rid of? Appaloosa probably, right?
Yeah, I mean probably Appaloosa because yeah, I mean it's the only one you can.
I mean it's
get
close
rid of.
because if you get rid of the Sleeper, that's why I really like the Mine more. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, unless Sleeper says, this is what I'm curious about. Does Sleeper? No, yeah, only destroyed. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many is he gonna mill? It's milling a bunch of spells. Okay, a lot of spells. So Nunku was milled as well.
Yeah, things are really looking good for Daniel.
Wow.
He's milling all his deck.
Wow, all of them go. Look at them go. Just keeps going. It doesn't stop. Yeah, Lava Golem cannot be.
Yeah, cannot be special summon.
Normal summon.
Yeah.
Wow, what is this? What's going on? Okay,
Here
here
comes
he
the
goes.
Decathlon.
You can see the crowd going crazy.
And it seems like he's just.
That was probably more than 20 meals.
Yeah, I mean he's
So-
just left with few cards.
He got
Yeah.
rewarded. He gotta check if he has a target for Decathlon even.
Yeah, he milled for sure more than 20 cards.
Wow, look at that
Look at that
graveyard.
pile.
Look at that pile. Wow. And now he needs to find a way to just force all of these Appaloosa. And you can see the big difference of Cerberus not being there. Cerberus could have protected this from Nunku, while here they're still protected by battle. So it's not super easy to force them out. But okay, the first negated the Decathlon, I believe. But another Decathlon is in his hand, which... What just...
I mean, they're just making some clarification
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
They're just checking
they're
if
just
there's...
checking that he has a target for it. He might not have a target for it. Yeah, it seems like he didn't have a target for the Decathlon, so unfortunately he basically had a wrong activation of the Decathlon, which means the Appaloosa is still full.
Yeah. And I quite... So...
This changes a lot.
Yeah, I mean, this changes a lot, but I think that anyway, Daniel can come back in this game. I mean, of course, he has to deal with the Appaloosa, but...
it doesn't seem to be that difficult. Of course, they're just gonna rule it and probably end him a warning for illegal activation.
Yeah, I mean, he just took his end, but nothing that special happened, so maybe just warning. Yeah. The judge is just clarifying to Daniel the situation.
So now, as we said, we can just go back to the match, and he has a few ways. He can go for the Ita, just like he did in the last game.
Yeah, he has some decisions here to make. I mean, for sure, the Mystic Man decision paid off.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure.
You don't. I know that you not agree with him.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't just because I don't feel lucky often, but.
Yeah.
So now he gets the sidemans back, which is the one that banishes one. But I believe if it attacks a monster. But this is also really good because it doesn't have to destroy the monster. So technically, he can also just attack and force one more negation with it. And at the same time, pushing damage. For time, we do have a concern. This might end up in a draw.
Yeah, this is going to be quite difficult because, as we were saying before, we have seen a lot of back and forth games so far this weekend. And I think by the moment the Spiral really needs some minutes to make the combo, you know? But maybe I don't know. Maybe if Zahab understands that this game could be over, he will maybe decide to scope.
Because, I don't know. maybe they're also okay with a draw in case that happens. Like, it's not the end of the world, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting with a 6-1 record, so a draw it will not be the end of the world, but...
But at the same time, you can always just try and play it out. And now we see another interesting extra deck link, the Crusadia Equimax. So, a lot of interesting choices here for Daniel. The links just made the Infernoid so much better of swarming, but again,
it's an
he
illegal
couldn't
summon.
really go for the Equimax because it needs the... So he's gonna have... I mean, you can really tell you can't blame him too much. He's playing on stream. The crowd is huge.
It's a huge crowd,
and he's the crowd favorite, to be honest. So
and also it's the 8th round of the day, so players have been playing a lot this day. Totally understandable.
And to be honest, you play against an opponent who went for the full spiral board. You are just trying to break it. You have a graveyard which is probably close to 35 cards.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy.
Some thinking.
Yeah, it's not easy to deal with this situation. But anyway, Daniel is trying to make his best to come back into this game.
Here is the Equimax for you guys. The Crusaders are really good at getting a lot of attack for OTKs, but at the same time, you can negate the effect by tributing. So it's not super easy to abuse, but it is just that I was always saying the Link have so much synergy with the Infernoids because you can't really summon more Infernoid monsters if you have more than level 8, right?
Exactly, yeah. But still, Daniel needs to enter into the battle phase, so he has a lot of options here. He can special summon the Onunku. He has a lot of targets in his graveyard.
But I wouldn't waste it right now.
Okay.
It seems like he is gonna go for it, but I'm not sure like how he's going to force this out, because I thought the way to really force it was with the Saitmas.
Yeah, I think it could have been the card to...
But maybe he has enough damage here to just cheese the win with the Equimax, because the Equimax gains the attack combined of all monsters discard points too,
so
which means that he gained 58, right?
58,
so it's a 78.
yeah.
Which means that this is 62.
Yes, so it's not enough if we're not mistaken, right?
But then you can just... Yeah, because the monsters discard points you cannot attack, but you can tribute it to then go for...
Yeah, you can tribute.
Yeah, you can tribute it for the attack, and this is very well played by Daniel. He recognized a potential OTK by doing this, because he can use the effect of... he's just gonna use it to just banish something from the graveyard. This way, the Equimax does not stop your monsters from attacking. You just attack over the Appaloosa twice, and
exactly, and you can deal enough damage. And it's gonna be it.
So this should be enough for Daniel, but they're gonna just check it out. It is gonna be 14 more plus 12. Yeah, it's more than enough.
Yeah, it's
they're
enough.
just doing some math here, but this is more than enough, and we are gonna go to game 3 with only 5 minutes remaining.
And we have just seen another comeback.
Absolutely. It seems like for this event we have seen all different decks throughout all of these 8 rounds of Whist up until now, which is not as usual the last round, by the way. We had an incredible attendance for this event, more than 2,200 players, which means that today we're going to play 9 rounds of Swiss. So do not go and leave after this round. We still have a lot more action, but this match is not over yet.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to game 3, as we have seen a lot of times this weekend, and the two players, as we were saying before, even though you have a really good hand, you cannot feel comfortable enough, because Daniel was lucky enough, let's say, with that monster gate, and he was able to come back into the game.
But now, of course he did, and maybe it was the right decision, to be honest. But if the Decathlon was one of the first cards, I think he would have just straight away lost. I mean, it did work out, so...
Yeah, I mean, I know that you don't agree with this, because you're always like want to play conservative.
I'm not, I'm a Finnish player, so I don't know anymore. No, but he definitely knows what he's doing. And now my big concern is, first of all, the time. We saw that there were 5 minutes, which means that after signing, they will probably be close to 4, 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Maybe this ends in a draw. Not the end of the world, but not as exciting for us. And the other scenario is maybe Zahab just picked second. He let his opponent go first. He has a lot of useless cards,
Yeah,
and he can just push enough damage.
Yeah.
My concern, I don't know. We'll see.
This is gonna be difficult because, as we were saying before, Inferno is not that great. Also because Daniel is playing a lot of like useless card going first.
Yeah.
So maybe if Daniel expects this, he's gonna be in trouble, and maybe Zahab can deal enough damage to win this one.
Yeah, at the same time, my big concern with this is if that's your strategy, and it happened to me sometimes when I was close to time and I was like, okay, I don't think I can win going first, I just go second. But you need to play it super fast and side even more, because otherwise they're just going to start their turn, and if you stop them, then that's it.
Yeah.
You don't get a battle phase.
Exactly. You really need to know what you're doing. So if your plan is to go second and try to risk it, so instead of getting a draw, you're just saying to yourself, okay, let's see if I can win this one. And you can just hope.
But they're still siding right now, so I'm really concerned that we're just going to see a draw. But they're almost ready, so no more talking. Let's go to them. We might have one of those matches where they just play super fast.
They have to play super fast. As you can see, they have
2 minutes left. Wow, this is going to be nerve-wracking for one of them.
So let's see Zahab's decision here. It's going to be super relevant.
Ooh, the end from Daniel is completely... I think it's 4 Infernoid Monster and Lava Golem.
Okay. This is going to be super difficult here for Daniel.
Wow. Did Zahab pick second? Or does he play a cheeky cowboy, maybe, for these kind of situations?
I think Zahab decided to go second. I mean, it will be the best decision to make.
Yeah, I think
honestly.
it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think he did.
Yeah, looks like he did.
And his opponent drew such a bad end. He's gonna try his best to stay alive. He makes a Patrullia. I think he's gonna pass.
I think he's gonna pass. Yeah, he
Zahab
doesn't have
is
nothing.
ready.
Okay.
He goes for another monster, but Zahab has tough and super age, and this is more than enough. Zahab just need to do this in time, but I think there is plenty of it.
Yeah, I mean, he has time. He doesn't have to, speed
miss
things
the
up.
tough,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
there is plenty of time here. There is no interaction from Daniel. Unfortunately, he drew such a unplayable first hand, and we are gonna see Zahab most likely advance here.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying before, Zahab really needed to take this risk, and I mean, unfortunately, Daniel did draw this, not good hand, and not that much that he can do at the moment. I mean, Zahab is in totally control of the game.
Do you think he is playing a little too slow?
I mean, he really needs to play his cards as fast as he can, because otherwise he's gonna risk the draw.
Yeah, I think he's taking a little too much time that I'm comfortable with.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like he will have enough even here. So at the same time, now the Infernoid monsters can be chained, so he needs to play around that.
Yeah, he's speeding things up. Here is going to chain the rescue.
Yeah, but this is more than enough to just push damage, so hopefully it doesn't overcomplicate things.
Yeah. He's gonna enter the battle phase.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
If he just enter battle phase here, it's enough. Don't overcomplicate it, Zahab.
Yeah. Okay, he enters the battle phase.
And this will be more than enough. Zahab pushes the damage, and he will win this in time. And probably even outside of time, he would have for sure OTK'd this. We're just gonna wait the last second.
And
the handshake goes there. Zahab is the winner. Let's go back to us for a quick post-match discussion. So,
yeah, I mean, we were saying that Zahab really needed to take this risk. He paid off. Well played.
Yeah. So definitely two players that know what they're doing. Two completely different approach. One of them focusing entirely on going second, a lot of techs. The other one, pretty much no hand traps, no cars for going second, just completely focused on going first.
Yeah.
And I think when you usually meet these two matchups, the one that goes first, you wins.
Yeah, I mean, usually wins. I mean, we were saying before, Zababy was not expecting that many decks going first, so that's why I decided to go first instead.
Yeah.
Because most of the people will let you start, and he has a good strategies because the track is really difficult to out. I mean,
I mean, we did see the difference though, because like in game 1, maybe Daniel does not have enough tools to go second against a deck like this. Because in game 1 and game 2, we saw the exact same opening from Zahab.
Exactly.
Just the Cerberus, which didn't matter too much. And basically, Daniel couldn't do anything game 1. Game 2 completely destroyed the board.
Yeah, he completely shut down the board.
Unfortunately, in game 3, you can really see why Zahab is an accomplished player. He understood immediately that he needed to do what his opponent didn't want to.
Yeah.
He went second, he let him start, and he bricked.
Yeah.
So in the pre-match interview, he said he never bricked. Now, unfortunately, he did. What can we say? Law of the big numbers. You have to add that once, especially in such a long tournament.
Yeah.
But I don't want to take any more time for you guys because we have a lot more action. But before that, let's hear it from the man, Zahab and Luke.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Yes, I'm here with Zahab, our feature match winner. Have you been able to calm down after the very quick play there?
Yes, I did. Yes, it's nervous, being near in time. So yeah.
How did you feel? You could see that when you knew that you had a line of plays to get to the end there, that you really speeded up. Like the rest of the game, you were kind of a little bit slow, but then you really speeded up towards the end.
Yes, because we had maybe half a minute left, so I need to speed up and put some damage. But so after game 3 started, I could see from his face that he didn't draw too well. So I think my hand was pretty good. So I reckon I could.
Well, it was good enough. I mean, that's the thing with time, right? It doesn't have to be the best hand. It's just got to be good enough to get just a little bit of damage in. Yeah, I think I remember the guy saying that he opened just all Infernoid monsters. So yeah, it didn't have much to go with.
I think if it wasn't in time as well, I reckon I could have won that match as well because I had a very good hand and I could make a lot of negates as well. So.
Yeah, I mean, we did see, however, the Monster Gate in game 2 out of nowhere, right?
I thought you were going to deck him out. It's just insane. So I did side dimensional different grounds for Monster Gate and card and Reasoning. But I didn't draw any. So yeah, such a powerful card. Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's why. I mean, if that game 3 went a bit longer, we might have seen another one of those really crazy Reasonings or Monster Gates. You never know, right? So how you feeling about the event now? You got one more round today. You got to really take a deep breath, get ready for the last round.
Yeah, I just want to finish this game, finish the next match, and just relax for day 2. So hopefully, obviously, I can win this. But if not, I still have a good chance to top. So
it's really important. People don't really think too much about it, but taking that rest between the rounds and also going from day 1 to day 2, it's really important, right?
Yes. I mean, I think resting is super important. You can't get triggered after a match, or you will maybe do more mistakes. So yeah, definitely.
That's something Marcello used to say this to me all the time. That as soon as you've lost the round, that's it. There's nothing you can do about it. Just put it away. Remember your strategies for the next round. That's it.
I mean, when I do lose, I do review back and see, did I do a misplay and something I can learn for my next round. But after that, I have to, just kind of put it aside and just focus on the current match.
It's tough, right? Because you built your deck, you're proud of it, and when you lose it, it doesn't feel great. But
yeah, I think a loss is tough for any loss. So you can't deal with it. It's gonna sting, but you have to just put it aside and yeah.
I've got a strange question since we got onto the topic. What do you think is the best way to lose a game? Do you get it just them having everything and you bricking, or what? How do you feel about that?
I think I prefer to brick myself because if I brick myself, it's okay, it's luck, so it's not my fault. But if I misplay, then I can't forgive myself, kind of. So.
No, I think I agree with you. I was thinking about it as you were answering. I think for me it would be I can't do anything and they've got everything. That's okay. That's all of the kind of bad luck for me and good luck for them out of the way, So maybe that's the best way.
Yeah. So obviously Yu-Gi-Oh is a card game where luck is play a bit of a role. So of course, yeah. So yeah.
Good.
About it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thank you very much. Good luck in your last round, and we're going to be right back with that last round. We got a special match coming up for you.
It's time to. It's time to. It's time to. Now is the time. Now is the time. we're pondering the ozone. I'm trying to get to the end zone. You won't be anything without the chips. Your lips are quivering, the time has come. Time to do. Now we get serious. Time to do. You're not invincible yet. Now is the time.
Welcome back to the coverage of YCS Utrecht 2020. Joined with me today is Jonas Koschel, one of the most consistent players in recent years, a Worlds competitor in his own right, and currently you are also part of the ongoing Worlds race as of this year.
Yeah, I'm trying my best again.
How's it feel going for this race a second time round? Is it sort of like the same thing? Is there still that kind of like adrenaline and like always like kind of the nerves before every like regional?
I think it's just, I mean, I'm not really tryharding for Worlds, but because I'm living in Germany, that's a good thing for Worlds race. And if you're doing well at the events like YCSs and stuff, you can just kind of compete even without like really tryharding and going to regionals outside of my country. And yeah, I mean, it's still weird and like different than like any other thing, because now they changed from top 8 to top 16, so it doesn't feel that hard like the year before, but still you have to do very well, and yeah, I'm trying my best.
Yeah, so you always have to keep that consistency up. When it comes to like this world race, you mentioned that like there's the less pressure because it's like top 16 and stuff. I feel like when you first started this season out, you kind of ended up in the race by accident. You know, you got like 2 tops in a row at Ghent and London, and then you kind of just like, well, I'm here now, I might as well like keep going, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, because when you're living in Germany, especially in my area, I'm just going to all the regionals anyway because it's fun and it's like 1 hour away. So I'm playing regionals a lot anyway, and then, I mean, if you're doing well at the YCS, as I said, you can just do the race and try your best. And it's, yeah, it's maybe not as hard as last year, but still, I think you have to really try hard, because especially now that people realize it's not as hard as before, more people try to compete, and then, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that paradox where it's like that it's opened it up a little bit more to 16 players rather than 8, but by proxy that means everyone's going to be trying to get in on it. In terms of like the deck choices and archetypes that you've been playing, I know you've had a lot of success recently at the regional level, because we haven't had a major event yet with the new Forbidden Limitless. You actually won a regional like just the past weekend. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I played a regional like 2 weeks ago, I think, and I played the new Shadol structure deck thing and with Invoked, and yeah, that deck is pretty cool. I really loved the Forbidden and Limited list we had, because I really didn't like Striker and Orcrist and all that together. So yeah, I just wanted to see something fresh and new, and I never played Shadol in my life before. So there was just a new deck for me, and I love playing new stuff and trying out new stuff in general.
Yeah, it's also it's a huge refresher. You have like, if you haven't in your position played Shadol back in like back in the dinosaur years for me, 2014, now you've got a chance to like, you know, try something that's like completely new. Like fusion summoning is generally not really you know, a huge part of the meta over the last 3 years, although you personally did really well with Thunder Dragon. So
that's not really fusion summoning most of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's the contact fusion thing. But anyway, the next like big hitter, I would say, this format is definitely like Spiral. At least like it started out, and then like this new structure deck came out. Have you looked at Spiral at all, or what's your views on how it's shaping up in the meta? Like, how do you view that deck to where you're standing today?
Spiral is a pretty good combo deck, but I personally don't like combo decks at all. I'm more of like, I want to grind and have multiple turns, and I'm not a fan of like huge combos. That's why I tried out the deck, of course, but it didn't fit my playstyle, I think. And maybe if I'm playing something else than like everyone else, and just because Spiral is such a big deck, everyone is prepared, and maybe for like other decks, either people don't know what the cards actually do, or they are just not prepared, and maybe that helps me.
That's a good point you highlighted. Like, there's the huge, like, big explosive break my board style of Spiral, vis-a-vis like the Shadal sort of invoke strategy, where you're kind of like, you know, grinding with your opponent, interacting a lot more.
I mean, you're summoning, most of the time you're summoning a big floodgate monster, so you're locking your opponent out. But like, I mean, Shadal is probably not the best example of a control-ish deck, but in general I prefer that type of deck over like Spiral with big combos and stuff.
Yeah, so those are kind of like the two main hitters right now. You've kind of been known for playing a little bit of Salamangreat and stuff, and Salamangreat is still kind of around. You know, you've got like that Coder engine. It's decently consistent. Lady Debug's back at 3. Have you looked at that deck at all, and what's your thoughts on that?
That's actually what I played at, like I think 3 weeks ago, and I mean, losing Mirrors, the Stelio is a big hit. Also, like one Gazelle, one Circle, that hurt the consistency a lot, and I don't know exactly if that's the best deck for sure, but like I'm pretty sure people can do well with Salamangreat, and I'm pretty sure people can do with like any deck at the moment. There's so many different decks you can play, and all of them are good. And I just played the 3v3 and I lost to Heroes, so yeah, that's a good deck as well, I guess.
Heroes is something that is...
Darklaw is a good card.
Yeah, Darklaw, Macrocosmos on legs, big boy. So yeah, we're gonna end it here for you guys. We'll be back with more coverage soon. Thanks a lot to Jonas joining me for this interview, and all the best for the World Race. So thanks, guys. Be back soon.
Long ago in ancient times, a sacred game was played by both spirit and mind. 7 items hold the mystery, puzzle line, ring rod, scale, and key. Who will make the final stand? Make the move, the answer lies in your hand. And whether you win or lose, hangs in the balance with your card you choose. Trust in the heart, the heart of the card battlefield. Remember to trust in the heart of the card. Time to do.
Welcome back to YCS Utrecht 2020. Today we're here with Simon He, a UK competitor, currently doing the World's Race. How you doing, man? How's that going for you?
Thank you.
Oh god, we absolutely messed that up. Let's not even edit that out, that'll look funny. But anyways, yes, Simon He, you're currently doing the World's Race. How's that going for you, mate?
Yeah, it's going really well. I mean, the traveling part is quite rough because I'm from UK and all the big regionals are in Germany, so I have to go back and forth. Just come back from France for a double big regional this weekend. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, but like it's really helping me improve because I'm playing so much, and it's going well. I'm currently first, actually. Really? Yes, but like everyone else is close behind, like the top 5.
It is really tight, I've seen from recent years. Everybody's just been going for it. More and more people have been going for it. I remember the year where I did it, I found I was traveling a lot as well, and I was competing with JY as well, and we were all neck and neck. But in the past couple of years, loads of people have just been like crawling up behind you. How have you been dealing with the pressure?
The pressure? No, I don't worry about the rest of them. I literally don't worry about the rest. I just play as many as I possibly can that my schedule allows me to, and hope I get there. Because like it doesn't really matter what their points are at the beginning, because everyone else, they tend to write everyone else's points down. I don't do that. I just focus on myself. Like, they don't affect you. Their points don't really affect you. As long as you keep going, you should really get there.
Yeah, it's a really good mentality to have, because you're right, you can't really control how they do. You can only control how well you do. And as long as you get that magic 16 mark, which I believe it's top 16 now, right?
Yeah, it's top 16, which is easier to get there, but more difficult when you get there. The playoffs is more difficult now, yeah.
I think just being able to just actually get there is the most important part, and then you can worry about that once you get there, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, of course. Like, for you, I think it was, like, more difficult to get there, but, and you were traveling throughout America, everything as well. That's even more difficult. Yeah, the most important thing is getting there and then just hope for the best on that day.
So, one of your past credentials is, I think your most notable one is you got second at YCS Long Beach, which is the biggest YCS to date, about 4,000 people, wasn't it? So, you're at the event now, YCS Utrecht. Is one of your big goals, other than going to Worlds, to win an event as well?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, yes, I need to win. I need to win a YCS. So I'm going to every possible YCS coming up that my schedule allows me to. That's why I'm also traveling to so many regionals, because I miss out literally a month of grinding. Because I'm going to Rio, going to Charlotte, going to Hartford, going to Pasadena. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I really hope so this year.
So in terms of priorities then, so you said that you really want to win, but you also really want to go to Worlds. So if there was like a huge regional that was coming up and you had to choose between that and a YCS, what do you think you would choose?
I think it completely depends on the YCS location as well. And this shouldn't be a factor, but you have to have fun when you go into these events. And somewhere like Rio is really nice to go to compared to potentially some of the other locations. And also depends on how well I'm doing at the race at the moment. So if I'm like first of top 4, then I can miss out on regionals. Can you imagine if you missed out on a YCS, like a good one, like Rio, and then you do bad at the regionals? So that would be like really big.
I think that's the risk you've got to take though, because at the end of the day, like, it is a competition, and it's not all going to be song and dance. You are going to have some devastating moments as well, and you've just got to. I think you said it right. Evaluate yourself, see how you're doing at the event as well. Then be thinking, you know what, I can have a break. I can go for this YCS, but at the same time, you know, you're going to hunt down that win that you so desperately need, as you say as well.
Yeah, for sure. Was there a question there?
I think it was just to see how you want to evaluate the rest of your season, I guess. So you said that you're currently first, and you've come into this event. So with this in mind, are you just going to try and... There's different ways to approach it, I guess, when I was doing the Worlds race. So I think I mostly just wanted to top, whereas you seem like you really, really want to win. But in terms of the bigger picture of the Worlds race, how are you approaching this event in itself then?
Well, for one, I'm skipping YCS Vegas for this. I actually booked Vegas, which is on the same day. Right. So in that respect, I do prioritize the Worlds points over like YCS Wing, because it's really difficult to describe because you've committed that much time to the Worlds race. If you try to go for a win when you don't get points, and it could tarnish your chance of getting something, it feels like a year wasted. Yeah. So you do prioritize that first, because the win thing, it can happen later on.
You're right, absolutely. If you want to search for your win, it doesn't have to be necessarily this year. You can do that next year, and at the end of the day, one of the biggest achievements you can get in this game is Worlds, and you can't have both. I mean, Raf has somehow managed both. She's crazy. He also has the same mentality as you, where like he was going to all the American events as well, like seeing it as a nice break as well. So I think that's a really good idea to have. So in terms of like preparation for this event, then, so what sort of things have you done to like prep for this event, and how are you handling this event in terms of how you handled it for like Milan in terms of preparations and stuff?
So for this event, I knew that this format has lots of different decks, unlike past formats where there was just usually a clear tier 1 or maybe 2 or 3. Right now, there's a lot of rogue decks can beat you at any time. So I just try to play one deck really, really well and know all the matchups. Because it wasn't, surprisingly, even though I'm playing so much, there's actually not that much time to test, because a lot of the time goes towards traveling to the event itself. And it's very difficult to test, like, let's say there's like 5 or so decks right now. It's very difficult to test each one of them against each of the other 4 and do it well. And do well with the side deck and everything as well. That's a lot of time. So I just tested, sort of learned how each of those decks work, learned the weaknesses, and then chose one and then vigorously tested against each of the others.
I think during my Worlds grind as well, I just played the same deck, because I feel like even though it might not necessarily been the best deck at some point, because I think Goki came out, I still grafted and played Pendulum Magician, because I think it's best to relieve some of the pressure and all the testing that you got to do, and just stick to one deck and just learn that matchups, like you say, against everything else. And I think you sort of did the same thing at the start of the race, because you were playing like Sky Striker a lot.
Yeah, but Sky Striker was always a tier 1 for a while anyway. And it's kind of different to right now, because like, I don't really see any massive tier. Like, this format, there's a slight problem with Mystic Mine and things like that. I don't actually have that much positive things to say about this format, to be honest. Yeah, there's a lot of contradictions. So you have one thing that's good against something else, but absolutely gets destroyed by this other thing that a lot of people are going to be using. But if you play that, has a lot of issues as well. That gets destroyed by this. So imagine like a rock, paper, scissors sort of triangle situation, but with 5 different decks. Yeah. So it's very difficult to pick the right one.
I think that's what counts for some of the skill, though. Like, you're right, like rock, paper, scissors formats are one of the hardest formats, but then you've got to self-evaluate which one do you think is better out of rock, paper and scissors, and then you just pick the one that's the most consistent, and you also have to sort of have a meta call as to whether scissors, rock or paper is going to be the most represented as well. Is that something that you've considered going to this event as well?
No, so with the limited amount of time I had, I picked a choice that was best for me. So I think one of the biggest mistakes you can make is changing a deck last minute. Unless it's like a tier 0 deck, unless it's absolutely the best deck. If it's just a slightly better tier 1 deck, I wouldn't recommend ever changing last minute, because you don't know you might know the basic combos, you don't know the grind game well, you don't know the niche interactions between the other decks. So I would literally just stick to something that you know best, unless that is not like a really, really bad option. If it's like a tier 1.5 sort of option, like close to tier 1, I would pick that. If you're, yeah.
So, so any final words in terms of like any advice to the people out there who are considering doing the Worlds race next year, maybe?
I think you have to prepare for it very, very early on. You have to, if you have school, if you have work, like I have to work around my work schedule. I'm lucky because I get to travel and work. I can work on my phone anytime. But you have to plan out the events. You have to be mentally prepared to be really tired, like all the time, because you're traveling all the time. But at the same time, you should have fun. Try and travel with friends. That makes it a lot easier. But yeah.
What a great response. Yeah, as long as you're in the right mindset, you think you can do anything, can you? Right, let's not mess up this handshake this time. Kind of did a little bit there, but it's okay. Right, good luck, Simon. I wish you the best of luck for the event. And that's me. Cheers, guys. See you next time.
This will play out? No.
We can do.
Yeah. All right. So,
True Draco. So we featured a True Draco deck earlier, which this is the more traditional version of True Draco, which runs
more
a
floodgates.
pile of floodgates rather than some solemns. So it's just saying I'm just going to do the standard True Draco thing. I am interested. Like he is. The trend Into the Void is a far more trendy card than it used to be.
Yeah, it's like the strategy you're trying to go with True Draco, turbo through your deck, get through all those power spells.
I can get behind it, cut down the deck, make it more consistent. I'm not convinced as to why you would run it with 42 cards.
Yep, it seems like you'd probably just want like the least amount of cards as possible in your deck, so you can like get those like powerful floodgates.
So yeah, you could just cut the Into the Void at that point,
But it seems to be working out really well for Maximilian here. He's got all the way here to top 4 with his True Draco deck, and he's popping off just now with the Dragonic Diagram.
Do you see that? So he's poured quite a lot into this Disciples. He's just destroyed his own Ignis. And
just for the draw 2 here?
Just for the draw 2, but there is an Ash in Niall's hand.
Yeah,
and
so
I
this
assume
might...
you do that. That's pretty devastating.
Yeah. it really puts you in, and it sets you back a lot when you like have to essentially just rely on this one singular maiden here as your last line of defense.
Yeah, once you've been ashed. This draw is big because this could be a floodgate. This could be a demise.
A demise or a floodgate. I was just gonna say like this is
or it could be an into the void, which would not
which wouldn't be legally activatable, but
no.
Sure. All right, let's see what he picks up here. It is look. Is he reading maiden?
It does all the same thing as all the other True Dracos.
He has drawn a card here. I want to say this is a blue card. Let's see.
Oh, you're having a look.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Strike the Monarchs?
Strike of the Monarchs is not blue.
Okay, let's take a look at this one.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay, I'm colorblind, sorry.
Strike of the Monarchs is...
You can tribute summon monster.
It's like a boneless Veiler?
And draw a card.
Yeah, there you go.
It plays around evenly matched, I think, is the idea.
Is that the logic?
That's why you... I've seen people play that in the side deck, because it's a nice answer to evenly matched. What do you think of this Gizmek?
It's just going with the Gizmek in the end phase?
I quite like, it's obviously good. I would happily do it if I had a skeleton in my hand. But banishing skeleton feels like it might be a bit of a disaster if you banish the skeleton.
Maybe it just feels like True Drake was the kind of deck where you just need to like try and amount some kind of board presence early so you're able to start link summoning, because this floodgate might be like devastating.
Yeah,
it's
that's
generally
a fair point.
you could be scared of something like a summon limit, for example. So he needs something down early.
I feel like it may have been a little slip. He did search. Okay, excellent. Okay, I was wondering. Yeah, we just weren't looking at the hand, but yeah. So he did search for the effect of Maiden.
Mathematician is going to be activated, and then he's going to chain the Maiden, and then chainlink 3 Ash Blossom, and then chainlink 4 Strike the Monarchs to tribute off the Maiden to negate the Mathematician from dumping a Arcos card to the graveyard.
Now, having not seen it before, he was like, it destroys my card, right? And he was like, no, it doesn't. You can keep it, it's fine. You can have it. You go for it.
So he's managed to deck thin 2 monsters out of his deck just with this singular Maiden. So there's a good chance he'll draw into one of these power spells off the top of his deck. He's in a pretty decent position depending on what this next top deck. There's so many cards he can hit here.
Keep in mind, Niall still has some reasonable amount of plays left to him because he has an Orcus Nightmare in his hand. So he could make a Phoenix, discard the Nightmare, and then he's then got access to his whole Orcus engine.
He's going to hit the Dragonic Diagram here, and that's a pretty important card with True Draco. It's like the only way you can really amount some kind of offense with it. Otherwise,
you're the whole engine.
Yeah, and you're just like relying on like floodgates at that point if it doesn't go through.
I'm interested in Niall's arithmetic there. I feel like he may have been able to do more than 3950 damage at some point. Like obviously, I'm not sure he would have the full 8,000, and maybe I'm just wrong, and maybe that was the max damage he could achieve.
So you're thinking like right now he could go for Galatea and then maybe like bring out another Gizmek and then go to the battle phase?
Yeah, having said that, so we see here he's just used Nightmare to send Harp Horror and then Harp Horror to summon the Nightmare. So that to me says he may have banished the skeleton. Because I don't see why you wouldn't summon the skeleton.
Long term, that's going to be really huge if he doesn't have access to that card.
Yeah, I did mention this. That could be a bit of a disaster if you've banished the skeleton. You're not going to be able to see it on his banished cards, unfortunately, because it is face down.
Maybe I'll just run over and take a look.
Maybe run over and take a look. He has a look. He's looking through his banished pile now. He's face down, banished pile, but it's hard for us to see. Oh no, that's his deck.
He didn't hit the Babel, so that's good news.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for the final round of YCS Utrecht 2020. 2020? Yeah, 2020. So, without further ado, let's get this last match on the go. I'm very excited about this match. You guys will find out soon why. But let's introduce our players. So first we have Zoltan from Hungary. How's it going?
Just come on.
We just have a chat.
Yeah, hello.
I see you. I've seen you at YCSs for many years now. How many YCSs have you been to?
Well, I've been playing for 7 years. I've been traveling for like 5 years, so it's over 20.
Wow, that's a lot of YCSs. That's yeah, sometimes more tournaments than people have been to.
Yeah, indeed.
Please take a seat. And last but not least, we have Rusty from Germany. Come on in. Ooh, you got an applause. Say hello to the fans.
Hi.
I was expecting them to clap now. Come on. He says hi.
Hey.
Thank you.
Okay, Rusty, tell me, were you expecting to get this kind of record with this deck at the tournament?
So I was very well prepared for this event, and then the shadow structure came out, and I was not very sure anymore. So I did not expect to get so far in this tournament. So I played against one friend from Berlin, and he defeated me in the third game, and now I'm here with one lost and try to take it to the day 2. Yeah.
Okay, please take a seat. Have you guys decided who's going first? Please take some dice and have a go. Let's find out. Whoa, that's pretty strong. So, Zoltan will begin. For the final time, let's take it over to our Italian casting duo. It's Marcello and Alberto. Take it away, guys.
Welcome to round 9 of YCS Utrecht 2020, the last round for day 1 of Swiss. So we will have 3 more to tomorrow and top 64, because this is such a huge event, so we have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah.
So for this last round, we picked even one more deck that we have not seen yet, which is Zoltan and his Orcus deck. So once more,
yeah,
the
once more
Forbidden
another
list.
deck that was hit by the Forbidden Unlimited list. But anyway, I mean, the deck is still here, still rocking, and
Yeah.
this guy is sitting with 7-1 record.
Yeah,
Pretty
he
impressive.
tried basically to change a lot of things. It seems like he's playing it as a control deck. He has a lot of end chops, close to the 12 range.
Yeah.
And it's working out very well for him. These players are X1, so they, no matter what, will advance to day 2. But ending up on an 8-1 record gives you a lot of good chances for top cut. But just as a story, his opponent Rusty is on Luna Light.
Yeah, I mean, he's rolling a Luna Light deck. I mean, it's totally understandable. One of those decks is really hard to beat in this format, but not that many players decided to play it, which is okay. I mean, but anyway, Rusty just lost one match throughout the whole weekend, and
Yeah, it's interestingly enough, though, he's playing the Double or Nothing
Yeah.
that was made popular by Jesse Cotton last summer, and he's playing 2 copies of it.
yeah, I mean, maybe he really wants to see it. I mean, if he opens it, he really wants to go like
Yeah,
for the
because
OTK
if you open
anyway.
it, then you need to search one.
Exactly.
So he really wants to go for it. And he's even playing the rank up that was just freely.
Yeah.
It was forbidden before. So it's going to be an interesting one. And just before jumping into this match, they are both kind of players that have been traveling a lot, as we were saying,
Yeah.
competing in a lot of events, but they missed their breakout performance. Zoltan especially being younger. We had the pleasure, I gotta say, of meeting him at this year Hungarian National Championship,
Yeah.
and I think he reminds me a lot of Samir. So he has such a joyful spirit, I think, if you agree. So he's like one of those players that is really happy just to be here. So I thought it was a really good chance to and deserve to give him a spotlight
Yeah.
on the future match. So as we were saying, his opponent, though, is also known. You said that you played against him in the past?
Yeah, I played him once. I don't remember which was. Yes, it was, but I think it was maybe the Pendulum format with True Draco. I mean, he's a known player from Germany. He's a good player. It's not by chance that he's sitting here with a 7-1 record.
Yeah.
And it's going to be quite interesting because, as you were saying before, Zoltan is playing a cool version of this deck. I mean, he's looked quite consistent. I mean, like...
Yeah. I mean, we know that from back there at the Hungarian National Championship, he was playing Orcus.
Yeah.
So it seems like he just sticked with it
Yeah.
and try and master it. And to be honest, I feel like a lot of people just disregarded the deck for this event.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those decks that you really don't think about when you want to enter an event like this, but it's actually showing that you can still play a deck like this. And I mean...
The thing is, Artifact Lancia was for almost 6 months like the most popular side deck card in everyone deck.
Yeah.
Now it's probably disappeared from 90 and plus percent.
Yeah, exactly.
This is paying off for Zoltan, but I think this is enough talk for this. One last match for the day. Our players are ready. Who is going to advance with a X1 record? Let's find out. So we can take a look at these hands already. Both of these guys, by the way, are playing Magician Soul.
Yeah.
we didn't really see it in Orcus yet, but it makes sense because it works out well with the crescendo.
Yeah, I mean, it has a really good synergy. It's something that you don't see that many often, but
and he wins the Darrell and opens up with the Dark Grapher.
Yeah.
Really strong opening here. He does see even Nibiru and Ash Blossom.
Wow.
Wow, this end is incredible. Nibiru is so strong against Lunalight because now there is no more Azathoth in the format,
Exactly.
so it's tougher to play around it. So
really good hand here from Zoltan.
yeah, it seems like a very solid hand. He can
Yeah.
set up all of his combos, potentially go for a Masquerena. It depends what he thinks his opponent is playing.
Yeah.
At the same time, these guys have been at the top tables for the entire event. There is a really good chance that they know what each other is playing.
Yeah.
So maybe we will see something based off that.
Here comes the Calatia. Is going to activate his effect, returning back his monster, and then is going to search for the crescendo.
And as we were mentioning, it is one of those very unique cards in Rusty's hand.
Yeah.
It's the newly playable Phantom Knight's rank up magic, which he actually uses in a very peculiar way. It was used back in the day to summon the Azathoth during your opponent's turn. Luckily, you're not able to do that anymore, but he still has quite some interesting options with the Kali Yuga.
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly.
Wow, so he
Okay,
picks up another of his deck cards. Perfect here to force out the crescendo.
Yeah, we haven't seen this card for like years, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a good card also because you can easily out the
Yeah, it's
Mystic
been a while.
Mine.
It's the Galaxy Cyclone, which basically allows you to destroy a face-down spell and trap, but the turn, not just the turn it's sent to the graveyard, but from the next turn on, you can banish it and destroy a face-up one, so useful against cards like Mystic Mine, because the deck plays Foolish Brutal Goods.
Yeah. Anyway, Rusty has a really good hand, but as I was saying before, I played him once, and by the moment that he's playing Lunalight and he won 7 rounds, I think that is maybe considering anyway the options that Zoltan could have a Nibiru in his hand. So
I mean, at the same time, I'm not sure because he's playing the Utopia double combo. I feel like you really just go for it, don't
yeah, I mean,
you?
I will go for it anyway because, like, I mean, things are really looking good for him because his hand is really powerful.
Yeah.
And okay, like for example, as we were saying before, he drew a copy of Double or Nothing. That's why he's playing 2.
Yeah, but maybe will be actually his punishment because if you think about it, if he has the Double or Nothing, then he knows that he cannot go for the combo.
Yeah.
In this case, he's playing 2, which means that he will probably go for the combo, but he even has the Magician's Soul to just go and fish for more draws. This is an incredible opening here from Rusty.
Yeah.
Just another of these combo decks that you can play this in this event.
Yeah, I mean, he also picked up a foolish Boreal and the Tiger. And
do you think he's able to go like Appaloosa before to play around the Nibiru? It's possible.
Yeah, I think he can. I think he can for sure. I mean, he has to go for Appaloosa.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
I mean,
he cannot. Okay, let's see.
This is
okay,
the
with the
third summon.
Zephyros, I think
Yeah,
here
with the Zephyros
you
he
can
can.
do it.
Yeah, for sure.
So maybe Rusty will be playing around Nibiru. So if he goes for Zephyros here, bounce back the Tiger, then he just goes Appaloosa.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna go for it.
And he's really speeding things up here because maybe he knows what he's going for.
Yeah, because if he goes for this, then yeah, it's gonna be Appaloosa and Double
Yeah.
or Nothing. Maybe this is just the way he wins this game. Is he going for it?
Yeah.
Yes. So very well played here by Rusty, and very unfortunate for Zoltan.
Yeah, Rusty
Maybe-
played his cards and...
Do you think he should have just Foolish? Like, he has the Ash Blossom for the Foolish, right?
Yeah.
I think you gotta see that coming and you gotta use the Ash Blossom there.
Yeah, I mean, he could have used the Ash Blossom there. It could have been okay. I mean, I can't
Because
blame his
now
decision.
I'm pretty sure this is game over.
Yeah.
Because we will see the Double or Nothing combo, and it seems like even though Zoltan opened a pretty ideal
Yeah.
hand, Rusty just had too much, and he could play around both Nibiru and Ash Blossom. Yeah.
Here it comes.
I think Zoltan is realizing what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying before, you can never really know who's gonna win a game.
Yeah.
Also because here he was able to come back. Oh, okay, he now activates the.
But now.
The Ash. Oh, okay.
Wait.
I think he.
Wait. What's going on?
Oh man, I think
Yeah.
he dropped the Ash Blossom on the Utopia.
Yeah, but then the Appaloosa was chained. And
I'm
I thought he
confused.
went for the Nibiru, but. No, I'm actually confused to what happened there. Because. Did he allow the search?
I mean, like, because things were really fast, because like he discarded the Ash. And I think I don't know if he chained the Nibiru, because like maybe he negated the Ash Blossom with the Appaloosa. I don't know.
No, he for sure negated the Ash Blossom with the Appaloosa, right? But then he
Yeah.
attempted to use the Nibiru there, and I'm not quite sure
I don't know what happened because
there.
like Zoltan scooped.
Yeah. Did he miscount it? No, because
No, I mean like there were more than 5 summons for sure.
because it's once per chain.
It's once per chain. Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking about. Like I thought the judge said something, so maybe it's also possible that he said okay to the search, and maybe afterwards he realized. That's the only thing.
Or
I'm
maybe he
thinking about.
realized after. Yeah.
Because it seems like he was going for the play. So I mean, anyway, it's probably something that we can ask
the players after this round.
after the round, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's see now at the
Regardless of this, really well played by Rusty.
Yeah.
He understood that his opponent could be holding Nibiru, and he played around that perfectly. Maybe the Ash Blossom was a little too greedy from Zoltan.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame really this decision also because like Rusty had some few cards left in his hand, but I think Ash Blossom could have been dropped by Zoltan in that spot. I don't know.
It's close.
Yeah,
but
it could have
now,
been
I mean,
close,
we
yeah.
just gotta move on, and they both have knowledge of what their opponent is playing. And I gotta say, Zoltan has quite a few tools. So Drone Lockbird is quite useful. And you're also playing the full set of Solemn Judgments when you go first. Those are really good.
Yeah.
What do you think Rusty is gonna put in?
I think he's going second. I mean,
Yeah.
I think Zoltan is going first for sure. But going second, he has like really good cards. For example, he's playing 3 copies of Gameciel, which we haven't seen this weekend. It's fair enough. Not that much.
The usual mine, maybe?
Yeah.
He does have the Mystic Mine. And to be fair, that seems to be pretty good.
Yeah.
So maybe we will see just a similar game where they keep on siding Mystic Mine in. And it's also possible that he goes for the Cosmic.
Yeah.
Because Cosmic Cyclone is so good against both Babel and the Crescendo. So I think they have a lot of tools. So it will be a close one, I gotta say.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite interesting. But if you were like Zoltan and you just lost a game like this, would you rather consider the option to go second?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I really think your end was underwhelming, and I still wondering to like what happened there, because I think there could have been a difference. But anyway, they have already drawn their cards, and I do see a Gameciel from Rusty. So let's just move on to this game 2 and see if Zoltan can put it even. His end, wow, it's really bad. Unfortunately, he drew an unplayable end, and he's just gonna be forced to set double Call by the Grave and pass. Very unfortunate here.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for him. He cannot do anything. I mean, he's really up to Rusty at this moment.
But at the same time, his opponent had a really good way of dealing, and he's almost not happy with this because he had Gameciel and the Mystic Mine. Plus the Foolish Burial Goods, which I'm sure he just set. With that, you can just send the Perfume, discard one of your dangers. So it seems like his hand is so good.
Okay.
The Gameciel gets discarded. And I would be surprised if he does. Oh, wow.
Okay, he draws the Tiger.
Yeah. He draws even the Kaleidoshik, and yeah, it seems like this is gonna be very tough. He can now use the goods, send the Perfume, banish it, discard Tsuchinoko, get the Tiger, for example, and he just gets so much advantage out of this. Zoltan does have the Nibiru once more, and maybe this time with the Call by the Grave, he can prevent his opponent from going into Appaloosa.
Yeah, as we were saying before, Rusty really needs to be careful about Nibiru, but I think he can play around it. I mean,
yeah, but once more we might see the second copy of Double or Nothing being extremely good for Rusty.
Yeah, things are really looking good for us at this moment. Zoltan has to copy of Cold by the Grave, but not that much that he can do at the moment.
Do you use Cold by the Grave here? What do you think?
I mean, I would wait for Tiger for sure.
But maybe you have 2 copies, right? So you can use one here.
Okay, so yeah, you can use one and then save the second copy. Why not?
Because to be honest, if he uses this double Cold by the Grave, I think he is fine. And he has a lot of really good top decks. So well played here by Zoltan. And when the scale will come down, he will just use the other Cold by the Grave.
Yeah, the other Cold, yeah.
Obviously, you gotta wait for the activation. Yeah. So now you Cold by the Grave here, and he stops him. So nice. He's completely stopped here, and there is not too much he can do from this point on.
Exactly.
I think it's just double attack and pass.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Zoltan really needs to pick up something out of his deck, and I mean,
so
it's really top deck.
Rather than double, it's all or nothing in this case. What can he pick up? One of the best cards that I can think of is the Scrap Recycler.
Yeah.
That would be probably game. Can he draw it? He drew, I think, the
Orcos
symbol.
card, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's symbol. Yeah, it's symbol. Kind of tough. I don't think that does it. He really had so many good draws, like the Scrap Recycler would have been so good.
Dark Greffer.
Even the Orchestrated Return to discard the Nightmare.
Foolish Burial.
Foolish. He had so many good cards. Armageddon Knight, Magician's Soul even.
He had a lot of good cards, yeah. And
very unfortunate draws, yeah. You gotta feel bad here for Zoltan.
Yeah.
He's just gonna set a monster and pray that he doesn't lose here.